transcending through time, the host has awakened the weakest beast-taming talent. However, Song has awakened the handicraft reimbursement system, allowing him to contract world-renowned bosses from his previous life. Furthermore, he receives a 100 feedback rate. By contracting the Black Dragon Lord, he gains the powers of the Black Dragon, learns dragon magic, and becomes a dual-element mage. By contracting the Spider by Ji, he acquires mental telekinesis and evolves to the level of an undying spider, granting him the ability of immortality. By contracting the one who can stretch their body to the horizon, he receives infinite life and the strongest shield, transforming into an indomitable warrior. By contracting the Sky Overlord Prey, he becomes the strongest being in the celestial realm, scattering his feathers across the world. Song is utterly invincible. Years later, as global chaos ensues with demons wreaking havoc, humanity stands on the brink of extinction. It is time for you all to experience the thrill of battling bosses. A cataclysm within 3 days. The situation takes a dramatic turn. Chapter 1. The weakest beast-taming talent. On the playground of Qingfeng Middle School, a man on stage held a notebook, his brow furrowing deeper. Grade transformation talent, unsatisfactory. Grade elemental talent, unsatisfactory. Grade enhancement talent, unsatisfactory. Several candidates had failed. How could anyone hope to enroll in a prestigious university like this? The dejected students walked off the stage, joining the crowd of those who had been eliminated. The playground was distinctly divided into 2 groups, those who passed and those who did not. Among the unsuccessful candidates was a handsome youth, his deep-set eyes gazing intently at the center of the field. As expected, a traditional occurrence of blue star, just as I succumbed, I have transcended. Song furrowed his brow. He had accepted this reality in a mere 9 minutes and 59 seconds, surpassing 97 of all others who had transcended. Through the conversations of the surrounding students, he grasped the situation at hand. This was the annual awakening ceremony, where every individual at the age of 16 had the opportunity to awaken their talents. Those who awakened favorable talents would be met with numerous opportunities, including the chance to attend a prestigious university, paving the way for a bright future. Conversely, those with poor talents faced the risk of expulsion, and he was among them. Listening to the lamentations of his peers, Song mused, I regret not diligently studying theoretical knowledge as a result. I have awakened with a grade elemental talent. Sigh, what do you all plan to do next? Seek employment? What sort of job? Awakening a poor talent does not mean all hope is lost. Although we may not be of much use, a grade beast-taming talent cannot even contract a beast, making it no different from an ordinary person. At least I could still work as a lighter for the wealthy. Indeed, if grade beast-taming talent can contract demons, then a grade beast-taming talent would not even attract a dog. The crowd shook their heads, sighing in despair. Unintentionally, they glanced at Song, finding solace in the notion that someone was worse off than they were. Song merely smiled and remained silent, as there was indeed little to say. Beast-taming talent should have been an exceedingly rare gift, yet he had the misfortune of possessing an grade. Without the ability to contract beasts, this talent was rendered meaningless. A grade elemental talent. A voice of astonishment suddenly captured the attention of everyone present. They looked up to see a youth standing on the stage, the awakening stone radiating a dazzling light. A grade magical talent. This signified that he would undoubtedly become a grand sorcerer in the future. The teachers beamed with joy, and even the principal personally welcomed him. As the youth descended from the stage, he cast a glance at the eliminated candidates. Though he said nothing, the meaning in his gaze was unmistakable either pity or the implication that they would not cross paths again. While devoid of malice, in an era rife with talent discrimination, misunderstandings were inevitable. The surrounding students grew incensed. What an arrogant display. It's merely good luck. Awakening a talent is not something we can control. Exactly, among our ranks, there are many who ranked highly yet awakened with worthless talents. Shoo, stop talking. That guy is Zhou Tian's son from a Zhou family. The magical aristocracy? That does not excuse such arrogance. Although some continued to voice their objections, their fervor had noticeably diminished. Song, standing among the crowd, sensed that Zhou Tian had glanced at him a few more times. After all, they were from the same school, and Song was considered a top student, often ranking above Zhou Tian in exams, which must have unsettled him. Now, Zhou Tian likely no longer viewed him as a rival. An grade beast-taming talent was indeed rarer than an grade talent. Zhang seeked in resignation. The awakening ceremony proceeded as usual. Another grade talent emerged, this time a girl who was also from an aristocratic family. The remainder were unremarkable. The ceremony concluded without any mention of Yitsong, rendering him akin to a mere passerby. Of course, he was a passerby with an awakened talent, the sole beast tamer in the entire school. A month later, the school announced, students who awaken to grade talents need not be disheartened. Those who pass the upcoming tests may continue their studies. Those with elemental talents should practice magic. Yitsong, do not lose hope if worst comes to worst. Our class can pool resources to buy you a demon beast. Yitsong smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. He understood that even if he responded, it would yield no results, only disappointment, and returned on his way home. He recalled the bald head of the homeroom teacher's words, lost in thought. Would he truly live out his life as an ordinary person? A sense of defiance stirred within him. The talent test in a month? Yitsong murmured. Passing would set him on the path to becoming an awakened one, revered by many. Failing would cast him into the life of a mundane worker. Having been a mere worker for over a decade in his previous life, he had no desire to return to that existence. Besides, he was an awakened one with talent. Should he revert to obscurity, he would inevitably face mockery over his lackluster talent, but a sense of crisis loomed over him. Upon arriving home, Yitsong's gaze fell upon the imposing Deathwing figurine on his desk. This was the companion that had traversed with him to this world, granting him a semblance of belonging. It also reminded him of the relentless days spent being tormented by bosses alongside his comrades. A voice inexplicably echoed in his mind. I am Deathwing, the destined destroyer, the end of all things. Unstoppable, uncontrollable. I am a cataclysm, a breathtaking entrance. Dominant power, composed, calm, and wise, was the hallmark of this boss, one of Yitsong's favorites. Yet, unlike in his previous life, this Deathwing figurine was of a mechanical armor model, exuding an air of cold elegance and lethal grace. If I could contract Deathwing, would I still be subjected to such indignities? Yet Yitsong knew that this was impossible. Even in this world, dragons remained mythical beings, never seen by anyone. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Yitsong rose and approached the figurine. He picked it up, and at that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Reimbursement system activated, bestowing life. A brief, cold voice echoed in Yitsong's mind. A golden opportunity. After a moment of surprise, Yitsong felt elated. However, wasn't Deathwing a male dragon? In the next instant, the figurine, which had felt somewhat rigid and cold in his hands, suddenly began to move. Gradually, it came to life, taking on a proportionate and youthful form. Roar! Deathwing let out a deep growl, breaking free from Yitsong's grasp and standing upon the desk, regarding him with a hint of melancholy. I in this room, a solitary individual and a dragon locked eyes, each gazing intently at the other. Enough, enough. Even if it is a male dragon, it is still a dragon, he mused. No, that's not what I meant. This is indeed a dragon. Yitsong shook his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts that clouded his mind, his face unable to suppress an overwhelming joy. In this world, the ranks of beast tamers are classified as ordinary, battle general, lord, monarch, catastrophe, and emperor. Upon reaching the silver rank, a beast tamer is permitted to contract a second beast. The prospect of doing so filled him with excitement. He cast his gaze upon the display cabinet filled with figures of Baiji, Cang Na, and a certain pure-hearted succubus. He had even acquired all 12 of the apostles in figurine form. Those beings could stir the very fabric of night and day with a mere flap of their wings. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, averting his gaze to mask his embarrassment. Feeling somewhat guilty, he turned his attention back to the table, where the small dragon with golden, slitted eyes stared back at him. Awa! Perhaps due to the years of companionship with this figurine, the little dragon showed no signs of resistance, displaying a remarkable affinity towards Yitsong. He extended his hand to caress the dragon's scales, and instead of recoiling, the dragon nuzzled against his palm. This was a dragon. Yitsong could hardly contain his excitement. No beast tamer, regardless of their prowess, could contract a giant dragon, for it was an extraordinarily noble race. Yet, he had a chance. This little dragon appeared to harbor no defenses against him. Rather, it drew near. If only he could form a contract with this beast, all notions of a grade and scray talents would be shattered. But could he truly make such a contract? Little dragon, if you feel anything unusual, do not be afraid. Uncle is only looking out for your best interests, Yitsong said with a smile, though unease stirred within him. The little dragon, with its innocent eyes, regarded the human before it, and nodded obediently, prompting a flicker of guilt in Yi Tsong's heart. This little dragon, since birth, may have known only him, akin to deceiving a naive and innocent young maiden. Was this right? Rest assured, I will take responsibility, he declared, as his spirit delved into the little dragon's being, revealing its essence before him in its entirety. It must succeed. Yi Tsong shut his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The spirit of the beast was formidable with Lin Feng's meager talent. Contracting a beast was an impossibility, let alone a giant dragon. However, the path was made considerably easier as the small Deathwing voluntarily opened its portal and guided him through. Even so, Yi Tsong was drenched in perspiration. After half an hour, the contract was finally complete. The immense and ancient power of the dragon surged back towards him. Chapter 2. Total Return. Dual Elemental Magic Affinity. Yi Tsong's expression was one of agony as energy surged forth. Following the successful contract, an explosive power erupted within him. The strength of the dragon coursed through his body, every cell roaring in unison. His bones crackled, emitting sounds reminiscent of popping beans. Never before had anyone forged a contract with such a magnificent creature as a dragon. Yi Tsong could be deemed the first. Thunderous rumbles echoed. And after a cacophony of sound, the energy feedback finally subsided. At this moment, Yi Tsong was drenched in sweat, yet his body and mind felt unprecedentedly liberated. Exhilarating. Let me test my strength. With a swift motion of his arm, a gust of wind erupted from his hand, sweeping outward. Clang, clang, clang. The chandelier above trembled violently from the force of Yi Tsong's punch. He gazed at his hands with astonishment. The power of a warrior. Merely from the contract with his beast, he had acquired such strength. This alone was sufficient to surpass the abilities of his peers. Roar. The small dragon on the table flapped its wings, emitting a hoarse cry, seemingly concerned for its master. Yi Tsong smiled broadly, reaching out to pat its head. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. In fact, I feel better than ever. Understanding Yi Tsong's emotions, the mechanical dragon calmed down. With such a vast energy feedback, to what level had the small dragon ascended? Contemplating this, Yi Tsong turned his gaze towards the mechanical dragon, and in the next instant, a series of panels materialized before his eyes. Mechanical armor, Nisali AO. Level, ordinary, early stage. Affinity, Emperor level. Skills, Flame Breath, 1. Thunder Armor, 1. Elemental Affinity, 1. Mechanical I1. Description, consumes crystal stones to enhance beast skills. Emperor level affinity. Yi Tsong was slightly taken aback. With this, passing the test in a month's time would surely be a breeze. Those students, even if they contracted their beasts, were at best Lord level, which paled in comparison to Emperor level. Furthermore, typical beasts at the ordinary early stage possessed at most 1 skill. Yet this little dragon boasted a total of 4. Yi Tsong had evidently gained insight through the mechanical eye skill, allowing him to perceive this data. But what of Flame Breath and Thunder Armor? If he acquired these 2 abilities, would he not also become a mage? An Emperor-level beast could bestow 100 of its power back to its master. Coupled with the formidable strength of the dragon, Yi Tsong's thoughts deepened. Gradually, he extended both hands. After several minutes, he surprisingly began to sense the elemental particles in the air. To perceive the elements meant that I possessed the talent of a mage. Yi Tsong was elated. Dual affinities. No, if I donned the Thunder Armor, that would be 3 affinities. However, it was likely due to the elemental affinity of the beast. A month until the test? If he still possessed the ordinary level beast affinity, passing the test would be a fanciful dream. An ordinary level beast affinity was hardly distinguishable from an average person. It might even be less favorable. Those powerful awakeners would go to the front lines to defend the homeland, while those with ordinary level affinities would merely be subjects of ridicule. But now, things were different. The beast he successfully contracted was destined to shine brilliantly in the upcoming test. Yet what was this level? Yi Tsong noticed a level suffix accompanying the dragon's skills. Just then, another voice resonated in his mind. Would you like to upgrade your skills? Skills can be upgraded? Yi Tsong was momentarily stunned. Other beast skills were fixed at birth, with no possibility for enhancement. If his beast skills could be upgraded to level 50 or even 100, how could others compete? Would it not allow him to replicate the great catastrophe? To let them experience being on the receiving end of a beating? Suppressing his excitement, Yi Tsong inquired, what are the conditions for upgrading skills? To the master, each skill upgrade requires the corresponding magic crystal. Magic crystals can be acquired through currency recharge or by slaying monsters. 10,000 currency exchanges for 1 magic crystal. To upgrade from level 1 to 2, 10 magic crystals are required. Indeed, it was not so simple. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required a staggering 100,000 currency. This was excessively extravagant. What kind of predatory company devised such a pay-to-win scheme? Yitsong's lips twitched. However, the allure of skill upgrades was overwhelmingly enticing. Ultimately, Yitsong chose to recharge 1,000,000 currency. Fortunately, the previous owner was relatively affluent, possessing a savings of exactly 1,000,000. Upon seeing the cabinet filled with collectibles, Yitsong immediately checked the bank card. The sensation of becoming a millionaire in an instant was delightful, yet he never anticipated becoming broke overnight. Nevertheless, Yitsong remained steadfast in his belief. Products from the system must be of the highest quality. He did not wish to be an ordinary second-generation rich kid. The time had come to witness the effects. System, upgrade Flame Breath for me. Ding. Upgrading Flame Breath. Congratulations. Flame Breath upgraded to level 2. Congratulations. Flame Breath upgraded to level 3. Congratulations. Flame Breath upgraded to level 10. Evolving into Lava Breath, 10. The skill had evolved. Just as Yitsong's words fell, a surge of energy emanated from the direction of his beast, flowing into his body. In an instant, Yitsong's perception of the elemental force in the air sharpened. The power returned to him had also increased. It was simply a windfall, yet it was a bit costly. He had heard that the first place in the monthly assessment could receive a scholarship of 3,000,000 from the school. Yitsong smiled slightly. Previously, he would never have dared to dream of such a reward. But now, well, those who possess virtue shall reap the rewards. The benefits of upgrading skills were immediately evident. Only with strength can one earn greater riches. From now on, I shall call you Shao Nai. Let us go, Shao Nai. Yitsong intended to test the power of the skills. Roar. Shao Nai was ecstatic. The duo quickly made their way to the open space in the courtyard. First, let me witness your thunder armor. No sooner had Yitsong spoken than the small black dragon emitted a fierce roar. Its entire body shimmered with a web-like pattern, enveloping it like armor forged from thunder, imposing and formidable, exuding an aura of threat. At that moment, it truly exhibited the power of a dragon. Under the gaze of its golden vertical pupils, Yitsong felt an ancient and majestic presence. Now let us try the Flame Breath. This should be a standard skill for dragons. Shao Nai was exceedingly obedient. As soon as Yitsong commanded, it opened its mouth, its chest slightly swelling. The mechanical parts of its body rose and fell, casting a molten red glow across its entire form. Even from a distance, Yitsong could feel the heat waves enveloping him. Targeting the rockery, it roared. As it opened its mouth, flames surged forth. What was described as flames resembled flowing lava, engulfing the rockery in an instant with an abundance of fierce fire. After a while, it had been reduced to a pool of molten residue. The power. Despite his suspicions, Yitsong was still astonished. No wonder it could return such immense power to me. My beast itself was exceptionally powerful. Yitsong himself could also unleash the most basic magic, having merely imitated it from games in his previous life. Roar. Just after finishing training, Shao Nai leaped into Yitsong's arms. As he patted Shao Nai's body, Yitsong could distinctly feel its scales were far more robust than before, radiating a certain luster, and the hardness had significantly increased. With the remaining time, I shall train you thoroughly. Yitsong wore a sly smile. At this moment, Shao Nai remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited her. A month had swiftly passed. Today is a splendid day. It's time for the school's monthly examination. Rising from her bed with a languorous stretch, Yitsong glanced at Shao Nai, who lay beside him, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 3. Why do you act like a dog? Did you tear up the paper again? Yitsong, with a look of incredulity, pointed at the little dragon on the bed. Shao Nai turned her face away, too timid to meet his gaze, while beside her lay the shredded remnants of the paper. Observing her state, Yitsong sighed in exasperation. Is this a dragon? Why does it behave like a dog? Never mind, I shall overlook this childishness for now. Come along to school and perform well. Throughout the past month, he had devoted himself to honing both his and Shao Nai's abilities. Now, they were in perfect harmony. Off to school we go. With a joyful yelp, Yitsong led Shao Nai out the door. They casually boarded a bus, which soon drew the attention of many onlookers. My goodness, is that a beast tamer in his arms? How could such a young person be a beast master? What kind of beast is that? It looks so adorable. And its scales seem not yet fully developed. Is it a lizard? Did you see that? He is a beast master. You should study hard. And you too might awaken a splendid talent in the future. Yes. The crowd gazed at Yitsong with envy. The status of a beast master is the highest among all talents. Once one becomes an awakened individual, they rise above the masses, enjoying countless privileges across the nation. Thus, awakened individuals hold a revered position in the eyes of the people. Who wouldn't want their son-in-law to be a formidable awakened being? Yitsong remained calm in the face of the crowd's scrutiny. Dear passengers, We are approaching Qingshan Middle School Station. Please ensure you have your belongings. An announcement echoed as the bus came to a halt. Yitsong quickly stood and disembarked, arriving at his classroom shortly thereafter. Upon his entrance, all eyes turned towards him. Most of the students in this class had awakened advanced talents, though a few were present merely to try their luck. To them, Yitsong was one among the elite. The chatter resumed as students engaged in lively conversation. I'm so nervous. I wonder if I can pass the test. What are you afraid of? You have an advanced talent. Passing a test should be a piece of cake. Not necessarily. Some with high talents become complacent and are expelled from the school. But that is still better than having an ordinary talent. True, with some effort, I should be able to pass. Excitement filled the air as students discussed their feelings. Some nervous, yet joking about their chances of failing the test. The ones truly anxious were those with advanced talents. Yitsong, aren't you worried? A classmate inquired. Worried? Yitsong opened his palms and replied nonchalantly. I thought you had some special secret. You seem just like us. What good is worrying? Was the retort. This calmed a few of them down, though they remained somewhat tense. After all, it was a test that could determine their futures. The sound of boots echoed as someone approached the classroom door, directing everyone's attention to the entrance. The bald-headed homeroom teacher entered, his head gleaming like a light bulb. He scanned the room and declared, in 10 minutes, all students must gather on the playground. This is a school-wide test. Only those who pass will remain at the academy. Without another word, the bald teacher exited. Yitsong was the first to rise, heading toward the playground. Within half an hour, all students had assembled. The atmosphere was electric. With many media outlets present, alongside the principal of Qingshan Middle School and other leaders standing atop a platform, Yitsong surveyed the crowd and whispered, there are at least 70 to 80% fewer participants. It seems that those who can awaken talents are indeed a select few. Half will likely be eliminated in this test. No wonder awakened individuals hold such high status in society. Their numbers are exceedingly rare. Upon Yitsong's arrival at the academy, some leaders on the platform had already noticed him. Principal Qingshan, is this the student with the advanced beast-taming talent? Sigh. Beast-taming talents are scarce and tend to flourish in later stages. The more beasts one can contract, the stronger the beast master becomes. Such a pity. With his talent, it must be quite difficult for him to contract beasts. The leaders frowned in concern. Principal Qingshan glanced at Yitsong and shook his head helplessly. Yitsong's grades have been decent, consistently placing in the top 3, yet he awakened such a lackluster talent. Alas, such is fate. The host on the platform tested the microphone, cleared his throat, and addressed the assembly. Greetings, diligent students. Today marks a significant day for our city of Qingshan. Although you have passed the awakening test, resources will not be allocated to the unworthy. Thus, we will conduct a monthly test. And the project for this month, as he spoke, the host pointed to a large object draped in red cloth. With a swift motion, he unveiled a colossal monster before the astonished crowd. This creature, resembling a massive turtle, towered over the host, its shell composed of rock, and its beak appeared capable of crushing anything. Lethargically, it sprawled on the ground, disregarding the onlookers. The students erupted in a chorus of disbelief. Are we expected to battle this rock crocodile? It looks to be at least at the general level. Our beasts are merely at the ordinary level. How can we even begin to compete? What the heck? Has the principal lost his mind? Keep your voice down. The principal is still up there. I can't believe I forgot. The principal, with a somber expression, scanned the crowd but could not locate the source of the commotion. The host seemed pleased with the uproar and continued, rest assured, you will not be asked to fight this crocodile. You only need to give your utmost effort to attack it. If you can even slightly provoke a reaction, you will pass. The first place will receive a scholarship of 3 million, second place 2 million, and third place 500,000. This is a general-level monster and the beast of one of the school's teachers. Given its defensive capabilities, there is no way these newly awakened students could inflict harm upon it. Just a slight provocation will suffice for passing. Excitement surged through the crowd as students eagerly anticipated their turn. An advanced elemental awakened student stepped forward. Wind blade. A small, teal-green blade of wind shot forth, barely the size of a biscuit, striking the crocodile without even producing a sound. The student was left dumbfounded. During his home tests, this wind blade could slice through wooden stakes. A beastmaster teacher beside him noted his performance and recorded it. Wang Lin, advanced elemental talent, eliminated. The cold words left the student pale as the crowd fell silent. A sense of crisis loomed overhead. How many among them lacked even Wang Lin's abilities? If he could not pass, it seemed that an advanced talent did not guarantee success. It merely indicated a chance. This scholarship was indeed hard to secure. The students with awakened advanced talents grew increasingly anxious. I can't even condense an element. What the heck? I'm out of here, brothers. Let us run. Going up there would be humiliating. With just one round of testing, the crowd around Yitsong dispersed, with hundreds of students retreating. Only Yi Song remained among the others, still wishing to persevere. Watching the crowd depart, the teacher smiled knowingly. It is best to have self-awareness. That way, I need not waste my time. Although his words were somewhat hurtful, they were nonetheless truthful. Great talent? In his eyes, it was equivalent to having no talent at all. Those who could awaken such talent and pass the test were fewer than 10. In some respects, it was even rarer than great talent. Next, as the teacher called out this phrase, one by one, the students stepped forward to be tested. Yet, only a select few succeeded, while the majority were eliminated. Great talent was dismissed. Great talent passed. Great talent succeeded. Observing this scene, the principal on the platform grew increasingly displeased. The leaders beside him fell silent. Finally speaking, is it not possible for Qingshan High School to produce a few powerful individuals? This is in front of the media. If this continues, who would dare to enroll in Qingshan High School? At that very moment, a young boy ascended the platform. Zhou Tian, with elemental talent of grade level. Great talent. The principal's eyes widened with excitement, realizing an opportunity had arrived. Zhou Tian was indeed the scion of a magical family from Qingshan Temple. His talent was surely exceptional. Zhou Tian stood before the rock crocodile, gathering his strength. Ice blade. As he uttered these words, a sphere of ice formed before him and shot towards the rock crocodile. Chapter 4. You can contract beast companions. Bang. The ice sphere struck the rock crocodile with a dull thud. The creature shifted its stance slightly before resuming its position on the ground. Nevertheless, this represented a monumental achievement. In the past, no one had ever managed to move this turtle. The beast master teacher responsible for recording nodded in satisfaction. Passed, eligible for the rocket class. The principal and the leaders on the platform also nodded, indicating for the cameras to focus more on Zhou Tian. This is the pillar of our Qingshan High School. With Zhou Tian's strength and his magical lineage, becoming a grand mage in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility. We must devote ourselves to nurturing him diligently. Ha ha ha, to be able to shake a general-level beast right after awakening. No one else in the school could achieve such prowess. Indeed. And to condense magical elements within a month is truly remarkable talent. The crowd continued to sing his praises. This was partly due to Zhou Tian's undeniable strength, but also to curry favor with the Zhou family. The students were equally exhilarated, particularly Zhou Tian's female admirers, who cheered incessantly. After Zhou Tian's demonstration, the subsequent candidates, whether inspired or otherwise, also showed considerable improvement in their test results, causing the principal's furrowed brow to finally relax. Next, Lin Qingying, as the name was called, a young maiden gracefully descended from the steps to the testing ground. Though petite in stature, she possessed an alluring figure, her curves accentuated by her attire, radiating youthful charm. The moment she appeared on stage, the boys below erupted with wolfish howls. Goddess Lin is invincible. She is our school's second-grade talent. Who do you think will come out on top, Lin Qingying or Zhou Tian? It must be our goddess Lin. After all, her fire element talent surpasses ice in lethality. Surely, both of them will be directly admitted to the Eastern Training Camp. Absolutely. Gaining entry to our entire Eastern Training Camp is virtually equivalent to being guaranteed a place at the Magic University. Speaking of Magic University, envy filled the eyes of the audience. It is rumored that Zhou Tian and Lin Qingying's fathers were once alumni, both returning to Qingshan City from Magic City University. Now, one has become the strongest mage in Qingshan City, while the other has become the mightiest transformation warrior. This illustrates the profound heritage of Magic City University. Indeed. Witnessing another great talent, the principal beamed with delight. It is rare for Qingshan to witness the awakening of great talents. Now, to have two in one cohort. Congratulations, Principal of Qingshan. Truly, a twin dragon year. The students of this school will surely flourish. With two great talents, it is likely that both will gain admission to the prestigious Magic City University, potentially producing two top scholars from this cohort. The invited guests and local entrepreneurs nearby all extended their congratulations. Even before the testing commenced, flattery was being directed towards Magic City University. The principal of Qingshan basked in the praise, smiling and waving his hands dismissively. Not at all. Our school still has many students whose talents remain dormant. Perhaps it is fate that has intervened. Meanwhile, Lin Qingying completed her elemental energy accumulation on stage. Boom. A blazing inferno ignited before her, casting a rosy glow upon her delicate features. With a thought, the flames surged forth, striking the rock crocodile and extinguishing upon contact, merely scorching the surface of its rocky shell. Thud, thud. The rock crocodile shifted a few steps, indicating that the force was adequate. Only then did Lin Qingying breathe a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face as she tossed her hair and descended from the platform. The top two positions were nearly secured. Rustling sounds emanated from the teacher responsible for testing, who swiftly recorded the results. Then, he lifted his gaze toward the principal on the platform. "Principal, may we conclude the awakening tests?" Upon hearing this, the principal shook his head. "Are there not still students who have yet to be tested? All students of our school deserve an opportunity to participate in the examinations." He would not forget his roots simply because two powerful students had emerged. After all, they were all students of the same institution, qualified to partake in the assessments together. Sigh. "Very well then, let them come one by one." The teacher in charge of testing turned to Yi Song and the others. Subsequently, they approached the testing area. Isero. The students with grade elemental talent attempted to unleash their abilities. However, nothing transpired. The testing teacher shook his head, eliminated. Next, he felt this was an utter waste of time. He would soon need to manage the personal files of the eliminated students and arrange their placements. He was quite busy. The subsequent candidates fared no better, nearly all unable to manifest their extraordinary abilities or producing results akin to a mere lighter. On the platform, the principal and his colleagues shook their heads and sighed. The number of students awakening grade talents had been increasing in recent years. It was quite puzzling. Yet, it was fortunate that the emergence rate of top-tier talents had also risen, which could be considered a silver lining. Indeed, 1,000 grade talents could not compare to a single Jotian. However, was it still necessary to test grade students? Was it not obvious that they would be incapable of casting magic? Unfortunately, this was a federal mandate. Even if only 1 in 10,000 could use it, testing was still required. The group felt helpless, unable to express their frustrations outwardly. They felt this was a waste of resources, testing so many students with grade talents. Even if one managed to pass, their potential would be capped. It would be far more beneficial to allow them to train further or attend to other pressing matters. Yi Song, grade Beastmaster talent. As he spoke, Yi Song summoned a small dragon, which lay on the ground, its scales not yet fully developed, resembling a diminutive lizard. The testing teacher was momentarily taken aback. "You have contracted a beast companion?" The moment this scene unfolded, the students who had yet to leave, drawn by curiosity, erupted in excitement. "Grade talent can still contract beast companions? What manner of creature is this? No way. Is this for real? He hasn't just found someone else's beast companion to assist him in testing, has he? That is impossible. The teacher is also of Beastmaster talent. How could he not recognize it? I estimate the beast's strength is likely lacking, given that its master has no talent. However, as long as it is contracted, the beast should be allowed to remain at the school." "Your assertion is overly confident. Everything hinges on the beast's capabilities." The crowd buzzed with speculation, whispering amongst themselves. Initially, they had come to witness the folly of these individuals, yet they were astonished to discover that someone had indeed managed to contract a beast companion. This scene captivated the attention of everyone in the leadership seats. In Chapter 5, Long, the leaders on the high platform were initially bored. However, the appearance of Yi Song piqued their interest. "Oh, can a genius of such caliber truly form a contract with a beast? What kind of creature is this? How could it consent to a contract with a novice? It must be on the brink of death. I recall that some beasts, when facing imminent demise, agree to contracts with their tamers to prolong their lives. Furthermore, these beasts are typically of limited strength. Those with exceptional talents possess their own pride and would rather perish than contract with a weaker tamer. I have heard of black markets that specialize in selling such beasts. Yet Qing Shanzhong Shui has its own regulations. Strength must be verified. Nevertheless, for a novice to form a contract with a beast is indeed remarkable." The crowd's eyes sparkled as they gazed at Yi Song, all pondering how he achieved this. Setting aside the talent aspect, merely having the ability to form a contract with a beast qualifies him as an extraordinary individual. At this moment, Yi Song's beast had evidently become the focal point of the event. The students accompanying him were also astonished. They were well aware of the difficulties associated with awakening such a talent. Yet Yi Song had truly broken through that barrier? "Go for it, Yi. You can step closer and give it your all." The teacher showed no disdain towards Yi Song. Rather, he made an exception and allowed him to approach a bit more. It was clear that this teacher was familiar with Yi Song, as he was one of the top 3 scholars at Qing Shanzhong Shui. He could not bear to see someone who had worked so hard face such a fate. However, Yi Song shook his head in refusal, stating, "This is sufficient. Very well. Let us commence the test." As he spoke, the testing teacher stepped aside, focusing on the lizard beast on the ground. "What form of attack will you employ? A charge? Or perhaps claw strikes?" Just as he pondered this, Xiao Nai flapped its wings. A deep roar and inhalation resonated forth. At that moment, the testing teacher suddenly felt the temperature around him rising significantly. After about 10 seconds, beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. The air truly was heating up. The teacher, astonished, recalled that he did not feel such intensity when Lin Qingying had unleashed her flame spell. At this moment, the responsible teacher could not help but take a step aside, distancing himself from the rock crocodile, sensing that remaining there was unwise. Roar! A torrent of fiery breath erupted forth, carrying molten red and white lava that fell directly upon the rock crocodile's body. The dark gray rock could not withstand such high temperatures and melted away in an instant. Crack! The crocodile, feeling the pain, abruptly rose, its entire body radiating a green light. The original wounds began to fade. Witnessing this, Yitsong nodded in satisfaction and turned to the nowadays teacher, saying, "I suppose I have passed." Although he had not exerted his full strength, he had at least inflicted damage upon the rock crocodile. Upon hearing this, the teacher snapped back to reality, stammering, "Why yes, you have passed." At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. The students below wore expressions of disbelief. The students beside Lin Feng felt the impact most profoundly, craning their necks and wide-eyed at the healing wounds of the rock crocodile. Skills. This crocodile actually used a skill to recover from its injuries. How powerful must the beast's attack be to force the rock crocodile to use a skill? It was merely at the ordinary level, yet it could injure a beast of the battle general level. What kind of beast is this? This must be a setup. How could an ordinary beast inflict harm upon a battle general level creature and compel it to use a skill? This is unbelievable. Is the first place meant to go to this genius of a novice? The crowd was astonished, unable to believe their eyes. However, those on the high platform were likely the most shocked. The leaders who had previously suggested that Yitsong might contract a defective beast felt their cheeks burning with embarrassment. The principal of Qingshan Zhongshui even stood up, fixated on the beast in the arena. To penetrate the armor of a battle general level beast. This beast's level must be quite high. Indeed, the mere ability to unleash a skill confirmed that his talent was at least at the battle general level. Moreover, the beast's abilities would enhance the user's strength, potentially elevating Yitsong even further. His potential could surpass that of a novice talent. And the power he wielded was indeed frightening. Could it be that this boy's hidden strength is actually at the level of a dragon? This is impossible. There cannot be any errors during awakening. Could this lizard-like creature possess dragon blood? The crowd was in shock. The city's elite were abuzz with speculation. The entire playground was filled with noise, reminiscent of the excitement at the beginning of the event. In the distance, Zhou Tian, who had not yet left, stared intently at the figure on the platform, his brow furrowed. Lin Qingying was utterly astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Come back, you did well. Xiaonai?" Yitsong smiled. It seemed that the 3 million should soon be within his grasp. Roar! Upon hearing his praise, the little dragon in the air excitedly dove into his arms, emitting a low growl. Just then, whoosh! The principal of Qingshan Zhongshui suddenly appeared beside Yitsong. "May I see your beast?" the principal inquired. Of course, Yitsong nodded. After revealing his talent to the principal, the benefits he would reap would only multiply. As he spoke, the principal stepped forward, observing Yitsong's beast closely. In the next moment, a pair of golden-yellow pupils locked onto him, with flames flickering within. This was a threat. In an instant, the principal felt the hairs on his arms stand on end. His heart raced, and a sense of crisis surged. What a terrifying beast. It could instill a sense of danger in a warrior like me. Is this a lizard? Aside from mages, everyone in this world adheres to a universal ranking: black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and legendary. Even for beast tamers, their strength is calculated based on warrior levels. The principal, as a late-stage silver-level warrior, equated to a battle general level beast tamer. Yet he felt threatened in front of an ordinary beast? Xiaonai. This is not an enemy, Yitsong reassured, reaching out to calm it. The scales of Xiaonai, which had been bristling, finally relaxed. To others, Xiaonai remained a ferocious dragon, requiring careful handling. It was precisely this gesture from Yitsong that revealed Xiaonai's true form. The principal stood there, completely stunned. What? His pupils widened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Could it be a dragon? The principal of Qingshan was internally screaming. What did he just witness? Golden vertical pupils, terrifying pressure. A juvenile dragon. He had encountered half-blood dragon types before, a sensation he would never forget. Yet the pressure emanating from this lizard was even more intense. Dragons are mythical creatures. Humanity has only ever heard tales of dragons soaring over countless towns. However, those were merely rumors, as no one has ever seen one with their own eyes. To be honest, even he didn't believe it. But the creature before him, with its pitch-black scales and golden flame-like pupils, exuded the aura of a top-tier life form in the food chain. If it isn't a dragon, then what is it? In Chapter 6, Deep Blue, the principal was completely dumbfounded. It was only when the testing teacher beside him spoke that he snapped back to reality. What about the rewards for the principal? Oh, the rewards will certainly be distributed as usual. Furthermore, to encourage student Yi, I have decided to personally sponsor him an additional 2 million. Principal Qingshan wore a serious expression, Yet internally, he was filled with immense excitement. Establishing a connection with a formidable dragon beast was worth any sum. Yitsong understood that his actions had borne fruit. An additional funding of 2 million? The Beastmaster instructor responsible for the assessment widened his eyes, glancing between Yitsong and the principal, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Even if Yitsong possessed extraordinary talent, he was merely a student at Qingshan's secondary school, and his abilities had yet to mature. Undoubtedly, he would soon be surpassed by the scions of affluent families. A funding of 2 million is certainly not a trivial amount. Nevertheless, Principal Qingshan offered no explanation and continued, Yitsong, please visit my office shortly. I have matters to discuss with you. As he spoke, Principal Qingshan strode away. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Ultimately, a dark horse emerged, seizing the first position. This victory came with a prize of 3 million, and with the principal's personal sponsorship of 2 million, that amounted to a staggering 5 million. Who is this young man? How can he possess such strength? His name had never been heard before. It was said he was called Yitsong, who had suddenly gained power. It would be inaccurate to say it was sudden. Yitsong had performed well in his academic studies prior, merely awakening his latent talent. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian stood in the distance, now devoid of attention. His gaze was complex as he looked at the figure on stage, lost in his thoughts. Overnight, the name Yitsong ascended to prominence across various newspapers and news outlets. Live-streamed footage circulated, igniting fervent discussions. Who claimed that latent talent could not become formidable? Is this not a blatant reality? I refute that. The potential of latent talent is exceedingly weak. It takes an extensive amount of time to achieve even half the results of others. Given time, his shortcomings will inevitably be revealed. This is accurate. There are indeed some with latent talent who achieved top scores during assessments, yet were later easily surpassed by those with higher talent. Perhaps he was merely fortunate to have contracted a powerful beast, but over time, this beast will surely become a burden. I believe you are simply envious. I have faith in this young man. Not to mention, when the training camp recruits, we shall see who is vindicated. The crowd continued to argue, each unwilling to yield, fervently discussing the timeless topic of talent. Meanwhile, Yitsong arrived at the principal's office. He knocked 3 times on the door. Please enter, the principal's voice called out. Yitsong opened the door and stepped inside, where Principal Qingshan immediately stood up, greeting him with a warm smile. He raised his hand, offering 2 bank cards. This one is the scholarship awarded by the school, 3 million as you deserve. The other, 2 million, is a personal donation from me on behalf of Qingshan Secondary School. Yitsong accepted them with composure. His endeavors were indeed costly. Thank you, Principal, Yitsong expressed gratefully. It is nothing. As long as you remember Qingshan Secondary School in the future, the principal waved his hand, unable to suppress his joy. Of course, Qingshan Secondary School is my alma mater. Yitsong patted his chest. Hearing this, Principal Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. You need not call me principal anymore. Let us consider ourselves old friends. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? I say it is so. The principal patted Yitsong's shoulder, his face radiating admiration. You are indeed a dragon beastmaster. As Yitsong grew, he could boast about this achievement in the future. In my day, I was on equal footing with dragon beastmasters. Just listen to that. Oh, by the way, I called you here for another matter. The principal turned back, retrieving a document from the drawer. Yitsong's keen eyes caught sight of a prominent title, Eastern Training Camp. As you can see, this is the personal agreement from the Eastern Training Camp for Qingshan Secondary School. I am responsible for supplying students to them. If they exhibit exceptional talent, the training camp will allocate funds specifically for the academy. Should you secure first place in the Eastern Training Camp's enrollment plan in a few months, those funds will belong to you. Of course, it must be under the name of Qingshan Secondary School. At this point, Principal Qingshan's demeanor turned serious. Yitsong understood. The fact that the principal was sharing such a private agreement underscored his significance. Understood, Yitsong replied after a brief contemplation, nodding in agreement. He knew he had to participate in the examination under the name of Qingshan Secondary School. If he could secure first place, the substantial funding from the training camp would be guaranteed. Upon hearing Yitsong's agreement, Principal Qingshan's face broke into a smile, his wrinkles deepening. He did not intend to inquire about the origins of Yitsong's beast. After all, every genius has their secrets. Provoking a future powerhouse is ill-advised. Furthermore, it may not necessarily be a dragon. It could simply be a beast with a strong lineage. Nonetheless, that alone is remarkable. If you achieve first place, I anticipate all the powerful figures in Qingshan will come to curry favor with you. If they wish to offer you a scholarship, I shall collect it first and then present it to you. After awakening one's talent, academic classes will no longer require excessive attendance. However, in 2 months, it will be 100 days since you awakened your talent, and the school will organize a city-wide competition with generous prizes. Just remember to return for that. Understood. Yitsong nodded. How could he miss out on the prize money? Without the principal needing to remind him, he was certain to return. Moreover, the principal spoke with such respect that he felt it would be impolite to refuse. After being warmly seen off by the principal as he exited the office, Yitsong decided to return home first. As he walked down the street, several people recognized him. Ah, look, isn't that the first place from the Qingshan Secondary School Awakening test on television? Wow, it's this young man. Should we go up and strike up a conversation? What? Are you hoping for a young cow to eat tender grass? He is so young and just an awakened one, having just received his first place reward. Do you think he would notice you? What's wrong? I earn 6,000 a month and expect a partner with assets in the millions, with a car and house. Is that too much to ask? Currently, Yitsong's physical prowess was exceptional. From several meters away, he could overhear their discussions. To preserve his dignity, Yitsong quickened his pace. Nevertheless, throughout the remainder of his journey, he was continuously approached by individuals wielding their phones to take pictures and inquire. For the first time, he experienced the burdens of stardom. Fortunately, after about half an hour, he finally returned home. Upon arriving, Yitsong immediately opened his computer and began searching online for ways to make money. By chance, he stumbled upon a few dialogues. Making money is simple. Just awaken an elemental talent and get certified by the Magic Association, right? Do you think someone with elemental talent would lack money? Are you out of your mind? Originally intended as self-deprecating banter, Yitsong suddenly perceived an opportunity. He had indeed acquired the energy of a beast's nurturing, granting him elemental perception abilities. Registering as a mage seemed to offer a settlement fee of 100,000. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. Furthermore, after becoming a mage, various privileges would be at his disposal. Not only would he receive priority in processing transactions, but he would also no longer need to give up his seat on public transport. It could be said that he would truly ascend to a higher social echelon. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that once a mage reached a certain level, they could gain access to the black market in Qingfeng City. If he could enter there, rapidly enhancing the level of his beast in preparation for the subsequent training camp would greatly increase Yitsong's chances. Otherwise, even if he attended the training camp, a beast that lacked strength would only lead to his humiliation. Contracting a dragon and still being bullied would be unbearably frustrating. Unfortunately, given Yitsong's current abilities, he likely could not gain entry. Thus, he must first register as a mage. This serves as a form of identification and is an essential item. Yitsong's lips curled into a faint smile. However, before anything else, he needed to elevate his skills. Deep Blue. Allocate points. Chapter 7. Skill Book. Thunder Dragon Claw. Mechanical Nisali AO. Level. Ordinary, early stage. Talent. Emperor level. Skills. Lava Breath. 10. Thunder Armor. 1. Elemental Affinity. 1. Mechanical I 1. Description. Consumes crystal stones to enhance the level of beast-taming skills. Host level. Black Iron, early stage. Recharge a total of 5 million. Yitsong boldly produced 2 bank cards. Processing your recharge. Consumed 5 million dragon coins. Obtained 500 magic crystals. Once again, he found himself impoverished. Accompanied by a wave of physical and mental relief, an overwhelming emptiness soon followed. Fortunately, the investment had yielded extraordinary returns. 500 magic crystals were sufficient to elevate all his skills to level 10, with 100 remaining. He needed to examine the evolutionary paths of these skills. Yitsong nodded to himself. Then he raised his head and declared, strengthen the remaining 3 skills to level 10. No sooner had he spoken than a cold voice echoed again. Strengthening in progress. Strengthening successful. Thunder Armor. 1. Upgraded to Thunder Claw. 10. Strengthening successful. Elemental Affinity. 1. Upgraded to Elemental Eruption. 10. Strengthening successful. Mechanical Eye. 1. Upgraded to Eye of Memory. 10. The newly acquired skills. After the upgrade, Yitsong felt no remarkable changes. His perception of the thunder elements in the air had merely intensified slightly. What feedback will I receive? Yitsong extended his hand, sensing the elemental flow in the atmosphere. With the aid of elemental affinity, he moved his fingers and grasped all the thunder elements in his palm. Crackle! Instantly, blue-purple sparks erupted from his hand. From this electric brilliance, Yitsong felt an overwhelming sense of danger and ferocity. Whoosh! He extended his palm toward a distant tree. The towering 2-meter tree instantly withered into a lifeless husk. It then scattered with the wind, leaving only a ground strewn with black ashes. Such formidable, thunderous power. Yitsong's expression was one of delight. This might. It was at least on par with the previous lava breath. Even if he were to unleash it, he was confident it could breach the defenses of a rock crocodile. Moreover, he had yet to learn any thunder elemental magic skills, and he could achieve such prowess. With the enhancement of a magic array, its power would multiply several times. What about the effects of the other two skills? Yi Tsang's gaze fell upon the two skills. With a thought, the mechanical eye provided annotations. Elemental eruption. Increases elemental perception, elemental recovery, and elemental damage values by tenfold for 1 minute. Eye of memory. In addition to the accompanying analysis function, the host will acquire photographic memory and greatly enhance comprehension abilities. A tenfold enhancement in all aspects. Yi Tsang was elated. This skill was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, does the Eye of Memory mean that I could become an academic prodigy in the future? Yi Tsang was not keen on revisiting old knowledge. With this ability, understanding would be instantaneous. It was akin to quantum speed reading. It was said that some magical tomes were perplexing and could take months to master. With this skill, could I not master several spells simultaneously? Contemplating this, Yi Tsang felt a surge of excitement. Action speaks louder than words. I must go now. The library just so happens to have some free low-level magical books available for borrowing. Roar. Beside him, Xiao Nai, witnessing Yi Tsang's surge in power, let out an excited cry. Yi Tsang reached out to pat Xiao Nai's head. How is it that just a few days have passed, and you seem to have grown significantly? Yi Tsang was slightly astonished. Previously, Xiao Nai had only a few scales, but now they were fully formed. Roar. Xiao Nai hovered in midair, hands on hips. You've made me incredibly powerful. You stay home. As you grow larger, it becomes difficult for me to take you out. Yi Tsang chuckled wryly. It wasn't fear of exposure. Rather, he was concerned that Xiao Nai's scales might get scratched off by Qian Qian's delicate hands. Moreover, this creature seemed to harbor a considerable hostility toward outsiders. Once separated, it would revert to a rampaging dragon, easily causing trouble. Oh woo. Xiao Nai wore a pitiful expression, seemingly saying, hurry back. Welcome to the Heavenly Path Library. Outside the only designated magical library in Qingfeng City, a young girl greeted with a smile. Standing before her was a young man wearing a Pikachu mask. This masked youth was naturally Yi Tsang, who donned the mask to avoid unwanted attention from passers-by. Yes. Yi Tsang nodded. He then stepped inside the library. As a student of Qingfeng High School, he was entitled to access the magical books on the first floor. Let us start with the Thunder system. Yi Tsang made his way toward the section housing Thunder skill books. The rarity of Thunder talents is 110,000 times that of other elements, and its power is unparalleled. Upon arrival, Yi Tsang faced a tall bookshelf. The number of skill books was notably fewer than those of other elements. Noticing someone had arrived, the previously bored manager quickly stood up to greet him. Visitors here are esteemed Thunder Element Awakeners, often temperamental, so they must be treated with utmost care. Good day, sir. She discreetly glanced at Yi Tsang's mask. What a peculiar individual. So, which of these free skill books are particularly powerful? Yi Tsang got straight to the point. The manager displayed a professional smile and began explaining. This book, Thunder Manipulation and Introduction, is a relatively basic text. All the skill books we offer for free are at the entry level, such as Lightning Ball, Lightning Chain, and Lightning Arrow, which are common skills. There are also unique alternatives. For instance, this book, Life Contained Within Thunder, is a study by a Diamond Realm mage. Yi Tsang raised an eyebrow. Diamond Realm is no trivial matter, especially for Thunder Element Masters, who are exceedingly rare, the CR, Mi de las Army. What about this one? Yi Tsang pointed to a Thunder skill book that had not been introduced by the librarian. This one. No worries, go ahead. Yi Tsang maintained the domineering image of a thunder wielder, which would facilitate his actions. The manager hesitated for a moment and replied. Thunder Dragon Claw is a skill book of high difficulty. It requires one to envelop their hands in thunder, making it a choice few dare to take. In the manager's view, covering one's hands with such perilous lightning for combat without sustaining any harm was nearly impossible. Some defiant thunder prodigies attempted to train with it, only to end up injuring themselves, without exception. Surely, Yi Tsang would abandon the idea after hearing this. However, I'll take this one, along with those three, Lightning Ball, Lightning Chain, and Lightning Arrow. All of them, please. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry up and fetch them. Under Yi Tsang's undeniable authority, the librarian, looking somewhat aggrieved, had no choice but to retrieve the magical tomes for him. In the next moment, Yi Tsang sat down at a table in the library and began to read. Chapter 8, True Quantum Speed Reading. Before Yi Tsang lay hefty skill books. With a swift motion, he turned a page. As his eyes scanned the text, all the information flooded into his mind instantaneously. This sensation was extraordinary, as though Yi Tsang innately understood this knowledge. If I were to read this slowly myself, it would be exceedingly laborious. Yi Tsang couldn't help but exclaim. A life with advantages is indeed wonderful. These few books had no fewer than 600 or 700 pages. The Thunder Dragon Claw reached a staggering 3,000 pages. No wonder that Leitang Longzhua remains unlearned by many. Merely finishing the reading could take several months. And that is just to read. The time required for actual mastery would be even greater, with the risk of failure looming large. Yitsong shook his head in lamentation. It is indeed a pity that such a splendid skill can only be acquired by me. I must hasten my progress. For today I still hope to reach the Magic Association to authenticate my identity as a mage. With this thought in mind, Yitsong found a secluded corner and began to peruse the pages. The sound of rustling intensified as he flipped through the heavy tome with increasing speed. It was as if he were a human printing machine, able to commit every detail to memory with just a glance. This remarkable feat naturally drew the attention of numerous individuals in the library. Wasn't he studying the thunder-based Leitang Longjua? In addition to that, there seemed to be other skill tomes. Could one person truly absorb them all? This fellow reads at an astonishing pace. Are you certain he is studying diligently? It is beyond belief that he could turn the pages so swiftly. Could he be a prodigy of quantum speed reading? The onlookers were astonished, akin to witnessing a performance on the street. The sound of rustling also caught the attention of 3 individuals seated in a corner, all clad in the uniforms of Qingshan Middle School, with Lin Qingying leading the group. This was the only mage library in Qingshan City where she came to study daily. Qingying, that guy seems to go to our school. Should I go over and ask him to be quieter? One of the girls suggested, her gaze flitting over Yitsong. Thunder Element, another student from the same school. Perhaps this could lead to something advantageous. At that moment, Lin Qingying looked up just in time to see a peculiar figure wearing a Pikachu mask, flipping through pages at an extraordinary rate. She was momentarily taken aback. It takes me a month to study a skill tome, yet he reads so rapidly? How is that possible? He is studying the notoriously challenging Leitang Longjua. He must be merely skimming through. That seems plausible. Lin Qingying's emotions began to stabilize. After excelling for so many years, she almost felt disheartened. I should approach him. I've heard that Thunder Element users can be rather volatile, and he might not respond well to you. Lin Qingying tucked her hair behind her ear and slowly rose, making her way toward Yitsong. It is a terrifying thing for a woman to realize her own beauty, and Lin Qingying was a prime example. As she understood, as long as she could tame the Thunder Element, she would not come to harm. Yitsong nodded silently, entirely oblivious to the gazes around him. At that moment, he was immersed in the book, seemingly entering a realm of enlightenment. It was nearly time to unleash his power. Moreover, his strength stemmed from a dragon. The minute particles of Thunder Element in the air could be easily tamed. With this thought, Yitsong extended his right hand, continuously sensing and taming the power of the Thunder Element in the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to him, countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, including that of the manager of the Thunder Element skill books. Should I remind him? After all, he is just a student, and if anything were to go awry, Qingshan Middle School would surely hold me accountable. At this moment, she hesitated. Regardless, Pikachu is a rare Thunder Element user. If he were to mishandle this, as the library's administrator, I would bear some responsibility. After all, I was the one who recommended this tome to Yitsong. I should have tossed that book in the trash. How could anyone possibly practice it? A staggering 3,000 pages. Over 3 million words. Those who read slowly might take an entire year to finish. I can only wonder what absurdities the author included to fill so many pages. Classmate. Lin Qingying approached Yitsong, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yet at that moment, Yitsong appeared oblivious to her presence. Lin Qingying furrowed her brow, about to speak when bang. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, akin to a thunderous drumbeat. In an instant, Lin Qingying was overwhelmed by a ringing in her ears. Yitsong's outstretched palm radiated with blue-purple electricity, forming a claw resembling that of a mighty dragon, enveloping his entire hand and wrist, an aura of ferocity coalescing within. In that moment, the entire library was rendered dim in comparison. It felt as if the only thing in existence was that sphere of purple thunder. Boom. The library's lights exploded under the surge of electricity. In an instant, all who were watching Yitsong were momentarily blinded. Panic ensued. Who is casting magic in the library? Don't they know this is prohibited? Where is the library's administrator? Why is there no intervention? Damn it. I was reading. Now I can't see anything. Is there no backup lighting? The library erupted into chaos. At that moment, Yitsong came to his senses, suddenly recalling the rule against casting magic freely within the library, with penalties for violators. Oh no, I must flee. Yitsong rose swiftly, making his escape. After all, he had already memorized the contents of the tomes he had perused. However, at that moment, the manager responsible for the Thunder Element skill books stood in stunned silence. Lin Qingying remained frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. The 2 other students from Qingshan Middle School gaped in astonishment. Is this fellow even human? A skill tome that would take an ordinary person months to master was comprehended by him in mere hours? The manager of the Thunder Element skill books was dumbfounded. Could this kid truly possess quantum speed reading? She was acutely aware of the difficulty involved in studying Leitang Longjua. Even the most gifted thunder element user would require at least a month to achieve mastery. This cannot stand. I must report this to the higher-ups. At this moment, Lin Qingying stood there, her mind racing. She simply could not comprehend the events unfolding before her, setting aside the absurd speed of reading. What was with this outrageous learning pace? Lin Qingying felt her confidence shattering. Impossible. This fellow must have practiced this skill before. He must have learned it long ago. Yes, that must be it. How could anyone possess talent that eclipsed her own? He is a student from Qingshan Middle School with a thunder element affinity. As long as he remains in school, I will certainly find him. Lin Qingying bit her silver tooth. The image of a lightning-covered arm and the reflection of the Pikachu mask flashing in her mind. This absurd scene now seemed somewhat terrifying. Meanwhile, Yitsong finally escaped. Narrowly avoiding a fine, he wiped the sweat from his mask and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. It seems I need to familiarize myself with the federal laws next time. However, my immediate priority is to obtain my mage identity and claim the 100,000 reward. After that, Yitsong has important matters to attend to. Chapter 9, A Musical Fountain? Not long after Yitsong departed, the manager approached the library's owner. Are you certain that boy learned Leitang Longjua after just 1 hour of study? A man in his 30s, appearing youthful yet scruffy, sat in a chair, seemingly unconcerned as he inquired. It's true, boss. I witnessed him entering, grabbing several Thunder Element skill books, and after just 1 hour, he had mastered it. Moreover, he flipped through the pages with incredible speed. Just like that quantum speed reading phenomenon online. The girl animatedly explained, her eyes still reflecting lingering shock. You spent an hour just staring at someone's face? The head librarian raised an eyebrow. The girl's face flushed as she stammered. No, I was just curious. But that is not the point, is it, librarian? The girl, now somewhat irritated, recognized that the librarian was teasing her. Hearing this, the librarian quickly raised his hands in surrender. Is it true? A glance at the surveillance footage would reveal the answer. With that, he powered on the computer and began sifting through today's video recordings. Though he spoke casually, his heart already possessed the answer. Learning Leitang Longzhao in an hour and being able to unleash it? What a joke. As the sole director of the library in Qingfeng City, he understood the immense difficulty of mastering such martial arts. Without an innate affinity for the lightning element and exceptional comprehension, mastering this skill would be akin to reaching for the heavens. Furthermore, one must compel the power of the lightning element to submit. Even those with extraordinary talents for the lightning element took at least a month to achieve such mastery. The director casually maneuvered the mouse, quickly pulling up today's video. He immediately recognized the girl she was referring to, as her companion's Pikachu mask was quite conspicuous. Suddenly, the skill book before Yitsong began to scroll vigorously. The director raised an eyebrow. Can this be seen clearly? Is this lad merely pretending after learning it in advance? It seemed unlikely. He had entered the library using a student ID from Qingshan High School. The girl responded, and Yitsong maintained his reading posture for several minutes. You must have misjudged. Perhaps the recent workload has caused you to hallucinate. Would you like to take a few days to rest? At this moment, the director had lost interest in continuing to watch. He intended to close the video casually. How could he have been so foolish to believe such nonsense? Just as he hovered the mouse over the upper right corner and pressed down, an anomaly occurred on the screen. Crack! The library's light bulb exploded. Boom! In the darkness, a purple claw appeared, vanishing in an instant. The entire event transpired in less than a second. Yet, at that moment, the director's pupils constricted. Scroll back. Rewind the time to a few seconds prior. Pause. He focused intently on the purple lightning claw on the screen. His expression grew increasingly grave, and waves of energy fluctuations emanated from him, swirling around. The girl had never seen the director so serious before and felt a twinge of anxiety. Finally, a few minutes later, the director of the Tiandao Library let out a breath. Then, with a wry smile, he muttered, "What is this young man's name? It is against the rules to casually check a patroness name. But if you insist, I must know. Did this lad break our light bulb without compensation?" The director concocted a flimsy excuse. The girl, enlightened, hurried downstairs to check. As soon as she left, the director slumped into his chair, completely relaxing. He murmured to himself, "What kind of monster is this?" His eyes were filled with shock, which soon transformed into excitement. If this Pikachu were to join his Tiandao library, it would be a monumental success. A few minutes later, the girl returned upstairs. The director had found out his name, Yitsong, a student from Qingshan High School. This meant he had just awakened his elemental affinity today. The director's expression was one of astonishment. Just awakened, and yet so extraordinary? Surely he would be heading to the Magic Association to obtain his mage identity? With that thought, the director grabbed the Land Rover keys from the table and hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, at the Qing City Magic Association, the receptionist greeted, "Welcome to the Qing City Magic Association. How may I assist you?" The branch building of the Magic Association in Qing City was grand and magnificent. Yitsong stood outside the door, stating, "I am here to register for a mage identity." Upon hearing this, the receptionist scrutinized Yitsong from head to toe, her gaze lingering on the Pikachu mask for a few extra seconds. "Sir, one must possess elemental talent to register for a mage identity." Yitsong raised an eyebrow. "Would I come to register as a mage if I lacked elemental talent?" Yet, he did not wish to elaborate further. Clenching his right fist, a surge of azure lightning erupted from his fingertips, enveloping his arm, even from over a meter away. The receptionist felt a tingle coursing through her body, her hairs standing on end. A lightning talent. Her expression changed as she quickly bent forward, apologizing. "Sir, please enter." Yitsong nodded and stepped into the hall. Inside, many were conducting business, all of whom were mages. Of course, some were there to accept tasks and engage in outdoor hunting activities. "This way, please." Yitsong followed the receptionist into a private space. There were already a dozen individuals seated, awaiting their mage registration, each displaying signs of tension. As soon as Yitsong entered, they cast him a glance, followed by expressions of surprise. So youthful? Some of them had taken over 20 years to acquire their mage identity. This Pikachu youth appeared to be merely a teenager. Moreover, he was still wearing a school uniform. "All right, I believe everyone is present for today." A male figure stood at the front of the platform. "I trust this is not your first time. I need not elaborate on the rules. Let us begin." With that, he stepped back, leaving behind a transparent cylindrical tube, approximately 2 meters tall. Yitsong casually chose a spot to sit and inquired to the person beside him, "How does this test proceed?" The individual beside him looked at Yitsong with surprise. "First time, I presume?" Simply channel the elemental power from the air and inject it into the tube. The special water inside will naturally rise. Surpassing 20 centimeters means you pass. Since you are still a student, consider this a valuable experience. Should you fail, you will need to wait 6 months to register again. The person turned back to watch the platform. Yitsong felt somewhat speechless. This process allows for a second attempt. Just then, a slightly plump man nervously stepped forward. Placing his hands on the transparent cylinder, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Ah. He gripped the cylinder firmly and exerted force. To everyone's astonishment, water indeed surged from the bottom of the cylinder. As his shouts grew louder, the water climbed to approximately 16 centimeters before plummeting back down. The man, disheartened, pounded his chest in frustration, shaking his head as he departed. He would now have to wait another 6 months to register again. Yitsong was bewildered. Is this a musical fountain? Are we competing for who can shout the loudest? Next, Chapter 10, A Casual Pass. The testing personnel frowned slightly. Generally, those who come here for testing possess extraordinary talent. To certify a mage identity merely to secure a position as a community security guard is a waste of time. This is the Magic Association branch. They seek genius mages, not idlers. Hurry up. The testing personnel shook their head impatiently. All right. The next tester responded nervously, stepping forward and placing both hands on the cylinder. This time, he refrained from shouting, yet his brow was furrowed, clearly sweating profusely. The water column rose as elemental particles were infused. 16 centimeters, 17 centimeters, 19 centimeters, 9 centimeters. At this moment, the transparent cylinder seemed to awaken and activate, yet it could not reach 20 centimeters. Ultimately, another heartbroken individual was added to the city's night. Is this test really that difficult? Yitsong furrowed his brow. He had not seen any classmates registering for a mage identity. Of course, even those with extraordinary elemental talent require at least 36 months of cultivation to achieve 20 centimeters. While it appears to test the infusion of elemental particles, it fundamentally assesses one's mastery over the magic array. One participant, brimming with confidence, enthusiastically explained the process to Yitsong. Yitsong nodded silently. The formation is the prerequisite for unleashing magic, requiring the gathering of elemental particles in the air to construct the array, thus resulting in immense power. Next, this time, a man beside Yitsong was called. He turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Yitsong, proclaiming, "They are all inadequate. Watch me." With that, he confidently stepped onto the high platform. Placing his hands around the crystal cylinder, he closed his eyes. The water below surged upward at an astonishing speed, much faster than before. Through his data vision, Yitsong could see a formation gradually taking shape within the cylinder, with the water level rising accordingly. However, the formation appeared somewhat rudimentary. It was evident that the lightning element was reluctant to obey commands. 212,223. Passed. The man slowly rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and confidently glanced toward Yitsong. A nearby staff member then inquired about the man's name, arranging for him to wait aside until the testing concluded. It seemed the evaluation was not about how much elemental particles one could gather, but rather how effectively one could utilize them. Yitsong mused. Take those few individuals earlier. Their ability to condense elemental particles was not inferior, yet they still failed the test. It was simply their inability to construct the formation. However, this posed no challenge for me. I can already construct the most complex lightning spell, Lei Ting Long Zhao. Passing the test should be quite straightforward. Though I am curious to see how far I can go. Yitsong gazed at his hands, beginning to feel anticipation. The subsequent tests proceeded swiftly, most failing to pass. A few minutes later, next. At last, it was Yitsong's turn. He stood up and walked to the high platform. Noticing he was a student, the testing staff member hesitated briefly before saying, "Don't be nervous. Just do your best to construct the formation." He did not inquire further about why Yitsong concealed his face, as such individuals were common in the Magic Association. Yitsong silently nodded. The man who had previously advised him also looked over. For a student of his age, a height of 6 or 7 centimeters should suffice. Considering he had just awakened his talent, his perception of elemental particles was still inexperienced, and he had yet to master formations. Just as he was contemplating this, Yitsong placed one hand against the transparent cylinder, calming his mind to sense the lightning elemental particles in the surrounding air. One hand. The testing instructor was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. After all, being a student, it was natural not to realize that using both hands would facilitate the construction of formations. At that instant, the water within the cylinder suddenly began to boil. In an instant, it surged to a height of 13 centimeters. The testing instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this seemingly adolescent youth could reach 13 centimeters. The surrounding crowd, yet to be tested, began to murmur, recalling their own inability to achieve such a feat at that age. His talent must be remarkable. However, compared to me, he still fell short, the guiding man remarked, feeling somewhat assured of himself. Clearly, merely condensing elemental particles was insufficient. Yitsong had initially considered testing whether he could pass based on his ability to condense elements. But now it seemed he was still far from it. With this in mind, Yitsong directed the lightning elemental particles within the transparent cylinder, gradually forming an ancient and archaic array. The lightning elements in the air sensed Yitsong's draconic power and significantly reduced their resistance. Lei Ting Long Zhao. In the next moment, the water within the entire cylinder erupted into a frenzy. It skyrocketed from the previous height of 13 centimeters. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. 30 centimeters, 57 centimeters, 98 centimeters, and it continued to rise. The crowd was dumbfounded. Was this testing apparatus malfunctioning? How could it leap from 13 centimeters to 98 centimeters in an instant? It was impossible. There had to be an issue with the equipment. It was not a problem with the apparatus. I had just checked it this morning. The tester standing beside Yitsong's side felt his lips tremble with excitement. He was certain that the equipment was flawless. Now, there was only one possibility. The young man before him was a genuine magic prodigy. The man who had previously sat beside Yitsong was also left speechless. 98 centimeters was more than 4 times his own height. He had just been teaching others how to conduct the test. This young man, without uttering a single word, had managed to construct a formation independently, and with just one hand. At this moment, the atmosphere was rife with commotion. Soon, a large crowd gathered, everyone frantically pulling out their phones to capture the moment. A young genius. Is it possible that Qing Shan Feng has such a magical prodigy? His attire appears to be that of Qing Shan Zhongshui. Could he be a newly awakened level elemental talent? This must be shared online. Incredible. At my age, I was still a mere follower in school. The small room became exceedingly crowded, with many arriving outside, speculating about the identity of the boy wearing a Pikachu mask. Yitsong merely cast a glance back at them before turning away. This was a perfect opportunity to establish a persona. By firmly asserting his identity as a formidable lightning elemental talent, he stood to gain immeasurable benefits. With this thought, Yitsong slowly extended his right hand, wrapping both hands around the cylinder. Elemental Eruption. Chapter 11. My name is Mo Fan. Boom. The moment the elemental eruption commenced, all the power of the lightning elements in the room coalesced around Yitsong, entirely subservient to him. Not only that, but Yitsong's mastery of lightning skills also surged exponentially. Condense. Yitsong's veins bulged as he drew all the lightning elemental particles in the room into the formation. In an instant, the water in the cylinder reached its peak. Bang! The slender transparent tube exploded instantaneously. The liquid within transformed into steam, and shards of glass scattered everywhere. The once boisterous environment fell into an unprecedented silence. A profound quiet enveloped the space. All eyes were fixed on the figure adorned with a Pikachu mask. There was shock, disbelief, and confusion. The testing staff's eyes widened in astonishment, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. The instructor who had guided Yitsong from afar was utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the first awakening? Yitsong turned around, exceedingly pleased with the spectacle before him. This was precisely the effect he desired. Yitsong swiftly rifled through his mind for a villainous quote. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a tone that was both steady and magnetic. Please bring me my mage identification. My time is precious. The nearby testing personnel immediately snapped back to reality, stammering, Please follow me. The staff responsible for the testing was left dumbfounded. They had thought Yitsong was merely a student, expecting him to achieve a mere 1 or 2 centimeters at most. Just to get by, they had not anticipated that he would obliterate the entire testing apparatus. As the two departed, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Which school did he attend? His elemental talent was astonishing. That uniform appears to be from Qingshan Zhongshui, yet the school had only recently awakened level elemental talents. Surely it must be some form of a destructive elemental array. The testing apparatus was not merely overextended. It was destroyed by the formation he had created. This makes sense. Could it be a rare lightning element? Absolutely, it must be lightning. One could tell just by his demeanor. The crowd buzzed with fervor. All discussions revolve around Yitsong's innate talent and the mystery of why it has only recently come to light. Regardless of the outcome, it is evident to all that Yitsong is destined to become a formidable grand sorcerer, perhaps even capable of matching the prowess of the descendants from the prestigious magical families in Qingfeng City. Moreover, it is likely that by tomorrow, this video will circulate on the internet, attracting the attention of many influential figures eager to extend their olive branches. The future is indeed promising. The crowd exhibits a mix of envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Yitsong, adorned with a Pikachu mask, follows the tester into a room filled with numerous iron plaques. By inscribing one's name upon them, an individual officially registers as a sorcerer. What is your name? Upon learning of Yitsong's talent, the tester shifts from addressing him informally to using a respectful form of you. He is certain that Yitsong will secure a significant place in Qingfeng City in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Yitsong crossed his arms and declared, I am called Mo Fan. The tester paused momentarily, astonished. You possess dual innate abilities? Yitsong fell silent, surprised that this world still bore some resemblance to novels he had read. Nevertheless, he did indeed possess dual abilities. Although lacking elemental affinity, he could wield elemental magic. You may call me Song Lei. He casually reversed his name. Song Lei. The tester echoed tentatively. What a powerful name. You surpass even the heavens. The tester then turned and retrieved an iron token from the counter, placing it in a printer and closing the lid. He entered the characters for Song Lei and commenced printing. The machine whirred to life, emitting a series of cutting sounds. Seizing the opportunity, Yitsong inquired, I have heard that registering as a sorcerer grants a monetary reward? Indeed, upon registering, one receives a government-issued bonus of 100,000. And there exists a hidden clause. If tested within 3 years of awakening one's talent, for every additional 10 centimeters over 1 meter, the bonus increases by 100,000. The tester's eyes sparkled with envy. Song Lei had already surpassed the 1 meter mark, reaching 2 meters, which meant a staggering 1 million. Instant financial freedom. Only 1 million? Yitsong frowned, displaying dissatisfaction. Only 1 million? The tester's lips twitched slightly. Could you refrain from being so mundane? In truth, Yitsong's abilities were extraordinarily costly. 1 million could easily be squandered. Well, at least it is unexpected wealth, Yitsong consoled himself. This is acceptable, he reiterated, piercing the tester's heart once more. Having never encountered someone so ostentatious, the tester thought, yet given the extraordinary talent he possessed, a touch of arrogance seemed forgivable. Buzz. Printing complete. The mechanical voice announced. The tester opened the lid, retrieved the iron token, and handed it to Yitsong, which bore the purple inscription of Song Lei, signifying his talent in the element of lightning. With this token in hand, he would enjoy all privileges afforded to sorcerers within the city. To claim the bonus, one must process the paperwork at the counter. We cannot handle it here. Yitsong nodded indifferently and turned to leave. He soon arrived at the counter, tossing the iron token onto the table with a sharp clap. The young lady at the counter, startled while munching on chips, jumped in fright as the chips scattered everywhere. Upon looking up and meeting the gaze of the Pikachu mask, she froze, wondering if she was being robbed. What are you doing? She nervously inquired. No, I am here to claim my bonus, Yitsong replied, lowering his voice. Oh. The young lady behind the counter was momentarily dumbfounded. She had never encountered someone so formidable. Initially thinking he was there to rob them, she now sensed something unsettling about his gaze. Resolving to expedite his request, she hastily began processing his paperwork. What service do you require? According to Article 137 of the Sorcerer Association Agreement, any newly awakened individual is entitled to a corresponding bonus if they pass the sorcerer test within 3 years. Having recently reviewed the association's documents, Yi Song recited the terms fluidly. Very well, I will check for you. The counter staff's pace quickened. Please hold on, it will be ready shortly. Here it is. A substantial amount. A full 1 million. The young lady's mouth fell agape as she gazed at the computer screen, disbelief etched across her face. How could it be so much? The staff member was bewildered, as this Pikachu figure seemed to have just completed the test, and there were no detailed notes recorded. Yet she was certain that this individual, Song Lei, had indeed shattered some seemingly unbreakable records within the Sorcerer Association. Chapter 12, Exploding? What bliss! Upon exiting the Sorcerer Association building, Yi Song stretched lazily. Acquiring 1 million in just one afternoon felt delightful. Xiaonai must be missing me. I should bring back some food for him, he mused before hailing a taxi and heading home. Just a few hours after Yi Song had departed the Sorcerer Association, a Land Rover pulled up at its entrance. The door swung open, revealing the distinguished, bearded director of the Tiandao Library, who hurriedly made his way into the Sorcerer Association hall. As he approached the entrance, the welcoming staff immediately recognized him and rushed forward. Director Zhang, what brings you to the Sorcerer Association on such short notice? Fetch your president. Upon hearing this, the welcoming staff paused momentarily. Go, Director Zhang barked. The staff snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously as they dashed upstairs. Having no choice, Director Zhang found a place to sit and wait. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with graying hair approached him. Despite his age, he exuded strength and authority, walking with a commanding presence. He was none other than the president of the Qingfeng Sorcerer Association, Lei Tian. Zhang Jin, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Lei Tian's voice was calm, yet imbued with immense authority. Before this president, even Zhang Jin, the director of the Tiandao Library, felt compelled to show deference. President Lei, did a young man named Yi Song visit here today? Zhang Jin's expression turned serious. Seeking someone here? What is the matter? Lei Tian responded, puzzled. What individual could possibly warrant a visit from the director of the Tiandao Library? He borrowed Thunder Dragon Claw from my library today and was able to unleash it in just over an hour. Lei Tian's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing once more. I find that hard to believe, Director Zhang. In all of Qingfeng City, I am the only one capable of utilizing the Thunder Dragon Claw skill book. The difficulty is self-evident. One must first learn the prerequisite lightning skills like Lightning Arrow and Lightning Chain to master it. However, a newly awakened lightning talent student in the Black Iron Realm can only master one skill book. Your claim is preposterous. Lei Tian clasped his hands behind his back, radiating confidence. No one in Qingfeng City could rival him in matters of lightning. Even the renowned magical family, the Zhou clan, could not compare. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in the Black Iron Realm, one could only learn a single skill book. This was a widely accepted consensus among elemental talent awakeners. But why? I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be mistaken? At that moment, doubt began to creep into Zhang Jin's mind. Just then, an anxious voice rang out from the side, prompting both men to turn. A man rushed towards them. The very individual responsible for crafting the nameplates and conducting tests for Linfeng. President Lei, the equipment for registering the Black Iron Mage is malfunctioning. Today, a young man came to test it, and his elemental cohesion directly caused the entire pipeline to burst. The man gasped. To repair the equipment, it was imperative to seek funding from the president. He had searched upstairs without success, only to discover the situation unfolding on the first floor. It exploded? President Lei furrowed his brow. He lifted his foot and proceeded towards the testing room. That pipeline was constructed from a specialized material. How could it have shattered so easily? Meanwhile, Zhang Jin, observing this scene, suddenly had a suspicion and hurried to follow the two men. Soon, the trio arrived at the testing room. Chapter 13, From now on. He is mine. Who did this? President Lei exclaimed sternly, surveying the shards of glass scattered across the floor. The liquid within the pipeline was specially formulated. Acquiring a new supply would take at least a week. No one could have deliberately destroyed it. It was simply impossible for it to burst. The tester was immediately flustered. President Lei, please follow me. I cannot explain it clearly. He stepped toward the monitoring room, with President Lei and Chun Jin furrowing their brows in pursuit. Shortly thereafter, the three arrived at the monitoring room, where the tester retrieved the footage from that moment. A figure donned in a Pikachu mask, clad in the uniform of Qingshan High School, appeared on the screen. It's this guy? Chun Jin recognized him instantly. He was all too familiar with that mask. Identical to the one in the library. Is he the genius you mentioned? Lei Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed. He is the boy who learned the Thunder Dragon Claw in just over an hour. Chun Jin responded, somewhat excited. He never expected Yi Song to be here. At that moment, Lei Tian also became intrigued, fixated on the screen. He was eager to ascertain whether Chun Jin's claims held any truth. Minutes later, the footage revealed Yi Song condensing elemental particles, filling the entire column with liquid to a height of 98 centimeters. Indeed, he has potential. Lei Tian's expression subtly shifted. However, that alone is insufficient for him to manifest the Thunder Dragon Claw. When I first awakened my lightning affinity, I was capable of even greater heights than Yi Tsong has achieved. If it is merely this. Before Lei Tian could finish his thought, the scene shifted abruptly. The entire liquid surged towards the top, causing the entire pipe to explode. Lei Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting. Even the tester, witnessing the footage for the second time, was left in awe. Chen Jin, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. A genius. An absolute genius. To explode the entire testing pipeline from within, to manipulate the ambient lightning elements to such a degree. In that fleeting moment, he condensed all the lightning elemental particles in the room into the pipeline. At that moment, Lei Tian, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Such mastery over lightning elements. While I am reluctant to admit it, my younger self could never have accomplished that. This means that the boy's talent with lightning elements far surpasses my own. However, talent is ultimately just talent. It does not equate to strength. Hearing Lei Tian's words, Chen Jin was taken aback. All the lightning elemental particles? While my understanding of elemental magic is limited, I know that all awakened talents are interlinked, with comparable levels of difficulty. I have a vague inkling of what this implies. Just then, Lei Tian spoke again. I want this boy. From now on, he shall be a member of my magic association. Anyone who dares to harm him is directly opposing me, Lei Tian. This declaration resonated like the tolling of bells, echoing in the ears of the surrounding staff. Lei Tian was undoubtedly among the top 3 elemental masters in Qingfeng City, and his prowess in combat was unparalleled. Few dared to provoke him. The very act of him uttering such words was laden with significance. He intended to recruit this boy into his faction. Henceforth, he would no longer be without backing. For the Magic Association would support him. Of course, this would only hold true if the other party consented. But who would refuse? Should word of this spread, countless individuals would undoubtedly go to great lengths to join. However, at that moment, Chen Jin was displeased. Captain Lei, I discovered him first. He must join my Tiandao library. Oh really? If he comes to my magic association, I can personally teach him the techniques for harnessing lightning elements. Can you do that? My library possesses numerous tomes on lightning skills, and the Tiandao library spans 6 floors, allowing unrestricted borrowing of all magical books. Chen Jin was equally determined to recruit Yi Tsong into his faction. President Lei's gaze flickered. The 6 floors of that library were not easily accessible, and the offer was indeed enticing. Yet he was unwilling to concede. How about this? Let us set a time to seek him out together and inquire in person. It is certainly better than debating here. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jin replied, that sounds good. The two then exited the room to discuss their strategy. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. What were they witnessing? 2 prominent figures from Qingshan were competing over a single student. Could it be that they were dreaming? Someone pinch me to see if I am still awake. This was an opportunity for meteoric rise. Indeed, and I have heard that President Lei seems to have significant connections with the Lin family. Director Chun from the Tiandao Library came all the way from the magic capital. The skill books there, especially those on the 3rd floor and above, are treasures that cannot be purchased on the market. Countless noble scions have spent millions to borrow just a few hours. Is that true? Is it really that amazing? Absolutely. This matter has even made the news. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their envy towards the young man palpable. Yet, few could fathom what it took to shatter the very pipeline responsible for testing. Achieving such a feat elevated him beyond the ordinary. Meanwhile, Yi Tsong remained at home, a piece of processed meat resting on the table. The 1st level energy meat was sufficient for a black iron mirror practitioner to absorb over half a month. To advance from the mid-level black iron to the late-level black iron, I will need to consume at least 20 pieces of 1st level energy meat, he pondered, gazing at the energy meat. Without hesitation, he picked up a knife and fork, slicing it into pieces and devouring them. Crunch, crunch. The taste was quite pleasant. After chewing a few bites, he swallowed them down. Oh whoa. Xiaonai sat across from him, gazing longingly at the succulent pieces of meat. However, without a command, he dared not take a bite. Yi Tsong paused, extending his hand to stroke Xiaonai's head, smiling as he said, don't worry, I'll let you have a taste first. Recently, Xiaonai's growth had been astonishing. It had gone from the size of a basketball to that of a medium-sized dog. Understanding Yi Tsong's words, Xiaonai settled down, closing its eyes. Yi Tsong quietly felt the energy flowing within him. As soon as the energy meat entered his body, it was rapidly digested and broken down. A flood of energy surged through him, amplifying every cell within. Comfortable, Yi Tsong exclaimed in delight. He felt an extraordinary sense of ease, even experiencing a slight itch, as if he wanted to engage in some activity. This was certainly unusual. Typically, Energy meat would be consumed gradually over a span of half a month. However, at his current rate, he could fully digest a piece of first-level energy meat in no more than 3 days. Consuming 20 pieces to reach the late-level black iron would only require 2 months. Ordinary individuals require at least 10 months. Could it be that I have inherited the appetite of a dragon? Yitsong was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 14, The Need for Funds. With such remarkable digestive capabilities, my strength will ascend at an astonishing pace. A piece of primary energy meat is approximately valued at around 10,000. Thus, 20 pieces would amount to 200,000. If it were for my beast, 20 pieces would surely be insufficient. Yitsong's mind raced. Shao Nai is a mighty dragon. Its energy requirements for leveling up are incomparable to those of ordinary creatures. One cannot feed it with mere energy meat. Although the consumption is considerable, the strength gained after growth will be significantly enhanced. Among creatures of the same level, it is nearly impossible to find a rival. The energy required for leveling up a beast with imperial level talent seems to be undocumented in any texts. Yitsong was troubled. There were no paths laid out by predecessors to follow. Relying solely on personal exploration is exceedingly difficult. I am still lacking in funds. If I had ample resources, I would only need to purchase sufficient energy meat, and these concerns would vanish entirely. To reach the late stage of black iron, I require 20 pieces of primary energy meat, which totals 200,000, and for Shao Nai, being my double, I would need 400,000. In total, that amounts to 600,000. Calculating this way, Yitsong found himself with merely 500,000 left. How impoverished! I can scarcely afford a meal. Yitsong lamented, feeling the sting of financial insufficiency. In this world, one cannot advance without money. Just then, a notification chimed. His phone suddenly rang. Yitsong reached for his phone, opening it to find messages from the class group chat he had just joined, filled with the affectionate banter of friends. The message was sent by Lin Qingying. Moonlight Beauty. All members, we are recruiting team members for the citywide competition in 2 months. Ideally, we seek those with lightning elemental talent. Details will be discussed privately. What the? The goddess has spoken, kisses. Choose me. I am also an elemental talent. Let me join. Following the goddess's team is surely a guaranteed victory, right? Me. I can work overtime and 1T ask for payment. You think you can just show up? Moonlight Beauty. This time we aim for first place. Slackers need not apply. Boo-hoo, the goddess is so ruthless. Within the Lin family's villa, Lin Qingying lounged comfortably in an ergonomic chair, gazing at her computer screen, her long, fair legs elegantly extended beneath the desk as she voiced her disdain. Were it not for maintaining her image, she would prefer not to converse with such individuals. Deep down, Lin Qingying was proud. As the favored daughter of Qingfeng City, she was destined to be the strongest, to protect everyone behind her. She would not allow anyone to surpass her in strength. Yet today, she found herself disheartened. That fellow with lightning elemental talent must be found. Just then, a notification chimed. Yitsong requested to add as a friend. Lin Qingying paused. She remembered Yitsong, but what could he possibly want? Despite her curiosity, she clicked to agree. The addition was successful. Please communicate cautiously. Moonlight Beauty. Sorry, I am not seeking a beast master. Yitsong. I understand. My friend from the same school is also a lightning elemental talent, and he dares claim first place. No one would dare say second. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingying's eyes lit up. Yitsong was the top scorer in this talent assessment. Speaking with such confidence indicated that his strength must be formidable. Perhaps he was the one she was searching for. With that thought in mind, Lin Qingying swiftly typed a response. Where is he? Pass the ball to me. Meanwhile, far away in Modu, Yitsong smiled faintly. The bait has been taken. Little girl, you are no match for me. With this thought, Yitsong typed a string of words. My friend can be a bit temperamental and is not easy to communicate with. Although he won't say much if I approach him. If he refuses to team up with me, my chances of securing first place will diminish significantly. Yitsong felt no guilt as he sent the message. Want to team up with him? One must pay a price. If you wish for the horse to run, you must provide it with grass. He is no saint, willing to assist others without compensation. Lin Qingying, upon reading this, was unsurprisingly grinding her teeth in frustration. Shameless. Lin Qingying gritted her teeth as she uttered those 2 words. She then sent a direct message. The lowest reward for the top 5 is 300,000. Let him come to me, and upon confirmation, I will pay you 300,000. Deal. Yitsong laughed. He promptly sent a message from his alternate account. Easy 300,000. How delightful. Truly, the wealthiest among the wealthy, a week's allowance could sustain me for decades. TSK. Yitsong couldn't help but marvel. Being reborn is indeed a skill. Why was I not born into a billionaire family instead of merely a millionaire? Minutes later, Yi Tsong donned a mask and sat before his computer, initiating a video call. Beep. A stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen. Although Lin Qingying was not made up, her natural beauty could still outshine 9 out of 10 people, prompting Yi Tsong to involuntarily take a deep breath. But he held back. Now he is the Thunder King. He must exude the aura of Tsong Lei. Indeed, it is you. Lin Qingying exclaimed in surprise, recognizing him as the same individual she had encountered in the library. The thunder and authority in his eyes were unmistakable. He was certainly no match for the shameless person from earlier. Are you interested in teaming up for the competition in 2 months? Lin Qingying was the first to speak. If you wish to team with me, I require the first place prize of 5 million in scholarship funds. Yi Tsong replied solemnly. 5 million is no small sum, and since this is a team competition, the rewards will certainly be shared. With me, first place is assured. Without me, you cannot achieve it. Pikachu spoke coldly. Although Lin Qingying was eager to retort, she felt inexplicably intimidated by his gaze. From the moment they met, her presence was overshadowed. She had felt a looming sense of crisis when approaching him in the library. Very well, but I have a condition. Lin Qingying opted to concede. You lack the standing to negotiate conditions. Yi Tsong swiftly countered. His expression remained concealed beneath the Pikachu mask. You. Lin Qingying rose abruptly, her snow-white legs fully revealed before Yi Tsong. Her beautiful eyes bore into the Pikachu mask, as if attempting to see through him. Yet Yi Tsong remained unfazed, locking eyes with her. I will add 300,000. After the competition, you must teach me how to construct formations. Lin Qingying had always been curious about how Pikachu managed to learn and construct formations so swiftly. At this moment, Yi Tsong felt somewhat tempted. The first place prize is rightfully his, and this 300,000 is a bonus. A monthly 300,000 is the salary of a Golden Realm family mage. However, Yi Tsong restrained himself. 500,000. Deal. Lin Qingying's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly agreed, fearing that the person before her might change their mind at any moment. Chapter 15, Displaying the Dragon. Until the examination venue. With that parting phrase, Yi Tsong ended the video call. He let out a long breath and removed the Pikachu mask. A faint smile gracing his lips. Earning the rich man's money is indeed easy. From now on, please call me the Lantern Hero. Uncle Lei, he has agreed. Great. In the building, Lei Tian silently nodded beside Lin Qingying. Shaking his head, he remarked, truly audacious. I never had such bravado in my youth. I must admit, this Pikachu does possess a semblance of a thunder mage. Unruly, arrogant, conceited. It is precisely because Lei Tian entrusted Lin Qingying with this task that she is willing to expend such considerable resources simply to draw closer to Yi Tsong. If word of this were to spread within their circle, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Typically, it is those newly risen wealthy individuals who lavishly invest in ingratiating themselves with the Lin family. Yet now, in an unexpected turn of events, the illustrious Lin family is diligently spending to befriend a young man. Uncle Lei, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Could we not simply threaten him with a Golden Realm mage? Lin Qingying expressed her confusion. Although she acknowledged the young man's remarkable talent, she still felt a twinge of reluctance. However, upon hearing Lei Uncle's words, he raised his hand to halt her. No, you do not comprehend the extent of his talent. We must treat him as an equal. Even if we cannot win him over, we must not leave a negative impression. Moreover, should he agree to teach you, the benefits you gain will undoubtedly be invaluable, far beyond any monetary measure. Listening to Lei Tian's earnest counsel, Lin Qingying nodded solemnly, understanding. However, she pondered. Pikachu possesses extraordinary talent, yet how can his friend be so shameless? Even after all this time, the mere thought of Yi Tsong made Lin Qingying grit her teeth in frustration. Although Lei Tian was aware that Yi Tsong was the one wearing the Pikachu mask, he had not seen who had just conversed with Lin Qingying. He could only advise, since they are friends, they should be treated equally. Lei Tian did not investigate Yi Tsong's background clandestinely. He adhered to a principle of conduct. If he wished to befriend someone, he would not resort to underhanded tactics. Even if he were the only one privy to the information, he would refrain from acting on it. At this moment, Yi Tsong was at home, devising a flawless training regimen. A 3-day cycle. First, he would consume a burger, level 1 energy meat. Following that, a morning run of 20 kilometers. He would practice spellcasting for 3 hours. In the afternoon, he would engage in sparring with his beast, teaching it to utilize skills in tandem. Before bed, he would drink a glass of milk, ensuring that fatigue and stress would not carry over to the following day. This way, while his own strength was on the rise, he could also enjoy the feedback of Little Nai's enhanced power. A double cultivation. At 5:35, Yi Tsong realized how late it had become. Little Nai, you go train first, I will sleep for now. He glanced at the clock and turned to head back to his room. Oh well, Little Nai excitedly responded. After leaving the room, it began lifting several hundred pounds of heavy stones, practicing flight in the courtyard. As time progressed, it continuously increased the weight and, during flight, unleashed its skills. It maneuvered through narrow gaps to evade incoming attacks. Meanwhile, Yitsong was receiving a significant amount of power feedback in his dreams. His arduous training continued for 2 months, until the day of the test arrived. Yitsong stretched comfortably and rose from his bed. His skin had become fairer, even exhibiting muscle definition. This was the fruit of months of rigorous training. Yitsong's strength had significantly increased. Just a little more, and I can reach the late black iron stage. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He randomly selected a stone in the courtyard and struck it with his fist. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Yitsong withdrew his hand to reveal a clearly defined fist imprint. If this punch were to land on a person, it would undoubtedly create a considerable hole. Not bad. Yitsong mused, feeling satisfied with his current strength. Turning around, he noticed a creature approximately half a meter tall, resembling a large dog, basking in the sun. Its massive wings were folded against its back, and its glossy black scales reflected the glaring sunlight. Sensing Yitsong's gaze, Little Nai opened its eyes, its golden vertical pupils radiating a fierce light. Yitsong's lips twitched in exasperation. He sighed, perhaps creatures like dragons are inherently lazy. Little Nai had only trained for a month before it began to take it easy. Otherwise, Yitsong might have already broken through to the Silver Realm. He could have truly condensed his own magical spring within. However, there was good news. His strength was nearing the late black iron stage, and he had finally established a sufficiently spacious domain to accommodate Little Nai. Yitsong felt quite pleased with his diligent efforts. With his exceptional talent, creating a beast domain was no small feat. Previously, he had believed he lacked a beast domain, only to discover later that it was merely too small to be noticed. Moreover, Little Nai had been acting unusually lethargic lately. Perhaps it was about to break through? Yitsong couldn't help but wonder. It had once been so lively. After just a few months, it no longer wished to sleep beside him. Well, I suppose I should store you away for now. Approaching Little Nai, Yitsong bent down and extended his hand to stroke its scales. In the next moment, Little Nai's massive form seamlessly entered Yitsong's beast domain. It showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, it rolled over to expose its belly and began to doze off, emitting soft snores, utterly content. It must be preparing for a breakthrough. It will likely take some time. Yitsong's spirits lifted. Little Nai had consumed a total of 40 pieces of level 1 energy meat to reach the mid-level of ordinary, which was 4 times more than what typical beasts would require. This was undoubtedly excellent news, implying that after the breakthrough, Little Nai's strength would far exceed that of its peers. However, it did come at a cost. Fortunately, today marked the day of the grand competition for all schools in the city. Securing first place should be a simple task. At that point, aside from the ranking rewards, as the principal mentioned, it was likely that he would also receive scholarships from various enterprises, coupled with the money he intended to negotiate from Lin Qingying. This would amount to a considerable sum. Ding dong. Moonlight Beauty. Pikachu, I have arrived at the venue. Hurry up. After a cursory glance at the message, Yitsong put away his phone. He then returned to his room and retrieved his mask. After casually hailing a taxi, he noted that today, being the day of the grand competition, all students could ride public transportation for free with proper identification. Little brother, you're off to take the exam as well? The driver glanced at Yitsong. Yitsong was disinclined to engage, as he knew that such encounters often led to incessant chatter from the driver. Sure enough, he soon began to ramble on. This competition is anything but ordinary. All the prominent families have sent their offspring to form teams, determined to secure first place. Besides Qingshan High School, I doubt any other institution stands a chance. I heard that Qingshan No. 2 High School has a level 1 awakened individual. I wonder if it's true. Upon hearing this, Yitsong paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure. A level 1 talent would serve perfectly as a stepping stone. He couldn't afford to waste time on someone too weak. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the competition venue. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the vibrant sounds of excitement. Chapter 16. The Contest of Misery. With a population of 5 million, Qingshan City sprawls across an extensive area. The mayor of Qingshan City has cordoned off an abandoned town on the outskirts, filling it with numerous monsters to provide training opportunities for the awakened students in the city. In the mayor's own words, Qingshan City does not need incompetent awakened individuals. Since you have awakened your talent for 100 days, you must possess the strength to face the monsters alone. The monsters will not wait for you to grow strong enough to defeat them. At this moment, the perimeter of the abandoned city had been deliberately cleared to create a space for all spectators to rest. Below in the arena stood students from all educational institutions. They were divided into 5 waves, further segmented into various teams. The students were all fervently enthusiastic. Awakening one's talent was merely a means to hunt down monsters. Was it not? The opportunity has elicited great excitement among the crowd. On the high platform, countless eyes are fixated upon them. The principal of Qingshan Zhongxue, Qing Shan. The principal of First Zhongxue, Lin Chong, along with representatives from various prestigious universities, the mayor, media personnel, and affluent businessmen have all gathered here. Even the president of the Magical Association, Lei Tian, and the director of the Tiandao Library, Shen Jin, are present, underscoring the significance they attribute to this testing event. The attendance far surpasses that of the talent assessment at Qingshan Zhongxue, as they firmly believe that the hunting of demons is independent of one's innate ability. Furthermore, this competition permits a certain degree of casualties. Observing the bustling crowd below, Lin Chong smiles and poses a question. Which team do you believe will emerge as the champion of this competition? As the principal of First Zhongxue and a member of the Lin family, the wealthy attendees dare not dismiss his words lightly. It must be First Zhongxue. Although the average level of the awakened there may not match that of Qingshan Zhongxue, they possess no less than 5 elite talents. This is indeed true, and most of them are of the offensive type. With such a composition, could they not form an invincible firepower network? Not necessarily. I have heard that Qingshan Zhongxue has a beastmaster who, even at an ordinary level, managed to penetrate the armor of a battle general level rock crocodile. Is that true? I thought Qingshan Zhongxue only had 2 elemental type elite talents. The beastmaster talent is formidable both in the early and later stages. The crowd gasps in astonishment. They had researched the elite talents from Qingshan City in advance to forge alliances, but had not heard of an elite beastmaster from Qingshan Zhongxue. Moreover, one who could breach the armor of a battle general level creature is certainly no trivial matter. All eyes turn to Principal Qingshan, who, feeling the gaze of the crowd, can't help but feel a sense of pride. Lin Chong, on the other hand, smiles while internally cursing his luck. Just as he managed to capture the investor's attention, someone else has stolen the spotlight. What you say is correct, but my student is not merely an elite talent. The specific level cannot be disclosed. Principal Qingshan feigns calm. Although the crowd is puzzled about the whereabouts of this beastmaster student, they are too engrossed in the excitement of the competition to dwell on it, for the contest is about to begin. Greetings to all students, teachers, and parents. Now, let me explain the rules of the competition. The rules are straightforward. Survive in this abandoned city for 5 days, during which participants may attack any visible creatures. At the end of the 5 days, the last remaining team will be crowned first, and so forth. Additionally, for every demon slain, a reward of 100,000 will be granted, with the possibility of 2 teams sharing first place, splitting both ranking and kill rewards. The competition will be broadcasted nationwide. As the rules are announced, the citizens of Qingshan City are thrown into an uproar. Does this not imply that they are to turn against each other? Indeed, who would willingly share the prize pool with a team weaker than their own? However, it must be noted that merely evading the attacks of the demons is already a formidable challenge, let alone engaging in mutual combat. Perhaps they might even form alliances. That is true. I recall in the last competition, 3 teams banded together to reach the final, splitting the rewards. Others suggested hiding in a safe spot until the end of the competition could yield a commendable rank. The citizens chatter excitedly. They hold no objections to avoiding conflict with the demons, as fleeing from an overwhelmingly powerful opponent is sometimes the only option. Finally, a few minutes later, a formation appears beneath the feet of all participants. They will soon be randomly assigned to various towns. At this moment, within Lin Qingying's team, she inquires, "You don't think that guy won't show up, right?" "Exactly. We are a 5-member team, and losing one person would significantly impact our combat strength." The other team members concur. Lin Qingying also harbors doubts. They are vying for the top position in the city and all the rewards that come with it. To achieve this, they must overcome the teams from other institutions. Missing a member would complicate matters, especially since the strength of other teams is formidable. Just then, a voice calls out from afar. A man wearing a Pikachu mask and a short-sleeved shirt strides towards them. His bare arms, with muscles rippling like flowing water, draw attention. His exposed eyes exude an overwhelming pressure. The members of the team gulp. They can feel an almost palpable sense of danger emanating from him. Only Lin Qingying, with her elite talent, remains composed. "He is here." Lin Qingying beams with an enchanting smile. The others nod in agreement. Suddenly, a burst of light appears beneath their feet. In the next moment, the teams vanish from the scene. A series of data displays on the screen. Remaining teams, 1330. Kill leaderboard, none. As soon as they are transported, an extraordinary scene unfolds. Countless announcements echo continuously. Qingshan First Zhongxue, 5 eliminated. Qingshan Zhongxue, 5 eliminated. Fengyang Zhongxue, 15 eliminated. The eliminated students are transported back, bewildered. Some even erupt in anger. What does it mean to be teleported right into the face of a demon? We are so close to the demons. No one can withstand that. Is the organizer out of their mind? Can they not implement a protective mechanism? You are fortunate. Our team was transported right between 3 other teams fighting, and we were eliminated instantly. What is that? I was teleported to a rooftop, and taking a single step almost led to my demise. Their frustration is palpable. In the blink of an eye, the contest of talents transforms into a contest of misfortunes. Chapter 17. Demons, the Three-Headed Hound. Song Lay strikes. The number of eliminated participants continues to surge. The comments section is flooded with accusations. What happened to fair competition? Is it not the case that bad luck can directly strip one of their opportunity? Exactly. Even if you possess strength, you could lose your chance right at the start. The citizens of Qingshan City are incensed, particularly the parents of the students. After years of hard work, to be eliminated like this, cut off from resources worth millions. Who could accept that? Yet, there are those who rebut. In a world of 30 billion people, if you are attacked by demons, will you simply tell them you had bad luck and ask for mercy? The upstairs comment has merit. I believe such rules are more reasonable. Indeed. Moreover, if your strength is sufficient, can you not survive regardless of where you are teleported? And the organizers announced the rules beforehand. If you were unprepared, who can you blame? The teleportation point is not far from the abandoned city. Can't you find your way? Exactly. I saw many teams attacking promptly when encountering demons. They managed to survive. With these words, many who find them reasonable join in agreement, quickly drowning out the complaints of injustice. This is how the world operates. Fairness is but an illusion. In the face of demons, humanity is akin to helpless prey without the protection of the awakened ones. Ironically, demons are now being corralled within the cities, serving as challenges for the next generation of humans. There is no absolute right or wrong, only the stark dichotomy of survival and extinction. As decision-makers, one must not overlook probabilities and must consider every possible outcome. At that moment, the live broadcast suddenly shifted, revealing a street where a colossal 3-headed hound lay in wait. Opposite this beast stood the team from Qingshan Zhongxue, led by Yitsong. Dear viewers, the top 3 contenders from Qingshan Zhongxue have encountered a demon. With their prowess, we trust they will deliver a satisfactory resolution. As the host's words resonated, the atmosphere in the live stream surged with anticipation. The audience collectively gulped, their eyes fixated on the formidable 3-headed hound. Terrifying. Even a demon of ordinary caliber elicited a palpable tension among them. The earlier dismissive remarks about the demon's strength faded into silence. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Principal Qingshan congratulated Lin Chong, who was grinning widely at the prospect of winning a substantial bounty of 100,000. Despite his outward cheer, he felt a surge of joy within. The demon was alarmingly close, and even with a swift formation, it would take at least half an hour to defeat it. They had a full 5 days ahead, and conserving stamina was paramount to reaching the final stages. Principal Qingshan chuckled, confident in his students, particularly knowing that the boy beneath the Pikachu mask was indeed Yitsong. In the dilapidated town, Lin Qingying swiftly began issuing commands upon sighting the demon. Stand your ground. Fatty. Position yourself at the front and use your transformation ability to shield us. You two assist him from the sides. I will take the lead, and Song Lei, stay behind me and be ready to unleash your power. In no time, the 5 formed a cohesive formation, with the stout figure taking the forefront. Flanked by 2 supportive allies, Lin Qingying prepared to coordinate with Yitsong from the rear. The 3-headed hound paused momentarily but quickly turned its gaze upon them, letting out a ferocious roar, saliva flying from its gaping maw. It was evident that this creature had not encountered such tender flesh in a long time. Its eyes ablaze with hunger. With a thunderous crash, the beast surged forward, its massive form akin to a multi-ton truck barreling towards them. The stout figure at the front trembled with fear, yet held his ground. The team braced themselves, while Yitsong stood impassively, devoid of any intention to cast a spell. The viewers held their breath, unable to comment further in the livestream. Meanwhile, on the platform, discussions erupted. The Qingshan Zhongxue team exhibited commendable composure, not retreating immediately. Should they consider investing in this promising squad? Their swift formation suggested that defeating this demon might take no more than half an hour, indicating potential far superior to that of other teams. The girl leading them must be a direct descendant of the Lin family, rumored to possess awakened fire elemental talents, likely the primary source of their team's power. Just then, the 3-headed hound reached the front lines. Rock harden, shouted the stout figure, emanating a soft yellow glow as he enveloped himself in thick rock. In that instant, his stature swelled to nearly match that of the demon. However, as he reached out to grasp the creature, the hound abruptly halted and swiftly maneuvered to their flank, targeting the rear. Yitsong. Clearly, the demon perceived Yitsong as the greater threat. Panic surged through the team and the audience alike as they realized the demon possessed intelligence. If the primary output from the rear was eliminated, the team would be doomed. In a flurry, the supporting student activated a speed-enhancing spell beneath Yitsong's feet, urging him to flee. Yet, Yitsong seemed oblivious, his focus unwavering on the three-headed hound. The others yearned to rush and shove him aside. "Brother, we trust you. If you fall here, how can we progress to the finals with only Lin Qingying's output?" The supporting student's eyes widened in desperation. In that very moment, the three massive jaws lunged towards Yitsong. Should he be caught, it would surely mean instant demise. The audience was on edge, and the figures on the platform were equally perplexed by Yitsong's apparent inaction. Then, at last, Yitsong moved, not to flee but to confront the beast head-on. Standing at the high platform, Lei Tian leaned forward, eager to witness the true extent of Song Lei's power. He was certain that with the Thunder Dragon Claw unleashed, the battle would be resolved within a minute. On the street, the three gaping maws were mere moments away from Yitsong. All eyes were fixated on this pivotal confrontation. The hound leaped into the air, hurtling toward him. In that instant, Yitsong surged forward, his right fist connecting with the center head. With tremendous force, he pierced through the skull, blood gushing forth. The might of his black iron phase, combined with the innate strength bestowed upon him by the dragon lineage, transformed Yitsong into a formidable warrior, unmatched even by his peers, let alone this inferior demon. The three-headed hound howled in agony, its cries echoing through the street. The teammates who had intended to restrain Yitsong stood in shock, their minds racing as if struck by lightning. What had they just witnessed? A rear-line output character had physically shattered a demon-esque skull with a single punch. Lin Qingying was equally bewildered, her lips parted in disbelief. Wasn't Yitsong Lei supposed to be a mage? Why was he engaging in close combat and seemingly gaining the upper hand? Warm, viscous blood sprayed across Yitsong's Pikachu mask, yet he showed no inclination to wipe it away. Before the hound could land, he seized its neck and yanked it back, delivering a punishing blow to the right head. The impact shattered it, sending a crimson mist swirling into the air. The three-headed hound, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, faltered and collapsed. Yitsong stepped forward, delivering a final blow. The last head vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of the battle. Magic Crystal 6. A hint echoed in Yitsong's mind as he raised an eyebrow. To his astonishment, hunting demons could indeed yield magic crystals. At that moment, Yitsong felt an overwhelming joy. He had been troubled by his lack of funds for acquiring magic crystals, yet now, slaying a single demon would grant him 6 points, equating to 60,000. Added to that was an additional 100,000 bonus for each demon slain. In less than 10 kills, he could elevate his skills tenfold. It seemed he needed to seek out more demons to hunt. Yitsong realized that this place was akin to paradise. There were no demons here that vastly exceeded his capabilities, and their numbers were plentiful. No one could possibly relish this locale more than he did. He remained blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his actions. At that moment, everything Yitsong did was being streamed live to every household in Qingshan City. Drones hovered above, almost touching his face. The bloodstained Pikachu mask he wore bore a hint of a smile. The barrage of comments was eerily silent, but after several seconds, it erupted. "What? This guy is a student from Qingshan High School? I can't believe my eyes. He just crushed the skull of three-headed dog with his bare hands. How strong must his fists be? Why does that bloodied Pikachu mask look so terrifying? He must possess a power-based talent or a transformation ability. But it can't be a transformation talent. If it were, his entire physique and appearance would dramatically shift the moment it activated. It must be a power enhancement type. Moreover, it seems to be an instantaneous amplification. After this use, it's likely to be on cooldown for a while. Unbelievable. Such terrifying strength must rank him among the top 10 of all power talent students." The comments went into a frenzy, all speculating about the identity of the one behind the Pikachu mask. To have defeated a three-headed wolf with his bare hands in less than a minute, killing a low-level demon. On the platform, Principal Qingshan exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention that your school has such a genius sooner?" Others chimed in, "Indeed. This student must definitely possess a power enhancement talent, right? Or perhaps a humanoid transformation ability capable of altering parts of his body." The crowd continued to speculate, admiring the young man on screen. At that moment, Principal Qingshan was the center of attention, with the gazes of other principals filled with envy. To be recognized by such individuals, even a casual display of talent could be worth hundreds of thousands to millions. It was 10 times the annual revenue of their schools. Lin Chong, beside him, wore a dark expression, reluctant to speak. Where? Principal Qingshan shook his head repeatedly. To be honest, he was just as bewildered. He had anticipated Yitsong would summon a beast or utilize the beast's feedback for an attack, as these were common methods of assault. Yet he never imagined Yitsong would physically pummel a three-headed wolf to death. What if even a dragon-esque physique could be harnessed? Would this lad truly be invincible? Principal Qingshan swallowed hard, relieved he hadn't disclosed Yi Tsong's identity. It was said that such geniuses enjoyed masquerading as ordinary to deceive others. If he were to provoke Yi Tsong, once the latter became a prominent figure in Qingshan City, or even the entire Longhua, he would be finished. After all, that was a dragon. Even a subdragon species was a rare sight, never recorded in history. Unbeknownst to Principal Qingshan, Yi Tsong was merely looking to trick two individuals out of their funds. After all, the benefits of two geniuses far outweighed those of a single genius. Meanwhile, on the street, after defeating the three-headed wolf, Yi Tsong turned to the four companions. They stood there, stunned. Let us find the next one. Upon hearing Yi Tsong's words, the three gulped nervously and nodded. But I'll take the lead. You will support from behind. Yi Tsong's voice was low, yet carried immense authority. Having realized that hunting demons could indeed increase magic crystals, he could not allow them to claim his kills. It was fortunate that Lin Qingying had paid to bring him along. He could also mentor her. Are you truly a lightning talent? Lin Qingying pondered for a moment before asking. She had heard of his formidable strength, but never anticipated it to be to this extent. Such a skilled individual had been so low-key at Qingshan High School? No, Yi Tsong shook his head. Upon hearing this, the others felt relieved. That's a relief. It must have been a misinformation. His talent is likely a temporary power enhancement. Nevertheless, that is still sufficiently formidable. As long as we survive until the last day, we have a good chance of securing first place. This was the strategy they had devised. For the first few days, they would endure and hunt demons, then settle the final score on the last day. Presumably, this was also the plan of other teams. However, Yi Tsong shook his head. I Tsong Lei never hide. We shall conclude the competition within a day. While you evade, I shall conquer. His voice resonated like a thunderclap in their minds. This declaration, infused with youthful bravado, was captured live on the broadcast. Chapter 19, Lightning Talent. The Wild School Beauty. Yi Tsong stood there, hands clasped behind his back, his words leaving no room for dispute. Upon hearing his proclamation, the comments surged once more. Wow, that's bold. I love it. While you evade, I shall conquer. Incredible. I've never seen someone so audacious. Insisting on ending the competition in a single day. Who are you? This competition is getting more exciting with such a character. Will someone teach him a lesson and temper his arrogance? Some deemed Tsong Lei arrogant, while others believed that awakeners should indeed possess such confidence. Yet, many felt displeased and wished for other teams to discipline Yi Tsong, teaching him the true nature of strength. At that moment, Lin Chong on the platform shared this sentiment. Such sharpness in youth is undesirable. Since his enhancement ability has entered a fatigue phase, he should be laying low instead. Principal Lin was correct, with his skills on cooldown. It would be wise to hide until his abilities recovered before hunting demons again. Furthermore, this lad was far too arrogant, even with over 900 participants in the competition. To claim he would eliminate them all in a day? They were genuinely seeking demons. Wasn't this akin to striking the strong with the weak? The onlookers were bewildered. Some even speculated whether Yi Tsong's arrogance had clouded his judgment, leading to a lack of rational self-awareness concerning his own strength. All eyes turned towards him. However, what followed left everyone agape. Yi Tsong and his companions had barely walked to the city center when another demon, a monkey wielding a street sign, charged at them. Yi Tsong raised a hand to stop the others. A towering monkey, brandishing the sign, aimed to strike Yi Tsong's head. Yet, with a resounding thud, Yi Tsong unleashed a punch to the side. The fierce wind whooshed past. Yi Tsong's fist met the thick iron pole, bending it instantly. The demonized monkey, sensing the impending doom, turned to flee, knowing it only preyed upon the weak and fled at the first sign of a real threat. Just wait until Grandpa gathers his brothers. You'll regret this. The monkey glared menacingly back. However, Yi Tsong extended a single hand. His palm faced the distant demon, and all the lightning particles in the surrounding space converged towards him, proclaiming their allegiance. The terrifying gathering force caused the stones on the ground to leap and dance. The quartet standing behind Yi Tsong felt a sudden rush of trepidation, rooted to the spot and daring not to stir. Lightning spear, Yi Tsong uttered in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous spear materialized in his grasp, exuding tendrils of electricity that carved fine lines into the earth beneath. Strikingly, this harbinger of destruction did not touch Yi Tsong himself. He bent forward, drawing his arm back before launching it forward. Whoosh! With the swiftness of a lightning bolt, it pierced the chest of the monkey demon, striking true to its heart. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted, as if the heavens themselves had unleashed their fury. The monkey's eyes widened in terror, only to soon lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Magic Crystal 9. Yi Tsong brushed the dust off his attire, feeling quite satisfied. This monkey was considerably stronger than the previous demons, hence the greater yield of magic crystals. Did you not claim to possess elemental affinity? The chubby boy stammered, awe etched across his face, his voice trembling. Weren't you supposed to be incapable of magic? The others echoed similar sentiments, their confusion palpable. Lin Qingying, standing nearby, was so stunned that she could only part her lips without uttering a word. The shock of the Cang Lei was overwhelming. No wonder he had the confidence to make demands. He was indeed formidable. Yi Tsong turned to glance at them, causing them to flinch in fright, fearing he might misjudge and unleash his lightning upon them. However, he did not. He spoke slowly, I never deceive. I truly do not possess elemental affinity. Yet, at that moment, a barrage of comments erupted. What is this? Thunder in broad daylight? And it strikes precisely at that demon? Are they just lucky? Are you blind? Have you ever seen lightning strike horizontally? This is a spell he cast. Isn't his talent supposed to be a strength amplification type? How can he unleash lightning magic? The power must be that of a silver mirror-level mage. Indeed, even if one were an elemental mage, annihilating demons so effortlessly was terrifying. Even ordinary demons could withstand the force of a 3,000-ton rocket launcher unscathed. Moreover, I have heard that the greatest weakness of mages lies within themselves. This fellow had previously killed a demon with his bare hands. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did this imply that Cang Lei had no weaknesses? Meanwhile, on the high platform, Lin Chong, who had previously criticized Cang Lei's rationality, was now at a loss for words. His eyes were wide, nearly bulging from their sockets, bloodshot with disbelief. He had conducted thorough research on all the talented individuals at Qingshan High School. Other than the suddenly emerging Yi Tsong, there was indeed no one stronger. Damn it! Principal Qingshan could barely contain his exclamation. Wasn't Yi Tsong supposed to have beast control talent? Could it be that the dragon had bestowed him with magic? Lightning subdragon? Or perhaps a deep-sea electric eel? Neither seemed plausible. The creatures capable of imparting lightning skills bore no resemblance to the dragon he had encountered. At that moment, Lei Tian furrowed his brow even tighter. He exchanged glances with Qin Jin, both recognizing the bewilderment and astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. A black iron-level mage could only learn one spell. This meant that since Yi Tsong had cast Lightning Spear, he could not have also learned Thunder Dragon Claw. Could it be that I misunderstood? Qin Jin began to question his own perceptions. What transpired next astonished everyone further. Yi Tsong led the trio through the desolate city, and upon encountering any demon, he would effortlessly cast a lightning spear, resulting in a charred corpse emitting a fragrant aroma of cooked flesh. Magic Crystal 6. Magic Crystal 9. Magic Crystal 5. The magic crystals he accumulated surged dramatically. It was nothing short of a massacre. The other four prodigies followed closely behind, assisting him in locating demons. Their presence almost negligible. Even from dozens or hundreds of meters away, Yi Tsong could strike with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the demons with a single shot. In no time, he ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Remaining teams, 518. Kill leaderboard. Qingshan team number 1. 39 demons slain. The crowd erupted into a frenzy once more. Within a mere hour, 39 demons had been hunted. Even the most elite teams required several minutes to take down a single demon, expending immense energy in the process. Yet Yi Tsong, relying solely on himself, had surpassed the top teams. Whispers spread throughout the crowd, all speculating about the identity of the masked youth. Meanwhile, Principal Qingshan was brimming with excitement. This was sheer delight. With such prowess, Qingshan High School would surely attract sponsors. He cast a glance at Lin Chong, reveling in his rival's grim expression, feeling a sense of triumph. Meanwhile, Lei Tian pondered for a moment. If Yi Tsong continued to unleash lightning spears at this rate, his magical energy would soon be depleted. However, it seemed they were about to encounter a squad of seed candidates. Hearing Lei Tian's words, Wang Chong's eyes brightened, and he quickly turned to look. The surrounding crowd also directed their attention there. Indeed, a team was approaching them, at a distance not far from Yi Tsong. A 5-member team was heading in their direction, destined to meet shortly. Someone recognized the man at the forefront. I know him. He seems to be another talent from Qingshan High School, Zhou Tian. What a pity, I thought he was from another school. Now that Pikachu is fatigued, it's time to strike. Don't say that. Even if they are from the same school, they are still enemies. However, they can wait until the end to compete for the spoils, first eliminating the opponents. That makes sense. A conflict is unlikely. The crowd shook their heads. If these two teams joined forces, their chances of claiming first place would significantly increase. The expressions of several principals darkened. The stronger the enemy, the more perilous their situation became. If these two teams truly united, they would likely face no rivals. In the abandoned city, Yi Tsong led the way, with Lin Qingying and the others following closely behind. The arrogance of earlier had vanished. Now they looked to Yi Tsong for guidance. This was primarily due to his devastating skills. Each strike was a guaranteed kill, leaving them no opportunity to intervene. Lin Qingying gazed at Yitsong's profile, feeling an ember of determination ignite within her. She vowed to reach such heights in the future. Why would such an extraordinary individual associate with that fellow? Lin Qingying muttered to herself. The fellow she referred to was, of course, Yitsong. Upon their first meeting, he had extorted from her. If it weren't for Uncle Lei's instructions, she would have given him a piece of her mind. However, if Lin Qingying were to discover that the man before her was indeed Yitsong, scheming to extort her once more, one could only wonder what her thoughts would be. Yitsong paused. In the distance, several figures were approaching. Before long, they reached the group. Lin Qingying immediately recognized Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian glanced at Lin Qingying and slowly spoke. Since we are from the same school, let us avoid internal strife. What do you think, Qingying? He flashed a self-assured smile, disregarding the others around him. What a show-off, the chubby boy muttered under his breath. However, the heavier individuals had little to say. Among them, Lin Qingying held the most influence. Would the young scions of Qingshan City even allow them to speak? Very well. After a brief contemplation, Lin Qingying responded with a smile. Engaging in a confrontation at this moment would deplete their energy excessively, which would be detrimental to the subsequent matches. Zhou Tianyi waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at them before leading his companions away into the distance. The onlookers atop the platform exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had not banded together, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Their greatest fear was a two-person alliance. However, it was evident that the Zhou family and the Lin family, as business rivals, would never consider such a union. Yet, Yitsong, now known as Zhang Lei, acted without regard for relationships, driven solely by self-interest. Aware of the past enmity between the Zhou and Lin families, allowing them to depart and form an alliance would only invite trouble. Just as Zhou Tian was about to turn and leave, a voice, neither too loud nor too soft, rang out among them. Stop! Yitsong spoke quietly. Zhou Tian, hearing this from afar, paused momentarily. With a forced smile, he turned around. Who told me to stop? Brother, was it you? Zhou Tian directed his gaze at Yitsong, who wore a Pikachu mask, finding it amusing. Yitsong had but one response. Did I permit you to leave? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian's mouth twitched in irritation, pointing at his own somewhat disconcerting smile. He ignored Yitsong entirely, and instead looked towards Lin Qingying. Is your friend speaking of me? Zhou Tian inquired, feigning ignorance. However, he had no intention of escalating the situation, as they were all from the same school. Moreover, Lin Qingying was not weak. Engaging in a fight would surely leave him injured. Unfortunately, he did not realize that Yitsong was no benevolent figure. With the mask on, he was even more ruthless and profit-driven. Lin Qingying, aware of the volatile temperament associated with the thunder elemental affinity, hurriedly urged, Zhang Lei, do not engage. You have already exhausted so much energy, and Zhou Tian possesses an ice elemental affinity. His entire team consists of at least level practitioners. We should leave quickly while they are distracted. She felt a surge of anxiety, inadvertently tugging at Yitsong's clothing. Yet, Yitsong disregarded their pleas and strode forward. At that moment, the principal of Qingshan stood up abruptly. We cannot have infighting, he exclaimed. In such circumstances, if a fight broke out, Yitsong could very well be eliminated. The other principals exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. If the two seed teams from Qingshan Middle School clashed, they could potentially weaken each other or even eliminate one entirely. On the street, Yitsong advanced towards the 5 individuals. The eyes of the Pikachu mask revealed no emotion. Overconfident. Attack. Zhou Tian raised his hand, and all the frost element particles in the air coalesced before him, gradually forming a massive arrow. The 2 companions beside him emitted a faint glow, channeling their energy towards Zhou Tian. A support type ability, and an enhancement type at that. The ice arrow grew to the size of a pickup truck, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet to around 10 degrees. At that moment, everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. The chubby boy's face turned pale. Even if he transformed now, he would never withstand such a blow. Fireball technique. Lin Qingying conjured flames with her hands, summoning a fireball the size of a basketball before her. Boom. As she unleashed the spell, the fiery sphere surged forward. However, before it could make contact with the colossal ice arrow, it dissipated almost entirely. Yitsong nodded. Impressive. As a reward, allow me to show you what true magic entails. As those words fell, a magnificent power, reminiscent of an ancient dragon, coalesced around Yitsong's arm. All the thunder elemental energy within 100 meters gathered at an astonishing speed towards him. Thunder gathered, and dragon claws emerged. Chapter 21. The True Essence of Magic. The Might of the Thunder Dragon Claw. This was a joint spell. Crafted from the synergy of support and primary spellcasters, the magical power could be amplified several-fold. Now, Lin Qingying's team was in grave danger. No, wait. What was that? The dignitaries on the platform were in heated discussion, marveling at the might of the joint spell when a faint trace of lightning flickered on the screen. At that moment, the very space on the street felt distorted. Surrounding glass shattered inch by inch, and light converged towards Yi-Song's arm. The entire area transformed into a thunderous energy field. Yi-Song's right hand morphed into a dragon claw composed of blue and white lightning. The terrifying aura sent the hearts of the onlookers racing, even from behind the screen. At this moment, Lei Tian gaped in astonishment. Despite his suspicions, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly shocked. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Tian spoke. If one wishes to cast 2 spells in the Black Iron Realm. As he spoke, his expression shifted with disbelief. Quick, tell us, Elder Lei. Is there a way? The crowd urged eagerly. Some mages perked up, eager to know. To cast 2 or even more spells in the Black Iron Realm, one must possess the legendary Thunder God physique. This physique allows the elemental particles in the air to be controlled effortlessly. However, such a physique draws the elemental particles of thunder from birth, making it prone to premature death. It exists only in theory. The Thunder God physique. The highest caliber of thunder elemental affinity. Possessing this physique guarantees one will inevitably become a diamond-level mage. All gazes converged on Yi-Song, as if witnessing the rise of a future great thunder mage. Go. Just then, the joint spell took form. The ice crystal arrow hurtled towards Yi-Song. Everywhere it passed, the ground froze, and everything around seemed to enter a frozen world. If struck, an entire building could be encased in ice. The destruction was unavoidable. The crowd hoped fervently that Yi-Song could hold off this ice crystal arrow, even if just for a second. In such a situation, buying even a moment could provide an opportunity. As for what Yi-Song had claimed, showing them what true magic was, the icy arrow itself represented true magic. Once released, it could alter the entire landscape of the battle. Yet, Yi-Song made but a single motion. He raised his hand and then swung it forward. Thunder rumbled from the heavens. Time seemed to slow to a near standstill. The world lost its color. 5 claw-like bolts of lightning surged into the air, shattering the space itself. Upon contact with the arrow capable of freezing time, it was instantly torn to shreds. The momentum continued unabated as it surged forward. How could this be? Zhou Tian's expression transformed from confidence and arrogance to shock, and then fury, a rage tinged with disbelief. He could not comprehend the events unfolding before him. Boom. The group vanished entirely. The 5 bolts of lightning surged forth, crashing into a nearby building. The 5-story concrete structure was instantly hollowed out, leaving behind 5 charred claw marks. The ground bored deep trenches, carved from Yi-Song's feet to the distant building. Buzzing filled the ears of Lin Qingying, who had initially intended to flee, her eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth was this? Has anyone plowed this land with a tank? At this moment, Zhou Tian has already been transported beyond the confines of the map. Yet, he remains in a state of shock, his gaze fixed upon the streets, now utterly devastated. He mutters to himself, true magic. His mental state has shattered. His most potent combined magic was effortlessly dismantled by a single strike from another. It is impossible for anyone to maintain their composure in such circumstances. The announcement echoed. The second team of Qingshan High School has been eliminated. Countless pairs of eyes stared in disbelief at the sky. Was that not Zhou Tian's team? Such elite contenders, eliminated so swiftly? Zhou Tian, the extravagant one. I have long held disdain for him. Good riddance. Haha. One less rival. Chapter 22. The $1 Million Exotic Fruit. The principals were left dumbfounded. Is this even human? The power of such magical skills rivals that of a bomber, does it not? Can we still refer to this as a Black Iron Mage? Why not just declare it outright? What is the point of continuing? I doubt the combined strength of my students would be sufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Truly a prodigy. Could he truly be the legendary Lei Shinti? The principals engaged in fervent discussions, nearly resigned to the loss of their hopes for the top spot. How could they even compete? Not to mention that within the Qingshan High School team, Lin Qingying also possesses a top-tier fire element affinity. Just relying on this masked individual alone could likely secure first place. Their only hope for a better ranking was to pray that their own team would not encounter this formidable group too soon. However, reality is harsh. Let us go? Yi-Song spoke with a calm and indifferent tone. The others paused briefly before hastily following suit. The shock in Lin Qingying's beautiful eyes had not yet faded. At this moment, she finally comprehended the meaning behind Uncle Lei's words. Song Lei truly has the power to alter her destiny. In fact, if Song Lei were to join the Lin family, the so-called magical family of the Zhou would soon be renamed Lin. In the ensuing time, the group followed Yi-Song as they hunted down demons. Each final blow was dealt by Yi-Song himself, causing his magic crystal points to surge. Magic Crystal 11. Magic Crystal 6. Magic Crystal 9. Several unfortunate teams encountered this squad and were regrettably eliminated. The principals could only lament, bemoaning their team's misfortunes. They had yet to engage in battle and had already run into the top-ranked team. The competition had barely lasted half a day, and numerous teams had already been eliminated, many at the hands of demons. There were also a few who, through sheer misfortune, had crossed paths with Yi Tsang's team. At this moment, the announcement blared again. Conditions met. Remaining teams, 100. The abandoned city and exotic fruit arena is now open. Within the exotic fruit arena lies a top-tier exotic fruit, valued at around 5 million. However, it is guarded by 5 late-stage black iron demons. The location of the exotic fruit factory is at the center of the abandoned city. Students are urged to strive for it. The announcement resonated throughout the abandoned city. The prodigies within the urban landscape raised their heads toward the city center in astonishment. They had not anticipated that only 100 teams would remain so swiftly, especially with an exotic fruit at stake. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy and the invasion of demons, fruits that had existed for hundreds or thousands of years began to mutate. Consuming one would result in a dramatic increase in strength. It is even rumored that an ordinary person consumed an exotic fruit and, overnight, became a golden realm powerhouse. Such items are priceless and their value far exceeds 5 million. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This exotic fruit shall be mine. Let us hurry. We must reach the exotic fruit factory before others beat us to it. At the edge of the abandoned city, a robust youth stood up. I possess top-tier talent. This exotic fruit must be mine. From all directions, every genius in the city surged toward the exotic fruit arena. Even some who had been hiding, hoping to scrape by with minimal effort, were tempted. What do the top 10 rankings matter? If I can secure this exotic fruit, I will never have to worry about food and drink again. Moreover, if my strength is insufficient, I can still pick up the spoils. In no time, countless figures emerged from various hidden corners, all advancing toward the city center. A top-tier exotic fruit. The organizers have truly been generous. Indeed, even I cannot help but feel the urge to participate in the competition. However, this exotic fruit is likely reserved for the students. No stronger individuals should interfere. I believe that the masked youth will surely secure it. Nonsense. This team also has a top-tier talent. Who dares claim the reward is theirs? The discussions among the audience were fervent. Most believe that Song Lei will undoubtedly obtain this exotic fruit. After all, based on current performances, his strength is unparalleled. Of course, a portion believes that the yet-to-appear top-tier talent has a greater chance. After all, a top-tier talent is regarded as a mysterious and powerful entity, on par with the legendary Lei Shinti. Conversely, the awakened individuals in the audience maintained a more objective perspective. I believe that Song Lei may not necessarily secure this exotic fruit. Let us not even mention that he is currently quite far from there. Moreover, the previous battle likely drained much of his energy, making it difficult for him to cast spells for extended periods. You are correct. The key to the competition is not merely securing the exotic fruit, but how to protect it. Overextending one's energy leaves no room for regret. The principals seized the opportunity to express their skepticism regarding Song Lei. In contrast, Principal Qingshan remained unfazed. What does it matter if his energy is depleted? It is essential to note that Yi Tsang is a beastmaster, not merely a mage. When he truly unleashes his beasts, that will be a calamity. I will take a rest for a while. You will take the lead from here, Yi Tsang instructed Lin Qingying, as he felt a bit drained. That last Thunder Dragon Claw had nearly exhausted his energy. Gathering lightning element particles was merely to amplify the power and speed of his magic. The actual energy consumed was primarily drawn from Xiaonai. After all, he was still only at the late stage of Black Iron. That last Thunder Dragon Claw had taken a significant toll. Understood. Lin Qingying nodded, slightly embarrassed. It would not be appropriate to continue shirking responsibility. She should also take action. After all, she too possesses a top-tier fire element affinity, and it is time to bring honor to the Lin family. Then I shall act as the primary output. Avoiding unnecessary battles. We still need to reach the city center. The portly fellow and the 2 slender ones nodded in agreement. It would be disingenuous to claim they were uninterested in the exotic fruit. Meanwhile, Yi Tsang's consciousness and spirit had already immersed within the Beastmaster space. Xiaonai, are you awake? With each call, the great dragon lying on the ground slowly opened its eyes in a daze. Roar! It flipped over, standing on the ground, shaking its massive body. The black scales covering it appeared exceptionally fierce and imposing. At this moment, its size was already half that of Yi Tsang. What rapid growth! Yi Tsang was delighted. No wonder he had nearly exhausted his magic several times earlier. It had replenished considerably. Xiaonai, I have a task for you. Roar! Upon hearing about a task, Xiaonai immediately flipped over, brimming with excitement. After just a short nap, it felt significantly stronger. Now it was itching for action. Eager to fight. Chapter 23. Unable to defeat the dragon, yet can't tackle you? After assigning the task to Xiaonai, Yitsong returned to the team, following Lin Qingying and others as they made their way towards the city center. I had nearly been depleted, leaving only the at my disposal. So it was prudent to exercise restraint for the time being. A true man knows when to yield and when to advance. He ultimately decided to provide the youth with an opportunity. Several hours passed. The sun reached its zenith, relentlessly scorching the ground below. However, this heat seemed trivial before the awakened ones, overshadowed by the allure of the. After all, most awakened individuals were not born into wealth. Their monthly allowances barely amounted to tens of thousands, let alone millions. 5 million was a substantial sum for an ordinary awakened one. A fortune that might take a lifetime to accumulate. Moreover, consuming them would lead to a meteoric rise in strength, resulting in even greater rewards thereafter. At this pace, the team likely to reach the field first would be that elite squad, though strength did not always guarantee speed. There existed a weaker team whose members all possessed speed-enhancing talents. 5 monsters, even if they arrived first, defeating them was not a certainty. Even if victory was possible, would they engage? Why not? Given your willingness to cooperate, allow me to elucidate. Do you understand the concept of? Unfamiliar? Then be gone. What are you barking for? In stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere of the comments, those on the high platform held their breath, fully aware that upon reaching the field, a fierce battle was inevitable. Over 100 teams congregated, a sight to behold. The stronger teams would likely become the primary targets of collective fire. They might not unite against the monsters, but they would undoubtedly focus on teams stronger than themselves, which presented an opportunity for the weaker squads, a chance to turn the tide. At the moment of this analysis, high above the abandoned city, a small black dragon, measuring approximately 1 meter in length with a wingspan of 3 meters, soared towards the city center at an astounding speed of 3,000 meters per second, 3 times the speed of sound. The sonic boom reverberated through the air. Xiaonai had already breached the sound barrier. Colliding with a structure at such velocity could obliterate an entire building in an instant. What was that sound? An aircraft? A awakened one suddenly lifted their head, startled by the ear-piercing noise. What a joke. This is an abandoned city teeming with flying monsters. How could an aircraft possibly be here? Perhaps I misheard. Let us move quickly, conserving our energy. The sooner we arrive, the better our chances of securing a favorable position. In just 20 minutes, Xiaonai traversed half the city and reached the center. At the heart of the abandoned city stood a grand dome made of glass, with 5 enormous, each 2 to 3 times larger than an average giant wolf, glaring menacingly at their surroundings. All 5 wolves possessed strength at the ordinary late stage. After a brief rest, Xiaonai had achieved an ordinary mid-stage level. A roar echoed as golden vertical pupils fixated intensely on the 5 below. Xiaonai's hunting instincts ignited. To it, all creatures except itself were mere prey. Such was the confidence of an apex predator. With a ball of molten lava ignited in its mouth, it dove down at great speed towards 3. The sound barrier shattered. Boom. The remaining glass of the dome could not withstand the pressure and shattered instantly. A plume of lava engulfed one of the. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air. Only 2 managed to react. The other 3 were reduced to bones in an instant. One was cleaved in 2 by Xiaonai's razor-sharp wings, adorned with black iron and barbs. Enhanced by the speed of sound, they became sharper than any weapon known to man. 14, 16, 19. In the distance, Yitsong received the news, a slight smile gracing his lips. These rewards were exclusive to ordinary late-stage monsters. This indicated that Xiaonai had successfully reached the center of the city. Thus, the, valued in the millions, was already his. No matter how fast one ran, could they outpace a dragon? Yitsong's anxiety dissipated. From here on, he merely needed to proceed at a leisurely pace. With Xiaonai guarding the area, it was unlikely anyone could breach their defenses. Roar. After swiftly dispatching 3, Xiaonai hovered in the air, unleashing a series of dragon roars at the remaining 2. Its golden pupils seemed to blaze with a fiery intensity. It was only at this moment that it revealed its fierce and violent nature as a dragon. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, the remaining 2 trembled uncontrollably, fear surging from the depths of their being. This was a primal instinct. Their bloodlines were suppressed. Instinctively, they understood that refusal to submit meant certain death. At this critical moment, the 2 ordinary late-stage monsters actually prostrated themselves before the imposing dragon, acknowledging their submission. This was a custom in their realm. Yet, Xiaonai showed no intention of sparing them. For Yitsong had declared, when confronting monsters, one must show no mercy. With a furious roar, Xiaonai flapped its wings and darted towards the. Its massive claws seized the creature's foreleg, yanking it with such force that the wolf's leg was torn away. The sheer power of the attack elicited agonized howls from the victim. Turning, the wolf, now desperate, lunged to bite Xiaonai's wing with all its might. Snap! Its teeth shattered upon impact, losing several in the process. Yet, Xiaonai's wing remained unscathed. Seizing the moment while its jaws were still open, Xiaonai unleashed a torrent of molten breath into its maw. The wolf was instantly reduced to ashes. 15. Xiaonai turned, noticing that the remaining had fled. It contemplated pursuing, but recalled Yi Tsang's instructions and ultimately relented. Protecting the was paramount. With that thought, Xiaonai returned to the dome. Meanwhile, the fleeing was racing away in terror. It was utterly horrifying. Just a mere glance had nearly sent it to its doom. No desire for battle lingered within. As it fled, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, momentarily stunning the wolf. The leader scowled and bellowed, "I am Deng Xian, a tier talent. Where do you think you're going, beast?" They, possessing a modicum of intelligence, comprehended the words. Veins bulged on its forehead, anger surging within. "I can't defeat that dragon, but I can't be bested by you either." Chapter 24, For Protecting One Strategy. A fierce howl erupted from the massive wolf, saliva dripping as it glared at the 5 individuals. "Form ranks," Deng Xian commanded, his brow furrowing as he rushed to position his team. He was somewhat arrogant, yet not foolish. It was apparent that this surpassed any creature they had previously encountered. At this moment, on the high platform, Deng Xian stood as the tier talent of First High School. This giant wolf seemed to be the guardian of the orchard. How had it ended up here? Principal Lin. What type of talent does your student possess? A rare tier talent among millions. Principal Lin must introduce him to our penguin company. We currently have a vacant executive position that could be reserved for him. Several merchants immediately began to bicker amongst themselves, each extending olive branches to one another. After all, possessing a Class A talent is a matter of great significance. To be associated with such a talent guarantees a position of prominence in the city of Qingshan. With a population of 3 million in Qingshan alone and approximately 3 billion across the entire Long Kingdom, the rarity of the awakened Class A talents becomes starkly evident. There are merely 10,000 such prodigies among 3 billion, which, despite appearing substantial, is negligible when considered against the vast population. The odds are less than 1 in 1,000, even failing to reach 1 in 10,000. Let us observe how Deng Xian navigates this situation. Lin Chong regained some dignity, responding with a smile to the crowd, his gaze returning to the unfolding scene. Ordinary late-stage monsters are formidable adversaries. In Lin Chong's team, most possess talents at the mid-level of Black Iron. Typically, it requires 2 or 3 individuals of the same rank to defeat a monster, as their power generally exceeds that of humans. Yet victory is imperative to secure greater benefits. Lin Chong understood that even if he acquiesced to their requests, should Deng Xian be defeated by this monster, they would retract their previous statements. Talent, no matter how formidable, ultimately bows to strength. At that moment, a massive gray wolf charged toward Deng Xian and his companions, each step leaving deep imprints on the concrete floor. Its terrifying strength and bulging muscles provided a striking visual impact. However, Deng Xian merely sneered, concealing a twinge of anxiety within. To be honest, he was desperate for sponsorship. "Hurry up, I can't hold it any longer," he exclaimed. Transforming into a tiger, Deng Xian roared, his eyes instantly turning a resplendent gold as heavy armor enveloped his body, and a tiger tail sprouted from his back. His Class A transformation talent, Endless Plunder, allows him to adopt the forms of any creature he defeats. This formidable transformation ability is amplified by his 2 companions, both elemental awakeners of the light attribute, who could cast supportive enhancement magic. They were highly sought after in school and had been recruited into his team by Deng Xian. Thus, with a Class A transformation talent and 2 enhancement-type supporters, Deng Xian's power surged to an exceedingly terrifying level. "For Protect One," he roared, his eyes aflame with ferocity. The beastly instincts within him were unleashed, and he charged forth to engage the wolf in battle, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris as the ground shattered beneath their might. Each of their strikes carried the force of several tons. Yet, the wolf seemed to lack the will to fight, intent on fleeing from this place. However, Deng Xian's overwhelming strength kept it firmly entangled. Bang, bang, bang. Their speeds escalated, their forms intertwining in the chaos. In the end, Deng Xian's eyes glowed crimson as the scent of blood ignited his primal urges, and he succumbed to his instincts. With a ferocious bite, he sank his teeth into the wolf, eliciting a pained howl from the creature, which retaliated in kind. The scene was rather surreal, a wild display of man versus beast, filled with primal passion. However, it must be noted that this monster was indeed formidable. Previously, Deng Xian had dispatched other monsters in under a minute, almost instantaneously. Given the circumstances, it was expected that a final stage beast would prove challenging. Was this wolf truly the only one? Hadn't he remembered there to be 5? 5. Why not 4? The comments flowed furiously. Meanwhile, Deng Xin remained engrossed in his struggle with the wolf, oblivious to the fact that he was soon to encounter a genuine Class A creature. Fortunately, with the assistance of 2 light elementalists and 2 additional attackers, they swiftly brought the wolf down in under 10 minutes. Spitting out a mouthful of wolf fur, Deng Xin transformed back into his human form, panting heavily. His muscular physique was laid bare before the spectators, exuding raw power and primal energy. What in the world was that monster doing? It was relentless. He pondered, regaining his composure as he gazed upon the mangled corpse of the wolf. Let us go. This extraordinary fruit is mine. With the monster vanquished, Lin Chang's anxious heart finally settled. What do you all think? A Class A transformation talent that can absorb the powers of its foes will only grow stronger. Upon hearing Lin Chang's words, the crowd gasped in awe at such a formidable ability, worthy of its Class A awakening. With Deng Xion's strength, he will surely qualify for our Eastern training camp. One Tihi? Not necessarily. This training program only admits 3 candidates from Qingshan, so the chances are significant but not guaranteed, came the reply. The team from Qingshan know. 2 is no small threat. It is said that they have 5 Class A talents, all offensive types. Indeed, their opponents are equally monstrous, especially that one named Song Lei, whose destructive skills are truly terrifying. The memory of the Thunder Dragon Claw left them trembling with fear. This competition is becoming increasingly intriguing, mused Lei Tian. His hands clasped behind his back, his eyes brimming with boundless energy. A Class A talent. A student with an exceptional divine physique. The top scorer from the month-end examination at Qingshan High has yet to showcase their abilities. What if the monsters guarding the extraordinary fruit have fled? Could the fruit be claimed by others? Principal Qingshan suddenly recalled this concern. Indeed, how could those beasts possibly stray? While no one has mandated their presence there, they would never abandon an unripe extraordinary fruit, for consuming it could elevate their power to the level of a general. These monsters would surely be unwilling to leave. In truth, there was no need for wild speculation. The results would soon be revealed, as nearly all teams had reached the summit. All eyes turned to the screen. As anticipated, the forces from Qingshan No. 2, another seed team from Qingshan High, and the team that Deng Xian belonged to from the first high school, along with several other swift teams, converged at the entrance of the extraordinary fruit garden. Chapter 25, Thompson's Demon Path, 2000. At the periphery of the extraordinary fruit garden nest dome, several teams encountered each other upon arrival. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so quick, Deng Xian, called out a man from the all-offense team of Qingshan No. 2, who carried a massive bow. Scram, Deng Xian retorted nonchalantly, igniting a palpable tension in the air with a single word. Come now, there is no need to be so angry. Perhaps we will need to collaborate to overcome this challenge? I propose we form a team, leaving nothing in reserve. After we slay those monsters, we can split the spoils. The archer suggested, his name being Ouyang Feng. His awakened talent was poison-based, allowing him to imbue his weapons with various lethal toxins. His team consisted entirely of Class A talents, all of whom were offensive types capable of long-range attacks. Agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Xian nodded in consent. As for the splitting, that was naturally out of the question. Let us finalize our agreement then. Ouyang Feng replied, his smile carrying a hint of coldness. What shall we do? Inquired the nearby students, their expressions revealing their displeasure. Ouyang Feng had shown little regard for the other teams, which left them feeling irked. Oh, my apologies, I nearly forgot about you all. You will actually play a crucial role in this plan, so step forward, and I shall assign you your tasks. Ouyang Feng beamed, his smile unwavering. Several teams around contemplated briefly before approaching. A large tree provides ample shade, after all. Now that the 2 strongest teams have formed an alliance, it is imperative to join them to reap the benefits. Naturally, they were not concerned about Ouyang Feng suddenly changing his mind and attacking them. With so many people gathered, how could he possibly eliminate them with a mere bow and arrow? As everyone drew nearer, Ouyang Feng smiled and declared, your task is to withdraw from the competition immediately. Do not waste my time any longer. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed dramatically, and they raised their weapons. However, what transpired next left everyone in stunned silence, including the live audience and those on stage. Each member of Ouyang Feng's team produced a Thompson Magical Model 2000 from their cloaks, unleashing a torrent of magical bullets. The scene erupted into chaos as magic and various abilities soared through the air. Countless magic arrays appeared beneath their feet, and numerous teams were instantly teleported away. Qingshan Zhongxue Team 6 eliminated. Deer Zhongxue Team 9 eliminated. Fengyang Zhongxue Team 7 eliminated. Fengyang Zhongxue Team 3 eliminated. Daizongsha Team 8 eliminated. The teams that had just arrived were left in shock. Thank goodness I didn't join in. Is it really that intense? My interest in the magical fruits has suddenly waned. Boss, should we head back? Return? Are you kidding? The elimination of so many teams only proves that the opportunity has grown greater. Charge! The sound of submachine guns echoed throughout the venue, deafening all present. Dang Xian, momentarily startled, quickly regained his composure. The magical bullets from the Thompson Model 2000 posed no threat to him. As long as he transformed, this level of attack would merely tickle him. The real danger lay in the massive bow behind him. Yet others were too close to Ouyang Feng. Even with defensive magic, they would not have time to cast it. Most were simply no match for Dang Xian's physical prowess. Amidst a cacophony of curses, all were teleported away. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Isn't this cheating? Who said we could bring magical tools into the competition? Damn it. Ouyang Feng, I won't let this go. Don't you dare come across me. A torrent of angry curses erupted from the eliminated contestants, their faces flushed with indignation. Even those on the high platform fell into silence. Is such weaponry permitted in this competition? Theoretically, yes, but this postmodern weapon is practically an antique. Moreover, crucially, it is ineffective against demons, making it quite rare. Even if its power is lacking, its price is still exorbitant, approximately 1 million each. Is he out of his mind? The prize for first place is only 5 million. And he spends half of that on an antique just to target his own kind? No, the first place winner is granted a guaranteed spot in the Eastern Training Camp. Wait, are you referring to that Eastern Training Camp? Now it makes sense. Upon learning this insider information, everyone present suddenly understood. No wonder Ouyang Feng was willing to provoke everyone to eliminate them. The Eastern Training Camp is where the finest talents from hundreds of cities in the East converge. Those who emerge from there can secure high-ranking positions within the military or even in the city. Their status would rise accordingly. The various opportunities that would present themselves are beyond measure. A mere awakened one's strength can grant them anything they desire. After all, in this world, power reigns supreme. Strength means one can act with impunity. The caveat is that this strength must exist within the human realm. Once outside the high walls, the multitude of demons will teach you the meaning of despair. With a clattering sound, Ouyang Feng and his companions discarded 5 Thompson Model 2000s onto the ground. These one-time use energy weapons become useless after a single use. How's that, brothers? Am I not sincere enough? I've thrown away the weapons. Do they even hold value for me? Dang Xian scoffed, looking down upon Ouyang Feng's actions. As an awakened one should confront enemies head-on, defeating them honorably and completely, thus earning their respect and admiration. Ouyang Feng merely chuckled, his gaze lingering on the remaining contestants yet to be eliminated. He unslung his long bow and knocked an arrow. The bow creaked ominously as it reached its limit. You have passed the test. Either join our team or be eliminated by me. Choose wisely. Ouyang Feng's eyes were icy. Those who survived the onslaught of submachine guns felt a chill run down their spines. Not to mention that their teams were already in disarray. If they refused, they would surely fall to Ouyang Feng. In a real wilderness scenario, they would have been dead long ago. All right, I will join. I will join too. Despite their hatred for Ouyang Feng, they now found themselves with no choice. Watching this unfold, Ouyang Feng smirked. Then let us proceed together. The group stepped forward. While it was said they would go in together, Ouyang Feng and Dang Xian retreated behind them, treating them as mere fodder. Chapter 26, Thunderfruit and the Guardian Dragon. Meanwhile, within the dome of the magical fruit garden, a blue-purple fruit hung from a towering green tree, continuously emitting mist. As time passed, it pulsed like a heartbeat. The rich energy seemed ready to drip. The live broadcast captured the scene within the dome. Wow, this time the magical fruit is a thunder spirit fruit. Isn't that the top-tier fruit? I heard each one is worth nearly 10 million. Damn, I'm so envious, but I can't eat it. The audience in the chat buzzed with excitement, gazing enviously at the fruit. Those on the high platform also grew focused, engaged in lively discussion. This competition has truly been fierce. Every team is going all out. This is how it should be. The most worrisome thing is when they act impulsively, naively trusting others. This has certainly taught them a lesson. It seems this 5-day competition might really conclude in just one day. If that's the case, hasn't Song Lei's words come true? What does that have to do with him? We can't even find him now. Wait, do you see something next to that fruit? Is that a guarding beast? The crowd speculated. As the footage progressed, the shadow lurking in front of the magical fruit gradually became clear. Lei Tian sat in his seat, narrowing his eyes. The creature's form sharpened into focus, sleek black scales, a body clad in iron armor, a long dragon tail, and sharp protrusions all over. A pair of horns on its head was barely visible. Although still asleep, an immense pressure emanated from it, palpable even through the screen. A dragon? Lei Tian inquired tentatively. Glancing at the surrounding crowd, they exchanged bewildered glances. How is that possible? It must be some kind of subdragon species, or a creature resembling a dragon. Exactly. If it truly is a giant dragon, it would cause a sensation throughout the entire dragon kingdom. Who could possibly contract such a creature? Even if such a creature truly exists, it is unlikely that even a high-ranking beastmaster could compel it to submit. This assertion is reasonable. Moreover, if it were indeed a dragon, would the organizers be so reckless as to place such a creature at the entrance? Surely they would guard it like a precious treasure. However, were not the 5 demon wolves assigned as gatekeepers? The crowd engaged in fervent discussion, outwardly skeptical of the creature being a true dragon. Yet their trepidation and beads of sweat betrayed their inner turmoil. Previously, they had mentioned that the gatekeepers were 5 ordinary late-stage demon wolves. But those 5 had vanished without a trace. All that remained outside were pools of thick water and charred remnants, testifying to the ferocity of a one-sided battle that had transpired. Could it truly be a dragon? Why would it be here? If it were indeed a dragon, the competition must be halted at once, and the full might of Qingfeng City should be mobilized to contain this legendary beast. Its emergence could alter the fate of a nation. Once it matures, it could summon storms and devastate an entire city. Could it have been lured by the? Yet, as a noble dragon, how could it possibly deign to covet such fruit? The audience was driven into a frenzy. At that moment, the competition seemed trivial. The pressing concern was to ascertain whether this creature was indeed a dragon. Countless calls were swiftly dispatched, for those present held significant status in Qingfeng City, making it relatively straightforward to inquire about the competition's details. Before long, the results emerged. No, this creature was not one they had arranged. A principal trembled as he spoke these words, which struck the crowd like a thunderclap from the heavens, igniting their adrenaline. Good heavens! Is it truly a dragon? If it is not a dragon, then even an inferior dragon would still be a formidable specimen, one that only a high-ranking beastmaster could hope to contract. It must be captured. Summon a beastmaster of the diamond rank immediately, and seek out a talented beastmaster to form a contract. Do not dare to compete with me. I am willing to offer 1 billion for this dragon. 1 billion? Are you jesting? This is a dragon, a creature of legend. Its value transcends mere currency. If auctioned worldwide, could you secure it for 1 billion? Such an endeavor could even spark a minor war. Even an inferior dragon would drive them to madness. Any being with even a trace of dragon blood is guaranteed to reach the monarch level. A monarch-level creature, once unleashed, would necessitate the full might of an entire provincial capital to contain. Moreover, this creature stands at the apex of the food chain among monarchs. Its combat prowess rivals that of all provincial forces combined. Conservatively estimated, it is equivalent to 20 diamond-tier awakened beings. And yet, within Qingfeng City, including Lei Tian, there are only 3 diamond-tier awakened beings. Other districts possess even fewer, and some may lack any diamond-tier awakened beings at all. Even if one were to consider the entirety of Modu, the number of diamond-tier awakened beings barely reaches 30. Thus, this singular beast could equate to the strength of an entire base city. Should it fall into the hands of a powerful family, their strength would grow to rival that of major base cities. How could one not covet such power? With this thought, all present felt their hearts racing. Meanwhile, Principal Qingshan secretly reveled in the astonishment of the crowd. The more shocked they were, the more delighted he felt. They were extolling Yitsong. He was certain that this dragon was undoubtedly Yitsong's beast. At that moment, a squad of dozens entered the dome and beheld the creature. Upon seeing Xiaonai, Deng Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an instinctive urge to retreat. What manner of creature is this? Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of dread? For the first time, Deng Xian experienced true danger. The others were no less affected. Ouyang Feng furrowed his brow, already gripping his massive bow. It seemed that the gatekeeper would not be an easy opponent. He sensed that all threats emanated from that dragon-like creature. Boss, is that a dragon? Someone joked. What nonsense. Where would the organizers find a dragon for our test? It must merely resemble one, or perhaps be a lesser dragon. I've heard that certain lizard-like creatures can appear dragon-like. There were even news stories about it causing quite a stir. Hearing this calmed their nerves. For if it were truly a dragon, what chance would they have? Just then, as the group hesitated, Ouyang Feng released his grip. He had already coated his deadly arrow with potent poison and launched it toward Xiaonai at breakneck speed. Chapter 27. A single old phlegm annihilated. The sharp arrow whistled through the air, sparking as it cut through the atmosphere. From a distance, Deng Xian's eyes widened in shock at the arrow's incredible velocity and force. If struck directly, it would surely skin him alive. Observing the still unconscious gatekeeper, Ouyang Feng smirked. His arrows could pierce through steel plates several centimeters thick, and the poison he applied could kill an African elephant. Once his target's defenses were breached, the lethal toxin would seep into the flesh, ensuring death. Ouyang Feng glanced at the shrouded in mist. Even from afar, the aroma invigorated him, as if he were being reborn. What kind of strength would he gain from consuming it? As he pondered this, he unconsciously licked his lips. However, just as the arrow was about to strike Xiaonai, a pair of golden eyes opened wide. A set of black armored scales and wings surged forward to intercept. The collision of wing and poisoned arrow produced a deafening sound that cracked the ground beneath them. The arrow was deflected without leaving a trace. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Ouyang Feng's attack would have been lethal to anyone else, yet it was effortlessly rebuffed by this creature. The golden eyes radiated a kingly authority that demanded reverence. Merely gazing into them sent shivers down their spines and quickened their heartbeats. This test is turning out to be quite entertaining. Ouyang Feng quickly regained his composure. After all, this was a test involving the finest talents of Qingfeng City. The gatekeeper's strength was to be expected. Furthermore, the dragon-like creature, having merely deflected his arrow, remained stationary and did not actively attack them, indicating that its directive was to guard the. This solidified his belief that this creature was indeed the climax of the competition. Evidently, the others had also grasped this fact. They exchanged glances and resolved to initiate ranged attacks for testing. After all, it was clear that the dragon could not leave its post. With this thought, Ouyang Feng called out, "All those capable of casting magic and ranged attacks, gather. We shall commence a barrage to weaken it. With our current strength, charging in would be folly. We must first diminish its power." Upon hearing this, everyone clustered around Ouyang Feng. Some wielded ice magic, others summoned flames, and there was even a beastmaster capable of launching spines. However, the majority of ranged attackers possessed elemental talents. The hedgehog, capable only of swallowing spikes, appeared somewhat fearful, hesitating to advance and trembling behind the beastmaster. It seemed to be suppressed by the bloodline, leaving no choice but to retreat. Ouyang Feng spoke, acknowledging that a low-talent beastmaster would ultimately be at a disadvantage when faced with a high-talent creature. Once everyone was prepared, he commanded an attack. With his order, a multitude of spells and assaults converged into a single force, charging towards the creature. The sheer intensity of the barrage threatened to collapse the entire dome. Ouyang Feng was confident that this strike could breach the opponent's defenses. After all, it was the most formidable assault gathered from all the prodigies of Qingfeng City, including 5 high-talent individuals, himself among them. However, just as their onslaught was about to connect, a terrifying wave emanated from the front. The onlookers momentarily froze, as the world before them seemed engulfed in a hellish inferno. The dreadful heat warped the entire dome, instantly annihilating the remote firepower team composed of dozens. Following this, a series of elimination notifications echoed. Qingshan No. 2 team eliminated. Lingfeng High School No. 7 team eliminated. Qingshan No. 5 team eliminated. Remaining teams, 19. Kill leaderboard. Qingshan No. 1 team 52. In just one attack, the number of remaining teams dwindled to 19. The complete teams were likely reduced to less than 5 members. The bewildered crowd was promptly teleported away, while some who were too late to escape had their arms scorched, revealing ghastly white bones. Fortunately, medical teams swiftly arrived to carry them away. With today's medical technology, such injuries were manageable. Ouyang Feng, hiding to the side, pressed his burned arm, grimacing in pain. Although he had attempted to flee at the first opportunity, he still sustained injuries. What a terrifying creature. Did the organizers intend to prevent us from obtaining this exotic fruit? Ouyang Feng glared venomously at the black dragon before the exotic fruit, though regrettably, mere glances could not inflict harm. He could only watch helplessly. In the face of overwhelming strength, all was mere talk. Meanwhile, atop the elevated platform where all the leaders gathered, they gazed at the colossal screen before them, their expressions filled with astonishment. Truly, a creature tainted with dragon blood was fearsome indeed. Even under the assault of so many prodigies, it remained unscathed, even retaliating against them. This dragon appeared to be in its juvenile stage. If it were to mature, the consequences would be unimaginable. It had to be dealt with. Given the pride inherent in dragonkind, it would never agree to contract with a human beast master. Indeed, there had been instances of subdragon species that even high-level beast masters could not capture, let alone this creature with a purer bloodline. The discussions among the people on the platform erupted into chaos, their gazes filled with trepidation as they fixated on the dragon. This was utterly terrifying. The dragon seemed to be at most of ordinary grade. However, its performance was akin to that of a battle general. Even amidst the onslaught of so many awakened individuals, it remained unscathed. They could almost envision this creature, once fully grown, facing the attacks of a dozen diamond-tier awakened beings, spewing molten lava in retaliation. It was nothing short of a natural disaster. Furthermore, its physical resilience was utterly outrageous. The titanium alloy arrows, laced with potent toxins, could pierce through 10 centimeters of steel plate in an instant, yet struck the black wings without leaving a trace. It is important to note that the membrane on those wings is the most vulnerable part of any creature. However, this also served to temper them, reminding them that there are greater powers beyond their comprehension. Lei Tian spoke up, causing the surrounding crowd to furrow their brows. Tempering? What nonsense. This was nothing short of one-sided slaughter. They were convinced that should the dragon choose to attack, everyone would be eliminated in an instant. Where was the tempering in that? What they witnessed was merely a predator at the apex of the food chain toying with its defenseless prey. Chapter 28. The team was annihilated. By the way, do you recall that there seems to be a Beastmaster from Qingshan High School? A Beastmaster? Are you referring to that dark horse who suddenly topped the awakening test during the monthly assessment? Precisely. Until now, I have yet to see a Beastmaster from Qingshan High School. What do you mean by this? On the platform, someone raised an intriguing question, eliciting confusion among those present. I am suggesting the possibility that this dragon-blooded creature is his contracted beast. Upon these words, the atmosphere ignited like a powder keg, instantly erupting in excitement. Honestly, many had speculated about this possibility, but all had dismissed it in their minds. Now that someone had voiced it, it struck them as rather ludicrous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Indeed, I remember this student, merely a low-tier beastmaster. How could he contract with such a noble creature as a dragon? One cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. In just a month, he transformed from an inconspicuous awakened being to the top of Qingshan High School, the strongest in Qingfeng City. How do you explain that? Quite simply, he might have contracted some dying beasts. A cold snort escaped Lin Chang's lips. There exists a type of demonic beast in the black market, perpetually on the brink of death due to severe injuries, requiring a beast master to contract it to salvage its life. Such beasts possess some strength. They might be at the later stages of ordinary rank or the initial stages of battle general rank. With the contract enhancing their power, it is not impossible for him to suddenly rise to the top of Qingshan High School. However, the upper limit for a beastmaster is inherently constrained, as these are essentially dying beasts, unlikely to achieve great feats. Very few beastmasters would resort to such measures. Upon hearing Lin Chang's words, the crowd found some merit in his reasoning. Indeed, some students sought alternative paths to avoid expulsion. Moreover, that little dragon was far too powerful. Even with so many students banded together, they couldn't gain an upper hand. Gain an advantage? Simply surviving was a feat. Indeed. By the way, have the other teams arrived one after another? The discussions continued on the platform. Half a day had passed, and all 19 teams had reached the perimeter of the dome. Yitsong and Lin Qingying's team were no exception. At the moment, the perimeter of the dome seemed to be where the exotic fruit was concealed. The chubby boy furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of danger emanating from within. Lin Qingying appeared equally on guard. Just from the elemental forces stirring outside, one could sense that a fierce battle was underway inside. Boom. Another explosion resonated. A small door was blasted open at the side of the main entrance, sending shards of glass raining down. Gulp. The chubby boy swallowed hard. Should we wait a bit before entering? He hesitated. That wall must have been at least 10 centimeters thick, and it was clearly made of pure steel, high-quality material at that. If it couldn't withstand a single blow, wouldn't entering be akin to courting death? Let's go. Yitsong spoke softly. The chubby boy jolted, realizing he had no choice but to move forward. Reluctantly, he led the group into the dome. The moment they stepped inside, they were awestruck by the scene before them. At the heart of the dome, a plant adorned with spiritual fruits emanated a dense mist, which invigorated the senses with just a single whiff. However, the surrounding area lay in ruins. Was that not Deng Xian from the first secondary school and Ouyang Feng from the second secondary school of Qingshan? They appeared to be in a rather dire state. What was that? A dragon? This must be the gatekeeping beast, yet merely gazing upon it sent shivers down my spine. Before the onlookers, Ouyang Feng was pinned to the ground by a black dragon, its size nearly matching his own, curiously questioning why this human was so resilient. With a flick of its wing, thud, another resounding crack echoed. Ouyang Feng was left battered and bruised. In the distance, Deng Xian crouched on the ground, blood streaming from his body. The remaining participants were equally unfortunate, some severely injured. Was this a scene of utter chaos? Lin Qingying blinked, her lovely eyelashes fluttering. The elimination of these individuals meant their victory was assured, yet it was regrettable that the extraordinary fruit was still elusive. The organizers truly displayed their prowess, employing a dragon to guard the spiritual fruit. Clearly, they had no intention of granting us access from the outset. Lin Qingying delicately stroked her exquisite chin, somewhat astonished by the dragon's might. Previously, she had only seen it from a distance, but observing it up close was an entirely different experience. She was oblivious to the two individuals on the ground suffering blows. At that moment, Ouyang Feng, noticing her, frantically reached out for help. Qingying, please save me. It is impossible to defeat it with just our team. You have no idea how terrifying it is. Upon hearing her nickname, Lin Qingying's expression darkened. Why should I save you? Moreover, The rules of this competition do not stipulate that obtaining the spiritual fruit is necessary for victory. Once those words left her lips, Ouyang Feng grew frantic. He understood it was unreasonable to expect assistance without cause. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I have the elimination rings from other participants. Together, we have eliminated over 30 beasts. At 100,000 each, that totals 3 million. My magical artifacts are dwindling. If I continue to be beaten like this, I will certainly be eliminated. In truth, Ouyang Feng had more to say. The defensive artifacts he possessed were all worth over 1 million each, all capable of withstanding attacks from warriors. Yet, before this beast, they shattered like glass with a single strike. It was enough to break his heart. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingying let out a melodious laughter. Hee, but if I wait here for you to perish, wouldn't this creature also belong to me? This was a stark departure from her usual sweet demeanor, drawing the attention of those nearby. Yi Kangyi looked on in surprise, having thought Lin Qingying a delicate fairy. She seemed to be hiding her true self quite well. If you save me, I will give you 500,000. 2 million, Lin Qingying countered, raising a delicate finger to her face. 1,500,000, no more? Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth. 3 million. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. Lin Qingying waved her slender finger, recounting Yitsong's previous words. Yitsong's brow twitched. She's learned to be cunning. Ouyang Feng hesitated. To be honest, 3 million was unnecessary. Yet, what truly mattered to him was the coveted first place, which would grant him entry into the Eastern training camp. Moreover, if he could obtain the spiritual fruit, everything would be worthwhile. Just as he was contemplating, the beast on his back unexpectedly stomped down with force. His last magical artifact was about to shatter. Fine. Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth and agreed. Hee. Lin Qingying smiled at Yitsong, seeking his approval. Of course, I can save him, but I want the entire 3 million. The Pikachu mask obscured his features. Yet Yitsong's reasoning was straightforward. The moment they entered, he had signaled Xiao Nai to assist in extortion, but that money was our agreement. Lin Qingying pouted in displeasure, glancing at Song Lei. Without me, you cannot save him. Yitsong's words were unequivocal. All right. Lin Qingying relented, seemingly accustomed to compliance. Yet, Yitsong ignored her and softly commanded, Xiao Nai, return. Chapter 29, Dragon Master. The principals went wild. Xiao Nai, come back. Upon hearing Song Lei's words, the crowd looked around, puzzled. Who was he calling? Then, the black dragon that had been pinning Ouyang Feng suddenly retracted all its sharpness. Flapping its wings, it flew towards Song Lei. A rustle of shifting equipment filled the air. Several attack enhancement formations appeared beneath the feet of the group. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng, now freed from his constraint, wore a joyful expression. He turned and sprinted away. Ha! You all can rest easy. I will transfer the 3 million to you later. Ouyang Feng's expression twisted with excitement. In front of the crowd, he could not go back on his word. However, once the matter was settled, the rewards for retrieving the spiritual fruit would more than compensate for that 3 million shortfall, perhaps even more. After battling the gatekeeping beast, Ouyang Feng had come to a realization. This was a competition. The beast was placed there with no intention of letting them pass. It was an overt trap. The organizers likely aimed to train their ability to retreat when faced with difficulty by setting up this insurmountable creature. It must be so. Otherwise, how could Ouyang Feng, a formidable contender, lose to a beast? Given his demonstrated abilities against the creature, he was certain to earn a high score. Ouyang Feng reveled in his thoughts, having not only challenged it, but also knowing when to retreat. Did this not align perfectly with the organizer's notion of training to recognize when to withdraw? The onlookers were too preoccupied to pay him any mind, staring in awe at Yitsong as he caressed the black dragon. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Lin Qingying's mind was flooded with countless questions. The live stream was inundated with question marks. Even the previously raucous audience fell silent. What was happening? Was that black dragon not wild? Could it be that Song Lei's presence made it more approachable? Do you even believe that? I must ask you. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me that this is Song Lei's beast. Impossible. If that were his beast, I would eat dung. 100 tons. Everyone on stage was astonished, their eyes wide open, struggling to contain their inner shock. Yet, they could not help but tremble. This scene was precisely as Yitsong had anticipated. He knew the opportunity had arrived. Slowly, Yitsong crouched down to face Xiao Nai. I apologize, your master Yitsong is also my good brother, and he will be here shortly. First, go and bring that person back. Song Lei pointed towards the distant Ouyang Feng, who had already fled. Xiao Nai obediently nodded, turning and transforming into a projectile, launching itself at incredible speed. Buzz. The sound of sonic booms echoed. This terrifying velocity once more stunned the crowd. By the time they reacted, Ouyang Feng had already been captured and returned. What the heck? That speed. Given Ouyang Feng's physical prowess, he had already sprinted over 1,000 meters. Yet, In the blink of an eye, he was apprehended. This little dragon's speed was 3 times that of sound, and it required no acceleration, reaching its maximum speed instantaneously. Was this what a dragon was like? Moreover, according to Cang Lei, this beast seemed to belong to Yi Tsang. At this moment, the principals and dignitaries in the audience could no longer remain seated. They all stood up, fixated on the unfolding events on the screen. With remarkable intelligence, he directly sought out Principal Qingshan. Principal Qingshan, if you could facilitate a contract between Yi Tsang and our company, I am willing to offer him a 50 stake in the company. The implications of a 50 share in a publicly listed company are abundantly clear to all present. It is akin to gifting the company to Yi Tsang. For a Dragon Master, such an offer is undoubtedly worthwhile. I am prepared to cover all his educational expenses and personally contribute a scholarship of 3 million. If 3 million is deemed insufficient, I shall raise it to 5 million. 6 million. I will engage the finest golden beast masters to instruct him personally. Principal Qingshan, greetings. We are from the Tungfei Martial Arts School of Qingshan Temple, which also possesses various enterprises in Magic City. We wish to formally invite Mr. Cang Lei. At this declaration, a hush fell over the crowd. This institution ranks among the top 10 martial arts schools in the entire Dragon Kingdom, even holding its own in the fiercely competitive Magic City. To actively extend an invitation to Cang Lei and to address him as Mr. is indeed remarkable. However, this is only natural, as Cang Lei possesses a supreme physique and is destined to become a Diamond Realm Grand Sorcerer. There are so few Grand Sorcerers in the entire Dragon Kingdom. His future prospects are limitless. At this moment, Principal Qingshan found himself encircled by admirers. Astonished by the unexpected attention, major listed companies and even the mayor of Qingshan City were vying for his favor. Such glory was unprecedented. All of this stemmed from that young man, Yi Tsang. Even the director of the Qingshan City Tiandao Library and the president of the Magic Association, Lei Tian, approached him. This genius belongs to Qingshan City. Outsiders should not meddle. Cang Lei will henceforth be my disciple. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving many pale-faced. The representatives from Tungfei Martial Arts School were rendered speechless. The few individuals present bore expressions of astonishment. Lei Tian is a Diamond Realm sorcerer. Even in Magic City, he commands respect. To lower himself to actively recruit a student speaks volumes of his regard for Cang Lei. I can also serve as a nominal teacher for Cang Lei. Chen Jin, the director of the Tiandao Library, interjected. His library houses numerous skill books related to elemental magic. The director holds considerable influence in Magic City, with the top tier of his library featuring techniques of the highest caliber. These businessmen are astute. Failing to connect with these two prodigies now would mean missing out forever. Nevertheless, our company, Meat Unlimited, is still willing to generously sponsor Yi Tsang with 2 million and Cang Lei with another 2 million. I too will contribute 3 million for each of them. I shall present both with a set of battle armor. These individuals are exceptionally clever. Yi Tsang and Cang Lei, upon returning from the Eastern training camp, are bound to soar to great heights. Cultivating relationships now will pave the way for future success. For them, this few million is merely a minor investment. However, such opportunities for flattery are rare. At that moment, Zhou Tian, observing the powerful figures who were even willing to yield to his father, felt his face drain of color. The individual named Cang Lei is acquainted with another Dragon Master. It dawned on him just how grave a mistake he had made. Moreover, any thoughts of revenge seemed futile. Their strength was evident, and any attempt at aggression would undoubtedly be uncovered in an instant. Such prodigious talents are incredibly rare in a world rife with monsters. Not to mention, he is a Dragon Master. Each time Zhou Tian contemplated this, his pupils constricted, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng, grasped in the claws of Xiao Nai, gazed back at the small dragon with terror written across his face. Though he realized he had been outsmarted, he dared not resist. This beast is utterly unyielding. Had he known such a creature existed, he would have willingly forfeited from the start. The competition has concluded. Hand over your items. Yi Tsang extended his hand. Ouyang Feng hurriedly removed his hand ring and emptied his pockets, not daring to retain a single item. Beside them, Lin Qingying's mouth hung agape as she observed Yi Tsang and the small dragon. No wonder Cang Lei and Yi Tsang were acquainted. It turns out he is a Dragon Master. But how could a mere level 1 talent possibly form a contract with a dragon? Lin Qingying's mind was awash with confusion. Chapter 30, Dual Elements Silver Sorcerer. Could this little dragon actually belong to Cang Lei? As Lin Qingying's thoughts raced, everything began to fall into place. It appeared their relationship was quite close. Knowing Cang Lei's character, it was entirely plausible he would assist a friend. In light of the facts, Lin Qingying chose to believe that the little dragon was indeed Cang Lei's companion. After all, how could a level 1 talent command the loyalty of a colossal dragon? Only a true powerhouse could achieve such submission. With this realization, Lin Qingying regarded Song Lei with newfound admiration. The formidable force was right before her. Yi Song remained oblivious to the shift in Lin Qingying's demeanor and did not retract Xiao Nai into the beast space, as doing so would expose his identity. Once the money was secured, he would address that later. He casually escorted Ouyang Feng out of the competition arena, ignoring the astonished gazes of the onlookers, and strode purposefully towards the spirit fruit tree. Thud, 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 thud. As he approached, rhythmic heartbeats emanated from the fruit tree. With each pulse, dense mist billowed forth. Breathing it in revitalized every cell in his body. The fruit was ripe. The lei lingua. Yi Song's eyes sparkled with fervor. Consuming this fruit could grant him the opportunity to break into the silver realm. At that point, he could form a contract with a new beast. Behind him, the onlookers watched with longing, showing no inclination to contest for the fruit. They had merely followed Yi Song throughout, and without him, it was likely he would still claim the title of champion. I'll eat first, Yi Song declared, extending his hand. The lei lingua, still crackling with electricity, sensed Yi Song's presence and fell directly into his palm. Spirit fruits possess sentience and instinctively seek out the strong. It was clear that it acknowledged Yi Song. Time was of the essence. He hastily took a bite of the fruit, the rich aroma flooding his mouth, the succulent juice cascading down his throat and transforming into an overwhelming energy that surged through him. At that moment, Yi Song felt a fiery warmth envelop him, as if shackles within his body had shattered. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a spring emerging within his dantian. Yi Song's heart swelled with joy, an energy spring. This is a common characteristic among all who awaken upon breaking into the silver realm. Now, he needed only to condense an elemental sphere within the energy spring to fully enter the silver realm. Condensing 3 elemental spheres would classify him as a late-stage silver awakened. Of course, such thoughts were beyond Yi Song's current concerns. He only yearned to swiftly coalesce his first elemental sphere. With this in mind, Yi Song sat cross-legged on the ground before the crowd. The lei lingua he had just consumed continuously stimulated his body, producing an abundance of elemental energy. A storm of elemental particles began to coalesce around him, with Yi Song at the eye of the elemental tempest. What is this anomaly? He is attempting to break through at such a moment. Lin Qingying gazed at Yi Song, seated on the ground. His physique, reminiscent of a coiling dragon, made her realize that she had been mistaken in her own perceived genius. Yi Song time and again shattered her understanding, revealing to her what true prodigy looks like. The crowd atop the platform also took notice of this unfolding spectacle, holding their breath in anticipation. Is he about to break through the silver realm? Goodness! How many 16-year-old silver mirror awakeners have you encountered? This is quite extraordinary. Since his awakening, how long has it been? Just 2 months? Truly a prodigy, undoubtedly a prodigy. He may very well be the only 16-year-old silver mirror awakener in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. However, attempting to break through to the silver realm now is exceedingly difficult. Even a slight misstep could cause the entire spring to fracture. Moreover, he is condensing the most unruly elemental force, lightning. As everyone contemplated, they found some truth in these words. Indeed, it seemed rather rash. Choosing to break through at such a time, what audacity! A discordant voice emanated from Lin Chang. Principal Lin, have you not been slapped in the face enough already? Principal Qingshan remarked leisurely. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's face turned an alarming shade of red and purple. Ultimately, he said nothing. He was genuinely frightened. He had encountered prodigies before, but never one as formidable as this. All eyes were fixed on the center of the city, on Yi Song. At this moment, a tempest of elemental energy with a diameter of approximately 10 meters had formed around him, incessantly drawing in elemental particles from the air, coalescing into a purple sphere of lightning at the dantian. This elemental sphere continued to emit a mist, filling the energy spring. Such overwhelming energy. If this lightning sphere is successfully formed, I could unleash the Thunder Dragon Claw more than 3 times in a short span. Yi Song was astounded. No wonder Silver Mirror Awakeners are so much stronger than those of the Black Iron level. When he was at the Black Iron realm, releasing a single Thunder Dragon Claw would require draining over half of his energy. However, once this lightning sphere is consolidated, he could release it consecutively in a brief period. Furthermore, the rate at which he gathers elemental particles from the air has accelerated. It can even be stored in his energy spring for immediate use. Truly, it is extraordinary. What a magnificent storm of lightning energy. The crowd was astonished. Just then, the elemental fire in the air began to converge towards Yi Song. What is happening? Is he not a lightning element awakened? Why can he attract the fire elements from the air? The crowd was bewildered. Logically, only those who have awakened the fire element talent can perceive the fire particles in the air, which is a prerequisite for casting spells. Yet Yi Song, who awakened the lightning element talent, is condensing fire particles, leaving everyone puzzled. The primary reason is that no one in this world has ever contracted a beast of imperial level. It is unknown whether such a beast would endow its host with all its capabilities, including the ability to sense elemental particles. Hence, this phenomenon has occurred. What is going on? Thunderlord. The crowd looked at the two swirling storms of red and blue energy beside Song Lei with concern. This cannot go awry. However, at this moment, Lei Tian was frozen in place, staring blankly at the two converging storms. A term suddenly flashed in his mind. Naturally dual element. He had once encountered an awakened who possessed natural dual element abilities. Could it be that Song Lei is also a naturally dual element awakened? But simultaneously condensing two elemental spheres is rather chaotic, isn't it? This is akin to breaking through two levels in a brief period. How could this be possible? Just as he pondered, Yitsong swallowed the remaining Lei Ling fruit. Boom. In the next instant, all the elemental particles surged into his dantian. Boom. A force erupted around Yitsong, scattering the surrounding dust. Upon opening his eyes, they shimmered with the hues of fire and lightning, resembling an untouchable tyrant. He succeeded. A smile played on Yitsong's lips. He had condensed two energy spheres. Within the spring inside him, both fire and lightning elemental particles were now divided into different regions. These two elemental spheres continuously absorbed particles from the air, storing them in the spring for his use. Moreover, the spring, which originally had a volume of merely 10 cubic meters, expanded directly to 100 cubic meters after his condensation. This signifies that he can now unleash the Thunder Dragon Claw 15 times in succession. Furthermore, the storage capacity of Yitsong's energy spring far exceeds that of a late-stage Silver Awakened. How delightful! Yitsong stretched, feeling utterly refreshed. His gaze sharpened, and a smile involuntarily tugged at his lips. Next, he would seek out those awakened who were hiding in the city and conclude the competition. Chapter 31. The Second Beast. Bai Ji. Hiss. Speaking of which, it seems he just managed to condense the power of the fire element as well. Did you all see that? Who cares? Perhaps the camera malfunctioned. At this rate, Song Lei is almost certain to secure a spot in the Eastern Training Camp. The Eastern Training Camp opens in a month. A month? The students there are all late-stage Silver Awakened at the very least. Song Lei has just barely broken through to early-stage Silver. Wouldn't that be torment? Late-stage Silver Awakened possess 3 times the energy storage of early-stage Silver, and they are on an entirely different level. Although Song Lei is performing decently now, in the Eastern Training Camp, he would surely blend into the crowd. Suddenly, everyone realized this issue. The entire Eastern region has over 1 billion inhabitants, and the number of prodigies with top-tier talents is beyond counting. With Song Lei's current strength, he may not find it easy at all. Under the scorching sun, in the competition venue, some students were hiding in a tall building. It's safer here. Those monsters seldom venture upstairs. I heard that other students are also hiding in tall buildings, but this competition is truly intense. So quickly, all the seed contestants have been eliminated. Thankfully, I didn't go. Otherwise, I would have certainly become cannon fodder. The group shook their heads, relieved by their choice. However, at that moment, a buzzing sound echoed from the sky. A small black that rapidly approached them. They gazed into the distance, their eyes widening in shock. Just as they were about to utter the next word, the person appeared in the elimination zone. With the assistance of Shao Nai's aerial search, everyone had been eliminated in less than a day. Yitsong's team successfully earned the title of first in Qingfeng City. As for the beast tamer, Yitsong cleverly dodged the issue by claiming he was ambushed and eliminated due to the absence of his beast. This further deepened Lin Qingying's suspicions. First place, Qingshan High School's number 1 seed team. All members received guaranteed admission to the training camp and a scholarship of 5 million. Claps and cheers resonated. At the award ceremony, Lin Qingying and the others stood there, holding trophies and posing for photos with the oily leaders, smiling at the camera. However, one of the 5 was missing. Yitsong had returned home, citing a slight stomachache. He found such ceremonial formalities a waste of time. A group of leaders on the platform discussed grandiose ideas, and he couldn't even nap below. He had to force a smile. Just thinking about it made him irritable. In the end, all rewards would eventually find their way to him. Moreover, Yitsong was eagerly anticipating contracting his second beast. Which beast should he contract? He certainly did not need more offensive power. He was already sufficiently equipped. Standing before the figurine cabinet, Yitsong eliminated a plethora of options. In a month, he would enter the training camp, and his offensive capabilities were entirely adequate. However, he needed defensive measures. Otherwise, facing those of higher levels, he might be struck before he could even retaliate. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon several figurines resembling humanoid forms. Yet humanoid figures were too weak, and summoning them before others would indeed be awkward. Although Yi Tsong was not socially anxious, he also did not possess the confidence of a social butterfly. I shall wait until I am invincible before retreating to the mountains to contemplate. Yi Tsong nodded, and within his heart, another aspiration for strength emerged. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figurine, igniting a spark in his eyes. Baiji, a humanoid spider creature, an entity of a different race. As a figurine, it is semi-humanoid, boasting a cascade of silver hair braided into 3 strands, with a flawless complexion and perfect features, while its lower half resembles that of a spider. It tends to become overly proud and possesses a poor tolerance for alcohol. Of course, this is merely its incomplete evolutionary state. Instantly, Yi Tsong's mind conjured the hierarchy of Baiji. Small subordinate spider, small spider creature, small venomous spider creature, scythe of death, shadow of death, immortal spider queen, and finally, evolution into a deity. Presently, in its humanoid form, it likely resides at the level of the lady spider. Furthermore, it wields mental attack capabilities. If it could disrupt an opponent's spellcasting directly through mental means, wouldn't that eliminate the need for defense? Yet, the most crucial aspect lies in the fact that once Baiji evolves to the level of the immortal spider queen, it will gain the ability of immortality. Would this not also reflect upon Yi Tsong? Contemplating this, Yi Tsong felt his heart race wildly, unable to contain his inner ecstasy. Contract. Yi Tsong placed his hand upon Baiji. Beside him, Xiao Nai cast a curious glance. After Yi Tsong's evolution, its size had matched his, standing at the same height. Its scales had nearly fully grown in, exuding an aura of majesty. However, Yi Tsong still needed more time before he could ride it. Gratitude system initiating. Revival failed. Please elevate the skill levels of your first beast to level 20. There exists such a limitation? Yi Tsong furrowed his brow, feeling as though a bride on the verge of marriage had slipped away. He glanced at Xiao Nai, and after a brief consideration, deemed it reasonable, given his mental capacity. Attempting to simultaneously bear contracts for 2 beasts could result in backlash. If he were to elevate Xiao Nai's skills to level 20, his own abilities would likewise enhance. Alleviating this concern, the system indeed demonstrates thoughtfulness. Yi Tsong opened the panel. Mechanical Nizaleo. Level, ordinary mid-tier. Talent, Emperor level. Skills, Lava Breath, 020, Thunder Armor, 020, Elemental Affinity, 020. Mechanical Eye, 020. Description, consumes crystal stones to enhance beast skills. Host level, early silver. Levels equate to experience, does it not? Yi Tsong pondered while stroking his chin. 1 magic crystal translates to 1 experience point, equivalent to 10,000. Leveling a skill requires 200,000. Goodness, how exorbitant. Thankfully, I am currently affluent. Yi Tsong voiced his thoughts aloud. Moreover, upgrading a skill from level 1 to 10 merely requires 100 points. Yet ascending from level 10 to 20 demands an additional 200 points of magic crystals. The financial drain is staggering. Initially, I thought I had extorted enough. Yi Tsong's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he realized he had not been cunning enough. Why had he not considered fabricating an identity as a fire mage? Just then, Principal Qingshan sent Yi Tsong a message. I have gathered the funds for you. The false identity amounts to 13 million, your own 19 million, plus a 5 million scholarship, deducting approximately 900,000 in taxes, totaling 1 million. Of course, I will take a cut from the sponsors. Subsequently, we shall split 55 to 45. He. Yi Tsong was indifferent to the cut. After all, he need not intervene. Principal Qingshan managed everything. Being a passive participant while still receiving half the net profit was already a sign of others ingratiating themselves to him. At that moment, ding. Your bank card ending in 3970 has received 1 million. Gazing at such a sum, Yi Tsong felt no joy. His ambition was to become the world's strongest beast master. This amount hardly suffices for raising Xiao Nai. Moreover, if it were solely his scholarship, it would likely be significantly diminished. Fortunately, he had conspired with Principal Qingshan to orchestrate this arrangement. Otherwise, extracting such a substantial profit would have proven impossible. Alas, today marked yet another mundane yet fulfilling day as the streetlight hero. Yi Tsong sighed. Chapter 32, Second Beast, Mental Counterattack. Recharging host, currently adding 2,000 magic crystals. Observing the magic crystals he had just received, Yi Tsong felt a wave of emptiness. Can't you convert these 2,000 points into experience? Yi Tsong lamented. What distinguishes this from experience? Why bestow such a grandiose name? Renaming in progress. What? Can you not maintain some principles? Yi Tsong was astonished. This can be modified? In the next moment, ding, modification failed. Yi Tsong, modification failed, yet you still make that sound? Upgrade my skills first, elevating all to level 20. Yi Tsong commanded with authority. A mechanical voice responded. consuming a total of 800 magic crystals to upgrade your skills. Upgrade complete. As the words fell, Yitsong felt a newfound lightness in his body. With every movement, he exuded an inexplicable aura. Turning to Xiao Nai, he exclaimed, "Owo." At that moment, Xiao Nai also appeared exceptionally exhilarated, sensing its newfound strength. Opening the panel, Xiao Nai. Level, ordinary mid-tier. Talent, Emperor level. Skills, Lava Rain, 030. Summon Thunder, 030. Strong Elemental Affinity, 030. Eye of Analysis, 030. Description, consumes experience to enhance beast skills. Host level, early silver. Remaining magic crystals, 1,739 points. Subsequently, Yitsong observed the effects of several skills. Lava Rain and Thunder are both large-scale abilities. If used carelessly in a city, they would undoubtedly cause significant destruction. Strong Elemental Affinity merely accelerates my absorption of elemental energy, enhancing my ability to sense elemental forces in the air, thus increasing mana regeneration and reducing cooldown times. As for the Eye of Analysis, Yitsong found this skill quite peculiar. Its description indicated the ability to rectify certain errors, but which errors? Errors in the skill book? Or errors in the casting motion? Either possibility is remarkably formidable. Conveniently, I possess a copy of the Thunder Dragon Claw skill book. Initially, Yitsong had planned to secretly sell it. Now it serves a perfect purpose. With this in mind, Yitsong retrieved it and opened it on the table. Activating the Eye of Analysis, he discovered 13 typographical errors, automatically correcting them. Is it limited to recognizing only typographical errors? Yitsong scratched his head. The errors in the book were rectified by the Eye of Analysis. While this function is undoubtedly a godsend for some authors, it seems somewhat redundant for him. Perhaps this is due to the Thunder Dragon Claw skill book lacking any substantial flaws. Yitsong deemed this possibility quite plausible. Skills available on the market have undergone validation by countless individuals around the world. They can only be optimized. The notion of having flaws simply does not exist. Nevertheless, the Eye of Analysis skill certainly warrants an upgrade. It could enhance Xiao Nai's dynamic vision, enabling it to execute more varied maneuvers in battle. First, let us contract another beast. Yitsong approached, placing his hand upon the spider offspring. Revival. Gratitude system has been initiated. The spider offspring gradually regained vitality under his touch. Yitsong's heart raced. Reflecting on the days and nights spent since its acquisition, I never anticipated that today would yield such a reward. As time flows, the figurine before me gradually melts, coalescing into a diminutive spider, its size akin to that of a basketball, interwoven in shades of pale pink and white. Upon catching sight of Yitsong, the small spider lifted its front legs, exclaiming, "Master." For reasons unknown, Yitsong comprehended its words. Beside him, Xiao Nai gazed in awe at this peculiar creature. Observing its demeanor, Yitsong sighed. Realizing that its intelligence was unparalleled, the spider could speak immediately upon revival. An absurdity for Xiao Nai. Perhaps this was the price of power. Yitsong's gaze returned to the spider, its attributes laid bare before him. Small secondary spider. Level, ordinary early stage. Potential, Emperor level. Skills, Silk Manipulation 010, Venom Fangs 010, Mental Disruption 010. The first two skills were self-evident. However, the Mental Disruption skill could instantaneously disturb an opponent's mind within a certain range. Though fleeting, this ability proved crucial in combat. Truly, the Emperor-level talent of Beast Control was endowed with an abundance of skills. First, a contract. Then, I shall elevate Xiao by S level. Xiao Bai was the name Yitsong bestowed upon it, embodying a sense of companionship, more for its ease of pronunciation. Contract. Yitsong placed his hand upon Xiao Bai's foreleg, their touch igniting a spark. In an instant, it felt as though his mental energy was drawn into Xiao Bai. The contract was swiftly completed. Yitsong shuddered, his mind lightened considerably, and his gaze grew clearer. The heavy breaths of Xiao Nai, the rapid beating of his own heart, and the faint sounds of insects scuttling in the corner, all sensations previously foreign, now enveloped him. The world before him appeared more vivid than ever. With 1739 experience points remaining, it was prudent to distribute them evenly. He could not favor Xiao Nai while neglecting Xiao Bai. As its master, he also needed to manage the relationship between his two beasts. System. Upgrade Xiao Bai's skills to level 20. Upgrading for you. Total cost, 1,200 magic crystals. Moments later, skills, Silk Manipulation 030, Venom Glands 030, Mental Venom Trap 030. I feel even stronger now, master. Xiao Bai whirled joyfully on the table, and Yitsong shared in its excitement. The first two skills had seen an increase in potency. The Venom Fangs, before their upgrade to Venom Glands, could only kill a single ordinary creature. Now, a mere bite, injecting a trace of venom, sufficed to slay an average monster. It should be noted that Xiao Bai was still merely at the ordinary early stage. For others, such lethal capability at the same level was unfathomable, yet for Yi Tsang, it was a matter of course. Truly, it was a casual instant kill. Of course, these two skills alone were insufficient to elate Yi Tsang. The attacking prowess of Xiao Nai was already satisfactory. The crux lay in the final skill, Mental Venom Trap. This ability allowed any assailant employing mental attacks against him to suffer backlash, akin to a mental counterarmor. Whenever he cast magic, should someone attempt to mentally disrupt Yi Tsang, they would be met with the Mental Venom Trap's retaliation. Xiao Bai's mental energy would surge along the strands of mental silk, invading the adversary's mind, devouring it, leading to a rapid loss of attack power or even death. Naturally, Yi Tsang's offensive capabilities would pale in comparison to those of his beast. Magic would serve solely as a last resort for self-defense, applicable only in dire circumstances. In typical battles, his beast would take precedence. After all, as a beastmaster, he could not intervene in every matter personally. What purpose would his two beasts serve otherwise? However, this skill was simply extraordinary. Yi Tsang was invigorated. He merely wished to protect himself from attacks, yet Xiao Bai was poised to claim the life of any adversary. Chapter 33. The School Bell Seeks Tsang Lei. First, let us test the silk manipulation skill. With this thought, Yi Tsang issued a command to Xiao Bai. Immediately, a fine white silk thread erupted from behind Xiao Bai. Adhering to the wall, Yi Tsang retrieved a wooden stick from the corner and struck it forcefully. Whoosh! The stick shattered instantly. Next, he wielded a stainless steel kitchen knife and swung down. Clang! Sparks flew from the knife, and within moments, a gash appeared. How remarkably sturdy! Yi Tsang marveled. This was no ordinary spider silk. It resembled stainless steel wire. One could even describe it as nano silk. Xiao Bai not only utilized this silk to traverse between walls and heights, but could also weave a net to shield against incoming attacks. This singular skill provided both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was nothing short of divine. As for the venom fangs, although there were no monsters present for testing, Yi Tsang surmised their power must be equally astounding. How was that? Xiao Bai approached eagerly, seeking Yi Tsang's praise. Quite well indeed. Yi Tsang patted Xiao Bai's head, expressing his satisfaction. He then tossed a piece of level 1 energy meat to Xiao Bai. With a joyful bite, Xiao Bai dashed to a corner of the room, employing its silk to weave an enormous cocoon within mere minutes, before reclining within it to enjoy its meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Nai could only watch enviously. Lacking any skill or talent, it felt left out. You have a share too. Here, take this. Yi Tsang offered Xiao Nai 2 pieces of level 1 energy meat, rewarding its outstanding contributions during the competition. Xiao Nai eagerly seized the 2 pieces and swallowed them whole. Alas, level 1 energy meat seemed insufficient. Higher grade options were necessary. I recall seeing the highest grade of energy meat at level 3, priced at 30,000 dragon coins per piece. Previously, upgrading skills cost 20 million, leaving only 510,000, enough to purchase over 100 pieces of level 3 energy meat. Yi Tsang calculated in his mind. A single piece of level 3 energy meat would suffice for an ordinary beast for a week. However, for these two, they would likely consume it within 3 days. That equates to 10 pieces a month, totaling 20 pieces for both, amounting to 600,000 dragon coins. Yet, my own consumption alone would match that of the 2 beasts combined. After contracting with Xiao Bai, the rate at which level 1 energy meat was depleted had noticeably doubled compared to before. Of course, this did not imply he would quickly find himself in want of food. Even if he consumed but 1 piece of energy meat a month, it would sustain his bodily needs. However, to grow stronger, ample energy meat was essential. This was fortuitous. Generally, a Silver Realm Awakener required merely 1 piece of level 3 energy meat per month. Yet Yi Tsang needed to spend 20 pieces monthly, which amounted to 600,000 dragon coins, over 20 times the norm. This, in turn, indicated that his rate of advancement was 20 times that of an ordinary mage. A single day of effort equated to nearly a month of training for others. With this thought, Yi Tsang felt a surge of exhilaration. 120,000 was not spent in vain. However, this 5 million would only sustain the 3 of us for less than half a year. And should we consume it all, we might reach above the Golden Realm. This, of course, was predicated on the absence of a 3rd contracted beast and no skill upgrades. Contemplating this, Yi Tsang found himself in a quandary. Money was indeed difficult to acquire. As he grew stronger, his consumption would multiply compared to ordinary individuals. While it typically took years for others to reach the Golden Realm, Yi Tsang required less than half a year. During previous hunts for monsters, it seemed he still had over 600 magic crystals remaining. Yi Tsang resolved to retain the magical crystals for the time being. Should he distribute his resources too evenly, it would pose a dilemma if the 3rd contract beast demanded something in the future. At the very least, he could enhance his abilities when confronted with formidable foes. Clenching his skills, he remained resolute in not learning them just yet. Despite the substantial cost, Yitsong decided to contract the third beast immediately upon reaching the Golden Realm, for it was the fastest means of advancement. Wealth and magical crystals could always be acquired anew. At that moment, Yitsong truly comprehended the challenges of fatherhood, having raised two insatiable gluttons. Master, someone is here. The message from Xiaobai reverberated in Yitsong's mind. Who could possibly come to my abode at such an hour? Yitsong furrowed his brow and summoned his two beast companions into the beast space. Approaching the door, he grasped the handle and opened it wide. Before him stood an exquisite visage, adorned with a smile that felt like a refreshing drizzle, accompanied by an alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature was the precariously balanced button at the center of her mountain-like figure, burdened with a weight beyond her years. The visitor was none other than Lin Qingying, the belle of Qingshan High School, who possessed knowledge of everyone's home addresses. Yi classmate, may I come in for a moment? Lin Qingying inquired with a smile. Before Yitsong could respond, she gracefully stepped inside, her long, fair legs captivating the gaze. Surveying the surroundings, she noted that Yitsong had kept the place remarkably tidy, especially since acquiring two beast companions had prompted him to be more vigilant about cleanliness. It was indeed quite clean, she thought, her opinion of Yitsong shifting slightly. Her eyes inadvertently caught sight of a cobweb in the corner, and a weight seemed to lift from her heart. A beast master of the Black Iron Realm could only contract a single beast. Thus, the dragon must belong to Songlei. Lin Qingying exhaled, her eyes igniting with determination. I, too, shall become a mage like Songlei. As an awakener, I must aspire to such heights. A surge of fervor ignited within her, as she set her sights on Songlei as her role model. As for Yitsong, since he was a friend of Songlei, it would be acceptable to bring him along, provided he did not hold her back. On the surface, she appeared to be the gentle and virtuous school belle, yet in reality, she was a passionate individual willing to go to any lengths to grow stronger. Yitsong was no different. By the way, do you know where your friend Songlei resides? Yitsong raised an eyebrow, realizing that this inquiry was the purpose of her visit. He recalled that he had previously promised Lin Qingying to assist in training, for which she had promised a reward of 5 million and other bonuses. Naturally, he had already received the prize. What do you need him for? Yitsong asked knowingly. I have a few arrangements with him. It seems his mask might have ended up here. As she spoke, Lin Qingying gracefully stepped over, picking up the Pikachu mask from the table. Yitsong felt a twinge of embarrassment, having overlooked this detail. Ah, yes, my brother should be back soon. But it will be quite late. Lin, the school bell, perhaps you should return tomorrow. I'll wait here for him. Lin Qingying naturally settled onto Yitsong's sofa, her long legs extended invitingly. Yitsong's brows twitched in response. Goodness, she shows no signs of leaving. Since you are here to train, I shall ensure you receive proper attention. With that thought, Yitsong said, wait a moment, I will go find him. He turned and exited the door, bemused by the audacity of such visitors. Watching Yitsong depart, Lin Qingying chuckled softly. He still serves a purpose. Once I stand alongside Songlei in battle, having him as a sidekick might not be a bad idea after all. Yitsong found a shop and quickly inquired with the owner about purchasing a similar mask. Due to his newfound fame from the competition, such masks had become exceedingly popular, easily available at any store. Do you want your son to awaken the thunder elemental talent? Do you wish for him to shine in competitions and become the strongest dark horse? Buy this. Buy this. The same mask worn by the top scholar of Qingshan City. Donning the latest limited edition mask akin to Songlei's, he changed his attire. With just a slight infusion of elemental energy from his reservoir, his demeanor could temporarily transform significantly, making it difficult for others to recognize him. Upon returning home, Yitsong rolled up his sleeves. Chapter 34. Zhou Tian's mental state crumbled once more. As soon as Yitsong appeared at the door, Lin Qingying greeted him with a look of surprise. Songlei, where is your friend? She glanced behind him, but did not see Yitsong's figure. He is temporarily staying outside. If you wish to train, let us proceed swiftly. And please, do not trouble my brother in the future. He prefers solitude. Lin Qingying nodded repeatedly, her gaze towards Yitsong filled with admiration and fervor. Yitsong observed her expression with some bewilderment. It was a stark contrast to her demeanor when they had first met. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. This girl must have some peculiar affliction. Yitsong believed his appearance warranted at least a 9 out of 10, yet it seemed that wearing the mask rendered him even more appealing. Could this be the allure of talent? Yitsong stroked his chin, lost in thought. Nonetheless, this would not deter him from imparting lessons on conduct. A few minutes later, on the rooftop, since you wish to learn how to construct magic more swiftly, you must practice through real combat, Yitsong stated solemnly. Thus, I will suppress my strength to the Black Iron Realm and attack you. Only when faced with life and death can one truly grasp the essence of magic. His voice was low, delivering a solemn declaration. Although it may seem absurd, he wasn't entirely wrong. Real combat could indeed foster quicker growth. All right. Lin Qingying nodded vigorously. In the next instant, a thunderbolt struck down. Lin Qingying, caught off guard, was hit, leaving her charred and singed. This was with Yi Tsang restraining his power. Otherwise, that strike could have easily cooked her alive. Is this how it begins? Lin Qingying was stunned. The impact left her legs trembling, and evading another strike seemed increasingly unlikely. Too slow. In real combat, the enemy would not grant you time to react. Yi Tsang showed no mercy, summoning a barrage of lightning strikes. Thunder roared. The rooftop was illuminated as if it were daytime. Before long, patches of Lin Qingying's fair skin began to char, and her long, straight hair became a wild tangle. This is too fast. Lin Qingying's voice trembled, yet her focus intensified. Minutes passed, and her speed increased remarkably. She truly began to grasp the essence of survival through combat. If Yi Tsang did not increase the speed of his lightning strikes, it would be challenging to land another hit. Is this what it means to be a genius? Her comprehension is astonishingly high. However, my lightning speed is merely a tenth of my previous skill. Can you evade true lightning speed? A mischievous grin crept onto Yi Tsang's lips as he unleashed an endless torrent of thunder. Meanwhile, at Zhou Tian's home, Tianer, how many people did your father lose to in the past? I have walked this path to become a great mage. Zhou Tian's father sighed. Some individuals are destined to stand atop this world. Comparing yourself to them is merely seeking punishment. Zhou Tian nodded, still harboring some lingering thoughts. The shadow cast by Cang Lei loomed excessively large over him. If he did not venture out, he would remain ensnared in the other shadow for a lifetime. His mind was filled with the image of the thunderous claws that overshadowed the heavens and the earth. How about this? You are acquainted with the young girl from the Lin family, are you not? Give her a call, suggested Zhou Fu. Coincidentally, Lin's daughter was also nearby Cang Lei at that time. It was likely that her situation mirrored that of his son. Perhaps a conversation between them could alleviate this pervasive shadow, and their relationship with the Lin family might also improve. Zhou Tian pondered this and promptly dialed Lin Qingying. After a considerable wait, the call connected. Qingying, it's Zhou Tian. Oh, do you need something? What are you doing? Why do you sound out of breath? Just training. Don't worry about it. Accompanying her words was a muffled groan, suppressed yet trembling. What is wrong with you? Zhou Tian felt a sudden surge of anxiety. He could distinctly hear the tremor in her voice. I'm fine, just my legs are weak. Cang Lei, please, it hurts. Zhou Tian was taken aback. Cang Lei? Could it be that Lin Qingying was currently training at Cang Lei's place? Why would she train at someone else's home instead of the martial arts school? With a clatter, Zhou Tian's phone slipped from his grasp, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It would be impossible to claim he had no feelings for Lin Qingying, given that she was the belle of Qingfeng High School. Moreover, his father had once intended to play matchmaker between the two. Yet now, she was answering his call, which gave him a sense of involvement. Zhou Tian's composure began to unravel. Zhou Fu, observing his son, was equally bewildered. Wasn't he the aim to alleviate the inner shadow? Why did it seem that his son's shadow had only grown darker? Was Cang Lei truly that formidable? In a moment, Zhou Fu mentally categorized Cang Lei as a figure to be avoided. Meanwhile, at Yi Tsang's residence, a delicate, pale hand, slightly charred, trembled as it reached for the rooftop door. I can't do this anymore, Lin Qingying stammered, her legs quaking, making it difficult for her to stand. This individual was utterly inhumane. The intervals between attacks had vanished, and they were coming faster than ever. Who could endure such a trial? Just then, a pair of large hands seized her ankles and forcibly pulled her back. Did I not tell you? Only by approaching death can one comprehend the essence of survival. Came Yi Tsang's deep voice. This is just the beginning. Lin Qingying felt on the verge of tears. Had she known that training with Cang Lei would be so brutal, she would never have come. The violent nature of the training left her no chance to catch her breath. After yet another bout of thunder and lightning, the one-on-one training session concluded. Lin Qingying's hair stood on end from the shock, and she found it difficult to rise from the ground, utterly exhausted. Help me up, came her weak voice from below. Yi Tsang lifted her, carrying her to his room and laying her on the bed, offering her a few sips of water until she began to recover. How are you feeling? Yi Tsang inquired solemnly. Now you won't dare to bother me, will you? I actually feel great. Releasing magic in a crisis has significantly improved my control and speed of conjuration. I'll definitely come back. Yi Tsang was left utterly speechless. He seriously questioned whether Lin, the school belle, harbored some peculiar penchant. Had she awakened something after being shocked? However, time was of the essence. 30,000 per session, he stated firmly. Actually, money isn't an issue, after all. We will need to support each other when we head to the Qing training camp with a few others from Qingshan City. But Then forget it. Since you don't need payment, would you be willing to teach me occasionally for free? Although money was not a concern, the essence of Cang Lei's teachings would always belong to him, regardless of their perceived importance. Yi Tsang spoke with conviction, which made Lin Qingying's heart skip a beat. Gazing at this tall and imposing figure, she felt the gap between her and Yi Tsang widening. A person who upheld promises and principles while assisting Yi Tsang must have owed him some debt of gratitude. Lin Qingying thought, her delicate brows furrowing. She did not wish for Cang Lei to be troubled by such matters. Chapter 35, The Black Market of Qingfeng City. Cang Lei, my uncle is looking for you. He said he would wait for you outside the trading market, Lin Qingying explained, as this visit was primarily for that purpose. Your uncle? His name is Lei Tian, the president of the Qingfeng City Magic Association and a diamond-level lightning mage. Lin Qingying's expression turned serious. A diamond mage, particularly one wielding lightning magic, was exceedingly rare in this city. Just considering the status of a lightning awakener was enough to instill pride. Yi Tsang understood well how coveted lightning affinity was. However, the trading market was notorious as the black market of Qingfeng City, dealing in items that could not be openly displayed, including the magical device used by Ouyang Feng and even live monsters. Some individuals operated gambling dens there, engaging in life and death battles. Yet, it was indeed a place where one could experience rapid power growth. Yi Tsang had contemplated venturing into the black market himself. Without a formidable presence, it would be challenging to excel in the training camp with only his preliminary silver rank. However, lacking adequate strength made it perilous to enter the black market recklessly. The arrival of Lei Tian provided him with a pathway. What need was there for bodyguards? What could be more reassuring than having a diamond mage wielding lightning? All right, I'm on my way, Yi Tsang exclaimed excitedly, nodding vigorously. He dashed out of the house, determined to elevate his strength to at least the mid-silver level within a month. Additionally, his two spirit beasts, Xiao Nai and Xiao Bai, needed to have at least one reach the silver rank. Achieving these goals necessitated a trip to the black market. Lei Tian's arrival was an exceptional opportunity. Should he miss it, such an opportunity might never present itself again. Outside the trading market, look at that guy wearing a ghost mask, trying to intimidate someone, exclaimed one onlooker. He must be security for the black market. You don't understand. Do you know what it means to avoid 30 years of detours? A man with silver hair and a ghost mask stood across the street, drawing numerous curious glances. Little did they know, this man was Lei Tian, the president of the Magic Association. Naturally, if his identity were revealed, everyone around would likely flee in an instant, rendering his visit meaningless. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Lei Tian glanced at his watch, then resumed his vigil. This was the first time someone had dared to stand him up. After a few more minutes, Yi Tsang finally appeared in the distance, causing a stir among the crowd. Immediately, someone recognized him. That's the Dragon Master from Qingshan High School. Wow, it's him. The young man is quite handsome. What Dragon Master? That was just something Cang Lei said. You've never seen him command a dragon. Uft. I think you're just jealous. Jealous? I'm merely expressing reasonable suspicion. Don't forget he possesses top-tier talent. I don't care. You're just jealous of my brother. Yi Tsang surveyed the crowd that had gathered around him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Alas, it seems I must bear the burden of this infamy alone. He sighed, realizing that sometimes being too outstanding could be a curse. The commotion immediately caught Lei Tian's attention. As he turned to look at Yi Tsang, a flicker of lightning flashed in his eyes. Indeed, it is him. When borrowing books at Tiandao Tushuguan, the name reported was indeed Yi Tsang. The Dragon Master has once again bestowed upon him the thunderous talent. Could this be fate? Despite prior speculation, Lei Tian's heart still surged like tumultuous waves. On one hand, he was astonished by Yi Tsang's fortune. On the other, he was taken aback by the abilities conferred upon the host by such a magnificent creature as the dragon. Here, Lei Tian suppressed his excitement and waved at Yi Tsang. President Lei, Yi Tsang promptly responded loudly. Lei Tian was taken aback. What on earth? Are you trying to announce the arrival of the president of the Magic Association to the black market with such volume? Sure enough, the next moment, the crowd around began to murmur. Fortunately, there were not many awakened ones present, and only a few noticed Yi Tsang's voice. The two hurried towards the black market. At the entrance of the black market, a guard clad in a black robe lazily obstructed their path. Halt! This is the market for awakened ones. Ordinary people are not permitted entry. He scanned the two from head to toe. This is my identification. Lei Tian produced a diamond-crafted mage card from his pocket. Yi Tsang, feeling embarrassed by his humble black iron identification, refrained from showing it. The guard, sweating profusely, immediately changed his arrogant demeanor, stepping back to bow deeply to Lei Tian. My lord, young master, please come inside. It wasn't until Yi Tsang and Lei Tian had walked far away that the guard regained his composure, drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, he had refrained from extorting them. Otherwise, he would surely have met a grim fate. After all, that was a diamond-mirrored awakened one. He had scarcely seen such a diamond-crafted mage token in his lifetime. It seemed the black market was destined for upheaval today. Gazing after the two, he thought, excellent, ordinary demon beasts. Health vaccines available. Only 100,000. Don't listen to him. Those demons are 100,000 per gene and are mostly on the verge of dying. Direct factory sales. Grade 3 energy meat, originally priced at 100,000, now only 30,000. First come, first served. Expired meat. The last time I ate it, I vomited all afternoon, bringing up my previous meal. Top-tier magical tools capable of withstanding a full force strike from a battle general level demon. Yours for just 200,000. Yitsong's interest peaked as he directed his gaze towards the shield. Reinforced with strong alloys, it can still be used for several more hours, but its potential is limited. A series of analyses flashed in his mind. Yitsong shook his head in disbelief. What kind of rubbish dares to come out to deceive people? He remarked, exasperated. Beside him, Lei Tian nodded in agreement. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed a discerning eye. For a first-time visit to the black market, his performance was commendable. Ah, Tsang Lei, no? I should now call you Yitsong, right? You are a junior from Qingfeng City. While it is somewhat regrettable that you are a beast master, you are still capable of wielding magic. As the president of the Magic Association in Qingfeng City, I should extend my assistance. Feel free to express any requests. In Qingfeng City, I, Lei Tian, still hold some influence. Lei Tian asserted his position, his voice commanding. At this time, with the Dragon Kingdom besieged on all sides and being devoured by demons, individuals like Yitsong were desperately needed. Or rather, geniuses like him. President Lei, I wish to hunt some demons to enhance my practical abilities while also acquiring something that allows for rapid breakthroughs. Yitsong's expression turned serious. Given his level, leaving the city was prohibited. He had attempted it before and, unsurprisingly, had been sent back by others who presumed he was seeking death. Hunting demons? The black market does have a few illegal demon hunting grounds, specifically for awakened ones below the Golden Realm. After all, this is still a city inhabited by humans, and demons of too high a level are not permitted. The mention of demon hunting grounds sparked a glimmer in Yitsong's eyes. These grounds allowed entry for a specified duration upon payment of a deposit, providing an excellent training ground for weaker awakened ones, albeit with potential dangers. For Yitsong, it was a veritable treasure. Killing a single demon could yield over 100,000 longbi in magic crystals. The entry fee to a demon hunting ground was merely 300,000. In other words, if Yitsong managed to slay 2 demons, he would recoup his investment. With Lei Tian present, he need not fear post-hunt extortion. With this thought, Yitsong felt exhilarated. He could almost envision the expression of the proprietor as if he had tasted something foul. Is it really so exhilarating to hunt demons, which is fraught with danger? Lei Tian observed Yitsong, his expression somewhat peculiar. This fellow seemed to lose his wits at the mere mention of demons, akin to how one might react upon encountering a beautiful woman. Chapter 36, Demon Hunting Grounds, Xiao Bai's Upgrade. Lei Tian led Yitsong to the largest demon hunting ground in the black market, the underground king hunting ground. A heavy wire mesh formed a circular enclosure around the perimeter of the hunting ground. The center resembled a nature reserve, yet it was populated by demons. At each of the 4 entrances, there was a main gate. This was the underground king hunting ground, where demons were released without restriction. Although one could only remain inside for 3 hours, all demons hunted would belong to the hunter, and the hunting ground bore no responsibility for personal safety. Of course, one could hire a bodyguard for a fee. However, today seemed to be a day of fierce competition. Lei Tian, well-versed in the place, explained to Yitsong. A day of fierce competition? It's an event held once a month at the hunting ground, where they send in an awakened one to serve as the enforcer, hunting demons alongside other awakened ones brought in by the privileged. There are no restrictions, but on this special day, the one who slays the most demons can receive a free Lei Ling fruit from the hunting ground. This seemed a rather dark rule, yet it was commonplace in this underground world. Lei Ling fruit. Yitsong's eyes lit up with fervor. He had tasted that fruit before. Merely consuming one had propelled him from the late stages of black iron to the silver realm. If he could obtain another Lei Ling fruit, it would be sufficient to elevate Xiao Nai's level to that of a battle general. A typical dragon of ordinary caliber had already reached such heights. What new skills would be bestowed upon reaching the battle general level? What divine power would he receive? Yitsong began to anticipate the possibilities. This is the hunting ground for me. However, you must be cautious. The awakened ones sent by the hunting ground are all formidable figures of the Golden Realm. Lei Tian grew increasingly appreciative of Yitsong. It was rare to find someone so resolute despite knowing the risks. The two swiftly entered the hunting ground. At the 4 main gates, each opened every 3 hours, Song found himself alongside only 3 other teams. Are you certain he intends to enter alone? The administrator scrutinized Song, somewhat incredulous. This young man appeared no older than a recent dropout. Surely, he could not be so reckless as to offer himself up for such a venture? Indeed, just him. Saying this, Lei Tian transferred 500,000 to the administrator. This was the entry fee for the special rules. Upon seeing the funds, the administrator's demeanor transformed, realizing they had a significant client. Typically, awakened ones would pool their resources to meet the 500,000 requisite for entering the hunting ground, hoping to break even. It was indeed rare for someone to pay the entire amount alone. Understood. Please, this way. The administrator beamed with a smile. With that, Lei Tian was escorted to the VIP room. Song also entered the Yao Mo hunting ground. Upon opening the iron gate, he was greeted by the breath of nature. The trees were lush and verdant, stretching endlessly before him. It was hard to fathom that within the highly developed city center of Qingfeng City, such a place still existed. It could only be said that Song was woefully uninformed. The wealthy indulged in extravagant pursuits, but for now, it was merely an experience pool for him. Suddenly, a spider crawled up his back. Its pink and white body radiated an aura of extreme danger. The other small teams instantly vanished into the jungle, with Song closely following behind. The hunting ground was vast, and the density of the monsters far exceeded that of the abandoned city. However, it paled in comparison to the true world of monsters beyond the walls. Soon, Song encountered a long-tongued monkey. With a roar, the creature launched an attack upon spotting him. Its extraordinarily long tongue swept through the air, effortlessly severing several trees as thick as 3 men. In a split second, it found itself ensnared between 2 trees, caught in a fine web that was nearly invisible. The long-tongued monkey was filled with terror, yet no matter how it struggled, it could not free its tongue, as if it were nailed in place. A swift pink and white figure approached, sinking its fangs into the monkey's tongue. The venom coursed through its body rapidly. Sensing danger, the long-tongued monkey thrashed wildly, but within a minute, it collapsed, unable to move. Mo Jing 8. It appeared to be an ordinary early-stage monster. Song stroked his chin, astonished by the potency of the venom. A single bite from an ordinary monster led to a swift demise within a minute. Such intensity was indeed remarkable. However, this was after all a second-level upgraded venomous bite, so it wouldn't be reasonable for it to be too weak. Master, may I consume it? Xiaobai inquired, clearly intrigued by the monster's corpse. This was a stark contrast to Xiaonai, who was quite picky. Could it be due to their differing natures? As a spider, Xiaobai naturally had the habit of devouring the remains of its prey. Go ahead, but don't take too long. We only have 3 hours. Song nodded in agreement. With that, Xiaobai eagerly scurried over. In a whirlwind, it devoured the prey within 2 minutes, leaving nothing behind. Its belly swelled, resembling that of a pig. Would this gluttonous behavior affect its combat abilities? Song looked at Xiaobai's round belly in speechless disbelief. Could you not bring such a voracious nature with you? Just then, a gurgling sound emanated from Xiaobai's belly, which then flattened back to its original state. The flesh within was digested in an instant. To Song's astonishment, Xiaobai's pink and white form became even more pronounced. Was it absorbing the energy of the monsters? Song was taken aback. Realizing this, he understood that previously, Xiaonai had left the corpses of defeated monsters unattended, an utter waste. Now, with Xiaobai, the corpses were digested, eliminating such waste. It was worth noting that a complete ordinary monster corpse could fetch tens of thousands in high prices. At this rate, Xiaobai's evolution speed might even surpass that of Xiaonai, becoming Song's most formidable asset. Subsequently, Song continued to hunt monsters in the jungle. Thanks to Xiaobai's web-like mental awareness, as long as he was within a few kilometers of it, he could sense the presence of monsters, making his search exceedingly convenient. In no time, he had slain over a dozen monsters, consuming their flesh. Mo Jing 13. Mo Jing 9. Mo Jing 17. In less than half an hour, the number of magic crystals surged by over 100. This amounted to several million dragon coins. A sum that many would never earn in their lifetime, yet an awakened could acquire in just half an hour. The sound of gnawing flesh echoed as Xiaobai consumed a flaming horse, leaving only its skeleton behind. Satisfied, it let out a burp. Following this, its size increased by several centimeters, and its skin shed layers, revealing additional black rings on its legs. A small spider monster. It had evolved. Song could distinctly feel a surge of power in return. Ordinary mid-level. The speed of evolution was astonishing. Moreover, Song was surprised to discover that Xiaobai's evolution pattern was not directly tied to its level, but rather to the energy it consumed. Once it evolved, all its attributes experienced a significant increase, elevating its level to ordinary mid-level. The more it consumed, the stronger it became. Truly, it was a glutton. Yi-Song couldn't help but marvel. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, many had taken notice of this unknown awakened. Chapter 37, Web Trap, Frenzied Hunting. At this moment, in the VIP room where Lei Tian was located, a dozen or so individuals were seated, observing the large screen displaying Yi-Song's footage. Where did this Beastmaster come from? This person seems quite formidable. Should we place a bet on him? Perhaps not. He appears to be just an ordinary Beastmaster. Far weaker compared to those in the Golden Realm. That's true. It's only the first hour. In the second hour, Silver Realm monsters will be released. And that's when the disadvantages will become apparent. I still favor the monster hunters in the hunting ground. The crowd deliberated. Ultimately, no one chose to bet on Yi-Song. Just then, a voice rang out. I'll wager 5 million on this young man. As the words were spoken, countless gazes turned towards the speaker. It was none other than Lei Tian. As he departed, the bet placed on Yi-Song soared to 5 million. With odds of 120. Though this amount was modest compared to the overall prize pool, should Yi-Song emerge victorious, the payout would multiply tenfold. However, was this fellow a novice? Betting on an ordinary awakened? He seemed a fresh face, merely a tuition fee for the learning process. Yet, he was indeed a spendthrift, wagering 5 million right off the bat. The crowd buzzed with discussion, eyeing Lei Tian as if he were a fool. Why bet on someone so inexperienced? Even if he currently led due to his rapid monster detection abilities. Once the hour passed and warlord-level monsters were unleashed, could he still compete? Lei Tian, however, paid them no mind, his focus remaining on the footage of Yi-Song. Has it only been a day since Yi-Song contracted his second beast? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lei Tian's eyes. In just one day, this spider-like second beast could annihilate monsters of the same level. This was indeed beyond Lei Tian's comprehension. For spiders, typically, did not rank high. Yet this one was unlike any he had ever encountered. From its current performance, it was absurdly powerful. Meanwhile, in a corner, a burly middle-aged man also took note of Lei Tian's actions. Isn't this just sending me money? A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. He was the host of the underground hunting ground. Such reckless spending from a fool was precisely what he relished. Yet without such fools, making money in the underground hunting ground would be quite challenging. A beastmaster? Our monster hunters in the underground hunting ground are also beastmasters. An hour passed swiftly. Yi-Song's speed in hunting monsters was remarkable. With Xiao Bai's web-like perception, he was far ahead of the others. Mo Jing 15. Mo Jing 16. Crunch. Xiao Bai once again devoured 2 demons, resulting in a significant enhancement of power. This terrifying digestive ability left Yi-Song astounded, leading him to question whether his beast had somehow been endowed with a system of its own. At this juncture, an announcement echoed through the skies. There are 2 hours remaining. This served as a notification regarding the remaining time for the hunting event, as well as the impending release of warlord-level demons. Yi-Song, well-versed in the rules, promptly summoned Xiao Nai from the beast space. A colossal dragon, adorned with black scales resembling armor, emerged from the void. Its roar reverberated throughout the hunting ground, asserting its dominion. The hunt was about to commence, with Xiao Bai tasked with crowd control while Yi-Song would engage in slaying the demons. This division of responsibilities would undoubtedly enhance their efficiency and conserve Xiao Nai's stamina for confronting the lord-level demons later on. At that moment, Yi-Song anticipated that he would need to exert all his strength, for the disparity between the lord and warlord levels was substantial, akin to the chasm between an emperor and his generals. While generals may be numerous, an emperor is singular. Each lord-level demon commands at least 10 warlord-level demons, making it no small feat to slay them across tiers. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, the guests in the VIP room immediately turned their attention, their screens shifting to reveal Xiao Nai. The sight of it ignited an uproar among the guests. What is happening? Why does it resemble the legendary dragon so closely? A dragon? I recall now. He is the dragon tamer competing in this Qingshan event. It can't be. This fellow looks just like that young boy. Higuan, come here quickly. I wish to place a bet of 300,000 on this young man. Goodness, he is a dragon tamer. Even if he does not secure first place, his ranking will undoubtedly be high. Who would have thought one could see a dragon in such a place? The crowd erupted in excitement, their gazes brimming with anticipation. That is a legendary dragon. Even if it is not pure-blooded, its future is boundless. The very individuals who had previously looked down upon Lei Tian, deeming him lacking in vision, were now struck with dismay. If even a dragon tamer possesses no potential, then who could? With that, countless individuals produced their funds, ready to wager on Yi-Song. Meanwhile, the owner of the hunting ground was visibly distressed, his expression darkening as he realized that should Yi-Song claim victory, his establishment would incur substantial losses. At that moment, the scene abruptly changed. Roars of demons echoed ominously. The cacophony of sounds filled the audio system. The onlookers turned to see Yi Tsang surrounded by a horde of demons. The seasoned practitioners in the VIP room quickly deduced the cause. It was the dragon's roar that had attracted the demons within the hunting ground. Those who wished to place bets on Yi Tsang were momentarily stunned, hastily retracting their funds, secretly relieved that they had acted slowly. Being encircled by such a multitude of demons, even a dragon tamer would struggle. The owner of the hunting ground breathed a sigh of relief, his countenance gradually relaxing as he reclined in his chair. It is your own flamboyance that has brought this upon you. Within the hunting ground, Yi Tsang, Xiao Nai, and Xiao Bai found themselves ensconced in the center, surrounded by advancing demons. Tree demons, swallowing serpents, soul-calling mummies, and an array of other creatures, all of which were of the silver realm. Yi Tsang steeled himself. Currently, both of his beasts were at the medium stage of the ordinary realm. Yet they boasted emperor-level potential. Moreover, Xiao Nai, even in the early stages of the ordinary realm, could injure late-stage warlord-level beasts, such as the rock crocodile, which was renowned for its defensive prowess. With Xiao Nai's current attack power, inflicting damage upon these warlord-level demons would be a simple task. Furthermore, Yi Tsang had recently upgraded his skills, enhancing Lava Breath to Lava Rain. His lightning-based skills had also transformed into Thunder Summon. Once unleashed, the scene would be cataclysmic. He needed Xiao Bai to initiate control. Otherwise, given Xiao Nai's skill release speed, it would be uncertain whether all demons would be struck. Yi Tsang resolved to conserve his strength, allowing his two stronger beasts to deal with the immediate foes. Even though his level was within the silver realm, his attack power could not match the upgraded skills of his two ordinary beasts. Only when the demons approached within a sufficient range did Yi Tsang issue his command. Xiao Bai, mental interference. As his words fell, an invisible wave rippled through the air. Those awakened beings capable of wielding mental power would perceive a web spreading outward, ensnaring all within its grasp. The tree demon, initially poised to attack, abruptly froze in its tracks. Following this, the mummies and other demons were similarly immobilized. Meanwhile, Xiao Nai soared into the sky, gathering fire elemental particles within its chest. The distant soul-calling mummy seemed to sense impending doom, managing to break free from the mental control in an instant. As time elapsed, the brief mental interference dissipated. Warlord-level demons, possessing their own intellect, instinctively sought to flee upon sensing danger. However, their feet were glued to the ground, unable to escape despite their best efforts. Yi Tsang regarded them with the gaze of one observing the deceased. He was well aware that the roar would attract nearby demons. Hence he had preemptively set up a second layer of defense beneath their feet, the web. Spiders are not primarily known for their aggressive pursuit, but rather for lying in wait. First, he applied a slight mental interference, then allowed the web to adhere firmly. Once thoroughly ensnared, escape would require considerable time. That time was sufficient for Xiao Nai to unleash its skills. Boom! Xiao Nai opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames into the sky. The immense dragon flames transformed into a cascade of fiery meteors, plummeting downwards. Bang! The first meteor struck the ground, creating a deep crater and incinerating the tree demon's roots. Bang! The second meteor caused the remaining demons to experience a ringing in their ears. Bang! 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 Countless meteors followed suit, each capable of breaching the defenses of multiple demons, covering an extensive area and leaving no room for evasion. Magic Crystal 39. Magic Crystal 47. Magic Crystal 28. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the warlord-level demons were obliterated, leaving the survivors in a state of desperation. After Xiao Bai injected them with potent toxins, they were all annihilated. A significant harvest of magic crystals ensued. Xiao Bai quickly ascended to attend to the corpses, while Xiao Nai remained oblivious to this task, refraining from consuming the flesh of the demons. This behavior was not surprising. Before succumbing to madness, it had merely been a guardian of the earth, embodying ideals of justice and goodness rather than chaos and destruction. It seemed that the magic crystals obtained from the mummies exceeded those from other demons considerably. Yi Tsang discerned a pattern. Demons endowed with skills and strong mental powers yielded more magic crystals, whereas those lacking intelligence and merely charging forward produced fewer. Burp. Xiao Bai soon satiated its hunger and proceeded to set up the next wave. Yi Tsang smirked. At this rate of hunting, 1 hour would suffice to amass hundreds of magic crystals, equivalent to several million dragon coins. In 2 hours, he could gather around 10 million. This hunting speed was nothing short of outrageous. It is worth noting that the entrance fee was merely 500,000. Yi Tsang was poised to multiply his profits by approximately 20 times, akin to pulling off a heist without risk. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd sighed in dismay. Some even rendered speechless. If I had known, I would have invested my money earlier. The speed of this hunt is utterly monstrous. In that fleeting moment, Several demons became immobilized, and that rain of fire. My heavens! Is this the power of a Yulongsh? How can his skills be so devastating? This is almost comparable to a late-stage battle general's abilities, isn't it? Could this lad's skills possibly be upgradable? Do you think this is a game where one can level up? If skills could be upgraded, he would become invincible, capable of slaying with a mere sneeze. The VIP room buzzed with intense discussions. No one anticipated the Yulong's strength to be so formidable. With just 2 summoned beasts, he could contend against a dozen battle general-level demons simultaneously. Moreover, it appeared this individual was poised to strike again, indicating he still possessed ample strength. Goodness, the Yulongsh is truly extraordinary. Even though they were mentally prepared, witnessing this spectacle was still unfathomable. For a brief moment, they believed Yi Tsang would meet his demise, only to see the situation effortlessly resolved. Meanwhile, the owner of the hunting ground could no longer sit idly. He rose from his comfortable sofa, tilting his head back. His gaze fixed intensely on Yi Tsang on the screen, his teeth clenched in frustration, eyes bloodshot. How could this be? A creature with dragon blood is truly this formidable? Not just the dragon-blooded beast. The spider beside it is merely a low-level nuisance. How could it control a dozen battle general-level demons simultaneously? Not to mention, the top spot in the hunting ground was already beyond his grasp. If Yi Tsang continued his rampage, this month's revenue would plummet into the negatives. The owner's expression twisted with rage as his mind raced. He needed to devise a way to blacklist this lad. He must not be allowed to return. Although this was ostensibly his territory, there were more powerful figures pulling the strings behind the scenes. If his monthly revenue turned negative, he would undoubtedly be replaced. He understood well that no position is irreplaceable. Xiao Lu, come here. A waiter, upon hearing the owner call his name, hurried over with a bright expression. The owner then whispered a few words in his ear, to which Xiao Lu nodded eagerly. But boss, is this really appropriate? We have many influential figures in Qingfeng City who have bet on him. If they find out, we're done for. What are you afraid of? The betting has already closed. And let me tell you, our backers have connections to the current Magic Association, so go ahead and act. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu finally felt reassured. The Magic Association holds information on over half of the awakened in Qingfeng City. With awakened individuals, it equates to mastering half of the power and resources in Qingfeng City. With the Magic Association as a backing, he had little to fear. As Xiao Lu departed through the back door, Lei Tian cast a glance in his direction, scoffing softly. As a diamond mirror awakened, how could he not overhear their whispers? Yet, soon after, a playful expression crossed Lei Tian's face. Who could this person be that has ties to the Magic Association? Regardless of who it is, someone from the association is bound to be expelled today. In the hunting ground, a burly demon hunter crushed a battle general-level demon in his grasp. With the other hand, he adjusted his Bluetooth earpiece. I understand. The target is in the southeast, correct? The demon hunter gazed calmly in that direction, his demeanor unperturbed. In the hunting ground, mutual attacks among awakened individuals are permitted. He had done this many times before, yet for some reason, he was now targeting a silver mirror awakened. Why would a silver-level individual warrant his personal intervention? Chapter 39, Lord-level Demon Beast. Lava Fire Rain. Following a cataclysmic scene, the ground lay strewn with charred corpses. Magic Crystal 15. Magic Crystal 43. Magic Crystal 36. Another series of magic crystals increased. Yi Tsang stretched comfortably, feeling invigorated. Splendid. After nearly 2 hours, Yi Tsang had surpassed expectations by hunting over 900 magic crystals. If he had to purchase them, he couldn't fathom the energy expenditure. This should be the 4th or 5th wave, he mused. If this were outside, those demons witnessing their kin perish here would have long been deterred. Yet, this is the demon hunting ground. Each wave of new demons is freshly released. Thus, every time Yi Tsang drew demons in, he attracted a large horde, instantly transforming this place into a venue for experience farming. If he was correct, the owner must be watching this scene with rising blood pressure. Gulp. After finishing, Xiao Bai let out a satisfied burp. These demons, slain by Xiao Nai's breath, were somewhat familiar and perfectly suited to its taste. After consuming such a substantial amount of demon flesh, Xiao Bai's neural response system became even more acute, enhancing Yi Tsang's sensory abilities in turn. Unfortunately, some demons are not corporeal. For instance, the previous soul-summoning mummy and Treant could not be consumed by Xiao Bai. It is known that these two beings possess formidable mental strength. If they could be devoured, their power and growth rate would undoubtedly increase significantly. Regrettably, they are inedible. In the mornings, he would first warm up with Lin Qingying, then return to the demon hunting ground to hunt demons. In less than a month, elevating his summoned beasts to battle general level would be more than sufficient. Yi Tsang felt elated. Thankfully, Lei Tian took him to the black market. Otherwise, by the time he could personally enter the black market, he would no longer require its resources. This is the saying, those who can defeat do not need. Those who cannot defeat do not want. Even though Yi Tsang can prevail, he still requires resources. He just wondered if the owner would be willing. Yi Tsang mused, stroking his chin with a smile. Typically, ordinary individuals would manage to slay 2 or 3 in 3 hours. Even in a team, 20 in 3 hours would be considered normal. Yet, after spending 3 hours here, Yi Tsang's minimum was in the hundreds. At this rate, he would surely cause panic among others. Roar. Xiao Nai approached Yi Tsang, now slightly taller than him. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had become increasingly petite, perfectly fitting in Yi Tsang's embrace. Yi Tsang instructed Xiao Bai to climb onto his back, while allowing Xiao Nai to scout the surroundings from the air. He planned to find another spot, estimate another hunt, and then release a Lord-level demon beast. Yi Tsang surveyed his surroundings. He decided to confront a Lord-level demon beast head-on. If necessary, he could always flee. After all, Xiao Nai could reach 3 times the speed of sound when fully accelerated, allowing it to carry both Yi Tsang and Xiao Bai to safety. There was no need to stubbornly engage. He was not so rigid. In novels, protagonists confronting demon beasts at higher levels might experience a power surge. In reality, it would only lead to disaster. 1 hour remaining. The announcement echoed. 1 hour? There's still over 10 minutes left, isn't there? Yi Tsang sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. He had a keen sense of time. These 3 hours felt as though every minute was etched in his mind. Now, it was evidently ahead by over 10 minutes. Xiao Nai, return. Yi Tsang called out to the little black dragon that had been surveying from above. Upon hearing the command, Xiao Nai swiftly descended, stirring up dust as it landed beside him. At that moment, a terrifying long cry resonated from the sky. The emergence of a Lord-level demon beast has occurred. At this moment, contestants scattered throughout the jungle have evidently heard this sound. The appearance of a Lord-level demon beast signifies that some weaker participants must vacate this area. Yet, it seems a bit premature today. Although everyone is puzzled, they dare not inquire further due to the pressure imposed by the hunting ground's owner. Meanwhile, some powerful teams have no intention of leaving. The space here is vast. Even if a Lord-level demon beast appears, it may not necessarily find them. Yi Tsang, of course, has no plans of departing. Xiao Nai, Xiao Bai, conceal your auras. You must heed my command shortly. Yi Tsang commanded with a composed demeanor. Although the 2 beast companions have never defied him, Yi Tsang felt it necessary to emphasize his instructions once more. Owl. Xiao Nai responded with a low whimper, while Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. Yi Tsang's intuition was indeed correct. A majestic eagle, clad in iron armor, pierced through the air above, creating a series of sonic booms. It hurtled towards his direction at an astonishing speed. Such power could only be achieved by surpassing the speed of sound. Yi Tsang concealed himself beneath the foliage, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Not far from the Lord-level demon beast, the demon hunter was concealed atop a tree. Hee, as fellow beast masters, let us enjoy this encounter. The demon hunter revealed a cruel smile. This ironclad eagle is, in fact, the demon hunter's beast and the ultimate challenge within this hunting ground. Previously, several beast masters had brought their beasts into the hunting ground, only to meet a dire fate as their companions were brutally slain before their eyes by the ironclad eagle. Those beast masters ended up severely injured, remaining disheartened even after their recovery. It can be said that he embodies the dark side of this hunting ground. The moment the hunting ground owner spoke, the demon hunter had exercised restraint, but now that the other party has tacitly allowed him to act freely, he cannot be held responsible. Roar. The ironclad eagle let out a long cry, circling above the trees where Yi Tsang was hidden. Its ruby-like eyes keenly observed everything below. The eagle's vision exceeds that of a human by more than 10-fold, and after evolving into a demon beast, it has reached a staggering 100-fold. Even if Yi Tsang's figure were to appear through the gap of 2 leaves, the ironclad eagle would capture it in an instant. In the VIP lounge, someone exclaimed, "My heavens, that is the ironclad eagle, a Lord-level demon beast. Such speed. I can hear the sonic booms even through the screen. This is terrifying." The hunting ground indeed possesses remarkable methods to tame a Lord-level demon beast. To confront a demon beast of this caliber, at least 3 awakened individuals at the Golden Realm would be necessary, right? Wait, isn't that Dragon Master Boy currently in this very jungle? Could he be in danger? Everyone suddenly recognized a pressing concern. Yi Tsang appears to be directly beneath the circling ironclad eagle. The hunting ground owner, reclining with his legs crossed, held a goblet in his right hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he observed the circling ironclad eagle, feeling quite elated. A dragon master? Perhaps from this day forth, there shall be no more dragon masters in this world. The hunting ground owner murmured, having offended the black market. There is but one path ahead. As for retaliation, he is utterly unafraid. Behind him stands the Magic Association as a formidable ally. Moreover, even if those individuals possess long reach, they cannot extend their influence into the black market. It is crucial to remember that this is the domain of many influential figures. Even in the worst-case scenario, he can shift all blame onto the demon hunter. After all, this fellow has a history of misconduct and would dare to commit any atrocity in a frenzy. It is unfortunate that you have infringed upon the interests of the hunting ground. To dare to seize an entrepreneur's wealth is to invite ruin upon oneself. The hunting ground owner could not suppress a chuckle. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that he is but a thought away from death. Who would have imagined that a mere lowly ant would dare to covet the Dragon Master's ambition? The figure behind him, Lei Tian, harbored a tempest of fury within his eyes. He forcefully suppressed his urge to kill, retracting the storm of lightning energy that surged within him. Such a minor character is far more perilous than those formidable beasts, as he is oblivious to the gravity of the situation and recklessly acts without regard for consequences. He remains unaware that should he slay the Dragon Master's beast, the entire black market would bear the repercussions, let alone a mere insect like you. For now, Yitsong's safety is of utmost importance. Observing the ironclad eagle on the screen, Lei Tian felt an overwhelming tension. It is too late to rescue him now. He can only hope that Yitsong can evade danger. A Lord-level demon beast is still far removed from that of a battle general. It is nearly impossible for Yitsong to triumph over such a formidable foe. Just as Lei Tian contemplated this, fervently praying that Yitsong remains concealed, a spider boldly sauntered into the clearing. It glanced about, seemingly oblivious to the peril above. Chapter 40. Are you referring to a silver beast master? Roar. The ironclad eagle instantly detected the presence of this beast. Xiao Lu's description matched perfectly. However, he did not rush to dive down. To appear at such a moment. Could it be an attempt to lure me? Nevertheless, the disparity in their strengths is too vast. Even if it were a trap, what could it achieve? The demon hunter, utilizing the eagle's keen vision, scrutinized the ground with utmost caution. After circling a few times and confirming the absence of danger, he finally swooped down. Whoosh! At this moment, the ironclad eagle transformed into a projectile, hurtling toward the ground. Its beak, sharp as a blade, cleaved through the air, producing a resounding explosion. Even when compared to Xiao Nai, the ironclad eagle's size dwarfed by nearly half. The terrifying pressure emanated long before it touched the earth. Any ordinary beast would have long since prostrated itself in fear. Die! The demon hunter seemed to envision the moment when the ironclad eagle's beak would pierce through the opponent's body, a smile creeping onto his lips. Meanwhile, the hearts of those in the VIP lounge raced to their throats. Lei Tian, in particular, fixated on the screen, eager to discern Yitsong's intentions. Is he deliberately exposing his beast? Is this not tantamount to courting death? Moreover, even the finest web could not escape the eagle's keen eyesight. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The ironclad eagle, poised to descend, suddenly halted mid-flight, staggering as if it had collided with something. The demon hunter experienced a similar disorientation, abruptly grasping his head with a pained expression. What the hell? Is this a joke? How can a spider possess mental interference abilities? The demon hunter roared. He had contemplated numerous countermeasures, yet could never have anticipated that a spider would wield a mental attack. Moreover, its power seemed not insignificant, reaching the level of a battle general's beast. This is utterly absurd. In the VIP lounge, confusion ensued. What is happening? Did that old eagle collide with the air? Damn it! Could it be that a Lord-level demon beast was frightened by an ordinary beast? Those who initially believed Yitsong's beast would meet its end began to discuss the unexpected turn of events. The hunting ground owner, however, was even more astounded. What is going on? How could the hunting ground's success be thwarted at the last moment? Why does it appear as though the ironclad eagle struck something? Could this fellow weave webs in the void? Even so, it should not escape the eagle's gaze. Mental attack. The astonishment on Lei Tian's masked face was undeniable. This spider possesses mental attack capabilities. In that fleeting moment, just before the ironclad eagle made contact, it was controlled. No wonder this spider could simultaneously control so many demon beasts. It indeed possesses mental attack skills. Yet, this is still unfathomable. It was merely a mental assault from an ordinary level beast. How could it possibly be powerful enough to disrupt a Lord-level creature? A look of disbelief gradually emerged on Lei Tian's face. He felt that Yitsong's beast and its abilities appeared somewhat peculiar. Its power was far superior to that of other beasts of the same rank. The dragon was one thing, but this spider seemed utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds, the ironclad eagle rapidly regained its composure within a second after being momentarily affected by the mental attack. After all, it was a Lord-level beast, significantly different from other creatures. This, however, afforded Yitsong ample time to act. Control the threads. Xiaobai tugged at the silk line from its tail, and the web-like threads laid underground sprang up instantly, ensnaring the ironclad eagle in the center. The feathers of the ironclad eagle became entangled in the web, and any movement would result in excruciating pain. The web inherently countered avian creatures. With a long cry, the ironclad eagle flapped its wings, seemingly attempting to break free. Yet, Yitsong had prepared more than one strategy. In the next moment, 2 additional webs descended from the jungle, enveloping the ironclad eagle in a total of 3 layers. As long as he could bind it to the ground, Yitsong still had a chance. "Xiaonai!" Yitsong shouted. With a roar, a shadow soared through the sky, followed by an unending rain of fire. Boom! Dozens, if not hundreds, of molten fireballs cascaded from the sky, under Xiaonai's control. The range of these fireballs was drastically minimized, almost encircling the ironclad eagle. Sensing the impending danger, the ironclad eagle let out a long cry, its wings transforming into a metallic hue. In an instant, it severed the 3 layers of web surrounding it. Yitsong was momentarily taken aback. What terrifying power! Once Xiaobai's web ensnared a warrior-level beast, the opponent would be immobilized for a considerable duration. One could only marvel at the might of a lord-level creature. This overwhelming strength and skill were enough to instill despair. But it was too late. Boom! The molten fireball struck the ironclad eagle, igniting a violent explosion. A wave of heat surged toward Yitsong. Meanwhile, he had not been idle during Xiaobai's control of the enemy. His hands gradually became enveloped in lightning, coalescing into the shape of dragon claws. Although Yitsong could unleash the Thunder Dragon Claw multiple times, he had but this singular opportunity to strike. With a low growl, Yitsong's eyes flashed with tremendous lightning. His hands crossed downwards, unleashing a cross-shaped bolt of thunder that surged forth. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked open, and trees were instantly obliterated. The terrifying power illuminated the sky, casting a daylight-like glow, transforming the area into a sea of thunder. The silver-level Thunder Dragon Claw possessed greater might than that of the black iron level. The ironclad eagle seemed to sense the crisis. With a long cry, its entire body became enveloped in black scales. This skill was highly exhausting, only to be used in dire circumstances. Meanwhile, the demon hunters in the distance were bewildered. Was this truly a silver-level beastmaster? Why did it feel as though they were facing a golden-level beastmaster? Moreover, how could this beastmaster's skills be more formidable than their own beasts? Panic set in among the hunters. Should they unleash their other beast? No. That beast was only at the warrior level. Sending it would be tantamount to delivering a meal. Furthermore, it would expose their identity. Typically, beastmasters, even if able to contract beasts, would not do so immediately due to the enormous resource consumption involved. They preferred to invest resources in their primary beast. Even if a second beast was contracted, its level would rarely be high. The demon hunter could hardly fathom the consequences of losing, fearing the tale would spread like wildfire. The first golden-level beast master to be beaten by a silver-level master? They would surely be immortalized in history, a classic case in textbooks. At this moment, the ironclad eagle was indeed being dominated by Yitsong. Chapter 41. Who truly rules the hunting grounds? A thunderous battle raged at the center of the hunting grounds. Flames, lightning, the furious cries of the ironclad eagle echoed constantly. All those remaining in the hunting grounds turned their gazes towards the spectacle. Who was hunting a lord-level beast here? Which bold individual dared to engage in such a conflict? By heavens, let's get away quickly. If we accidentally get caught in the crossfire, it would be troublesome. The crowd was astounded as they looked towards the distance, their bodies instinctively urging them to retreat. This was a battle beyond their capacity to participate in. So formidable. Yitsong took a deep breath. He had already expended more than half of his energy reservoir after launching several Thunder Dragon Claws. Yet the ironclad eagle still showed no signs of fatigue. Roar! The ironclad eagle and Xiaonai were locked in a fierce aerial struggle. Due to the level disparity, Xiaonai's bloodline suppression had long since dissipated. It could only rely on the thunderous armor enveloping its body to endure a while longer. With a fierce swipe, Xiaonai tore a chunk of flesh from the ironclad eagle, only to be sent flying by a powerful strike. The gap in strength was too vast. They were not of the same tier. Despite the ironclad eagle being battered and its armor shattered, even after suffering several claw strikes from Xiaonai, it showed no signs of defeat. The pressure exerted by a lord-level creature was overwhelmingly potent. Even though Yitsong had softened the ironclad eagle with prior attacks, he remained subtly suppressed by its might. Is a lord-level beast truly this strong? Yitsong muttered in exasperation. Despite his skills having upgraded numerous times, he still found himself at a disadvantage. While both of his beasts were merely of the ordinary level, their skills had already reached a warrior-level caliber. Not to mention that both beasts were of imperial lineage, possessing more innate abilities than typical beasts. Added to Yitsong himself, it was as though 3 Silver Peak Awakeners were simultaneously contending with a single Lord-level beast. Even so, they struggled to gain the upper hand. His words did not go unnoticed by the demon hunters in the distance. Ugh! One hunter clutched his chest, nearly spewing blood. Can you be serious? Not even 10 warrior-level beasts could contend with a Lord-level 1. Moreover, the Beastmaster's skills were outrageously powerful. Even his ironclad eagle was on the verge of collapse. But that was as far as it went. The price for injuring my beast will be repaid with the lives of your 2 beasts. The demon hunter revealed a sinister smile, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This beast must possess dragon blood, right? If I consume it, will my beast evolve to the mid-lord level? With about 30% of the energy returned, could I ascend to the late golden level? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the demon hunter licked his lips, his inner murderous intent becoming apparent. Meanwhile, Yitsong mused, "It's about time, I assenti it?" A faint smile crept across his lips. Just then, the ironclad eagle, which had been soaring high above, suddenly convulsed and plummeted rapidly, crashing before Yitsong. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the human before it. Filled with hatred and murderous intent, it seemed eager to devour both this human and the other 2 beasts. Do not struggle. At least 30 milliliters of toxin has already infiltrated your body. Yitsong stepped forward. Earlier in the forest, he had been applying Xiao Bai's toxin to Xiao Nai's claws. During the course of the offensive, the defenses were breached, and toxins were continuously injected layer by layer into the body. Just a single drop of Xiao Bai's venom is potent enough to slay an African mammoth, and it can even incapacitate ordinary monsters in less than a minute. How many drops are there in a whole 30 milliliters? The most crucial aspect is that these toxins not only destroy bodily functions, but also contain neurotoxins that inflict irreversible damage on the nerves of the beasts. At the very moment the ironclad eagle descended to the ground, a demon hunter in the distance fell from the tree, convulsing on the ground. He felt as though his soul was being devoured, and if this continued, he would become a mere shell of his former self. Could it be the spider? The demon hunter's eyes, once filled with rage and vitality, began to fade. Intense and overwhelming pain radiated from his brain. A portion of the Beastmaster's soul was connected to the beast, and the neurotoxin inflicted upon the beast would naturally affect the Beastmaster as well. He could scarcely believe that he was losing to a Beastmaster of the Silver Realm. He was a Beastmaster of the Gold Realm, with a Lord-level beast. He was supposed to slay more beasts and absorb more energy in the future, yet here he was, meeting his demise. To be cautious, I should deliver a final blow. Yitsong smiled, and his arm once again surged with crackling lightning, forming a dragon's claw at its tip. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed from the center of the hunting ground, like thunder erupting in the sky. The awakeners who had yet to leave trembled at the sight. Hastily retreating, this battle was extraordinarily fierce. Both sides must have been clashing their skills, and the combat was still at a boiling point. It seemed to unleash the firepower of at least a whole squad. Good heavens, how terrifying. They had to leave quickly. Truly, a Lord-level beast could withstand such terrifying attacks. Indeed, as a Silver Realm Awakener, if I dared to stand there for even a second, I would surely be torn to shreds. In the VIP room, the once leisurely audience members had long since risen to their feet. They rushed forward, practically pressing their heads against the screen. What on earth? This Dragon Master is utterly outrageous. He can transcend realms to slay a Lord-level beast while merely at the Silver level? Damn it, it's not just the beast. Why does this fellow's skill seem more formidable than that of a mage? This is simply absurd. He unleashed 5 or 6 skills on the corpse. The key is that this person's energy pool seems endless. Good heavens. If I had known, I would have voted for the Dragon Master. I had previously underestimated him. And now it appears that the fool was me. I truly want to slap myself. The crowd that once looked down on Lei Tian felt as though they had been slapped multiple times, their faces burning. Now who is the novice? Who lacks foresight? Aside from them, the one most flabbergasted in the center of the arena was undoubtedly the hunting ground owner. Damn it. The owner cursed loudly. His wine glass crushed in his grip, the liquid spilling all over him without him even noticing. Instead, he stared with bulging eyes, filled with bloodshot fury. Fixating on the young man, not only had he lost a month's revenue, but he had also lost a Lord-level Beastmaster. Without a Lord-level beast, a Beastmaster would become utterly worthless, no different from a useless dog. Yitsong must think of a way to help me immediately. Call that individual from the Magic Association. The hunting ground owner's expression grew fierce. Since the loss of the Beastmaster was irreparable, he absolutely could not afford to lose a spirit fruit. The spirit fruit was equivalent to 2 to 3 months' worth of revenue for the hunting ground, and if he truly lost it, his position would be at stake, and he might even be in danger. That individual would undoubtedly retaliate for such a loss. He was completely convinced. Ding Ling Ling, high-ranking officials of the Qingfeng City Magic Association. In the assistant's office of the vice president, a slick man answered the phone. Hello, who is this? President, it's me. Zhang Huaqing. Huaqing, why are you not managing your underground hunting ground and calling me? Also, I am merely the assistant to the vice president, not the president. Be mindful of your words in the future. Although the slick man smiled, he spoke with utmost seriousness. After all, the hunting grounds in the black market were still overseen by the vice president of the Magic Association. As an assistant, he could at most manage, but he was not qualified to split profits with the big shots. It's like this, President Zhang Huaqing exaggeratedly detailed the situation. However, the expression of the plump man gradually shifted from jovial to cold. Zhang Huaqing did not dare utter another word, fearing he would upset this individual. Haven't you handled such matters numerous times? Why don't you know how to proceed this time? I'll arrive in 10 minutes, the man said before hanging up. He turned to the newly graduated secretary, wrapping an arm around her waist and smiling. Go prepare a vehicle for me. I have business in the black market. Yes. The secretary trembled, not daring to resist. In the black market, the underground hunting ground. Magic Crystal 130. A lord-level beast is equivalent to 1.3 million. How delightful. Yi Tsong crossed his arms, beaming beside the lord-level beast, while Xiaobai feasted on the iron-clad eagle. Each bite required considerable time to digest. After all, the energy of a lord-level beast is immense. It is unrealistic to expect to digest it instantly like with ordinary or general-grade beasts. However, this beast is nearly equivalent to half a lei lingua, I reckon. Yi Tsong pondered. The lei lingua is a unique spirit fruit produced in Qingfeng City. With an annual yield of only a handful, yet it must be shared among the entire population of 3 million. For him to obtain 2 is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. For anyone else, even with immense wealth, acquiring 1 would be as challenging as climbing to the heavens. Crack. Xiaobai, perched atop the iron-clad eagle, was eating with great fervor, and its belly grew rounder with the passage of time. After several minutes, having devoured all the flesh, it collapsed onto the ground, immobile. Yi Tsong approached and patted Xiaobai's plump belly. How can you eat so much? Just how large is your stomach's capacity? You must have consumed over a dozen beasts during this journey. Yi Tsong looked at Xiaobai, somewhat bewildered. Xiaobai waved its front limbs, seemingly protesting. Isn't it you who made me grow so large? Then you could just refrain from eating. Yi Tsong replied, speechless. How could it blame him? The monster meat could be processed for consumption outside. It was just that Xiaonai seemed to have no interest in this raw fare, merely standing by and watching without any desire to snatch it away. Alas, at this rate, you will soon be surpassed by Xiaobai. Yi Tsong patted Xiaonai's head. Shaking his head, Xiaonai leaned in closer, rubbing against Yi Tsong. At that moment, a thin layer of transparent film enveloped Xiaobai, and the food within began to digest rapidly. Ultimately, Xiaobai's entire form was cocooned. Is it about to evolve? Yi Tsong was astonished. Each evolution was accompanied by an enhancement of attributes. This time, it should directly evolve to the later stage of black iron, surpassing Xiaonai's level. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tsong summoned Xiaobai into the beast space. The beast space was teeming with energy, an ideal environment for evolution. 3 hours have passed. Please return to the hunting grounds exterior. 3 hours have elapsed. All individuals are requested to return outside the hunting grounds. The announcement echoed through the air. Yi Tsong paused momentarily, retracting his 2 beasts into his spatial realm before hastening toward the eastern gate. Upon arrival, he found the atmosphere at the eastern gate rather tumultuous. Why are we not receiving our rewards now? Are we to simply return and await further notice? Are the hunting grounds attempting to abscond with our funds? When we return, will you deny our claims? The awakened individuals in front of him were gathered together, seething with indignation. Yet, the overseer of the hunting grounds stood there with a disingenuous smile. Regrettably, the hunting grounds are currently experiencing a cash flow issue. You will need to return and wait for further instructions. Observing this scene, Yi Tsong could discern the underlying intent. Indeed, the hunting grounds were orchestrating a scheme. It appeared that their financial troubles were a mere pretext aimed squarely at them. However, did they truly believe they could swindle Yi Tsong? Such an underestimation of the streetlight hero was laughable. At this moment, someone stepped forward, declaring, I refuse to believe that you can exert such control over us. He advanced with determination. However, the bodyguard beside the overseer also moved forward, emanating the aura of a silver-ranked awakened individual, which immediately enveloped the crowd, causing several to stagger back in shock. Their levels were too low, primarily coming to the hunting grounds to place bets. They were ill-equipped to contend with a silver-ranked awakened being, the overseer of the hunting grounds. Not wishing to escalate the situation too severely, addressed the group. Very well, I can only offer you 1/10 of your due compensation for now. The remainder will follow. I am merely a facilitator, awaiting directives from above. The reference to above was a veiled allusion to the magic association. The expressions of the awakened individuals shifted dramatically, and ultimately, they were forced to concede, departing from the black market with disgruntled faces. May the hunting grounds not break their promises. When it was Yitsong's turn, he too received merely 1/10 of his funds, without even a glimpse of the lei lingua. This isn't right, Yitsong mused, weighing the amount in his hand. The first place prize was 5 million. This was only 500,000. This is all you have. The overseer grinned. According to Article 376 of the Awakener Alliance Law, personal enterprises, this is a black market. The law does not apply here. A nearby silver-ranked awakened individual furrowed his brow and advanced a step, the threat implicit in his demeanor. Yet, Yitsong was unfazed. He stepped forward, adhering to a principle of non-aggression. The bodyguard scoffed, clenched his fists, and approached. Suddenly, with a resounding impact, he was catapulted backward, crashing against the wall. His bones shattered. The bodyguard stared incredulously at the youth before him, astonished by Yitsong's overwhelming strength. Yitsong approached the overseer with a smile, while the latter appeared increasingly alarmed. He was merely an ordinary person, incapable of dealing with awakened beings, let alone a dragon master. I advise you not to act recklessly. Do you know whose territory this is? In the distance, Lei Tian, who had been observing without intervening, nodded in approval of Yitsong's actions. A true strongman speaks with his fists. Had Yitsong sought assistance rather than confronting the situation himself, Lei Tian would have intervened, yet his regard for him would have diminished. Just then, a rotund figure entered the room, exuding an oily sheen. Who is causing a ruckus here? The presence of Wu Luan sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. Wu Luan, who was he? He was a member of the Magic Association and the powerful backer of this underground hunting ground. We must leave. We cannot remain here any longer. Forget about the money. But isn't the Magic Association a legitimate organization? Why are they involved here? They are legitimate. But that doesn't prevent their underlings from causing chaos. Those who had previously been robbed were now in a state of panic at the sight of the portly figure. To wield a portion of the black market's resources, he was a significant figure in the city. Upon Wu Luan's arrival, Zhang Huaqing felt a weight lift from his chest and glanced at Yitsong with a sense of superiority. With Wu Luan here, what could Yitsong possibly do? Young man, why are you still here waiting when those uncles have already departed? Wu Luan said with a grin, addressing Yitsong. I am awaiting my lei lingua and the 5 million reward, Yitsong replied calmly, as if discussing something entirely mundane. Ah, of course. Wu Luan waved his hand, signaling his elegant, alluring secretary to present an apple to Yitsong. Here, this is our newly developed fruit from the underground hunting ground, aptly named lei lingua. Are you satisfied now? At that moment, the employees of the underground hunting ground and others turned their attention to Yitsong, eager to witness his embarrassment. Zhang Huaqing chuckled, convinced that Yitsong was foolish for confronting Wu Luan directly, were it not for the fact that this youth was a dragon master. He would ensure that Yitsong would not leave the premises alive after such insolence. Very well, Yitsong said, opening his hands in feigned resignation. Observing this, Lei Tian furrowed his brow slightly, while a chorus of derisive laughter arose from the crowd. This is how it should be. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. Zhang Huaqing remarked with a smile. Wu Luan's presence commanded respect, and even those prominent figures in the city paid him heed. Despite one's innate talent, it was clear that a mere silver-ranked awakened individual would not dare confront such a significant figure directly. It was time to bow one's head and comply. There was no shame in it. If he were in Yitsong's position, he would have made the same choice. However, just as Zhang Huaqing reveled in his thoughts, a sharp cracking sound reverberated through the room. A sudden, searing pain radiated from Zhang Huaqing's cheek. He opened his eyes in disbelief, only to be met with a sight that nearly sent his soul fleeing from his body. A dragon, comparable in size to him, stood directly before him, its golden eyes fixated on him. Its sharp teeth glistened with drool, as if poised to tear him apart in the next instant. Ah, a dragon! Zhang Huaqing shrieked, turning to flee, but his body felt as if it were glued to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Yitsong had bound him in place with an ethereal thread. According to the regulations established by the Magic Association, registered mages are endowed with supreme privileges. Anyone who provokes them, threatening their safety, wealth, or dignity, may be lawfully slain in public. Yitsong proclaimed this decree with resounding clarity, fully aware that it was this very right that granted him the ability to take a life legally. As he regarded the now trembling Zhang Huaqing, the latter's eyes were wide with terror. You wouldn't dare kill me, wouldn't I? Have I violated any laws? Yitsong replied with a smile, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. The scene bathed in sunlight appeared to Zhang Huaqing as though it were a manifestation of a malevolent demon, previously brimming with arrogance. Zhang Huaqing now felt an unsettling uncertainty. In haste, he turned to Chairman Wu, only to find the latter rooted to the spot in shock. In the next instant, a wing surged toward Zhang Huaqiang at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound. With a thunderous clap, Zhang was sent spiraling through the air, executing a full 360-degree rotation before crashing against the wall. Every bone in his body shattered mid-flight, and he crashed through the wall with a bone-jarring impact. A low growl escaped Xiao Nai, seemingly lamenting the fragility of humans. Was it truly so difficult to withstand a mere flap of his wing? This spectacle sent a chill of terror through Chairman Wu, who was left in a state of utter disbelief. You are a Dragon Master? Wu Luan's mind raced, his body trembling as if struck by lightning. Could it be that someone could forge a pact with such a colossal creature? He had thought it a jest, but the reality was before him, and he could now unequivocally affirm that the being before him was indeed a legendary dragon. What a farce! Why hadn't Zhang Huaqiang disclosed that he was dealing with a Dragon Master? Had he known, he would never have come. Panic gripped Wu Luan, yet suddenly a thought struck him. So what if he was a Dragon Master? Before reaching his full potential, he still paled in comparison to Wu Luan, the assistant to the vice president of the Magic Association. After all, he was one of the top 3 figures within the association. With a stomp of his foot, he could shake the very foundations of Qingfeng City. And what of Yitsong? He wielded no power, no status. Even now, he lacked strength. What was there to fear? With this realization, Wu Luan regained his confidence. Someone block him. I will reward you with 500,000 after this, Wu Luan declared. 500,000 was a substantial sum for ordinary awakeners. Moreover, they were merely confronting an insignificant individual devoid of power, while the one offering assistance was a top figure within the Magic Association. Should they gain his favor, the future would be bright. Instantly, a few individuals began to stir, gravitating toward Yitsong. However, at that moment, a booming voice resonated from within the room. I dare you to try? A masked Lei Tian stood before them, his mere gaze causing several awakened individuals to recoil in terror, their hearts racing as if on the verge of bursting. Step aside now, or face death. Lei Tian's voice echoed with authority. The pressure exerted by the masked man was overwhelming, and the awakened ones faltered, unwilling to wager their lives. Who are you? Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you will surely regret it. I am the assistant to the vice president of the Magic Association. Do you know Chairman Lei? He will avenge me. Seeing his protectors abandon him and recalling Zhang Huaqiang's fate, Wu Luan became increasingly frantic. Yet Lei Tian offered no reply. He deemed Wu Luan unworthy of knowing his identity. Yitsong, meanwhile, advanced with a smile. With a swift motion, Xiao Nai struck again, albeit with less force this time, merely breaking a few of Wu Luan's bones before sending him crashing to the ground. Blood erupted from Wu Luan's mouth as he lay there, utterly humiliated. Yet within his eyes burned a fierce determination. Such a person would not relent until death was assured. Lei Tian understood this and simply stood by, awaiting the phone call. Wu Luan retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number, issuing a parting threat before the call. Just you wait. Chapter 44, The Thirst for Power. The explosive commotion drew a crowd, and soon the east gate of the underground hunting arena was teeming with onlookers. Who is that guy? He seems to be the assistant to the vice president of the Magic Association. Shouldn't he, the third in command, be the assistant to the president? You didn't know that Chairman Lei Tian doesn't even have an assistant? He barely oversees the association anymore. Goodness. Who had the audacity to make the third in command bleed? How bold. It appears to be that young man. The crowd pointed towards Yitsong, many astonished by the sight of his beast-mastering eyes, seemingly recalling something. At that moment, Wu Luan lay on the ground, his teeth nearly shattered, desperately making a phone call. Yes, private matter. Chairman, this is Xiao Wu. We have trouble at the underground wolf hunting arena. Wu Luan glanced up at the masked Lei Tian. At that point, Lei Tian approached, took the phone, exchanged a few words, and then returned it to Wu Luan. Upon receiving the phone, Wu Luan's expression shifted to one of excitement. What is going on? However, the moment his question left his lips, a furious roar emanated from the other end of the line. His previously exhilarated countenance turned ashen, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. He wanted to glance at the masked man, but found himself unable to raise his gaze. His legs trembled uncontrollably from terror. What transpired next left the crowd in disbelief. Wu Luan tossed the phone aside and crawled over to Yitsong, banging his head against the ground repeatedly. The force shook the very floor beneath him. Please, spare me. I am merely a servant under your command. I shall ensure they are thoroughly searched. At that moment, Wu Luan was terrified for his life, caring little for his dignity. He could never have anticipated that the young man before him had the backing of Lei Tian, the true president of the Magic Association, a diamond-tier mage who possessed the absolute authority to take lives. The vice president was nothing but a mere dog in his presence. Yet, as a subordinate of a dog, Wu Luan had dared to provoke this powerful figure. He was, in essence, courting death. The onlookers, unaware of the truth, were utterly astonished. Many found it hard to believe that Wu Luan, once a figure of immense power, now bowed before a mere teenager. Who was this boy? Why did even Wu Luan fear him so? Did you see that beast? It's a real dragon. This must be the dragon beastmaster of Qingfeng City. Are you referring to that young man named Yitsong? No way. I thought that was a joke. Are dragons truly real? What do you think? It's right before your eyes, yet you still doubt? Countless astonished gazes were directed at Yitsong, filled with envy and disbelief. Here stood a genuine dragon beastmaster. Dragons, even in legend, were seldom mentioned. Yet now, one appeared alive before them, contracted to this young man. Half an hour later, the vice president of the Magic Association arrived, driving himself. Upon entering, he immediately kicked Wu Luan, who was kneeling on the ground. Useless fool. You need not return here. Wu Luan, struck down, dared not resist, his face a mask of terror. The disdain in the eyes of the secretary beside him was palpable. From his previous lofty position, he had fallen to a beggar pleading for his life. The sensation of plummeting from paradise to hell was unbearable. But who could he blame for provoking the wrong individual? Surviving was already a stroke of luck. After Yitsong faced numerous challenges in claiming what was rightfully his, the vice president of the Magic Association bowed and apologized to him. In that moment, Yitsong grasped the significance of power. Had Lei Tian not been present, he doubted he would have been able to claim even the reward of 5 million. Indeed, upon arriving at the training camp, you will undergo a rigorous 2-month regimen, where strength speaks volumes. Lei Tian discerned Yitsong's thoughts and spoke up. To elevate one's power, authority will naturally follow. Power devoid of strength is akin to a fragile bubble, easily punctured. Indeed, Yitsong nodded, fully comprehending this principle. President Lei, is there energy meat of a higher grade than Tier 3? He inquired. Tier 3 energy meat should suffice for beastmasters of the battle general level, shouldn't it? Lei Tian appeared somewhat perplexed. Yitsong's beast seemed to be at most of the ordinary level. If one were to consider combat prowess, it might reach the battle general level. Yet, was it possible that Tier 3 energy meat was no longer adequate? It is sufficient, certainly, but my time is limited. Yitsong felt a sense of urgency. In less than a month, he would be heading to the training camp, which gathers the CR de la CR of talents from half of the cities in Longhua. There are even beastmasters akin to himself. Even if he had contracted a dragon, one could not guarantee that he would stand out. Moreover, both of his beasts remained at the ordinary level. Against relatively weaker lord-level monsters, he might have a chance. However, should he encounter those with superior talent, coupled with adept beastmaster command, his aspirations to win would be utterly fanciful, an impossibility. Ah, there is indeed. I know of a place in the black market that sells dragon meat. Lei Tian's admiration for Yitsong grew. To be unwilling to settle for mediocrity is to fully unleash one's potential. Dragon meat? Yitsong expressed his confusion. Wasn't dragon meat exceedingly rare? How could it possibly be available? Moreover, could Xiao Nai, being a dragon, truly consume the flesh of her kin? You misunderstand. It is merely the flesh of pseudo-dragons, entirely distinct from pure-blood dragons and certain dragon-blooded creatures. Noble dragons do not regard them as their kind. Upon hearing Lei Tian's words, Yitsong nodded. He currently possessed 5 million dragon coins, combined with the funds he had prepared for purchasing Tier 3 energy meat, totaling 12 million. President Lei, how much does dragon meat cost? Yitsong asked. 50 million per serving. 50 million. Yitsong inwardly gasped, immediately discarding this option. Such an exorbitant sum felt akin to a death sentence. It seemed imperative to earn money swiftly. 12 million appeared substantial, yet it was utterly insufficient. Panel. Yitsong called out internally. Xiao Nai. Level. Ordinary midterm. Talent. Emperor level. Skills. Lava Rain 20-030. Call Lightning 20-030. Strong Element Affinity 20-030. Eye of Analysis 20-030. Description. Consumes magic crystals to enhance beast skills. Host level. Early Silver. Remaining magic crystals, 3,200 points. 3,200 magic crystals? Currently, Xiao Nai's skill levels were roughly equivalent to those of the battle general level. If the skills were upgraded by a tier, could they reach the lord level? Yitsong was certain that if Xiao Nai's skills were to be elevated once more, defeating a lord-level monster would become significantly easier. Upgrading skills was his true reliance. His trump card for overcoming the strong with the weak. Chapter 45, Frenzied Upgrade, Cataclysm. Skills from level 1 to level 10 typically yield about a 30 increase in power. Further upgrades would entail greater magic crystal consumption while simultaneously enhancing skill potency. Presently, with skills around level 20, each elevation would increase damage by approximately 5. And reaching level 30 would yield a 50 enhancement. Yitsong pondered deeply. The original strength of the skills, combined with even a modest increase, would render their power unparalleled. Upon reaching level 30, each skill release would equate to 2 or 3 releases from a beast of the same level. As levels rose, this disparity would only magnify. This does not even account for the evolutionary pathways of skills post-upgrade. The random evolution of beast skills was beyond Yitsong's control. No one could predict how a skill would transform into a brand new ability after an upgrade. However, the pre-upgrade skills would still be retained, available for use at any time. Who would choose otherwise? The same energy expenditure for a tenfold enhanced ability or the original? This was the most absurd aspect of skill upgrading. Ordinary beasts typically possess around 13 skills. Upon evolving to the battle general level, their initial skills might mutate, while simultaneously introducing a new skill. The power of this new skill would undoubtedly surpass that of the initial ones. Yet, its consumption would also increase. However, Yitsong could continually upgrade the initial skills. He could enhance their power to match that of other beasts' top-tier skills. For instance, elevating an ordinary skill to the potency of a lord-level skill, while the consumption remains merely a fraction of the opponent's. This advantage would become increasingly pronounced on the battlefield, especially in large-scale conflicts. It could even transform Yitsong's beasts into a war machine, inflicting massive destructive damage with minimal expenditure. Other beasts are born with fixed skills. Those acquired at the ordinary level remain permanently at that tier, while battle general skill power remains at their level. However, I can perpetually upgrade ordinary skills until they reach the battle general, lord, or even monarch level. The consumption remains identical to that of ordinary skills. Yitsong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The capability of unleashing massive damage that would typically require a beast months of recuperation could be wielded by Yitsong at will. Merely contemplating this sent waves of exhilaration through him. He had already formulated a general direction. The focus must be on upgrading the initial skills, for no other reason than that these skills were incredibly convenient to use and had exceedingly low consumption. Yitsong re-examined Xiaonai's panel. Skills: Lava Rain 20-030, Call Lightning 20-030, Strong Element Affinity 20-030, Eye of Analysis 20-030. If I allocate all skill points to Lava Rain, could I not use skills on par with Lord level or beyond? Upon reaching this conclusion, Yitsong felt a surge of excitement. The system initiated the upgrade of Lava Rain. Yitsong's reasoning for this choice was sound. The Call Lightning skill, while possessing potential, was not as convenient in practice as anticipated, though it was of the lightning attribute. It did not synergize well with Xiaonai, serving more as a defensive measure. Its primary capability lay in the realm of flames. Its power was evidently several times greater than that of Call Lightning. Upgrading Lava Rain for you. Consuming 300 magic crystals. Lava Rain 20-030, upgraded to Cataclysmic Flame. 30-600. Consuming 600 magic crystals. Cataclysmic Flame 30-060, upgraded to Flame Forging Power. 40-0180. Consuming 1800 magic crystals. Flame Forging Power 40-180180, upgraded to Cataclysm. 50. Ordinary skill has reached its limit, consuming 100,000 magic crystals to awaken. Boom, boom. As Yitsong walked alongside Lei Tian, a growing warmth enveloped his chest, and his heart raced ever faster. His heart surged with energy, pumping vigor throughout his being. At this moment, Yitsong radiated heat, even steam escaping from his skin. Yitsong felt an unbearable heat enveloping him, a temperature that would have previously inflicted severe injuries. Yet, immersed in this flame now, he experienced an unexpected sense of comfort, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of power surged within him. Simultaneously, another fire elemental energy sphere coalesced within him, marking his advancement to the mid-silver stage. At this moment, a thunder elemental energy sphere and 2 fire elemental energy spheres rolled within him. For an ordinary awakened individual, 3 energy spheres would suffice to propel them into the Golden Realm. However, Yitsong intended to gather 6 before making his move. With a sigh of relief, Yitsong stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated. His perceptive abilities and physical strength had seen a slight enhancement. Though modest, this accumulation would allow him to withstand some attacks, effectively reducing the vulnerabilities typical of a beastmaster. It appeared that Lei Tian had also taken note of this spectacle, turning his head in astonishment to regard Yitsong. You've broken through? Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat while seated in a vehicle? Lei Tian was dumbfounded. What a remarkable occurrence. Even prodigies should have their limits. Breaking through is trivial. Do not forget that I am a beastmaster. My own advancement holds little merit, Yitsong replied coolly. Lei Tian, at a loss for words, gazed at Yitsong in disbelief. Can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? A beastmaster cannot single-handedly bring down a silver realm awakened one. This young man was truly extraordinary. Lei Tian had once believed himself to be the most audacious individual in the world during his youth, but upon witnessing Yi Tsang, he dismissed that notion. Yi Tsang had redefined what it meant to be audacious, demonstrating that only those with formidable power were entitled to such arrogance. To be arrogant without strength was sheer folly. Your breakthrough is commendable, yet among the awakened in the Eastern training camp, the majority are in the silver realm. If you aspire to rank among the top 100, or even the top 10, reaching the golden realm is the minimum requirement, Lei Tian remarked, scrutinizing Yi Tsang's expression. Yi Tsang remained unperturbed. Had this been prior to upgrading his skills, he might have felt a sense of urgency. However, with Xiao Nai's skills now upgraded, Yi Tsang's confidence had been bolstered. The lava fire rain had evolved into the cataclysmic flames, enhancing its range and power. Furthermore, the flames left behind by the meteorite's impact would inflict persistent burn damage for several minutes. The forging power merely augmented Xiao Nai's fire resistance, enhancing all attributes in the inferno. The cataclysm was an upgraded version of the forging power, its extraordinary nature leaving Yi Tsang astounded. This ability truly deserved the label of a game-changer. Once activated, the cataclysm would significantly enhance Xiao Nai's attributes across the board. It was indeed comprehensive. There was no aspect that would not see improvement. Conservatively speaking, should Xiao Nai employ this skill during the mid or late stages of a battle general, she could barely contend with a lord-level beast. Sighing at the dwindling supply of magic crystals, Yi Tsang lamented the rapid depletion of his hard-earned resources. Nonetheless, the rewards were undoubtedly sufficient. Xiao Nai, transitioning from the mid-ordinary stage to the late-ordinary stage, required approximately 360 days, or about a year. Utilizing third-level energy meat daily could shorten this growth period to 100 days. Yet, that was still insufficient. In less than 20 days, he would need to attend the training camp. Unlike Xiao Bai, who could shorten her growth period by devouring readily available monster flesh, forcing Xiao Nai to consume was not an option. After all, his beasts were more akin to partners than mere tools to satisfy his desires. Their feelings and thoughts must be taken into account. He had to secure the dragon meat before the 20-day deadline. Yi Tsang felt a vague sense of purpose emerge. The next challenge was to acquire 50 million within 20 days. This may have seemed an insurmountable task for Yi Tsang in the past, but now he was an awakened one. Suddenly, with a jarring sound, the vehicle halted at Yi Tsang's doorstep. This was a self-built residence, and while not impoverished, it was modest. The sight of such an elongated vehicle parked outside immediately attracted the attention of the neighbors. Soon, a gathering of aunties and children had formed outside his door. My goodness, little Yi has truly made something of himself, able to afford such a luxury car. I've always known he was intelligent. Now that he is an awakened one, earning money must be simple. That car must cost at least several $100,000, right? Several $100,000? You couldn't even buy a tire for that, exclaimed an elderly man, bewildered. He truly could not comprehend why a single tire would command such a price. Meanwhile, Yi Tsang had already entered his home with President Lei. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure reclining awkwardly on his bed. Her posture, while unflattering, revealed ample fair skin, yet was undeniably pleasing to the eye. It was hard to believe that this apparent homebody was Lin Qingying, the belle of Qingfeng High School, the dream of countless young men. Lei Tian noted several red and purple marks on her body. Are the youth today so extravagant? He raised an eyebrow, but understood, after all. The fervor of youth often led to impulsive behavior, especially upon securing the affections of someone cherished. Ahem. Lei Tian cleared his throat twice. Startled, Lin Qingying sprang upright, wincing as old injuries flared. Upon seeing Lei Tian, a blush crept across her fair neck. Uncle Lei, what brings you here? Nothing much, just checking in on you too. He replied. How can you say that? I'm not with him. Lin Qingying exclaimed, pointing at Yi Tsang, her face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Even if I were to find a boyfriend, it should be someone like Tsang Lei, an awakened one, not this shameless fellow. Yi Tsang merely smiled silently. Lin Qingying, observing his sheepish demeanor, felt her irritation rise. Can't you learn something from Tsang Lei? Even if you lack talent, you could at least put in some effort. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood, Lei Tian interjected. It was indeed rather rapid for them to progress to this stage in such a short time. However, he believed they were well matched. And it might even be a bit of a boon for Lin's family. Given Yi Tsang's current status as a dragon master, countless prestigious families would be eager to send their daughters to his door. It was not unheard of for two to be offered at once. But ultimately, it depended on Yi Tsang's willingness. Qingying, you should get up. In a few days, you'll have training. After all, you've received a direct admission to the Eastern training camp. If you don't train diligently, even with your family's resources, it could be perilous, he advised. Lin Qingying nodded. Lei Tian's words were sound. No matter how much resource one had, it was still only within Qingfeng City. With so many cities in the east, there were plenty of students from families with resources. However, relying solely on that would not suffice to easily rise to the forefront. Ultimately, it would come down to talent and strength. As she lifted her fair leg, intending to rise from the bed, she found herself unable to move. As Lin Qingying felt the peculiar gazes of the two individuals, she expressed her embarrassment and indignation, stating, "Earlier, during training with Song Lei, my legs became weak and I could hardly walk. They still feel somewhat numb now." Upon hearing this, Lei Tian glanced at Lin Qingying, then turned to look at Yi Song, his expression slightly peculiar. It seemed he had not anticipated this. The vigor of youth was indeed remarkable. After all, Lin Qingying was an awakened, possessing a physique superior to that of ordinary individuals. The fact that she could barely walk hinted at the intensity of her earlier ordeal. "Yi Song, assist her in leaving," Lei Tian commanded, not waiting for Lin Qingying to retort, before stepping out with his hands clasped behind his back. Shortly thereafter, Yi Song helped her exit the room, her delicate arm draped around his neck, exuding an air of intimacy. Yi Song appeared indifferent to this, while Lin Qingying surprisingly felt no aversion. However, as they stepped outside, the multitude of gazes directed toward them caused her cheeks to flush, heightening her sensitivity. "Look, that boy from the Yi family has even brought back a girl. She's extraordinarily beautiful. If my son could find such a girlfriend, I would be unable to sleep from joy for 3 days." The residents nearby whispered among themselves, their envy palpable. They are clearly very close. The girl seems a bit shy, undoubtedly a couple. No wonder Yi has become so affluent. He is indeed a young talent. I was wondering about the ruckus at his home last night. I thought it was thunder. A chorus of admiration surrounded them, marveling at Yi Song's handsome features, as they speculated on the blooming romance. Yet, they did not recognize Lin Qingying, as they were merely ordinary citizens, lacking the means to identify the daughter of a major corporation. Soon, Yi Song escorted Lin Qingying away, having gleaned some insights into lucrative ventures from Lei Tian. However, before anything else, he needed to seek Principal Qingshan to obtain his sponsorship funds. In addition to the bonuses from various corporations, Principal Qingshan likely had additional ongoing income, half of which belonged to Yi Song. Surely, it must amount to a considerable sum, he pondered. After bidding farewell with a smile to the neighbors, Yi Song did not return home, but rather hailed a motorcycle taxi, heading towards Qingshan Middle School. "It has been quite some time since I last visited the school," Yi Song remarked, seated in the taxi. In the previous world, only the underperforming students would remain absent for extended periods. Furthermore, without the 9-year compulsory education, they could easily face expulsion. However, in this world, the situation was entirely reversed. Students enjoyed immense freedom. The better their academic performance, the greater their liberties. The driver occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, as the air conditioning hummed and the sounds of other drivers filled the cab. They soon arrived outside the grand gates of Qingshan Middle School, which stood majestically before Yi Song. As he disembarked, he noticed several pairs of students strolling together at the entrance. As he approached, the gatekeeper immediately recognized him. "Yi Song, are you the one who topped the exams? The Dragon Master Yi Song?" Her exclamation drew the attention of nearby students. "Is it really Senior Yi Song? I always said that with such excellent grades, even if he awakened with poor talent, he would surely rise. Yigo is so handsome. Come see. Yigo, can you let your beast out for a photo?" "Yes. Yes. We've never seen a giant dragon before." A throng of students surrounded Yi Song, pulling out their phones to capture the moment, eager to glimpse the dragon he commanded. This was a dragon master, a legendary creature, seeing it would be a fulfillment of their dreams. Not only the boys, enamored with such fantastical beings, but even the girls gazed longingly at Yi Song. "Little Yi, considering how I brought you meals all these years, why not show everyone? My daughter has been begging to pet a dragon." The gatekeeper chimed in. "All right, fine," Yi Song replied somewhat resignedly, fully aware that striding confidently in public would inevitably lead to such requests. If this continued daily, little Nai would surely be worn thin by the attention. "Oh yes, wonderful. Senior Yi Song, you truly are kind-hearted. Indeed, unlike those other beast masters who barely acknowledge us. Yigo is the best." A few ponytailed girls expressed their dissatisfaction, finding the others miserly in comparison to Yi Song. With a wave of his hand, little Nai appeared before the crowd, yawning as it lay on the ground. A cacophony of shrieks erupted, accompanied by the sound of countless cameras clicking. Soon, a student approached little Nai for a photo, though they hesitated to reach out and touch it, aware of the inherent danger in being near a dragon. Despite Yi Song's presence, a primal fear rooted in their very genes lingered. Little Nai, feeling somewhat bored, preferred hunting demons with its master. Yi Song suddenly recognized a business opportunity. However, he surmised that little Nai might initially tolerate it, but would eventually become uncomfortable with the prolonged exposure. After considering this, Yi Song chose to decline. realizing that he could not prioritize his own desires over the well-being of his beast. Moreover, the monetary gain would be insubstantial, serving little purpose. All right, enough of this. I have matters to attend to, Yitsong said, retracting his beast and continuing into the campus. Thank you, Senior Yitsong. You truly are a good person. Yitsong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, surprised to have been awarded the good person card. However, in this world, such a concept likely did not exist. The students were likely acting with good intentions, hence their compliments. Shaking his head, Yitsong quickened his pace. Qingshan Middle School spanned a vast area. It took nearly 20 minutes to traverse from the dormitories to the academic buildings. Yet, the students were no ordinary individuals, possessing remarkable physical capabilities, many akin to elite warriors. Yitsong, having reached the Dragon King level, swiftly arrived at the principal's office. Outside the door, he heard raised voices from within. You, and you, not studying properly. It's been days since any of you visited the martial arts hall. Look at Yitsong. He is of your age, yet his strength is nearly on par with university seniors. With your careless attitudes, do you really expect to get into a top-tier university? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yitsong pushed open the door. 5 students stood against the wall, facing punishment. Upon seeing Yitsong, Principal Qingshan's expression softened considerably. Yitsong, please take a seat here. You lot, immediately write a 100,000 word reflection and deliver it to my office tomorrow. After dismissing the students, Principal Qingshan brewed a cup of tea for Yitsong. The aroma was delightful, clearly a premium blend, not typically reserved for daily consumption. Please enjoy Yitsong. Now, let me calculate our actual earnings. With sponsorship from the Beastmaster Association and the Magic Association, they have requested you to endorse several products for Beastmasters. They have recently prepaid half, totaling 39 million. There will be ongoing income as this is a long-term collaboration. As he spoke, Principal Qingshan tapped a few keys on his computer, quickly transferring the funds to Yitsong. Is it truly this much? Yitsong inquired, astonished. Absolutely. This is a product for the masses. With every sale, you receive a portion of the profit, which is quite modest. Principal Qingshan explained to Yitsong. Indeed, this group of entrepreneurs knows how to make money, Yitsong mused. However, this also alleviated his immediate financial predicament. The original amount of 12 million, combined with this additional 39 million, totals exactly 51 million. According to Lei Tian, the price of dragon meat is approximately 50 million. Principal, is there any dragon meat available in Qingshan City? I wish to purchase a piece. Dragon meat, you say? Consuming it can significantly shorten the growth period of a beast, and it has no side effects. As far as I know, all of this is under the purview of the Beastmaster Association. Since you have a cooperative relationship with them, I can call them for a discount. Principal Qingshan said eagerly. In the past, he would not have bothered with such matters, but given that it was Yitsong, it was a different story. Principal Qingshan picked up the phone and made the call. Shortly after, he hung up. I must inform you that someone offered 1 billion for this dragon meat. Your 50 million offer is merely adequate. It would be impossible to purchase it at an auction. The president of the Beastmaster Association intends to refuse that client because of you, and wishes to meet you personally. No problem. Yitsong nodded. Compared to these genuine Beastmasters, he is merely a novice. He lacks their depth of knowledge regarding beast-related matters. This visit will be an opportunity for him to learn. With the eye of analysis, he can memorize everything within an hour. With a clap, Yitsong said his goodbyes, opened the door, and stepped outside. Take care. Principal Qingshan followed closely behind, beaming with warmth. He noticed some students standing outside, utterly bewildered. Is this really the previously stern principal? Why does it seem like he knows Yitsong so well? Chapter 48. Honorary member of the Beastmaster Association. Outside the Beastmaster Association, an imposing office building stood before Yitsong, exuding an air of grandeur. However, compared to the Magic Association, this building appeared rather shabby. Some railings were in disrepair, and even the exterior of the building showed signs of weathering and rust. Is this the Beastmaster Association? Yitsong was taken aback. Just as he hesitated on whether to enter, an elderly man with white hair, resembling Einstein, approached him, accompanied by a girl of about 15 or 16. As they walked closer, they waved. Are you Yitsong? Soon, the two reached Yitsong's side. Upon closer inspection, he realized they did not resemble his initial impression. It was merely a matter of distance. The girl had a face sprinkled with freckles and looked at Yitsong with curiosity, perplexed as to why such a young man warranted a personal greeting from the principal. Yitsong, I am Zhong Chuan, the president of the Beastmaster Association. This is my adopted daughter, Xiao Yun, who is currently residing with us at the association. With that, Zhong Chuan nudged Xiao Yun, signaling her to greet Yitsong. Hello. The girl politely extended her hand. Hello, Yitsong responded with a smile. He then looked up at the principal and inquired. What is the situation with our Beastmaster Association? Yitsong pointed at the building and the dilapidated railings. Is this an orphanage? This was the question in Yitsong's mind. In stark contrast to the opulence of the Magic Association, this place bore a striking resemblance to an orphanage. Had it not been for the principal personally coming to greet him, Yitsong would have doubted whether he had arrived at the correct location. The principal realized that Yitsong had only recently awakened his talent and might be unfamiliar with the circumstances here. Thus, the trio walked while Zhong Chuan explained, the beast mastery talent is exceedingly rare, yet this rarity has not brought it prosperity. The challenges of nurturing beasts and the substantial costs associated with contracting them render this profession inaccessible to most. While the elemental talents that form the Magic Association and the strength talents that establish the Martial Artist Association also entail significant expenses, they pale in comparison to the costs of beast mastery, and a far greater number of individuals awaken these talents. Consequently, most societal resources are controlled by these individuals, leaving beast masters as a relatively marginalized group. Upon hearing this, Yitsong felt enlightened. This was a theory he had never encountered before, yet it seemed accurate. After all, the wealthy are indeed a minority. Moreover, the resources required to nurture beasts are substantial, even with Yitsong earning nearly 100 million over the past month. He was on the verge of being unable to afford it. No wonder in his past life, those who could afford to keep 2 or 3 pets were considered wealthy. The truth is undeniable. If one cannot even afford pets, how can they sustain beasts that consume meat daily? Of course, not all beasts require meat. But to shorten their growth period, one must not be stingy in this regard. So, does our Beastmaster Association really have dragon meat? Yitsong felt a twinge of doubt. Certainly, dragon meat is a highly priced delicacy made from the essence of certain magical creatures, and it has no real connection to dragons. That is merely a rumor. For mages and martial artists, it holds little value, which is why the Beastmaster Association sees an opportunity here. If you join our Qingshan City Beastmaster Association as an honorary member, you will receive this dragon meat at a discounted price, without any obligation to engage in activities, plus we will provide you with comprehensive insurance. The president smiled amiably at Yitsong. An honorary membership. For an ordinary person, it would be sufficient to live off the association for a lifetime. It allows a common individual to transcend social classes. Even if the Beastmaster Association were to falter, this position would be coveted by many. Yet now, the president is eager to offer it to Yitsong, fearful that he might decline, simply because Yitsong is a dragon master. Yitsong pondered. The Beastmaster Association truly is impoverished. If it were the Magic Association, they might have simply given it to him. Yet, that is merely a possibility, as the price and scarcity of dragon meat are exceedingly high, and the Magic Association might not possess any. However, it appears that this association has taken in many children. Xiao Yun, standing beside Zhong Chuan, gazed at him with longing, making Yitsong feel hesitant to speak. No wonder they brought a little girl along. They are trying to appeal to my emotions. Yitsong stroked his chin. This left him somewhat displeased. Although having a nominal membership holds little consequence for him, it also serves as assistance to the Beastmaster Association. But why should I help you? Furthermore, one must instill a proper worldview in the young girl to prevent her from being deceived in the future. With this in mind, Yitsong believed in the principle of equivalent exchange. He deserved compensation. Yitsong smiled. Upon hearing this, Zhong Chuan was momentarily taken aback before quickly nodding in agreement. Of course. I will immediately procure the dragon meat and give you a discount of 5 million. The president of the Beastmaster Association was elated. If Yitsong agreed, it would be a tremendous bargain. Having a dragon master associated with their organization would simplify matters significantly. Previous requests that had been denied would now likely be approved, all to cultivate a favorable relationship with this dragon master. The Beastmaster Association would benefit from Yitsong's presence. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Chuan hurried into the building, and Yitsong, along with Xiao Yun, followed, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Who is this? Why is the principal so attentive? Don't you know? The principal recently contacted him. He is the dragon master from Qingshan City. You mean that young man? How could he possibly agree to join our Qingshan City Beastmaster Association? The personnel on the first floor turned their curious gazes towards Yitsong. Just as Yitsong awaited, the little girl, Xiao Yun, suddenly spoke up. This is my beast. The Shiryechong. Yitsong turned his head to see a plump green caterpillar crawling on her hand. This little creature will surely metamorphose into a butterfly. The girl's earnest eyes regarded Yitsong, as if she understood that the youth before her was their opportunity for change. Then you must work hard. Yitsong smiled, gently ruffling Xiao Yun's dry hair. Surrounded by beast tamers, an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloped him. Although it was far less splendid than the Magic Association, staying here was infinitely more pleasant for Yitsong. Here he comes. Zhong Chuan approached from a distance, holding a box wrapped in golden fragrant wood. He handed it to Yi Song. The box was approximately twice the size of Yi Song's palm and felt notably heavy. Eagerly, Yi Song opened it, revealing a piece of meat where the flesh, bones, and marrow were distinctly visible. A savory aroma wafted forth, causing Yi Song's mouth to water. And even he couldn't resist the urge to take a bite. This meat was a blend of various beasts, incredibly costly. However, if a beast were to consume it and digest it over 3 months, it could effectively shorten its growth period by a year. This was truly a luxury among beast meats. Zhong Chuan held this type of meat in high regard. 3 months equates to a year? Upon hearing this, Yi Song felt a surge of excitement. The chairman must have been referring to ordinary beasts needing 3 months to digest. Yet, considering Xiao Nai's digestion speed, it might only take about a month to equal a year. However, this dragon meat would likely suffice for only a month. Yet, that was already extraordinary. What Yi Song needed most was a method to shorten the growth period, and this piece of meat was precisely the solution to his current dilemma. Also, this is the honor badge of your Beast Tamer Association. With this badge, you will enjoy a high priority in any Beast Tamer Association. Chairman Zong presented a meticulously engraved medal depicting a magical beast to Yi Song. Possessing this badge meant wielding power within the Beast Tamer Association. It could lead to expulsions or even the ability to send one's own kind into the association. This clearly illustrated Chairman Zong's regard for Yi Song. Thank you. Yi Song accepted the items and waved goodbye. Before departing, he discreetly took a few research documents from the Beast Tamer Association to enhance his knowledge in this area. Soon, Yi Song returned home and released Xiao Nai from the beast space. Oh woo! Xiao Nai was visibly exhilarated, having caught a whiff of the meaty aroma during their journey. His stomach audibly growled, seemingly eager to absorb the energy within. This was the first time he had shown such desire for food. Previously, he had shown no interest in either Tier 3 energy meat or Lord-level magical beasts. Don't rush. Yi Song chuckled while gently patting Xiao Nai's head, managing to calm him down. Yi Song first glanced at Xiao Nai's basic data. Black Dragon Lord, Nizalios. Level, Ordinary Mid-Tier. Talent, Emperor Level. Skills, Cataclysm 50, 100, 000 Magic Crystals to Awaken. Call of Thunder 20, 030. Elemental Affinity 20, 030. Eye of Analysis 20, 030. Description, consumes magic crystals to enhance beast skills. All skills remain nearly unchanged from before, with only the fire skill evolving into Cataclysm at level 50, requiring a staggering 100,000 magic crystals for unlocking. The sheer amount made Yi Song's heart race with trepidation. He had just spent 45 million and was now left with merely 6 million. In the realm of Awakeners, being a millionaire was trivial. One could spend more on a meal for their beast. This should be the ceiling for ordinary skills. The initial skill's maximum level was likely capped at 50. Yi Song nodded in agreement. Awakening Cataclysm would not be worth it. It would be more prudent to directly upgrade to the new capabilities of a battle general. Meanwhile, Xiaobai remained in slumber within Yi Song's beast space. The vitality pulsating within the white cocoon grew increasingly vigorous. Yi Song casually retrieved the piece of meat from the box and tossed it to Xiao Nai. Xiao Nai seized it in an instant, crunching it into pieces within his mouth. As the meat traveled down his esophagus, it entered his stomach, where it was rapidly digested by gastric acids, releasing energy that stimulated cellular growth. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, a natural response from his cells striving to fully digest the energy. Previously, Xiao Nai had experienced a similar state before his evolution. Stay in the beast space for now. Yi Song waved his hand, returning Xiao Nai to the safety of the beast space. Compared to the outside world, the beast space was considerably safer. To reach battle general level would take at least a year, and the dragon meat perfectly mitigated that year-long growth period. Once Xiao Nai emerged from his cocoon, his level would naturally ascend to battle general. Yi Song felt a twinge of excitement. Once at battle general level, he could confidently attend the training camp, ready to tackle numerous challenges. In the remaining days, both beasts underwent evolution within the beast space. During this time, Yi Song utilized his leisure to study the knowledge contained in the beast literature at home, seeking to fill the gaps in his understanding of beast growth. Generally, a beast would take over a year to naturally grow to battle general level, while transitioning from battle general to lord level required a decade. Utilizing energy meat was crucial in shortening this growth duration. The purer the energy provided to the beast, the more time was reduced. Additionally, the beast's digestion capability was also a significant factor in shortening growth time. For instance, Xiao Nai's digestion ability exceeded that of other beasts of the same level by more than tenfold. Thus, his growth time was merely a fraction of theirs. This digestion ability would only enhance further as he neared maturity. Of course, Yi Song was not idle either. Each morning, he would occasionally assist Lin Qingying with training. earning a tidy sum of 3 to 4 million in tips over the course of several days. In the afternoons, he would visit the Tiandao library to borrow magic books, during which he learned a silver-level defensive spell, Thunder Armor. This enhanced his survival capabilities significantly. With Thunder Armor combined with his Thunder Armor gear, he had 2 layers of defense. Throughout this period, Yitsong also absorbed the energy feedback from his 2 beasts. In the energy spring, an additional Thunder Element sphere floated above. His realm had now firmly entered the mid-silver tier. Nevertheless, Yitsong intended to reserve these skills for defense. He would refrain from using elemental magic unless truly threatened. Finally, as the month drew to a close, it was time to head to the Eastern Training Camp. Outside the gates of Qingfeng High School, Yitsong, Lin Qingying, and Deng Xian had all qualified to represent Qingfeng City at the Eastern Training Camp. From hundreds of cities in the East, 3 representatives were selected from each to undergo months of training. The sound of helicopter blades slicing through the air resonated overhead, capturing the attention of the students of Qingfeng City. Goodness, are they really using helicopters to pick us up? How wealthy are they? You might think otherwise. But this represents the military of the entire eastern region of Longhua. Wealth is certainly a given. How enviable. Goddess Lin, accompanied by a dragon tamer and a gifted individual, truly embodies excellence. What of the dragon tamer? With his modest level of beast-taming talent, he is bound to fall behind soon, merely wasting a formidable beast. With such a pitiful talent, do you truly believe the mighty dragon would forge a bond with you? Pathetic. At this moment, aboard the helicopter, Yitsong and his companions were seated in the back. Lin Qingying appeared somewhat puzzled. Why was it not Song Lei who had come, but rather this fellow? Just then, someone from the front passenger seat leaned out. Who is Yitsong? I am, Yitsong responded hastily. Before them stood a short-haired female officer, her curvaceous figure clad in combat attire, exuding an alluring presence. Although her features were exquisite, her eyes seemed to harbor dark purple lightning. Are you the dragon tamer? I will be your instructor from now on. Let us see your beast, the female officer remarked with keen interest, entirely disregarding the 2 others nearby, which made them feel somewhat awkward. Apologies, Commander, but my 2 beasts are currently in the process of evolution and cannot be released just yet, Yitsong replied, scratching his head. In that case, you 3 will soon be separated. The Eastern Training Camp will manage students with different awakened talents separately. Since you are a beast tamer, you will be under my supervision. I am primarily here to guide you, and I merely brought the other 2 along as a courtesy. The officer smiled at Yitsong, her expression instantly turning cold as she returned to her seat. Her words caused a twitch in Deng Xian's eye. What the hell? I am also a gifted individual. Can't you show me a bit of respect? What do you mean by bringing me along as a courtesy? Am I merely an object? Clearly, Lin Qingying was also displeased upon hearing this. She shot Yitsong a resentful glance, wishing to expose him, not because his beasts were in evolution, but rather that the dragon was not his at all. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, pondering instead why Song Lei had relinquished this opportunity to Yitsong. Was it possible that he did not need it? Nevertheless, separation was a relief. She would no longer have to protect him constantly. Lin Qingying turned her gaze to Yitsong, hoping he could fend for himself. The people in this training camp were not to be trifled with. Without sufficient strength, one would undoubtedly face oppression or even deprivation. They had all climbed to their current positions by stepping over other students. Before long, the helicopter arrived at the entrance of the Qingsun camp, a large training base surrounded by towering walls, equipped with various formidable defense mechanisms. Once activated, these defenses could swiftly bring down a helicopter. However, these defenses were not aimed at the helicopter, but rather at the monsters lurking beyond the walls. The Qingsun camp stretched endlessly, yet it was distinctly divided into several areas. Beast-taming talent, elemental talent, enhancement talent, support talent, special talents, and so forth. This was merely to ensure fairness. One could not expect a support talent individual to combat an elemental talent individual, could they? After sending the other 2 away, the helicopter landed in one of the beast-taming talent zones, where already 2 to 3 dozen students awaited. Upon seeing the helicopter, they quickly arranged themselves into formation. Yitsong disembarked alongside the female instructor, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Is he the beast tamer who formed a contract with the legendary dragon from Qingfeng City? I expected someone fearsome, but he is rather handsome. I wonder how powerful his beast is. Of course, that is a mythical creature. It must be extraordinarily strong. Whatever strength you imagine, it must be beyond that. The dragon may be mighty, but the beast tamer is not necessarily so. Do not forget he possesses the lowest level of beast-taming talent. Indeed, we shall only discover the truth once we compete. Amidst the admiration, most gazes directed at Yitsong were filled with a fighting spirit. They were all prodigies. None were inferior to one another. Even if a dragon tamer stood before them, they wished to challenge him. Defeating a dragon tamer would be a testament to their prowess, an accolade no one could resist. Many regarded Yi Song as an easy target. At that moment, the instructor stood before the crowd. I will first announce the rules of the Qing Sun camp. All must adhere to them. Originally, the plan was to eliminate participants until only 50 remained in each talent category after 1 month. But due to the lack of beast-taming talent students, the number has been reduced to 10. This means that only 10 of you will remain after a month. At this point, the instructor paused. Yi Song, however, appeared unperturbed. Although the situation was urgent, it did not eliminate opportunities. A smaller number of participants also implied fewer strong contenders. Yet the other students were not so optimistic. Only 10 can remain. The odds of elimination are too high. Does that mean we must leave before training even begins? Is that not absurd? Can the rules be modified? As someone inquired, the short-haired instructor smiled slightly. Let me introduce myself first. I am Kuzi, a Lord-level beast tamer responsible for your training. A Lord-level beast tamer. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Kuzi appeared quite youthful, yet she had already attained the rank of Lord-level beast tamer. Observing their reaction, Kuzi nodded with satisfaction. Though divided into zones, the camp was equipped with comprehensive facilities, living quarters for beasts, training areas, and even provisions for their sustenance. Dragon meat was available as well. However, all of these required you to exchange points. Upon entering the camp, each participant was granted 200 points, all loaded onto your point cards. Points could be earned by competing against other students or by hunting monsters beyond the walls. However, I do not recommend this course of action after 1 month. The 10 students who accumulate the most points may remain here. Upon hearing about the dragon meat, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Song's eyes. He had not expected such a delicacy to be available at the Eastern Qing Sun camp. Acquiring dragon meat in the entirety of Qingfeng City would require immense effort. The other students, however, were going wild. Wait, they have dragon meat? Is that true? I heard that consuming a piece can shorten the growth period by over a year. It could directly elevate my beast to the late general stage. Me too. Eating this piece of dragon meat could even offer a chance to ascend to Lord level. The boost to my strength would be sufficient to raise my power to the Golden Realm, allowing me to withstand greater damage. Truly, the Eastern Qing Sun camp was affluent. But the requirements must be quite steep, right? A bespectacled youth inquired. Indeed, a piece of dragon meat costs 20,000 points. Kuzi nodded. Hiss. So expensive? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd, and many quickly abandoned the notion. However, some students began to entertain alternative ideas. If accumulating points was arduous, why not wait until others had amassed enough points and simply seize the opportunity? Yi Song similarly entertained such thoughts, contemplating a different approach. Yi Song meandered through the training camp. The camp, though modest in size, was replete with comprehensive facilities, all encased within formidable walls. The only exit led outward through an iron gate, while the other sides were dead ends. He decided to investigate the dormitory first, as survival was the foremost priority. Upon reaching the dormitory, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Nestled in a corner of the surrounding wall were around 50 houses, almost corresponding to the number of inhabitants. Each house was approximately 100 square meters, and outside stood a shelter designated for the resting of beasts. However, the crux of the matter was that even spending a single night in the dormitory required the use of points. In the ensuing hours, Yi Song explored every nook and cranny of the training camp, only to discover that all facilities demanded points for access. Training 1's beast required a staggering 100 points per session, while lodging for a night cost 50 points. The cafeteria was relatively affordable, allowing for unlimited self-service within an hour for just 50 points, including Tier 3 energy meat. Yet, the exorbitant costs of other amenities filled him with a sense of urgency. Spending 50 points for a night's stay and a minimum of 50 points for meals left little room for frugality. Yi Song began to tally the points in his mind, quickly realizing that 200 points would scarcely suffice for even a couple of days, let alone the ambition of further strengthening himself. He urgently needed to devise a way to earn points. The idea of robbing others seemed unrealistic, as everyone was in a similar predicament. Hunting monsters in the wild? That was a preposterous notion. Just moments before, while arriving via helicopter, he had glimpsed no fewer than 5 Lord-level beasts on the land outside. Venturing out was far too perilous. It was far wiser to remain within the training camp to enhance his strength. Thus, he resolved to shatter the records set by previous beastmasters within the training camp. But first, his beast needed to awaken. With this thought, Yi Song's spirit delved into the beast space. There, his companion, Xiao Nai, remained in slumber, growing larger with time, its dragon horns becoming increasingly robust. It was evident that it was on the path to evolving into a general-level beast. The lengthy slumber was not without merit, as it indicated that upon awakening, its strength would surpass that of its former self. Many beastmasters would wish for their beasts to rest longer during the evolution process. Suddenly, as Yitsong pondered this, the cocoon woven from silk in the beast's space ruptured. A spider sprang forth from within, accompanied by a wealth of information and energy flooding back to Yitsong. His spirit felt more ethereal, and his physical strength had markedly increased. As he gazed over, he noted that Xiaobai had shrunk by a third, its pink patterns now appearing even more menacing. Opening the data panel, he softly called out to Xiaobai, and its attributes materialized before him. Xiaobai, small poison spider. Level, early general. Potential, emperor level. Skills, silk manipulation 20-030, venom gland 20-030, mental venom trap 20-030, endurance 1-0-100, identification 1-0-100, venom synthesis 1-0-100. To his astonishment, it had reached the general level. Yitsong's heart raced slightly faster, and it had even acquired 3 additional skills. However, leveling up once required 100 magic crystals. He scrutinized the skills, which immediately became apparent to him. The first skill, identification, allowed for the visualization of data regarding anything within sight. This ability was incredibly potent and would yield increasingly detailed information as time progressed. Ultimately, it could even reveal the number of bones within an opponent's body, making it significantly superior to Xiao Nai's initial skill. The second skill, venom synthesis, enhanced the power of its venomous fangs, enabling the venom to be infused into weaponized silk for attacks or launched externally for ranged assaults. This skill was quite advantageous, as it minimized the risk involved. The third skill, endurance, enabled the locking of the lower limit of health at one point when faced with fatal attacks, consuming energy instead of health. Yitsong was astounded, momentarily doubting his own perception. This was utterly outrageous. His energy reservoir was approximately 210 times greater than that of an ordinary person. His energy capacity far exceeded his health, especially considering his identity as a mage, which naturally endowed him with a significantly larger energy pool than other beastmasters. Coupled with the vast energy reservoir of a dual-element mage, the capability of endurance would elevate his survival level to an unparalleled degree. Yitsong envisioned the expression of his adversaries when he withstood dozens of their skills while on the brink of death. Surely, they would be utterly astounded. He couldn't help but chuckle. His current life force was likely more resilient than that of many metamorphic warriors. Bystanders observed him with confusion, pondering what had caused him to smile foolishly. Perhaps he was stunned by the notion that even sleeping required points. They dismissed him and hurried to the training area, anxious that if they did not seize the records, others would break them first. Upon hearing this, Yitsong regained his focus. Indeed, the immediate priority was to accumulate points. Here, points were paramount. They represented everything. With this in mind, he summoned Xiaobai to perch upon his shoulder, and the duo ventured towards the training area. Along the way, driven by curiosity, Yitsong employed the identification skill on Xiaobai, revealing even more detailed data. Xiaobai, small poison spider. Gender, female. Level, early general. Natural growth period, 936 days. Potential, emperor level. Skills, silk manipulation 20-030, venom gland 20-030, mental venom trap 20-030, endurance 1-0-100, identification 1-0-100, venom synthesis 1-0-100. It would take another 3 years to reach the mid-general level. This was considerably longer than the growth period of many beasts. Yitsong ground his teeth. Normally, 3 years would suffice to achieve the lord level. This was merely mid-general? Fortunately, Xiaobai could devour other monsters to shorten this time frame. Before long, Yitsong arrived at the training area. In front of a data wall stood numerous students alongside their beasts, all focused on a particular student preparing for a test. This individual was Yuan Tong from Tianquan City. It was him. His beast was likely a strong feline or leopard type, with such offensive capabilities. It seemed unlikely that he would earn points this time. Perhaps it was better to explore elsewhere. My beast's skills are supportive, and surely they cannot compete with such aggressive types. Yet, even if he aimed to break the record, it would be no easy feat, as those records were established by all previous beastmasters in the Eastern Youth Training Camp. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Many lingered, eager to witness which beast would deliver the highest skill damage. Chapter 52, Steel Bear Lion, Skill Damage Test. The man known as Yuan Tong commanded a steel bear lion, one of the most formidable offensive beasts within the feline and leopard category. Yitsong raised his gaze, observing the lion, its form enveloped in a coat of indestructible armor. As data appeared before him, steel bear lion. Gender, male. Level, late general. Natural growth period, 263 days. Potential, lord level. Skills, majesty of kings, might, tear. It possesses only 3 skills, yet its level has ascended to the late general stage. This magnificent lion appears to be exceptionally gifted. Song stood amidst the crowd, deep in contemplation. Typically, a Beastmaster-esque creature at the ordinary level possesses a single skill, gaining a new one with each advancement. Yet, the Iron Lion, at the late general stage, boasts 3 formidable abilities, clearly indicating a remarkable talent. Might, tear, roar. Its claws extended, carving a fissure into the wall. Boom. A palpable tremor reverberated beneath their feet. Those nearby staggered back a few steps, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed ahead. Such overwhelming power. What level of injury would their beasts sustain if they were to endure this strike? They turned their attention to the data panel, eagerly anticipating the level it might achieve. Song also glanced over. This was a specialized tool for testing the strength of beasts. By attacking the colossal data board before them, the damage inflicted would be quantitatively displayed in the accompanying chart. All forms of harm would be accounted for, including subsequent damage, tearing damage, blood loss, and even poison and dizziness. However, there were distinctions in severity. Beep beep beep. Late General. Damage value analysis. Extremely strong. Click to view details. Upon seeing this evaluation, Tong nodded in satisfaction. The sense of pressure among the onlookers intensified. I once thought the strength of my beast's skills was already considerable. To achieve an extremely strong rating at the late general stage, I have only just qualified. Do not be too disheartened. The upper limits and standards set by this data board have likely been elevated. The qualifying level for the general stage, when tested on public instruments, should indeed reach remarkable heights. A fellow student comforted his dejected companion. Yet, instead of feeling reassured, he felt even more disheartened. Seriously, can you not comfort someone? Sigh. Whatever. After all, he is from a prestigious family. It is only natural that he cannot compare. As he observed the testing board, Song's interest was piqued. Would this allow him to ascertain whether Xiao Nai's pure attack or Xiao Bai's venomous damage was superior? Moreover, it heightened Song's sense of urgency. The prodigies from various cities had arrived here, potentially blending into the crowd. Only true geniuses could continue to excel and garner more resources. To become a true dragon among men, one could discern from the performances of these individuals who the true prodigies were. It would be evident upon testing. No records have been broken. Alas, Tong lamented as he struck his fist. He had initially harbored some hope. Now it seemed that breaking the training camp's record was indeed no simple feat. Just then, Tong caught sight of Song in the crowd. Due to having made a prior impression, he recognized him at once. My Iron Lion and his dragon blood creature, which possesses greater strength. A thought suddenly flickered in Tong's mind. Classmate, why not showcase your skills for everyone? Tong spoke up. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly noticed that Song had arrived behind them without their notice. He is the Beastmaster from Qingfeng City? Wow. Brother Yi, please show us your prowess. We have yet to witness the skills of a dragon. Not to mention, I've never even seen a dragon. If it's a dragon blood creature, it must surely break the record. But that depends on its level. The records here are maintained by creatures at the late general stage, and some are on the verge of breaking into the Lord level. That is true, but even so, I still want to see Brother Yi in action. The excitement among the crowd began to spread. The surrounding Beastmasters cast hopeful and eager gazes towards Song, all wishing to witness his prowess. As fellow Beastmasters, they were particularly intrigued by such creatures. All right then, Song contemplated briefly before nodding. This immediately elicited a cheer from the crowd. Coincidentally, Song himself wished to test the potency of his skills. As he stepped forward, the crowd naturally parted to create a path. Tong, who had been standing before the testing apparatus, also stepped aside, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Song. His legs trembled uncontrollably, driven by excitement. As long as he could witness the true strength of the dragon, he would be motivated to surpass him. However, Song did not summon Xiao Nai. Instead, he released a completely white spider adorned with deep pink patterns. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. He contracted a second beast so quickly? I was planning to wait until my beast reached the Lord level before considering such a move. Naturally, he has a dragon, so he will undoubtedly receive countless rewards. Raising 2 beasts is no trouble at all. Nevertheless, the strength of the second beast cannot possibly compare to the initial one. Is Song intending to use this second beast to attack? Such limb beasts typically lack significant offensive power, right? Hiss. Is this classmate looking down on Tong? They were somewhat perplexed by Song's actions. Testing skill potency should ideally be done with the first beast for a greater chance of success. In their minds, the dragon symbolized strength. Conversely, spiders, in terms of offense, were not particularly impressive. They were more about passivity and traps. Could it be that Song felt he could not defeat Tong, and thus resorted to using his second beast to save face? Upon considering this, the crowd found it somewhat reasonable. After all, Tong was from a prestigious family and had undoubtedly received ample resources. His beast was of the offensive type and at a higher level. At this moment, Yuan Tong also felt that Yi Tsang was somewhat looking down on him. He was just about to let his iron lion step forward to demonstrate its prowess. However, as the beast took a step forward, an icy aura enveloped him. In an instant, Yuan Tong was drenched in cold sweat. It felt as if countless barbs had risen around him. His heart raced uncontrollably. Even his beast was on high alert, watching the pink and white spider with caution. What is happening? Isn't this spider Yi Tsang's second beast? Why is my lion entering a state of alarm? Yuan Tong's heart raced. The iron lion had never entered such a state, even when facing late general stage monsters. Yet now, it was merely a second beast belonging to someone else, and one that was not particularly offensive. Why did he feel such a chilling sensation? It was as if he stood here, ensnared within the opponent's web of traps. Yet the reality was, he was still over 10 meters away from Yi Tsang. This beast is no ordinary creature. Chapter 53, Breaking Records. But injuring a lord. Yuan Tong furrowed his brow. The iron lion entering a state of alert meant that this spider posed a lethal threat. Yi Tsang's beast was of the same level as his iron lion. Perhaps even stronger. Yet this was merely his second beast. Could it be that his second beast has already reached the general level? Yuan Tong's defenses faltered. Just then, Yi Tsang decided on the type of attack to test. Xiaobai, use poison synthesis. Understood. Only Yi Tsang could hear the voice echoing in his mind. Xiaobai's entire body began to frantically produce various toxins. After evolving into a small poison spider, it could generate over 170 types of toxins in this world. As its level increased, this number would only continue to rise. This included Xiaobai's own venomous fangs. The initial skill, Venomous Bite, was sufficient to slay ordinary-level demons. So how formidable would the skills at the battle general level be? Yi Tsang felt a flicker of anticipation within. At that moment, over 100 types of toxins were amalgamated into a singular lethal poison that enveloped the sharp fangs of Xiaobai. As he had not learned toxic magic, this method of attack was rather convenient, allowing him to concentrate the toxins within the fangs to inflict immense damage. With a snap, Xiaobai bit down, injecting the toxin into the data ahead. In merely 5 seconds, the toxin was fully injected. Countless anxious gazes turned towards them. Could the second contracted beast, with its poison attribute, meet expectations? It should. After all, the first contracted beast was a colossal dragon. So the tier of the second contracted beast should not be too low. However, I find it precarious. After all, this is an arthropod. Have you ever seen a spider primarily focused on offense? Several individuals engaged in brief discussion. Yuan Tong, who had been standing by, felt his heart leap to his throat. Finally, after a few seconds, the data appeared. Early Battle General. The mechanical voice echoed throughout the hall, penetrating the ears of all present. Upon grasping the meaning of those words, astonishment flooded their eyes. Everyone craned their necks to gaze at the screen. Early Battle General. It truly was Early Battle General. They had not misread. The training speed of this contracted beast was astonishing. The second contracted beast had already reached the Battle General level. With merely 2 Early Battle General contracted beasts, could they not challenge a late Silver Awakener? This indeed exemplifies the advantage of Beastmasters. Yet the resources consumed to nurture 2 contracted beasts to the Battle General level could suffice to elevate a single beast to the Lord level, rendering it not worth the cost. Why are you so concerned with such matters? They have the wealth to sustain it. Everyone was astounded by Yi Tsang's growth rate of his contracted beasts. From the first contracted beast to the second, merely a few months had passed. They invested resources into a single contracted beast and barely reached the Battle General level. Yet now, the second contracted beast had already achieved the same level. In an instant, some early Battle General Beastmasters felt a profound sense of defeat. How could the gap between individuals be so vast? Just then, the values appeared. Damage analysis, surpassing Battle General level, subsequent damage capable of severely injuring Lord-level beasts. Boom. This mechanical sound resonated like a thunderclap in the void. Everyone present felt their heads buzzing. Those who had previously doubted the damage potential of an arthropod beast instantly dismissed such thoughts. Skills exceeding the Battle General level could indeed inflict harm upon Lord-level beasts and severely injure them. They understood precisely what this implied. It meant that if the toxin was injected into a Lord-level beast, this early Battle General spider could hunt down a Lord-level beast. This was utterly terrifying. They say that a 2-tier gap is like a mountain between them. This sentiment is no exaggeration. Nonetheless, even so, the Battle General level could injure the Lord level, and this alone was sufficient to assert dominance. Yuan Tong, who had just wished to compare himself with Yi Tsang, was left dumbfounded. What the heck? He stared wide-eyed at the iron lion beside him, suddenly realizing that this offensive-focused beast did not seem so appealing anymore. He began to contemplate whether he should contract a spider like Yi Tsang's. This toxic damage was simply outrageous. severely injuring a Lord level. When they encountered a Lord level beast, they could barely escape, let alone inflict severe injury. Even standing there for them to attack might not suffice to breach its defenses. Wow, Brother Yi is incredible. Is there a method to nurture contracted beasts that you could teach us? I am willing to exchange points for it. This damage is just too absurd. Is it possible that the instrument is malfunctioning? Unlikely. The chance of instrument malfunction in the market is less than 1. I think it is possible, considering the toxin was injected for a full 5 seconds. Which Lord-level beast would allow you to inject toxins into its body for 5 seconds? That makes sense. Even if you were allowed to inject, you might not be able to breach its defenses, perhaps not even piercing the surface. The crowd debated the toxin capabilities of contracted beasts, suddenly finding it somewhat reasonable. Yet, it was still too monstrous. Even among the strongest toxins in Lord-level talents, the King Cobra, it would be impossible to lethally inject a Lord-level beast with toxins in merely 5 seconds, let alone at the battle general level. Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging to inject a Lord-level beast with toxins for 5 seconds during combat. Yitsong was aware of Xiao Bai's weaknesses. In regular combat, to land a bite that lasts even a second would be considered lengthy. The venomous strike of serpents is nearly fleeting, unless one completely suppresses the opponent. Long-term toxin injection is nearly unattainable. However, if faced with another battle general level beast, a single bite would suffice. Tester, Yitsong. Contracted, beast level, early battle general. Breaking the record for battle general level skill damage in the Beastmaster zone. Reward, 5,000 points. The announcement of the record being shattered left everyone astonished by the magnitude of the reward. 5,000 points. If entirely used for meals, that would equate to approximately 50 to 60 million. The market price for dragon meat is around 200 million, yet it requires 100,000 points. Indeed, such scarce resources demand a hefty price, but fortunately, they are in infinite supply, and points can be exchanged. Damn, I am so tempted. I don't even know where to sleep tonight after obtaining 5,000 points right away. If you are unconvinced, why not challenge Brother Yi and seize the opportunity? I wouldn't dare. This Beastmaster hastily raised both hands in surrender. Are you joking? Yitsong's first contracted beast, that dragon, hasn't even been released. It is likely that merely the performance of this spider is sufficient to dominate him. He hasn't even come to challenge you, and you should be grateful. Would you dare approach him? Are you seeking misfortune, perhaps feeling too comfortable in life and wanting to find some discontent in the training camp? Upon hearing the discussions, Yitsong was somewhat surprised. Dragon meat is actually sold for 200 million? He only acquired it for 50 million. It seems the Beastmaster Association has indeed granted him significant concessions. Moreover, people here belong to the upper echelons. Even they yearn for dragon meat, which they have never tasted. Its value must be even greater. However, Yitsong had already consumed it once. He needed to acquire more points. Otherwise, where would he find so much dragon meat outside? This piece could shorten the evolution time by 300 days. 3 pieces would allow Xiao Bai to evolve once more. Chapter 54. The Resilience Training of Beastmasters. Subsequently, Yitsong arrived at the next training area, the Weight Training Zone. This training is specifically designed for the Beastmasters themselves. Due to the overwhelming power of their contracted beasts, coupled with the fact that nearly 90 of the Beastmasters' focus is on their beasts, they become apparent weaknesses as soon as the battle commences. An enemy can easily identify such weaknesses from the outset. Even those who have just begun to engage in martial arts would know what to do. Thus, to diminish their vulnerabilities, Beastmasters often spend lavishly on protective gear or contract defensive-type beasts that inherit skills capable of withstanding offensive attacks. Naturally, these are merely fundamental methods and are anticipated by their opponents. Following this, Beastmasters must continually enhance their physical constitution. At this moment, the weight training room was unoccupied. After paying 10 points, Yitsong stepped inside. It was a spacious chamber. Once activated, the magical firearms and gravity hammers on the walls would commence operation. During this time, the Beastmasters could not perform any evasive maneuvers. This is not a test of your agility and evasion skills, but rather your defensive strength. If one can avoid attacks, then the test loses its significance. The purpose of this training is to determine the extent of damage a Beastmaster can endure when faced with unavoidable assaults. Yitsong's second beast is an offensive type, while his first beast, a spider, is also likely offensive in nature, suggesting that his resilience may not be particularly high. Breaking the record this time will be challenging. However, I do not entirely agree that his defensive capabilities are lacking. Indeed, a beast's prowess can impart a portion of its physical attributes to its master. A Lord-level beast can provide a 30 enhancement, while a Monarch-level beast can offer a 50 boost. The higher the level, the greater the benefits conferred. One must consider how formidable a physique a dragon would bestow. Ultimately, physical attributes are somewhat illusory. True True resistance requires skill, much like the rock crocodile, whose skills render its master as unyielding as stone. Skills, indeed, are the crux of a beastmaster's potential. This notion was universally acknowledged. Generally, when a beastmaster contracts a second beast, they opt for a defensive type like the rock crocodile to bolster their own defenses, unlike Yi Tsang, who has chosen two offensive types, revealing a glaring vulnerability. Such an approach seems rather arrogant and foolish. Should a weakness be exposed during an attack, even the mightiest defensive capability would be rendered ineffective. Tester, Yi Tsang. Initiating the Bronze Realm test. Test parameters: strength enhancement, talent attack, magical attack, gravitational pressure. The mechanical voice echoed. Yi Tsang could distinctly sense the walls of the space shifting. Positioned at the center of the room, his muscles tensed to their utmost. He decided to attempt enduring the pressure with his physical form. Yi Tsang's muscles swelled as he braced against the overwhelming force. Several cannons emerged from the walls, unleashing various elemental attacks towards him. Enduring the onslaught with sheer physical strength proved ineffective without any defensive skills. Surely, he could not withstand this for long. Yet, a few minutes of endurance was already impressive. The dragon's attributes evidently conferred significant enhancement to the Beastmaster. Outside the room, onlookers gathered. Full-output Beastmasters typically prioritize offensive capabilities, often relying on defensive-type awakened individuals to accompany them, making this test particularly disadvantageous for them. The prospect of breaking the record seemed unlikely. Just as the spectators anticipated Yi Tsang's imminent exit, something began to feel amiss. Has 10 minutes truly passed? How is he enduring this? It seems a bit absurd. He isn't using any defensive skills. He is merely relying on his physical form. Not that he doesn't use them, but that he lacks them. As soon as the words were spoken, a thunderous armor materialized around Yi Tsang, enveloping him entirely. He resembled a general bathed in lightning. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Why had he not utilized his defensive skills sooner? As time passed, half an hour elapsed, and Yi Tsang remained seated, his body cloaked in the thunderous armor, seemingly drawing upon an inexhaustible source of energy. By this time, nearly all the trainees in the training camp had gathered around. Over 40 Beastmasters staring in disbelief at his figure. This is outrageous. Has he truly been inside for half an hour? Is he even human? The last time I entered this testing chamber, I was out in a minute, despite employing Earth-type defensive abilities. I couldn't withstand it. Goodness, this fellow is extraordinary. Or perhaps the abilities conferred by dragons are indeed remarkable. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The instructor is here." The crowd quickly parted to allow a path. Kuzi, clad in leather and sporting short hair, walked through, causing several male trainees to swallow nervously. She embodied the ideal image of a strong female figure they all aspired to. Who is training here? Kuzi inquired. Reporting, instructor. It's Yi Tsang. Kuzi's gaze turned towards the training room, where Yi Tsang was drenched in sweat, visibly struggling to hold on. How long has he been in there? Half an hour, instructor. Half an hour. Kuzi's heart raced. She had previously learned of Yi Tsang's record-breaking offensive prowess and was astonished to discover his defensive capabilities were equally formidable. He could even compete in the Eastern all-round Beastmaster competition. With Yi Tsang's abilities, he had a substantial chance of claiming the title of all-round Beastmaster, a prestigious honor within the community, accompanied by numerous rewards. This title alone was coveted by all Beastmasters, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Regrettably, only one all-round Beastmaster could exist. Yi Tsang was beginning to feel overwhelmed, standing amidst the relentless barrage of attacks. His skin was starting to ache. Should he attempt the Gold Realm training? Yi Tsang found himself intrigued. The Gold Realm entails enduring Lord-level attacks. If his endurance skills could withstand such assaults, he would possess the capability to venture beyond the city to hunt monsters for points, far more rewarding than merely breaking records. Moreover, the potential to earn considerable magic crystals loomed, as records were finite, yet monsters were in endless supply. With 90 of his energy still available, it seemed prudent to give it a try. The previous thunderous armor had not depleted much of his energy. Although he remained in the Silver Realm, his internal elemental energy reserves were equivalent to those of a Gold Realm awakened individual. Initiating Gold Realm Test. Chapter 55, All-Round Beastmaster. Commencing Gold Realm Test. The following test includes Lord-level attacks and beginner-level Gold Realm magical assaults. Cost, 100 points. Absolutely. This 100 points is well worth it. Such a secure test. A rare opportunity to endure harm in this manner. Just as Yi Tsang completed the transaction, he was unaware that his actions had stirred a commotion outside. Goodness. Lord-level attacks. He is surely doomed. This is madness. Even transformation-type warriors struggle to withstand Lord-level attacks at the Silver Realm, let alone a Beastmaster. Is Brother Yi out of his mind? He is employing a strategy that defies conventional combat principles. Indeed, Beastmasters must adhere to tactical principles, unlike those brutish warriors. Kuzi crossed her arms, fixated on him, prepared to reprimand him severely upon his exit. However, she was not genuinely concerned that Yitsong would be eliminated by such attacks. After all, these were training apparatuses, incapable of causing real harm. If the system detected potentially life-threatening assaults, it would cease the attacks. With a resounding crash, Yitsong was abruptly flung against the wall. At that moment, the system registered a risk to his life, and the assault ceased. Yitsong was momentarily dazed. Why has it stopped? Let the storm rage on. I still have plenty of energy left. He felt as if he could endure several more rounds. Perhaps the equipment assesses that I am in peril. It likely cannot detect my skills. Yitsong shook his head and gingerly exited, feeling only mild discomfort. Although he was down to a sliver of health, he merely felt a bit sore, estimating he would fully recover in a couple of days. As Yitsong stepped out, he was met with a sea of astonished faces surrounding him. Why are you all looking at me like that? As if I were some kind of monster. At the moment Yitsong was lost in thought, he shattered the training camp's pressure resistance record by withstanding a single Lord-level attack. The reward for the student Yitsong was 5,000 points. Yet again, another 5,000 points. Envious gazes turned toward Yitsong. With these two feats, he had accumulated 10,000 points. In an instant, some students began to feel a twinge of jealousy, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity while he appeared so vulnerable. Such a rare moment of weakness would not last long. Once he recovered, the chance to snatch points would be gone. However, earning these points was no simple feat. Who among them would dare to withstand a Lord-level attack? They were all beast masters, their inherent strength not even comparable to that of a mage. Yitsong, too, felt exhilarated, yet he was still far from the goal of 100,000 points. To exchange for dragon meat, he needed to hunt monsters and seize points from others. Patience was key. After a month, once the training camps merged, there would be many eager to compete for points. Yitsong noticed Kuzi standing before him. The female instructor's aggressive gaze swept over his body without a hint of concern for her own image. Quite impressive. This physique still bore a semblance of masculinity. Who claimed that beast masters were inferior to warriors? A truly powerful beast master could possess physical strength rivaling that of a warrior. Instructor, Yitsong quickly saluted. These individuals were heroes of humanity, standing on the front lines against monsters. You are quite the bold one. I'll let you off this time, but come to my room later. With that, Kuzi turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing as she vanished from sight. The students nearby swallowed hard. How terrifying. The instructor was a woman, yet her approach seemed more ruthless than that of the male instructors. She had nearly worn them out during training. Brother Yi, brace yourself. When you enter her room, you might go in standing and come out horizontal. In a moment, the students who had envied Yitsong began to offer him silent condolences. Yitsong felt his heart race. Had he committed a crime merely by breaking a record? Minutes later, Yitsong arrived at Kuzi's room. It was significantly larger than those of other students, equipped with various training facilities. At that moment, Kuzi was performing pull-ups effortlessly on a horizontal bar, not even breaking a sweat. A mere glance at her alluring figure sent his heart racing. Suddenly, Kuzi jumped down from the bar. For a beastmaster, your own physical strength must be prioritized to advance further. Understood. Yitsong nodded vigorously. Stepping closer, Kuzi placed a hand on his shoulder. Countless orbs of light emanated from her body, landing on Yitsong and bursting like droplets of water. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief as his internal injuries began to heal. Healing skills. Yitsong was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected the seemingly aloof instructor to possess healing beasts. Don't be surprised. In the wild, offensive, defensive, and healing beasts are all indispensable for survival. Yitsong nodded repeatedly, realizing he had been somewhat short-sighted when forming contracts with beasts. There were numerous types of beasts, biological, elemental, and non-human. One need not limit oneself to a single type. Balance was paramount. However, observing the injuries of the other students, he hadn't seen Kuzi provide treatment for anyone else. It appeared he had received some special privilege. Have you considered participating in the all-round Beastmaster competition? All-round Beastmaster? Yitsong shook his head, having never heard of it. The all-round Beastmaster competition was held annually, with a single champion. Those who had once held the title now stood at the pinnacle of Longgua's Beastmasters. Upon obtaining this title, one would gain privileges from the military district, allowing them to serve anywhere after graduation, transcending social classes. Moreover, if one were a member of the Beastmaster Association with the title of All-Round Beastmaster, they would receive substantial funding and resources each year. Kuzi's eyes sparkled, clearly holding this competition in high esteem. The strongest Beastmaster in Longgua had once been a champion of the all-round Beastmaster competition. She had participated before, but unfortunately only secured third place. Now, She saw an opportunity in Yeat's song. Is it true that resources and funding are abundant within the Beastmaster Association? Yeat's song seized upon this crucial information. Indeed, the key is to hold a higher position. Does the honorary Beastmaster count? Of course. The funding from above often includes dragon meat specifically for all-round Beastmasters, distributed almost quarterly, designed for their cultivation. Dragon meat? Distributed quarterly? Upon hearing this, Yitsong's expression brightened. He was an honorary Beastmaster of the Qingfeng City Beastmaster Association. If he could earn this title, the growth period for his beasts would be drastically shortened. It would be akin to having an endless supply of dragon meat. Chapter 56. Departing beyond the walls to hunt monsters. After agreeing, Yitsong swiftly left Kazi's room. The all-round Beastmaster competition was still far off. He needed to focus on enhancing his beast's strength and shortening their growth period. Yitsong felt a sense of urgency. He not only aimed to secure first place in the training camp, but also to gain admission to Moda University. Even more, he aspired to earn the title of all-round Beastmaster. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, and without formidable strength, success was unattainable. He must quickly elevate both his beast's levels and his own capabilities, as well as the intensity of his skills. In Yitsong's room, I'm hungry. Time for food. On a hammock woven from spider silk at the head of his bed, Xiaobai lay watching him, nearly starving. It suddenly dawned on Yitsong that since Xiaobai's evolution, it had yet to eat. All right, let us go eat immediately. Yitsong rose. Yay, Xiaobai cheered, climbing onto his shoulder. It was quite clingy but had little interest in training. Wherever they went, the first order of business was to make a bed, preferably on Yitsong's headboard, as close as possible. In contrast, Xiaonai thrived on combat and specialized training. If not for the need to rest during evolution, it would likely be training day and night in the dedicated training room for beasts. This was the difference between the diligent and the indolent. Xiaobai was solely focused on eating and sleeping, while Xiaonai was relentless in battle. Combat makes me stronger, that was its life mantra. Dragons were indeed born with a penchant for destruction and conquest. If Yitsong didn't team-manage Xiaobai well, he might wake up one day to find the entire city reduced to rubble, with only his house intact. Soon he arrived at the cafeteria. After swiping his points, Yitsong entered with Xiaobai. The food here was abundant and diverse. After swiping his points, it was an all-you-can-eat affair. Some beastmasters were already deeply engrossed in their meals, determined to recoup their investment. After spending so many points, how could I not consume 3 pieces of third-level energy meat? If it weren't for the time constraints, he would have eaten 1 piece, digested it, and continued to stay there. What third-level energy meat? This is excellent cooked steak, rich in energy and quick to digest. Yitsong took a look around, noticing that all the ingredients were of a similar grade to the third-level energy meat. Each type had about 30 pieces, totaling 500 or 600 plates. However, this was enough to serve over 50 people. Generally, a typical beast could only handle 3 pieces at a time. Xiaobai, it's time to eat. Yitsong commanded. Xiaobai. Upon receiving the command, Xiaobai immediately became exhilarated. Without even approaching the dining table, it lay down in the food collection area, ravenously stuffing food into its mouth. The sound of its voracious chewing resonated clearly. The surrounding trainees looked on in astonishment. Is it really possible to eat like that? Would it not burst? However, what left them even more stunned was yet to come. After consuming such an enormous quantity of food, not only did Xiaobai show no signs of discomfort, but it continued to eat with fervor. Each time its belly expanded slightly, it would digest and then contract once more. Finally, after half an hour had passed, Xiaobai let out a satisfied burp, reclining in Yitsong's arms. Utterly unwilling to move, it had consumed over 20 pieces, effectively reducing its growth period by more than a month. Yitsong smiled with satisfaction. From this day forward, it would suffice to bring Xiaobai here once every week. Such rapid growth was truly remarkable. As the crowd watched in astonishment, bidding farewell to Yitsong, they were left utterly bewildered. So we are here to dine with our points, while you are here to stock up? Is it even possible to eat that much? This time, the points spent equated to a month's worth of food for them. It was an absolute steal. With this thought, some beast tamers urged their beasts with reluctance. Eat. Devour wholeheartedly. Why are you not eating? What are you all standing around for? The myriad of beasts seemed to respond. You are better suited to being the dogs here. Finally, after a fortnight had elapsed, the assessment came through. Small poison spider. Gender, female. Level, early stage of battle general. Natural growth period, 729 days. Potential, emperor level. Skills, silk manipulation 20-030. Venom gland 20-030. Mental venom trap 20-030. Endurance 1-0-100. Identification 1-0-100. Venom synthesis 1-0-100. Remaining magic crystals, 500 points. The natural growth period had been reduced by over 200 days. At this pace, It would not take 2 months before it could evolve again. Yitsong rubbed his hands in excitement. As for Xiao Nai, it remained in deep slumber. Yitsong had a premonition that when it awoke, its strength would be astonishingly formidable. With 500 magic crystals remaining, he decided to upgrade the skills. Observing Xiao Bai's skills, he began to ponder. The reason for upgrading the skills now was that Yitsong intended to take Xiao Bai outside the walls to hunt demons. Naturally, he did not dare to challenge the Lord level and could only target the Battle General level. Upgrading Venom Synthesis would increase the variety of viruses, but until it reached level 10, the skill would not undergo any qualitative changes. Nonetheless, Yitsong was determined to upgrade. To elevate the initial skills to level 50, one would need to spend 100,000 magic crystals to forcibly raise them to Battle General level skills. At present, the initial skills of Silk Manipulation and Mental Venom Trap were completely adequate, especially the hardness of Silk Manipulation. With this in mind, Yitsong extracted a strand of white, viscous silk from Xiao Bai. This hardness was more than sufficient to control Battle General level demons. To control a Lord level, it would need to be raised to at least level 50 to avoid being broken free from. As for Venom Synthesis, it indeed could enhance attack power. System, please allocate the 500 magic crystals to upgrade Venom Synthesis. Upgrading Venom Synthesis for you. Venom Synthesis 1,0,100, upgraded to Venom Synthesis 5, 100,100. The number of highly toxic variants increased to 79. Power increased by 37. The power had indeed been enhanced. Yitsong noticed an additional attribute, which must be the capability of identification. Previously, such detailed descriptions had not been available. If there were extra magic crystals, he would need to enhance the identification ability to obtain more detailed data. However, Yitsong dared not dwell on that now. The quantity of magic crystals was far too limited. It was best not to calculate it too closely, as it would indeed be financially draining. His anticipation grew for the moment to venture outside the walls to hunt demons. He could hardly wait through the night. Even the offensive skills could barely sustain him, with defensive skills and identification skills awaiting his attention, each one clamoring for nourishment. This was merely for Xiao Bai. He had not even considered Xiao Nai's capabilities. Presently, Yitsong felt overwhelmed. He must acquire magic crystals swiftly. Chapter 57, A Fortnight of Hunting Points. The next morning, Yitsong took Xiao Bai to the iron gate of the training camp's subcamp. Beneath the city wall stood a massive iron gate, which seemed to be usable only by giants. At the entrance stood 2 guards. Upon seeing Yitsong approach, they exchanged puzzled glances. Student, the area outside is already infested with demons. I am aware. I wish to venture outside to hone my and my beast's abilities. Only through life and death battles can the full potential of skills be realized. Safe combat no longer satisfied Yitsong. More importantly, he needed magic crystals and points. Seeing that their admonishments were in vain, the 2 guards ceased their hesitation. Hunting demons outside was indeed permitted. Very well. But beyond this gate lies the territory of a marsh beast. If you encounter the Lord-level marsh beast, sound the alarm immediately and flee. We will track your location via your wristband. The 2 guards instructed Yitsong earnestly. He nodded seriously, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He would not jeopardize his own life. Even a lion uses all its might against a rabbit. Moreover, in the realm of demons, he was merely a rabbit. Once the guards saw Yitsong off, they marveled at his retreating figure. He must be that dragon tamer, right? What a remarkable spirit. I recall when I first entered the training camp, I dared to hunt demons outside. Those who left the camp were at least diamond-level beast tamers. Indeed, having strength allows for such audacity. I just wonder what trump cards he possesses to contend with Lord-level demons. Demons and beasts are not the same. Beasts are evolved and mutated creatures, akin to tigers and leopards. Demons, however, are elemental beings like the marsh beast, trance, mummies, or even the legendary serpent man. In summary, they are life forms that do not exist in reality, lacking a definitive form. Even the types of demons cataloged by humans number only in the hundreds, with many more undiscovered. Weak demons are indeed feeble, yet strong demons can be dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than beasts, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. This is largely because demons may wield psychic attacks. Without appropriate countermeasures, one merely walks into the jaws of death. With a thunderous rumble, the massive city gate cracked open. Yitsong stepped through, inhaling the fresh air deeply. His chest heaved, and he felt utterly invigorated. Indeed, nature is splendid, if only these demons and beasts did not exist. Xiao Bai took a deep breath and echoed Yitsong's words. After a brief adjustment, Yitsong chose a direction and crawled stealthily out. This was the territory of the Lord-level marsh beast, and no other Lord-level beasts would reside here. To traverse through a Lord-level beast territory, Yitsong would need to run for at least 7 or 8 hours. Therefore, The likelihood of encountering a Lord level was exceedingly low. Soon, Yitsong spotted a large groundhog vigorously excavating the earth. Giant groundhog. Level, ordinary late stage. Talent, battle general level. Skills, earth burrowing, claw strike. Description, an exceedingly common species, typically awakening the armored skill in the late stage. With a chittering sound, the groundhog continued its relentless digging. With a swift motion, Yitsong unleashed a strand of white silk, which instantly wrapped around its neck. As the silken thread tightened gradually, the skin of the TBSH was sliced open and the potent toxin seeped in, resulting in an instantaneous demise. Magic Crystal, 39 points, 120. Little By then pounced, and soon devoured the entire creature, leaving nothing but a pile of white bones. Yitsong glanced at the growth period once more. The meat from an ordinary late-stage demon beast had roughly reduced the time by several hours. As a post-meal delicacy, it was quite satisfactory. The most crucial aspect was that his points had increased by over 100. With just a scan of his wristband, it would be recorded in Yitsong's point accumulation. Subsequently, Yitsong traversed through the dense forest. Upon encountering ordinary-level demons, he utilized his poison-laden strikes for long-range kills. For the general-level ones, he first employed mental control to immobilize them, then swiftly injected the toxin into their bodies. A mere bite was all it took. Within a minute, they would succumb to the poison. Yitsong's hunting speed was commendable. By the end of the morning, he had slain over 10 demons. Magic Crystal, 164 points, 11,067. In just one morning, he amassed 164 points of Magic Crystal, and with a stroke of luck, he could gather 300 points in a day. Points had also increased by around 1,000, alleviating a slight amount of pressure, albeit just a smidgen. In the following hours, Yitsong immersed himself further into the wilderness, relentlessly hunting the demons in the forest. During this time, he encountered awakeners from other districts. However, Yitsong chose to avoid them, utilizing spider silk to sense their presence ahead of time. Defeating them wouldn't yield any magic crystals, and their points were likely minimal, leaving him with nothing to gain. Throughout this period, Yitsong engaged in rigorous training with Little Bai. Both their minds had to be highly focused, and the application of skills had to become swifter, otherwise, they risked letting the demons escape. They even encountered opponents of comparable strength. However, as long as they avoided direct confrontation, the kills were almost effortless. Soon, over 10 days had passed, culminating in the day of the Awakening District merger. In the wilderness, Yitsong reviewed the magic crystals he had accumulated in the growth period of Little Bai. Magic Crystal, 1950. Natural growth period, 389 days. Witnessing the near 2,000 points of magic crystals, Yitsong's spirits soared. The reason for such accumulation was largely due to his focused hunting of general-level demons for magic crystals. Furthermore, Little Bai had selected several areas in this forest, weaving spider silk throughout. Any demon that passed and broke the silk would be immediately detected. This significantly enhanced their efficiency. Now, how many points had he gathered? Yitsong activated his wristband. Points, 27,980. This was already sufficient to exchange for a piece of dragon meat. Indeed, hunting demons proved to be the swifter route. Meanwhile, in the central high-rise of the training camp, all the captains from various awakening districts had gathered, including Ku Zi from Yitsong's Beastmaster district. At the forefront stood a tall man adorned with a flower and star insignia, a symbol of a high-ranking position. We are responsible for the entire Eastern region's training plan. A month has passed. How has your training progressed? I must emphasize that if you do not perform well, it will be a disgrace to our 3rd division. The weakest district will not only receive no rewards, but also face punitive training. His words echoed with authority, having followed the commander for many years. Everyone understood that this was no idle threat. If they were indeed rated as the worst district, not only would their students face punishment, but they themselves would also bear the consequences. Conversely, if the students performed admirably, the rewards would be substantial. Shin-san, please begin with your elemental district. Yes, a man clad in military attire rose to his feet. As a pivotal force in the Dragon Kingdom, the elemental awakeners were naturally at the forefront. If he faltered in his training, he would undoubtedly face the commander's wrath upon his return. Shun-sen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In this session, our elemental district produced a level 5 lightning element awakener named Lan Dian, hailing from a remote city. In just 1 week, he shattered the record for the highest damage inflicted by lightning element awakeners in the training camp. Upon hearing this, the officers were taken aback. To break the record so soon, such talent was truly exceptional. In previous training camps, no one had ever achieved a record-breaking feat. It is important to note that these records were not easily surpassed. After all, they represented the best talents from the entire Eastern region, and the event was held annually. The number of level awakeners had already surpassed 100, and many hailed from prestigious backgrounds. It seemed that the students from other training districts were no ordinary contenders. Kuzi straightened his posture, a frown creasing his brow. However, he felt a sense of reassurance regarding Yi Song. Having achieved 2 record-breaking feats with just his second beast, his innate talent was undoubtedly formidable. Even if he did not secure first place, placing in the top 3 was more than within reach. There is also a level 5 awakener from Qingfeng City named Lin Qingying. At this juncture, Chen San hesitated momentarily. Speak freely. The mayor gestured for him to continue. This Lin Qingying, although possessing level 5 fire talent, exhibits remarkable comprehension and potential. Upon entering, her strength surged dramatically, and within mere days, she challenged the level 5 lightning awakener named Lan Dian. What was the outcome? A few officers inquired. Did she explode in frustration after her defeat? Such occurrences were not uncommon. Some top talents from their cities would be utterly overwhelmed upon entering the Eastern training camp, leading to their mental collapse. However, they chose to allow such situations to unfold. No one was a delicate flower. They were here to cultivate both mindset and strength. When they eventually faced demons on the battlefield, the ferocity of the adversaries would be beyond measure. No, Chen Sin swallowed hard. It seems this Lin Qingying hails from Qingfeng City, and for some reason, she possesses a profound understanding and resistance to lightning magic. During her battle with Lan Dian, her skill release speed was astonishingly rapid. Each time she unleashed her skills, she would strike when Lan Dian was at his weakest and most defenseless. Despite the swiftness of Lan Dian's attacks, it was challenging for him to inflict full damage. In 3 days, she has thoroughly defeated Lan Dian 3 times. And now this level 5 lightning talent is somewhat withdrawn. The instructors were left speechless. They were utterly astonished. This was not at all what they had anticipated. Were it not for Chun Sen standing before them, they might have suspected that someone was exaggerating. A level 5 fire talent overpowering a level 5 lightning talent? That seemed utterly implausible. The speed and damage of lightning talents were several times greater than those of fire talents. Fire talents held no advantage against lightning talents. Moreover, this was a level 5 lightning talent. How could a fire talent possibly dominate him? And to have beaten him 3 times, leaving him withdrawn? What a farce. Chen San, are you joking? Do you take us for fools? An officer, who had a contentious relationship with Chen San, stood up and rebuked him. Meanwhile, the commander, with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared intrigued. Qingfeng City. It truly deserves its ranking among the top 10 cities. This Lin Qingying must possess exceptional combat awareness. Perhaps she has engaged in prior training battles with formidable lightning element talents, which would explain her deep understanding of lightning talents. And the strength of this lightning talent is undoubtedly significant. He must be far superior to Lan Dian. How fascinating. The students in this training camp are becoming increasingly intriguing. Upon hearing the commander's analysis, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd suddenly exhibited expressions of enlightenment. It is indeed logical. Exceptional talent does not necessarily equate to extensive practical experience. As instructors, they had surprisingly overlooked this aspect. If Lin Qingying had conducted specialized training for those endowed with lightning attributes, it would be quite plausible for her to defeat a formidable lightning talent. If I recall correctly, Lei Tian should also be in Qingfeng City and has close ties with the Lin family. With his guidance, dealing with lightning talents would become considerably simpler. Lei Tian, a diamond mirror awakened with lightning attributes. Even they had heard of him. The individuals present nodded in agreement. This made much more sense. With a diamond mirror lightning mage to guide them, targeting similar lightning talents would be as effortless as coldly dispatching fish. However, they could not help but admire Lin Qingying's tenacity. Undergoing specialized training for lightning talents would entail enduring countless electric shocks. She must have suffered greatly. Otherwise, how could one experience such a sensation of living on the edge of death? Others were introduced as well. In the transformation category, there were awakeners of levels 3 to 4 who were already forming factions to seize points. Among them, one could transform their body into steel, breaking the highest record for damage absorption in the training camp. Indeed, the transformation category boasts a higher number of high-level awakeners. In the support category, there was a member of the renowned Guan family, one of the top 3 support families in Longhua, named Guan Shaoxing. His amplification abilities are compatible with any talent, and he even possesses healing capabilities. Upon hearing this, the instructor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Our army is in dire need of such talent. We must make an effort to recruit him for our 3rd division. Support-type awakeners are exceedingly rare in all aspects. A support-type awakener who can both amplify and heal is truly a treasure for any commander or leader in the military. Subsequently, other camps read out their selections, identifying several exceptionally gifted individuals. The instructor nodded repeatedly, expressing his approval. The overall quality of this training camp is exceedingly high, far superior to previous cohorts. Kuzi, how is your Beastmaster camp faring? The instructor inquired. Countless gazes converged upon Kuzi. Historically, the Beastmaster camp has been the weakest among all training camps. Each time the branches were merged, the Beastmaster camp would inevitably be the first to lose points. Not only due to its smaller numbers, but also because of its overall inferior strength compared to other camps. However, this time is different. Everyone knows that the Beastmaster camp has welcomed a legendary dragon tamer. The fabled dragon has drawn the instructors of the 3rd Division here, eager to witness this dragon. If they could recruit him into their ranks, they would truly become the dragon and tiger masters of the East. Kuzi was evidently aware of what the instructor was asking. She immediately rose to announce, Yi Song, hailing from Qingfeng City, has been under my close observation these past few days. Upon entering the training camp, he broke 2 records in less than a day. Furthermore, he has single-handedly kept the cafeteria of the Beastmaster camp in a state of severe losses. Moreover, he ventured outside the walls to hunt demons alone half a month ago. From the points he accumulated, it is evident that he has hunted at least 100 demons during this period. Chapter 59. Is the second beast also a dragonblood creature? He managed to cause a loss in the cafeteria by himself? Upon hearing this, the crowd's lips twitched. The instructor, however, wore a smile. Being able to eat is a blessing. It is indeed a blessing. There is no fear of being able to eat. The concern lies in not being able to. As for breaking 2 records, the audience deemed it entirely reasonable. If a dragon tamer could not even break records, it would only serve to validate the rumors. After all, it is a legendary dragon. In every aspect, it would undoubtedly overpower all beastmasters. It could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the biological chain. Furthermore, upon hearing that Yi Song had slain over 100 demons in half a month, the other officers were utterly astounded. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Wow, this guy was only at the silver level before entering the training camp, right? How could he have killed over 100 demons in half a month? Indeed, even exceptionally talented students can only hunt 3 to 4 demons in a day when in a team. This fellow alone must have averaged over 10 kills a day. Incredible. Truly befitting of a legendary dragonblood creature. He is indeed extraordinary. I thought I had envisioned a powerful dragon in my mind, but it seems I have underestimated him somewhat. The crowd marveled in awe. Having such a student is indeed a stroke of fortune. Not just a boon for their training camp, but for the entire Longhua. Once a dragonblood beastmaster matures, they alone could transform the fate of an entire city. Impressive. Truly impressive. Compared to this dragon tamer, their talented students seem somewhat lacking. High damage from magical talents? At most, you are merely at the level. But a beastmaster can contract dragonblood creatures. When it comes to potential limits, no profession can compare to that of a beastmaster. Haha, I have seen demon beasts with dragonblood, but they only possess a trace of the lineage. This beastmaster, regardless of the benefits offered, must be recruited into our 3rd Division once he enters the army. The instructor of the 3rd Division was in high spirits. Fortunately, I was clever. Upon hearing that a dragon tamer had appeared, I anticipated that he might come to the training camp. I applied to the commander in advance to have him oversee this training initiative. Indeed, I caught him. I can only imagine how frustrated his peers must be right now. Instructor, are you perhaps misunderstanding something? Kuzi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. After listening for a while, she finally discerned the discord. Surely the instructor does not believe that Yi Song broke the records and hunted demons using that dragon, right? Throughout this time, that fellow has never even utilized his first beast. After following Yi Song for so long, she had yet to see even a tail feather of the dragon. What's wrong? Is something amiss? The camp leader of the elemental camp inquired of Kuzi. The others exchanged glances, puzzled by where the misunderstanding lay. Kuzi let out a sigh, slowly articulating, Yi Song did not use that dragon. He broke the records and killed the demons using his second beast. The moment her words fell, the entire conference room fell into silence. The crowd seemed to be pondering the implications of this statement, momentarily unable to grasp its meaning. This is understandable. When a reasonable conclusion is drawn, and someone presents the least likely outcome, it can be difficult to accept. At this moment, the crowd faced such a situation. After a while, wait, what do you mean? The strongest beast is typically the first one, while the second beast at his level is usually merely ornamental. Do not tell me he broke 2 records using his second beast. If that is true, how powerful would his dragon be? Or is his second beast also a dragonblood creature? Impossible. If it were a dragonblood creature, how could Kuzi possibly say he did not use the first beast? Indeed, the crowd was thoroughly astonished. They had initially believed they had envisioned the dragonblood creature as formidable. Yet, on that strong foundation, they imagined it even stronger. Little did they know it could be even more powerful. I thought I was on the 2nd level, while Yi Song was on the 1st level. In reality, Yi Song is on the 5th level, and they are still in the basement. At this moment, even the instructor struggled to maintain his composure. Are you speaking the truth? Absolutely true. The crowd fixed their unwavering gaze upon Kuzi's resolute expression for a moment. Instantly, their hearts resonated with the sound of thunder. KZ would never utter a falsehood, nor is there any necessity for her to do so in this context. This implies that everything she has stated is entirely truthful. YC managed to shatter all records at the training camp using merely his second beast, without even releasing that dragon. This is utterly preposterous. Truly a prodigy among prodigies. How fascinating this youth training program has become. I am contemplating whether to involve them in the efforts against the first-level beast tide. The instructor's smile crinkled the wrinkles on his face, filled with delight at YC's prowess. For this signifies that he may very well alter the dire situation of humanity trapped within the confines of the city, heralding a counterattack. If previously he claimed that YC could change the tide somewhat jokingly, he is now firmly convinced of this matter. The first-level beast tide must not be underestimated. Instructor, they are merely a group of students. How could they possibly withstand such a formidable force? Indeed, even if YC's strength is formidable, facing the beast tide alone would render him rather vulnerable, especially as he is yet to fully mature. Why the haste? The instructor never suggested they confront it alone. Allowing them to participate together could simply mean letting these students observe from a distance, preparing them psychologically for when they eventually face the beast tide, preventing them from succumbing to fear. Oh, only then did several nod in agreement. They had been so astonished by YC that their minds felt somewhat muddled, nearly believing he could achieve something awe-inspiring once more. Yet, reflecting on it, how could this be possible? A first-level beast tide requires over 50 Lord-level demons to form. The very reason our regiment has gathered here is partly to thwart this tide. It would be beneficial for these geniuses to witness the confrontation between humans and demons. Very well, as training is nearing its conclusion, the beast tide will soon approach. Let us merge several divisions now. Yes. The eyes of the respective commanders sparkled with combat fervor, eager to see whose soldiers are truly the most formidable. Of course, the Beast Tamer division deserves attention this time. Can this Dragon Tamer alter the previously exploited fate of the Beast Tamer camp? After all, the personnel from other camps outnumber them by more than tenfold. Just the sheer numbers could overwhelm them. Such soft targets, even without prompting, will be squeezed. Chapter 60, Elimination of Thousands. Outside the training camp. YC stored Shiobi in the beast-taming space and turned to re-enter the training camp. The points he had amassed would be utilized for the battle general skills prepared for Shiobi after its evolution. With this thought, YC's spirit plunged back into the beast-taming space. Within this confined area, Shiobi had grown to more than double its previous size. Approximately 3 meters tall, its scales densely covering its body. However, the confines of my beast-taming space are increasingly constricting. YC felt a sense of pressure. He must find a way to expand its range. It appears he must consult with KG Ogu soon. With this in mind, YC quickened his pace. Today marks the final day, the day when the elimination list based on points will be announced. Those with insufficient points will leave the training camp today. At this moment, in the beast taming division, around 30 to 50 students gathered in the plaza, accompanied by their respective beasts. The atmosphere was buoyant. They had previously teamed up to hunt several demons, and their points were surely not at the bottom. By the way, have you seen YC? Ever since he shattered the record, we haven't seen him around. Perhaps he is in seclusion, or could it be he has become complacent? What if he has become complacent? Breaking 2 records earns him 10,000 points, nearly more than all of us combined. That is true, but after a month of training, my Iron Lion has become significantly stronger. I am eager to challenge him. At this moment, Yuan Tiang's gaze was fierce as he patted the head of his Iron Lion. Roar. The Iron Lion seemed to regain its confidence. Its strength and stamina now incomparable to before after a month of intense training. Not to mention YC's first beast. Perhaps this second beast still has a chance to challenge him. Speaking of YC's first beast, everyone felt curiosity. Since entering the training camp, this beast has seemingly fallen into slumber, never making an appearance. Yet no one doubted its might. After all, it is a legendary creature. YC has returned. A voice drew everyone's attention. Indeed, not far away, YC had just returned from the wilderness. The group was momentarily stunned. He hunted demons all by himself. Those demons require teamwork and careful consideration before venturing out. If YC has been hunting demons alone, might his points exceed 10,000? Shall we place a wager? I guess YG's points are just over 10,000. I wager 13,000, putting down 100 points. I also bet 100 points. Surely it is over 11,000. Why hasn't he stolen points from anyone? The group buzzed with speculation as they placed their bets. Just then, KZ stepped out of the building. All gather. Following her command, everyone hastily assembled. Today marks the end of the month. All training camps will merge, and rankings will be established based on points. All those who do not place in the top 2,000 will be eliminated. Kg Oguin's words struck the hearts of the students like a dagger. Those who do not reach 2,000 points will be entirely eliminated. The total number of students in their training camp is perhaps only 3 to 4,000. This implies that half of them will be eliminated today. A wave of tension swept over the crowd, dispelling their earlier levity. Damn, I thought the rankings were confined to our respective camps. I didn't expect it to be a collective ranking. The danger level has escalated considerably. After all, the other camps have more students. They can team up to hunt demons. However, the number of students in the Beast Tamer camp is far too few to hunt together. At this rate, even Ying, who likely has the most points, may not secure a good rank. After all, there may be others in different divisions capable of breaking records. Enough. Do not panic. This is all based on strength. If your abilities are insufficient, it is better to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Continuing on could be detrimental. After this statement, KZ gazed toward the center of the youth training camp. This vast training camp, segmented by high walls, was visible to Ying from the aircraft. With a thunderous sound, the wall of the main gate began to descend. Moments later, it fell completely. Follow me. Leading the group, KZ walked into the lowered wall. Soon, they arrived at a spacious clearing at the center of the youth training camp, where numerous teams had already gathered. KZ arranged the members of the Beast Tamer camp in designated positions before ascending the platform to stand alongside other instructors. Upon seeing the number of participants from the Beast Tamer camp, the others from different divisions expressed surprise. Why are there so few from the Beast Tamer camp? Looking at them makes me want to join. With so few participants, the competition surely can't be as fierce as ours. I have been nearly tormented for days, constantly having my points contested. How enviable it is. Yet with such a small number of participants, their rankings may not be particularly high. The crowd buzzed with whispers. The atmosphere charged with anticipation. Ahem, silence. I shall now announce the rankings. All those beyond the 2,000th place shall be eliminated. A stern instructor stepped forward, his demeanor intimidating, and the crowd erupted in murmurs. The 3,763rd place, with a score of 33, from the Element Camp, Li Feng. The 3,762nd place, with a score of 36, from the Transformation Camp, Wang He. The 3,761st place. As names were called, countless faces turned ashen as they emerged from the throng. They felt powerless. With so many recruits in the training camp and insufficient strength, there were always individuals ready to seize your points. Not only were they at risk of elimination, but they might also starve in the youth training camp. Upon realizing so many had such low scores, the members of the Beastmaster camp were taken aback. It appeared that having fewer participants might indeed be a blessing, as they were not subjected to such pressure to the extent of being unable to afford meals. Finally, upon reaching the 2,700th rank, a student from the Beastmaster camp was eliminated. The 2,700th place, with a score of 1,300, from the Beastmaster camp, He Shun. Alas, how could he explain this to the elders back home? A student sighed as he stepped forward from the crowd, even managing to jest in the midst of despair. Being eliminated from the youth training camp would leave a tarnished reputation. After half an hour, the list was complete. Only the final 2,000 names remained unannounced, and half the students had already departed. The heavy atmosphere eased somewhat. Chapter 61. Who is the strongest in the youth training camp? The attendees felt a wave of relief wash over them, a sense of surviving a calamity. The 2,000 students remaining were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in their eyes. The heavens have indeed shown mercy, though it may seem but a trivial spot. It is akin to a gateway to paradise or a descent into hell. Being eliminated from the youth training camp meant losing months of training opportunities that others would covet fiercely. Those who remained not only reaped the benefits of their current situation, but would also be celebrated upon exiting. After all, among the hundreds of billions in the East, being among the top 2,000 places signifies standing at the pinnacle of youth. It is nearly tantamount to being granted admission to a prestigious university. What remains now is the allocation of the 2,000 slots. Our youth training camp has always adhered to the principle of rewards corresponding to punishments. Where there are penalties, there shall also be rewards. The remaining 2,000 individuals will receive point rewards from the training camp. The 2,000th place. From the Element Camp, Huang Tu. Reward, 200 points. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each of the 2,000th rankers would receive 200 points. This is equivalent to the points acquired from the effortless slaying of 2 monsters. And it is given freely. How delightful. In no time, the crowd grew animated. If even the last place garnered such a sum, how much more would those ranked higher receive? Subsequently, the instructor continued to announce the rankings, and with each name read, the students' points increased. In the area where the Element Awakeners gathered, a serene young woman stood, a 1-meter radius around her devoid of any approach. Yitsong has not been eliminated? Lin Qingying was taken aback. It seems Yi Song possesses some skills. Hearing that he had not been eliminated oddly relieved her. No. Why should his elimination or survival concern me? Surely, I merely wish to avoid him dragging Song Lei down. Lin Qingying nodded, affirming her thoughts. It was indeed Song Lei's training that allowed her to thrive in the element camp. Ever since she had decisively defeated that individual named Lan Dian. No one dared to provoke her again. Half an hour later, the 100th name was announced. From the special department, Deng Ling, with 6,900 points, reward, 10,000 points. This declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy. What? The top 100 earned 10,000 points? Are you kidding me? That surpasses even their own points. How could they not have thought to strive harder? Perhaps they could have nudged their rankings into the top 100. With just the gifted points. One could survive in this training camp until the end. As time progressed, they finally reached the 10th rank. Prior to the 10th rank, the rewards had been nearly all 15,000 points. The 10th place. From the transformation department, Deng Xian, with 10,353 points, reward, 20,000 points. The top 10. A reward of 20,000 points. The crowd was utterly astounded. This was enough to exchange for high-level armor within the training camp. Deng Xian held a prominent position in the transformation department, surrounded by a cadre of followers. Moreover, they hunted monsters in the wild daily, rapidly increasing their points. It was revealed by insiders that formidable individuals often had other students accompanying them. Rather than being robbed, it was better to form alliances to seize from others. This situation had been dire before the division and would only intensify thereafter. This fellow can secure 30,000 points? Yi Song chuckled, already mentally allocating how to spend these points. The more rewards he received, the more exhilarated he became. After all, it would ultimately serve his own interests. The 5th place, from the element department, Lan Dian, with 11,005 points. Reward, 15,000 points. Upon hearing Lan Dian's name, murmurs of confusion arose among the crowd. What is going on? I thought Lan Dian was a lightning element talent. With his strength, he should at least be in the top 10, yet he is only in the 5th place? Indeed. This individual is from Tianquan City, and I have heard of his reputation. A lightning element talent is exceedingly rare. You may not know, but despite Lan Dian's strength, he was defeated by an element awakener from Qingfeng City, with his points repeatedly stolen. Otherwise, he would surely compete for first place. Who could rob him of points? An element awakener? It seems to be that person. Some pointed toward Lin Qingying's location. Several gazes fell upon her, momentarily captivated by her breathtaking beauty, their breaths hitching. Such a stunning woman managed to overpower a lightning element talent? It seemed quite unbelievable. Sensing the attention, Lin Qingying glanced back. Several quickly averted their eyes, not daring to meet her gaze. What a joke. If Lan Dian had been defeated, who would dare provoke her? 4th place, Auxiliary System Guan Xiaosheng, score 13,014. Reward points 20,000. 3rd place, Elemental System Lin Qingying, score 14,700. Reward points 25,000. Following this, each subsequent rank will earn an additional 5,000 reward points. The presence of Auxiliary System Guan Xiaosheng is understandable, as he hails from the renowned Guan family of support practitioners and has shattered numerous records. However, Lin Qingying's achievement of a top 3 position with her exceptional talent has raised eyebrows. Who are the individuals occupying the first 2 spots? It seems that even Guan Xiaosheng and Lan Dian are not their rivals, leaving many puzzled. In truth, every division was well aware of the strongest individuals within the camp. After all, having spent a month together, it was impossible not to know who was robbing points from whom. Yet now, the names of the 1st and 2nd place students had yet to be revealed, leaving the crowd in suspense as they eagerly awaited the instructor to announce the remaining 2 names. Chapter 62, The Legendary Dragon Tamer. Amidst the gathering, a young man with purple hair could hardly contain his delight. This time, I shall ensure that those fellows regard me with newfound respect. The young man, Yang Jin, is a descendant of a prominent entrepreneur from the Imperial Capital High School. His illustrious lineage, coupled with the awakening of a top-tier amplification talent, has allowed him to sweep through his peers with ease. Nonetheless, as the youngest in his family, he often faced ridicule from his older siblings. Despite having secured a spot in the training camp, his father vehemently opposed his attendance, insisting, "With your disheveled appearance, you want to even place first, and you would only bring shame to our family. Besides, our home offers far better conditions than that camp. Why venture so far? Just stay put. I have already arranged for your uncle to send you to the Magic City Academy for free." Hearing these words, Yang Jin felt his teeth grind in frustration. Having sneaked into the training camp, he was determined to claim first place and slap the faces of those who doubted him. Now, it seemed that the individuals in the Eastern training camp were not as formidable as he had assumed. There were indeed some individuals of greater strength among wealthy heirs like himself, but they had no need to endure training in such a place, as their families could provide superior one-on-one instruction. As a powerful scion of privilege, he would wreak havoc in this training camp. Just as Yang Jin, brimming with confidence, awaited the instructor to announce his name, the announcement came. Second place, Amplification System Yang Jin, score 15,900. Reward points 30,000. I knew it. Yang Jin, must be first. At that moment, Yang Jin imagined the astonishment on his father's face, the shock on his sister's, and the adulation from his peers. However, moments later, he jolted in realization. Second place, Yang Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could possibly have scored higher than him? To accumulate that score of 16,000, he had spent countless days and nights hunting monsters in the wild. It was inconceivable that anyone could surpass his points. Who was it? Yang Jin gritted his teeth, vowing to uncover this individual and seize their points. Even if he could not achieve first place this time, he would ensure he was first upon leaving the training camp. Otherwise, he would only validate his father's words and face immense humiliation. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted with excitement. Who is Yang Jin? I've never heard of this name before. I know it's not Brother Yang, right? He is from our amplification system. I often saw him running into the wild, secretly hunting monsters. He managed to slay monsters alone? How many points did he earn to surpass second place by thousands? I'm going to be crushed. I thought I had some talent, but it seems I'm nothing. If the second place is this impressive, how extraordinary must the first place be? The more formidable Yang Jin appeared, the more curious the crowd became regarding the identity of the first place student. Which talent could possibly overshadow all others? Was it the elemental system, the amplification system, the enhancement system, or perhaps the more common transformation system? Yet, no one could deduce who it was, as everyone was familiar with one another. Those capable of achieving such a feat had long since appeared in the rankings. At that moment, the instructor glanced at the name and was taken aback. Beast-taming talent? The instructor was momentarily bewildered. Historically, those with beast-taming talents struggled to even enter the top 100. Yet, the first place was claimed by a practitioner of the beast-taming talent. This was truly unprecedented. However, upon seeing the name, the instructor suddenly understood why. Dragon Tamer. Wielding the legendary and formidable power, it seemed rather reasonable to be somewhat extraordinary. First place. Beast-taming system. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in fervor. Beast-taming system? Is this a joke? That inferior category? However, the beast-taming system is not insignificant. Once fully developed, contracting 4 or 5 beasts can yield unparalleled awakening abilities. The critical question remains, who could possibly support 4 or 5 royal beasts? How did they secure first place? This is utterly unexpected. Which prodigy from the beast-taming system is it? There are only around 40 to 50 individuals in the beast-taming system. Surely they all know. Countless gazes converged upon the members of the beast-taming system. In an instant, the previously unremarkable awakening talent became the focus of the crowd. Those surrounding Yitsong felt their hearts racing. When had they ever experienced such intense scrutiny? All of this was thanks to Yitsong. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the beast-taming system, they were certain it was Yitsong. Who could rival the Dragon Tamer? Yi Ge is incredible. I have long been irritated by those fellows. Now, I truly feel vindicated. Yi Ge is amazing. What transformation system or elemental system? They are all beneath him. I wondered why I hadn't seen Yi Ge for half a month. It turns out he was out hunting monsters. The audacity of one person to achieve such a feat is utterly ludicrous. As for myself, I cannot even handle 2 or 3 beasts. Encountering one would likely send me fleeing in terror. It's fortunate if I am not sold out. That is your training inadequacy. How can you compare to Yi Ge? He can even train dragons. Listening to the crowd, several individuals around suddenly realized that the first place must be Yi Ge, as referred to by these beast tamers. Without waiting for further confirmation, Yitsong. Reward points 50,000. 50,000 points. This was the collective thought of the crowd at that moment. This is utterly absurd. 50,000 points. It is inconceivable to accumulate such points in a training camp. Who exactly is this Yitsong? Suddenly, a voice rang out. I remember. This fellow seems to be from Qingfeng City. Qingfeng City. That makes 3 students from Qingfeng City among the top 10. Can it be that Qingfeng City is truly a land of exceptional talents? At the outset, I thought it was a joke about a dragon tamer emerging from Qingfeng City. Yes. Aside from the dragon tamer, there is also a genius who awakened the thunder god physique. Is Qingfeng City truly a place of extraordinary individuals? You. With your demeanor, who would even consider you? The square was more chaotic than ever before, all due to the legendary figure making an appearance before their eyes. The dragon tamer. Initially, they believed it to be a fabrication of the news. Yet, the names mentioned in the reports astonishingly appeared before them, igniting their excitement. Among them, the most bewildered were Lin Qingying and Yang Jin. Chapter 63, Yitsong's Plan. How on earth did this fellow accumulate such an abundance of points? Yang Jin was utterly dumbfounded, scarcely able to comprehend the situation. Since arriving at the training camp, he had spent every day and night in the wilderness, eating and sleeping outdoors, all to conserve points. He hunted monsters for at least 12 hours a day, tirelessly throughout the year. Whenever fatigue struck, he resorted to a few bottles of invigorating potions. In terms of diligence, no one in this training camp could rival him. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, there was someone with even higher points? Could it be that this lad was an extraterrestrial, capable of staying awake for 24 hours straight? Yang Jin was perplexed, struggling to grasp the absurdity of it all. Instead of ruminating in confusion, he decided to pry the answer directly from the source, and perhaps extract some points in the process. In the training camp, points earned, even when spent, would accumulate to the total score. However, if points were seized from you, it would be as if you had never possessed them. Such a ruthless rule. A dragon master? If I could defeat a dragon master, my father would surely reconsider his words. With this thought, Yang Jin's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze towards Yitsong brimming with combativeness. Meanwhile, Lin Qingying, standing afar, wore an ashen expression, utterly baffled as to how Yitsong could claim the top position in this training camp. Logically, this fellow should possess weak beast-taming talents. The accolades he received were courtesy of Tsong Lei. Could it be that Yitsong's strength was, in fact, formidable? Yet could it be so? Lin Qingying refused to believe it. She resolved to verify it personally. With this in mind, she elegantly strode towards Yitsong. Concurrently, numerous formidable contenders from the top 50 on the leaderboard advanced toward Yitsong as well. With 50,000 points at stake, and an individual of unknown strength, it was only natural for anyone to harbor such thoughts. Yi, that group is approaching, a bespectacled student anxiously informed Yitsong. Stay calm. Free combat is prohibited in the training camp. If they wish to challenge, they must do so on the designated arena. Yuan Tong quietly interjected from the side. The iron lion beside him bristled, baring its teeth, visibly tense from the surrounding pressure. In the presence of such powerful students, Yuan Tong finally comprehended what true pressure felt like. Sometimes, the gap in talent is indeed challenging to bridge through mere diligence and effort. Moreover, Yitsong was now the focal point of everyone's attention. Yitsong, I challenge you. The first to speak was the spiky-haired Blue Lightning. Of course, Blue Lightning was merely a moniker he had adopted. His true name remained unknown. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the arena became taut with tension. Who was stronger? The top-tier lightning elemental talent representing immense lethality, or the legendary Dragon Master? At this moment, Lin Qingying approached as well. Feeling the aura behind him, Blue Lightning shivered, turning around to find cold sweat trickling down his face. Lin Qingying, I will not yield this time, he declared through gritted teeth. Yet, after a brief moment of eye contact, he chose to retreat to the side. Damn it, you're supposed to be a fierce lightning elemental talent. I cannot allow this to happen again. This scene left the onlookers speechless. Lin Qingying stood at the center, her cool demeanor captivating everyone's gaze. Nonetheless, her eyes remained fixed on Yitsong. Yitsong, do you dare to face me in an arena match? She sought to test Yitsong's strength through this challenge. Anticipation began to swell among the crowd, countless eyes turning towards him, eagerly awaiting Yitsong's response. Even from a distance, Kuzi and several instructors became intrigued. Such a spectacle had been rare. All students clamored to challenge a single individual, particularly one endowed with beast-taming talent. This had never occurred before. Yet, Yitsong merely smiled. Why should I accept your challenge? I could simply spend my points, which is far more appealing. A hush fell over the crowd. No one anticipated Yitsong's response. However, his words led Lin Qingying to misconstrue his intent, believing he was too afraid to accept. Not only her, but others shared the same sentiment, including Yang Jin, who had been observing from the back of the crowd. Now, Yitsong found himself at the center of attention, yet in this moment of unavoidable scrutiny, he had declined. This sparked a flurry of murmurs among the onlookers. Could it be that this fellow's strength was not as formidable as rumored, and he had acquired his points through some other means? What you say seems plausible. The beast-taming camp was historically the weakest camp. Perhaps those records could easily be broken. Hiss. Exactly. If I were to join the beast-taming camp, I might even secure the top position. You? Just because you deem others weak does not imply they are not strong. To claim the top spot in the beast-taming camp, you would at least need to rank in the top 10 of other camps, wouldn't you? That makes sense. While they might appear weak in the eyes of other strong contenders, they still stand as formidable mountains to us. Whispers circulated through the crowd, all overheard by the beast-taming camp members. To be called weak naturally caused some to scowl. Yet, there was little they could do. It was indeed the truth. Among the top 50 in their camp, Yitsong stood alone, and as the first. A breakthrough. Observing the crowd's thoughts, Yi Song felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the effect he sought. Had he accepted the challenge outright, how many would be willing to wager their points against him? Many might be intimidated and refrain from engaging in combat. After all, Yi Song was the top of the leaderboard. Even a blind man could see he was undoubtedly strong. If he were to act a bit more arrogant, it would only add to his mystique. Instead, he feigned weakness, deploying a smokescreen to make them perceive him as incapable, thus deterring them from challenging him. At the very least, he could deceive some, intensifying the desires of these proud, strong contenders to test their mettle against him. This tactic proved effective. In other camps, any contender in the top 10 began to feel a stirring desire to challenge Yi Song. That was 50,000 points, enough to acquire a set of top-tier armor. In the outside world, one could not even purchase such a thing for a fortune. Even if one were to take a risk, attempting a challenge was imperative. The crowd held a gambler's mindset, wagering that Yi Song's strength was not at its pinnacle. Witnessing this scene, the instructors in the distance nodded in approval, their eyes gleaming with insight. This youth is remarkable. Not only is he strong, but he also knows how to leverage his current assets to create greater opportunities. It remains to be seen whether he can withstand the forthcoming wave of chances. Ku Zi's keen gaze was also fixed upon Yi Song in the arena. Chapter 64. Beast Tamers are not merely about combat. All Awakeners have only one day to refuse challenges and rest. At worst, we can challenge him again tomorrow. As a superior, he does not possess the right to reject challenges from his inferiors, and refusal incurs a penalty of points. Indeed, we are not in a hurry. We shall wait until tomorrow. The crowd watched Yi Song's departing figure, their eyes ignited with fervor. Though they claimed to be patient, in truth, they were the most anxious of all. Yi Song's unexpected move truly caught everyone off guard. Yi-go, are you really all right? I can see that this group of people looks like they want to devour you alive. What is there to panic about? They can't do anything to me. Yi Song waved his hand and returned directly to his camp. He then activated the wristband used for trading. He had his own strategy, to toy with this group of people and, when the time was right, to fatten the fish before slaughtering them. Yi Song focused solely on maximizing his gains, utilizing everything at his disposal, including his own strength. The wristband not only recorded points, but also possessed the function of exchanging points for items. Yi Song clicked into the marketplace. The options were plentiful: consumables, equipment, and food items. Without hesitation, Yi Song opened the food items section and adjusted the price range to over 10,000 points. Dragon meat, 20,000 points. Rainbow spirit fruit, 100,000 points. Yak's milk dew, 200,000 points. Goodness. Yi Song was astonished. He had not anticipated that dragon meat would be the cheapest option among those priced above 10,000 points. If Yi Song remembered correctly, the rainbow spirit fruit was a second-tier spirit fruit, a level above the thunder spirit fruit. It is worth noting that there was only one thunder spirit fruit tree in the entire Qingfeng city. Selling the second-tier spirit fruit for 100,000 points seemed quite reasonable. However, he still couldn't afford it. Yi Song shook his head. Even with the 50,000 points given to him, coupled with his own points, it was far from sufficient. The second-tier spirit fruit was indeed excellent, but what he needed most right now was dragon meat. Points, 77,890, with nearly 80,000 points. A piece of dragon meat could significantly reduce Xiaobai's growth period by over 300 days. This meant that only a few dozen days remained before it could evolve again. Therefore, he decided to exchange for a piece, just right for Xiaonai to enjoy, as Xiaobai had yet to taste dragon meat. Moreover, this little glutton would have been a nuisance if it had seen Xiaonai sneaking a bite. Exchange for a piece of dragon meat. Yi Song pressed the purchase button. Student Yi Song spent 20,000 points to purchase a piece of dragon meat. As soon as he completed the transaction, his purchase was prominently displayed on the front page of the marketplace, repeatedly announced. Is there such a feature? Yi Song was taken aback, but soon felt relieved. This way, those envious individuals would be more inclined to act generously when the time came. Sure enough, after receiving the news, several students gathered, filled with envy and resentment. Damn, this is too extravagant. Spending 20,000 points on a piece of meat? Damn it. Comparing myself to him is infuriating. I can barely afford to eat, while he is already on the path to prosperity. Is this what it means to strive for a better life? This is practically akin to being a coal mine owner. He's so eager to spend points, surely afraid we might snatch them away. If this guy spends all his points in a day, how will we ever seize them? You don't understand, do you? The points you can steal include both the limit and the original amount. Even if he spends all those points, you can still take half of them. Although you can't spend that half, it can be used for the ranking at the end of the training camp, which will yield a considerable reward. Wow, there's a ranking at the end of the training camp? This is simply delightful. I missed the last opportunity, but I must secure a good rank this time. Many students lamented Yi Cang's lavishness, their eyes turning red with envy. Meanwhile, Yang Jin furrowed his brows. In his view, those points would eventually be seized by him. Yi Cang's spending was his loss. You just wait. Tomorrow, I will show you what a true genius is. Defeating the dragon tamer will earn me a substantial amount of points. Such honors fueled Yang Jin's ambition. This was the perfect opportunity to slap his siblings in the face. He, Yang Jin, must prove that he was not merely a failure. At that moment, in the equipment room, Deng Xian also became intrigued. This Yi Cang seemed to have a good relationship with Song Lei. Last time he encountered him, he lost at Song Lei. This time, he must reclaim his dignity. With that thought, Deng Xian's training movements grew even faster. Yet, Yi Cang remained blissfully unaware that his minor action had drawn the attention of countless individuals. At this moment, he had become the very center of the training camp vortex. However, this was precisely Yi Cang's intention. Rather than actively seizing others' points, it was far more advantageous to let them come to him voluntarily. This was his method of taking an unconventional approach. Half-Dragon Bloodbath, 50,000 points. Essence of All Beasts Blood, 45,000 points. Bloodline Shock, 30,000 points. Is it truly so expensive to give a beast a medicinal bath? Yi Cang looked at the prices in astonishment. He felt that since he had ample points, he had closed the category for items priced above 10,000. Unexpectedly, the items he clicked on were so costly. However, these medicinal baths were indeed beneficial. Generally, top-tier families would provide medicinal baths for their children or the beasts of their beast tamers to awaken the bloodline power. They could even stimulate some mixed blood creatures to reveal portions of dragon lineage. This process was known as regression. Such regressed creatures could be worth thousands or even tens of thousands of times more. And this was just one of its functions. For instance, the essence of all beasts' blood was crafted from the essence of the blood of hundreds of demon beasts. It could significantly shorten the growth period of a beast. Most importantly, it could stabilize the foundation and replenish the missing parts of the body. However, this was not what Yi Cang desired. 1,000 poisons. 100,000 points. Despite its ominous name, this medicinal bath was entirely beneficial. Due to Xiaobai's rapid advancement, certain deficiencies might arise within its body. Though these issues might not be apparent now, they could gradually emerge later. Yi Cang had studied this specifically. A beast tamer must invest effort in their beasts to avoid potential dangers during their evolution. Fortunately, Yi Cang was a quick learner. The 1,000 Poisons bath was designed to remedy the deficiencies found in such rapidly evolving creatures. Yet, which beast would evolve so quickly? This rarity contributed to the scarcity of this medicine. After all, rarity breeds value, and its price would naturally soar. Yi Cang dared not gamble. Furthermore, the 1,000 Poisons bath could not only fill in these deficiencies, but also shorten the growth period, allowing the beast to absorb a vast amount of energy in a short time. It was entirely worthy of its price and points, but unfortunately, Yi Cang could not afford it just yet. After purchasing a piece of dragon meat, he now had only over 50,000 points. Tomorrow, he must acquire enough points to reach 100,000, and of course, the more, the better. The earlier the 1,000 poisons was used, the more pronounced its effects would be. Although it was a potential threat, Yi Cang did not wish to see it manifest in Xiaobai. Chapter 65, Commencing the Creation of the Black Dragon Legion. A night swiftly passed. Just as Yi Cang awoke in the morning, a clear sound echoed in his mind. Yi Cang glanced around, finding nothing unusual. Then, as if recollecting something, he probed into the beast space. The scene within the beast space left Yi Cang pleasantly surprised. Roar! A massive black dragon was moving about. As it shifted, the mechanical parts on its body clattered. Standing over 3 meters tall, Yi Cang had to look up to see its entire visage. As Xiaonai moved, the black scales beneath it glowed with brilliant flames. It was formidable and domineering. In that instant, immense power surged back to him. Yi Cang's physical prowess has ascended to an entirely new echelon, as if he has stepped into a different realm. With a casual sweep of his arm, a glass water cup on the distant table shattered instantly. The imprint left was 10 paces away. The pressure generated by Yi Cang's strength could now inflict damage a full 10 steps beyond his physical form. Glancing at Xiaonai, her data manifested before his eyes. Heilong Lingzhu, Nai Sali AO. Level, Early War General. Talent, Emperor Grade. Natural growth duration, 2,300 days. Skills, Cataclysm 50, Call of Thunder 20-030, Strong Elemental Affinity 20-030. Eye of Analysis 20-030, Guardian of the Earth 1-0-100, Black Dragon Legion 1-0-100. Description, consumes magic crystals to enhance beast mastery skill levels. A colossal dragon in the early stages of a war general. The other skills remained unchanged. Much like Xiaobai, She had acquired 2 additional war general level skills. Yi Tsang immediately turned his attention to these 2 skills, their attributes illuminating before him. Guardian of the Earth. Deathwing is the Guardian of the Earth. When this skill is activated while on the ground, it grants a 15-fold life regeneration for 1 hour. Black Dragon Legion. The fire element dwells within Deathwing. And when this skill is unleashed, it can summon a fiery dragon to join the battle. Current summonable quantity, 1. War general level skills are indeed far more exceptional than standard skills, Yi Tsang mused. The Guardian of the Earth functions as a recovery skill, capable of healing wounds rapidly. However, he was uncertain if it could stack with his own healing abilities or if it was a group recovery skill. As for its limitations, they were nearly non-existent. This skill would likely only prove useful after subsequent upgrades, as a 15-fold regeneration seemed of little value at present. Come forth, Shao Nai. Yi Tsang summoned Shao Nai from the Beast Mastery space. A massive dragon materialized in the room, its enormous form occupying nearly 1/3 of the space. At this moment, Yi Tsang had to tilt his head to meet her gaze. With a roar, the moment Shao Nai laid eyes on Yi Tsang, she leaned forward, rubbing against him. Just as she prepared to lick him with her tongue, Yi Tsang gently pushed her aside. You mustn't indulge in such bad habits from now on, Yi Tsang admonished. If she grew up maintaining such behavior, it could lead to trouble. 1 lick, and he might end up drenched. All right, let us see your Black Dragon Legion. Yi Tsang smiled. Shao Nai instantly grasped his intent. She stepped back slightly, her scales radiating a fiery glow, and then a torrent of fire element particles erupted from her. Gradually, they coalesced in the air into a fireball the size of 3 soccer balls. This fireball transformed into a small hatchling dragon. Fire hatchling, Aeli's Law. Level, ordinary. Talent, forever 1 level lower than the host. Skill, the fire hatchling possesses a unique skill, incinerating all life energy and then returning it to the host. Incredible. Even Yi Tsang was taken aback by this skill. Shao Nai's growth duration was significantly longer than Shao Bai's. He had been concerned about his lack of means to rapidly enhance energy, and here it was. Moreover, if Yi Tsang recalled correctly, the Black Dragon Legion could produce not only fire hatchlings and black dragons, but also the dragon species known as Twilight Dragons. Could this mean that after upgrading his skills, Yi Tsang could indeed forge a true Black Dragon Legion? Just imagine an overwhelming horde of monsters descending from the horizon, obscuring all beneath them. With merely 1 beast at his command, he could summon an endless army of black dragons to match them, and every creature within this legion would be a dragon. The sheer spectacle of it was exhilarating. There was no need for further contemplation. Upgrading was the only course of action. System, I shall allocate all of my remaining 500 magic crystals to upgrade the Black Dragon Legion. Upgrading your Black Dragon Legion. Black Dragon Legion 1 upgraded to Black Dragon Legion 5. Fire hatchling quantity, 5. Yi Tsang extinguished the lights. Shao Nai unleashed her skill. In the pitch-dark room, 5 flames ignited instantly. Suspended in the air were 5 hatchlings formed of fire, resembling oversized fireflies that illuminated the entire chamber. Even from a meter away, Yi Tsang felt a menacing aura enveloping him. The danger posed by these 5 fire hatchlings approached that of ordinary late-stage fire magic. Were their numbers to accumulate to a significant level, it would herald a cataclysmic disaster. With a gesture from Yi Tsang, Shao Nai retracted the 5 flames back beneath her scales. Very good, very good. If you don't put in more effort, Shao Bai will surpass you. Yi Tsang patted Shao Nai's sturdy scales. With a roar, Shao Nai let out a dragon's cry. As the elder sibling, how could she allow her younger sister to outshine her? Rigorous training was imperative. Yi Tsang discerned Shao Nai's sentiments. All right. It's not the time for that today. You can train however you like in the future. Yi Tsang chuckled as he returned Shao Nai to the Beast Mastery space. He then opened the door and stepped outside. Just outside the dormitory, a group of Beast Masters was gathered. At the forefront, Yuan Tong was seated, his face bruised and battered. Brother Yuan, are you all right? Who did this to you? Don't ask. Our Beastmaster camp is the smallest, and we are often at the mercy of others from different camps. Exactly, and we didn't even have anyone from our Beastmaster camp in the top 50. Everyone wants to take a shot at us. Isn't Yiga here? Would those ruffians dare to act recklessly? You don't know. Half of their intent is to target Yigo. Damn it, it hurts so much. If it weren't for their relentless onslaught, my iron line would have been able to handle them. Yuan Tong rubbed his swollen face, cursing under his breath. At that moment, Yi Tsang had overheard their conversation. It seemed some individuals were quite keen on him. Yi Tsang smiled softly. Meanwhile, the others noticed Yi Tsang's arrival. Oh, Yigo is here. Yigo, that group was just looking for you. You should head back and lay low. We can help shield you. Yi Tsang, although we were once adversaries, I advise you to return for now. Those fellows are quite unreasonable. Even the usually taciturn Yuan Tong spoke up. In that moment, Yi Tsang felt a warm sensation enveloping him. Because of him, The members of the Beast Master camp faced targeting, yet they did not blame him. Instead, they offered their support. Such goodwill was indeed rare. Yi Tsang was not a heartless individual. He held his own principles. What is there to fear? You all come with me. Chapter 66. I will protect you from being hit by me. Go. Where to? Unless expelled, we can't leave the training camp at will. Can we? A few students appeared somewhat bewildered. Yuan Tong promptly delivered a slap to the back of their heads. Are you foolish? Yi Gu is taking you to vent your frustrations. Can't you show a little backbone? Venting? Forget it. It's hard to fight four hands with two. Right now, the prudent path is to develop quietly. Develop quietly, my foot. If you want to go, I will. Exactly, Yi Gu. I know some fellows with plenty of points. I can take you to find them. I know too. That guy has been snatching our points recently. The students of the Beast Master camp eagerly volunteered. Leading the way. With these fellows guiding me, I want to have to search one by one. All right. The group instantly appeared elated. Yuan Tong, unable to sit still, quickly followed the others as they headed towards the directions of the other camps. In no time, they formed a grand procession, drawing the attention of many along the way. Those fellows must be from the Beast Master camp, right? In recent days, have you not suffered enough to still dare to emerge? No, that fellow must be Yi Tsang. Today marks the deadline. Could it be that they are preparing to follow Yi Tsang for revenge? Those bearing the surname, Yi are hardly safe themselves. Let us go. We must see what unfolds. The crowd buzzed with speculation, puzzled as to why Yi Tsang would dare to show himself at this moment. If they were being watched by so many awakened ones while hoarding points, it would be wiser to remain at home until the points were spent. To venture out with remaining points would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Soon, they arrived at the encampment of the transformation-type awakeners. At that moment, several transformation-type awakeners were engaged in mutual training. That's him, Brother Yi. He must have snatched quite a few of our points. One student pointed at a lean, malnourished youth practicing in the distance. Is this the one who managed to steal from you? Yi Tsang felt a bit speechless. However, the act of seizing points held significant importance. It was essential to maintain an air of legitimacy. The youth also noticed the group approaching. With arms crossed and a broad smile, he walked over. What is this? Have you earned some points to pay your respects to your elder? Chen Kai, do not be so arrogant. If it weren't for your will tactics, could my brother Yuan Tong have lost to you? Heh. There is no rule in the training camp that states it must be one-on-one. Are you foolish? Now, hand over your points quickly, lest I be compelled to take action. As Chen Kai stepped forward, the training ceased, and onlookers turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Humph. A student from the Beastmaster camp scoffed. You bully me when Brother Yi is absent, but now that he is here, you dare to continue? He stepped aside, casting a sycophantic glance at Yi Tsang. Yi Tsang remained unfazed. Although he found such characters rather unappealing, having a few lackeys was beneficial for identifying which individuals held more points. He had no time to wander aimlessly in the youth training camp. He was not one to act without purpose. Seizing points required precision and decisiveness. At that moment, Chen Kai caught sight of Yi Tsang. The previously arrogant demeanor evaporated instantly. You, Yi Tsang, I haven't provoked you, have I? Chen Kai's heart sank. Rumors of Yi Tsang's prowess had spread throughout the training camp, suggesting it was difficult to claim the top spot. However, he was certainly not someone of Chen Kai's caliber could provoke. Moreover, he had recently acquired a considerable number of points, and losing them now would be disastrous. Chen Kai's heart raced with anxiety. Of course, seizing points was a legitimate rule within the training camp. To safeguard your points, you must hand over half of what you possess as a protection fee. Yi Tsang extended his hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai's brows twitched. I shouldn't need protection, should I? Is that so? If you give me half, I might consider protecting you. If you refuse, my beasts will come to bully you daily, and I won't be able to restrain them. Yi Tsang's expression was nonchalant as he spoke. Chen Kai was left dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard such a claim. You can't restrain your own beasts? Chen Kai's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Yet, he knew he could not contend with Yi Tsang. If Yi Tsang's beasts came to seek him out daily, he would lose half his points and suffer injuries. If he voluntarily surrendered half, he would still lose points, but at least remain unharmed and avoid further theft. After much deliberation, Chen Kai capitulated. Fine, I will comply. He gritted his teeth and transferred half of his points to Yi Tsang. This was the maximum one could lose in a point seizure. Even in the arena, Yi Tsang could only claim half. 610 points. Yi Tsang noted with satisfaction as he observed the increase in his point tally. He then approached Chen Kai, clapping him on the shoulder. Fear not. From now on, we are brothers. For your safety, I shall have a serious discussion with my beasts. The onlookers following Yi Tsang were left astonished. Is this possible? Is this the same arrogant Chen Kai we knew? How has he become so compliant? It was evident that strength commanded respect, and a desire to grow stronger like Brother Yi ignited within several beast masters. The surrounding crowd watched cautiously. No one wished to be the first to provoke Yi Song without knowing his true strength. You few, relay my message. Today, I shall await them at the arena. Those who wish to challenge me should hurry. However, there is one condition. If your rank is below 50, do not bother coming, as I do not wish to waste my time. Yi Song left behind a commanding declaration, striding towards the arena. The underlying implication was clear. He held little interest in those with fewer than 50 points. The crowd quickly nodded in agreement. Yi Song's words spread like a tidal wave throughout the training camp. Deng Xin emerged once more from the martial arts hall. His steely gaze fixed on the direction of the training camp, filled with fighting spirit. Likewise, other awakened individuals from the transformation camp mirrored Deng Xin's resolve. In the elemental camp, Lan Dian and Lin Qingying rose from their training sessions, having felt the elemental power and simultaneously concluded their training. Meanwhile, Yang Jin, still hunting demons in the wild, received word of Yi Song's challenge through his wristband. With a long howl, he hurried back to the city. The past few days had been torturous. Even Guan Shaoxing from the support camp found himself intrigued. Numerous figures surged towards the dual arena designated for the youth training camp. Even the instructors from the training camp were no exception. The dual arena of the youth training camp was an outdoor space. Although termed an arena, it was level with the surrounding ground, lacking any barriers, yet distinctly marked by a different color from the adjacent tiles. It could withstand the attack power of the Golden Realm without sustaining any damage. It was here that students typically wager their duel points. Why hold duels in the arena? If it were free combat, it would be inevitable for some to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Remaining in a safe space while being attacked would contradict the training camp's purpose. At this moment, Yi Song stood on the arena, board, casually setting a few traps. The referee nearby twitched his lips. Unfortunately, while unethical, it was not illegal, so he could not voice his concerns. In less than 10 minutes, the arena was already teeming with spectators. Chapter 67. You all can come at me. So many people. Yet this individual is exceedingly arrogant. To claim that those ranked beyond 50 are unworthy of challenging him is indeed quite brazen. Nevertheless, he possesses the audacity to back it up. Quickly unleash that dragon for us to see. I came here to witness the dragon, not to watch your duel. Not battling. Just watching the dragon? Why not search for images online? The atmosphere became increasingly lively, an unusual scene indeed. The instructors of the training camp stood at a distance, observing with their respective students. This kid certainly possesses a strong charisma, one remarked, stroking his chin and smiling. I do enjoy such mavericks. Otherwise, the training camp would be dreadfully dull, hardly different from other academic institutions. However, our transformation camp has many talented individuals, with him challenging them one by one. I suspect only 2 or 3 will ultimately prevail. The camp leader of the transformation camp shook his head, skeptical of such behavior. Indeed, there are plenty of strong ones in my elemental camp as well, and in previous training initiatives, we have consistently ranked highly. The leader of the elemental camp expressed unwavering confidence in his students. I bet Yi Song will win. Kuzi's words were exceptionally straightforward. Her colleagues and superiors were momentarily taken aback, glancing at her in astonishment. This was indeed the first time Kuzi had placed such significance on a student. In the past, she seldom uttered such resolute statements. Very well, since you, Kuzi, have said so, if my students from the Bianhua camp were to lose, feel free to voice any demands. You have wagered, and I cannot fall behind. If my Yuanshi camp were to lose, I shall personally fund a piece of dragon meat for this student and their beast. The remaining camp leaders quickly followed suit, eager not to be outdone. They were well aware of their students' capabilities and firmly believed they would not be defeated. Even the instructor of the Qingshuan camp became intrigued. However, engaging in bets with these juniors seemed rather disrespectful, so he refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Yi Song, feel free to challenge anyone directly. Anyone is fair game. A student from the Bianhua camp, standing at the forefront of the crowd, spoke up. You shall be the first to step up then. Yi Song had never encountered such a reckless individual seeking their own demise. I shall gladly accept these several thousand points. As he spoke, the Bianhua student leaped onto the stage. Yet, as soon as he stepped onto the platform, he suddenly felt as if something had ensnared him. He hurriedly reached out to free himself, but to his dismay, pulling away only resulted in trouble. Elimination. The judge, responsible for the assessment, announced to the Bianhua student. The student was momentarily stunned. Wait, what? I just stepped onto the stage, and I'm already eliminated? Indeed, you stepped on the spider silk laid by Yi Song. Hence your disqualification. What the heck? I couldn't possibly not notice that spider silk? It's poisonous, or rather, it could be poisonous. The judge glanced at him, then lowered his head to credit the points to Yi Song. Points, 1320. The Bianhua student was utterly bewildered, standing there in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. The crowd below was equally astonished. How shameless is this? Can one truly set traps on the stage beforehand? This is a blatant underhanded tactic, absolutely. The rules do not prohibit setting traps on the stage, do they? Moreover, did he not realize this beforehand? Who could have foreseen such a thing? The silk was as transparent as air. The audience had not anticipated Yi Tsong to make such a grandiose declaration, only to execute such a cunning strategy that eliminated a level student instantly. Others who had intended to challenge Yi Tsong felt relieved they had not been the first to step up. Otherwise, they would have truly fallen victim to this trickster. Skillfully utilizing his ability to lay traps is indeed a valid combat strategy. The instructor was unable to suppress his amusement. The other camp leaders were rendered speechless. While the leader of the Bianhua camp had a grim expression, he was not angry that his student was ambushed, but rather frustrated at their reckless behavior. Moreover, accepting defeat gracefully is paramount. Having been eliminated, they should quickly exit the stage. Remaining there to speak is nothing short of embarrassing for him as a camp leader. I'll go. Another student jumped onto the stage. However, this time he was more cautious and avoided stepping on Yi Tsong's spider silk. Yi Tsong also summoned his beast, a spider adorned in white and pink hues. You wish to challenge me with your second beast? The student before him scoffed. The crowd had already learned from others that Yi Tsong possessed a second beast. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot toward him instantly. The student, noticing the silk, leaped aside to evade it. Too slow. However, as soon as he uttered those words, the previously airborne silk made a sudden turn and ensnared his hand. Elimination. The judge's cold and unfeeling words echoed in his ears. How could this happen so swiftly? The crowd below was stunned. If the first elimination had been a stroke of luck, then the second was an undeniable defeat. Had this been in the wilderness, the student would likely have become a lifeless corpse. Moreover, this was a direct confrontation. One must remember that arthropods excel not in broad terrains, but in setting traps within dense jungles. Had the terrain been advantageous to them, this student would have met an even more gruesome fate. Such a formidable beast. Is this really Yi Tsong's second beast? Why is it so extraordinarily powerful? Even if its silk were coated with poison, it shouldn't eliminate someone upon mere contact. The crowd was astounded, some in disbelief. At that moment, the judge spoke up. I have tested the toxicity levels of the beast's silk. If anyone becomes ensnared, they will perish instantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned pale. How can one fight now? Merely touching the silk would result in instant death, leaving little opportunity to approach Yi Tsong, the beast master. The students now experienced the terror of arthropods for the first time. Finally, it is my turn, Blue Electric spoke. He had discerned Yi Tsong's attack strategy. If he could pierce through the spider silk with lightning, Yi Tsong would be unable to attack him. Furthermore, his lightning magic was a ranged attack. If he could strike Yi Tsong directly, the battle would conclude instantly. Yet at this moment, Yi Tsong found the proceedings rather dull. These students were pitiably weak. He no longer wished to indulge in their games. Why not you all come at me simultaneously? Let us not waste my time. Yi Tsong yawned. His words immediately silenced the entire arena. Even the camp leaders observing the battle from the high platform were left in a state of confusion. Chapter 68, Mental Entanglement. Another instant kill. Instructor Ko, is this what you have taught him? His demeanor is reminiscent of your earlier self. Indeed, one person boldly declaring a challenge to the entire camp is somewhat arrogant. Just a tad arrogant? This is downright hubristic. Moreover, this is not just any academy. It is the entire Eastern Qingshuan camp. It is not something I have taught. Kuzi shook her head. Compared to the past, she had indeed become much more restrained. Furthermore, how could such behavior be imparted to students? As the instructor was slightly bewildered, the students below, who had initially held back, could no longer contain themselves. No way. Is he not being overly arrogant? He merely ambushed one and then attacked another? Exactly. Does he dare to face us head on? Brother Blue Electric. Hurry and teach him a lesson on how to be a beast master. Damn it. This kid looks down on us using his second beast and resorts to ambush tactics. Although ambushing does not violate rules, it is somewhat unethical. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Yi Tsong filled with fury, not for any other reason, but because Yi Tsong's performance did not warrant such words. To them, only a straightforward and honorable defeat could reveal a person's true strength. Yet Yi Tsong? First, he set traps. Second, he utilized the characteristics of the training ground to vanquish his opponent. This is an unworthy victory indeed. However, just as the crowd hesitated, 4 or 5 figures leaped onto the stage. Blue Electric, what? Do you want to snatch these points from me? Blue Electric inquired, glancing around at the others. Of course. I clearly stepped up first. How about we duel to determine who gets to face Yi Tsong? Whoever wins gets to challenge Yi Tsong. Deng Xin showed no signs of backing down. His silver-level energy surged, enveloping the surroundings with a dangerous aura. Yi Tsong also noticed that this fellow's strength had significantly increased compared to before. One can indeed acquire certain attributes by devouring demons. Observing from a distance, the second in command, Yang Jin, turned his neck slightly. To Yang Jin, apart from Yi Tsong, none of the others on the stage were worthy of his challenge. They were like ants, easily disregarded. Lin Qingying's beautiful eyes incessantly scrutinized Yi Tsong. This individual seemed both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time, having shed the aura of a mere follower. However, this spider was undoubtedly Yi Tsong's primary beast. She had little faith in the rumors claiming it to be his second beast, especially since his first beast, a dragon, had never been unleashed. If the second beast had already reached the rank of a general, capable of eliminating opponents of the same level, one could only imagine the strength of the first beast. It was genuinely hard to believe. While the onlookers were momentarily stunned, 7 or 8 awakened individuals leaped onto the stage, nearly all of whom were ranked among the top 10. It dawned on me why they had decided to join forces. They were afraid that Yi Tsong's points would be snatched away by others. It was a logical concern. Yi Tsong's points were substantial. Whoever took the initiative would secure a significant advantage and certainly wouldn't want to let that slip away. Regrettably, my own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, I would have attempted to seize some points myself, even if one were stronger than Yi Tsong. Standing alongside these individuals would likely result in being the first target of their assault. Would Yiga be alright? Goodness, these individuals truly did charge in together. The members of the Beastmaster camp exchanged worried glances at the stage. They too believed Yi Tsong was merely jesting. Yet they were taken aback when this group genuinely advanced towards him. Even the support-type Guanxing had jumped onto the stage. It was well known that having a support-type awakened individual behind could exponentially enhance the strength of other awakened ones. I intend to claim half of your points, Guanxing remarked, completely dismissing Yi Tsong. With so many onlookers in his presence, could he truly turn the tides? The crowd merely chuckled in silence. At that moment, a vibrant green light suddenly emanated from Guanxing's hands. It was a mental control skill. The others instantly recognized the ability. They never expected that Guanxing, a silver-tier individual, could wield a mental control skill. In an instant, Yi Tsong seemed momentarily dazed. Deng Xian's expression twisted malevolently. This was his opportunity. As long as Yi Tsong was unable to utilize that spider silk again, he was certain he could take him down in one decisive blow. Then I shall take my leave, he roared. With a thunderous explosion, Deng Xian propelled himself from the ground, transforming midair. His massive claws lunged towards Yi Tsong. The force behind this strike was overwhelming, creating a howling wind even before it reached Yi Tsong's face. The spectators below dared not watch further. Beastmasters were not known for their defenses, and being struck would surely leave them gravely injured, if not dead. At that moment, Deng Xian imagined the points soaring into the thousands. His heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. However, in what felt like an eternity, he perceived Yi Tsong turning his head and smiling at him. In the next instant, he lost consciousness entirely. As Yi Tsong sidestepped, Deng Xian plummeted toward the ground, crashing into the webbing Yi Tsong had set around him. This sticky silk was designed to ensnare others. Unlike the toxic strands, this silk was of a higher strength. Although it lacked venom, it could still confine general-level demons. Simultaneously, Guanxing, who had unleashed a mental attack on Yi Tsong, suddenly clutched his head, crying out in agony. It seemed as if countless insects were gnawing at his heart, incessantly stimulating his pain receptors. Mere seconds later, he too lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground in desperation. The crowd was stunned. 2 top-tier awakened individuals had been eliminated instantaneously. The crucial question was how Yi Tsong had resisted the mental assault while simultaneously countering Guanxing. This was utterly irrational. Good heavens! Could this fellow's beasts possess not only poison skills, but also mental attack capabilities? The audience was flabbergasted. A general-level demon typically has at most 2 skills. This one seems to have exceeded that limit. Is it possible that this segmented creature possesses exceptionally high innate abilities? I swear, this is the most absurd poisonous beastmaster I have ever encountered. For some reason, I now find myself worried for those awakened ones. Of course, even a fool could see that Yi Tsong was concealing his true strength. If the first instance was fortuitous, and the second was also a stroke of luck, then this was the 3rd and 4th time he had simultaneously defeated 2 awakened individuals. It could not be mere coincidence. In that moment, who was truly the prey and who was the hunter? The students below swallowed hard, no longer daring to make hasty conclusions. It felt as if the entire training ground was ensnared in Yi Tsong's webs, where any misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Chapter 69, The Harbinger of Doom. The Terminator of all. The instructors standing at a distance were equally astonished by the oppressive aura Yi Tsong exuded. This was indeed a top-tier beastmaster. I had thought his success today was solely due to that dragon-blooded creature, but it seems I misjudged him. Indeed, even a beastmaster with lower innate abilities can achieve remarkable results if they utilize their strengths judiciously. Utilizing traps and toxic abilities can render others unable to approach, even turning the Beastmaster's own weaknesses into traps for their foes. Quite impressive. A subtle smile crept onto Kuzi's lips as her earlier concerns dissipated. She had expected Yi Tsang to be somewhat flustered when faced with so many awakened individuals, yet he maintained his composure and poise. In battles among awakened ones, what mattered most was combat awareness, and Yi Tsang had evidently met the standards set by those present. He is a promising talent. I will recommend him for the position of deputy instructor in our 3rd battalion. Upon hearing this, the surrounding battalion leaders were taken aback. What on earth? Is this some kind of joke? This is a position that countless individuals have strived for over many years. Moreover, allowing their students to ascend above them overnight would undoubtedly provoke their ire. In an instant, the battalion leaders abandoned any notions of instructing Yi Tsang, instead pondering how to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Navigating the military requires a certain skill set, and with Yi Tsang's level of talent, securing a position as deputy instructor or even an advisor would be easily within reach, providing ample opportunities for them. Meanwhile, the awakened individuals on the stage no longer dared to underestimate Yi Tsang. They cautiously watched him, fearful of falling victim to his cunning once more. Yi Tsang, just wait until I bring you down and summon my first beast. Then we'll see how you handle it. Lin Qingying raised her hand, conjuring a silver tier fire magic spell. Fire Lance. As her words fell, a massive lance made of blazing flames materialized before her, the scorching heat searing the ground and turning her hair a deep crimson. Similarly, Lei Hu, enveloped in blue and violet lightning, let out a furious roar. He resembled a thunderous tiger charging towards Yi Tsang, his speed and strength multiplied compared to before, with a destructive force radiating around him. The combined intensity of their auras left the onlooking students breathless. In the distance, Yang Jin, a support type, erupted with immense power. Rushing towards Yi Tsang, Yi Tsang immediately used his appraisal ability to look towards Yang Jin. Yang Jin, realm, mid-silver. Talent, level amplification system. Able to amplify any part of the body up to 6 times for a short duration. This includes enhancements to vision, senses, spirit, strength, and speed. Currently, it is impossible to amplify more than one part simultaneously. A straightforward, yet formidable ability. If wielded adeptly, it could be perceived as a 6-fold increase in one's own power. Those possessing such an ability must certainly have practical combat experience exceeding their innate strength. Moreover, the other 2 individuals are formidable experts at the late silver stage, while Yang Jin's level is merely comparable to mine. Though the distinction between mid and late silver stages is merely a single tier, even a prodigy like Yang Jin would likely require a year to advance to the latter. This individual is the one to be wary of, as he poses a potential threat to me. Yi Tsang's thoughts were not unfounded. Yang Jin was now encircling Yi Tsang. His visual capability had been amplified 6-fold as he scrutinized Yi Tsang for vulnerabilities. Once Yi Tsang began to defend against the attacks of the other 2, Yang Jin immediately shifted his amplification from vision to speed. At that moment, the firearms technique and the transformed blue lightning tiger had already reached Yi Tsang's vicinity. The flames severely countered Xiao Bai's web, prompting Yi Tsang to abandon his manipulation of the threads at once. Furthermore, he had just utilized his mental interference ability and could not employ it again in such quick succession. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 had preemptively gathered their magic. Eye of Analysis. Yi Tsang activated the Eye of Analysis. The flow of elements in the air became vividly visible, revealing a singular escape route. This was beyond the capabilities of mere identification. However, that path was obstructed by Yang Jin. Are you attempting to force my hand? Yi Tsang revealed a cold smile. To be candid, he and Xiao Bai possessed remarkable fortitude. Even if they were to endure this assault, they would emerge unscathed. Yet the scene was simply too absurd. After contemplation, Yi Tsang decided against it. Who would believe that a Beastmaster could withstand 2 silver-tier spells without a scratch? Even a battle general-level Beastmaster, coupled with defensive capabilities, would struggle to emerge unscathed. Thus, it must be done. Arise, the world destroyer of destiny, the ender of all things. In order to showcase the enigma of the Dragon Master, Yi Tsang recited an incantation of shame. In the next instant, a magic array suddenly materialized. From afar, the instructors in the viewing stands realized there was no escape. If I were at Yi Tsang's level, I would have to concede. Clearly, under equal conditions. Even a genius cannot overcome numbers. It is true that the hardships one endures must be swallowed alone. However, one cannot overlook the fact that this is Yi Tsang's second beast, is it not? From my perspective, for a second beast to be of such caliber is already a standout among geniuses. Perhaps there are defensive abilities yet to be disclosed. Do you believe that? What on earth is that? Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the high platform of the arena. A resounding dragon roar reverberated through the ground. It transformed into waves that resonated within the ears of all present. This fantastical sound echoed like an ancient bell tolling. Upon first hearing this sound, everyone in the arena was taken aback. It was as if they glimpsed ancient ancestors worshipping legendary creatures at an altar. Surrounding them were even sounds of chanting scriptures and prayers to deities. A dragon. The legendary giant dragon. It felt as though a storm of thunder exploded in their minds. Adrenaline surging wildly. All eyes widened in anticipation, yearning to glimpse the true form of the dragon amidst the storm and flames. Even the instructors and battalion leaders, who had initially remained calm, could not help but lean forward, fixating intently on the scene. In such dire straits, could the dragon offer salvation? Just as the spectators pondered this, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled. A deafening clap of thunder accompanied a lightning strike aimed at Yitsong. In an instant, Yitsong and his two beasts were enveloped in the thunder, forming a protective dome. Call of thunder. As the thunder summoned, the attacks striking it were instantaneously neutralized. At that very moment, the azure beast transformed from blue lightning, surged toward Yitsong. However, compared to Yitsong's lightning, the electrical energy surrounding him appeared considerably weaker. Facing the colossal dragon before him, blue lightning felt a shiver run down his spine, but he could only advance. To retreat now would be tantamount to seeking death. Roar! Xiao Nai unleashed a breath of thunder, instantly halting blue lightning's charge and sending him flying several dozen meters away. Following this, he transformed into a beam of light, racing toward Yangjin in the distance. The arena erupted with sonic booms. Surrounding students instinctively covered their ears, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Just as he emerged, a battle ensued. Xiao Nai was exhilarated. Chapter 70. The Power of the Dragon. Overwhelming the arena. Hiss. Blue lightning was struck head-on by Xiao Nai's thunderous breath. He felt a tremendous force strike his chest, as if a massive boulder had collided with him, sending him hurtling away. His face was a mask of shock. How could this be possible? Setting aside my resistance to lightning, all the lightning spells I studied were melee and explosive in nature. My physique has been rigorously trained. This strike nearly incapacitated me. Blue lightning was in disbelief. Had he not shielded himself with lightning elements, that breath could have easily obliterated him. Lin Qingying's expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Yitsong was indeed the beast master of this dragon. Could it be that Song Lei gifted this little dragon to Yitsong? There was indeed a possibility. Given Song Lei's unwavering sense of obligation, he could very well perform such an act. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Xiao Nai was already charging toward her. Triple fireball. An incredibly swift spell was unleashed. 3 fireballs, each as large as a cauldron, hurtled toward Xiao Nai in midair. Boom. Roar. Xiao Nai opened his mouth, directly swallowing the 3 fireballs. It was a delightful experience. Having a battle with someone feeding you. As a reward, I shall go easy on you. Whoosh. A wing forged of iron and adorned with scales swept toward Lin Qingying. In an instant, it collided with her defensive magical artifact. Clang. Lin Qingying's magical artifact shattered instantly. She plummeted from the stage, crashing into the crowd. The immense force knocked down a multitude of awakened individuals. The remaining awakened ones, observing the spider beside Yitsong, were at a loss for whether to advance or retreat. If they did not strike now, they would be doomed once that dragon regained its senses. Yet, if they charged forward, they would inevitably be hindered by the spider's mental assault. There was no other choice. They had to gamble. Several top-tier decision-makers gritted their teeth and split into various directions, rushing toward Yitsong. However, as they approached within several dozen meters, they felt a mental shock that left them staggering, realizing the peril they were in. As expected, in the next moment, several strands of web shot out, swiftly ensnaring them. Everything transpired too rapidly. From Xiao Nai's appearance to the elimination of all, it took merely a few seconds. Yet in those fleeting moments, the students below the stage were left in awe. Is this truly a dragon? It most certainly is. Its scales, I am certain, contain over 50 dragon blood. Indeed, as long as the dragon blood content exceeds 50, then the appearance of the demon will closely resemble that of a dragon. What the hell? I have never witnessed such an extraordinarily high purity of dragon's blood in a creature before. It is simply monstrous. How can one possibly combat this? Indeed, a single individual is challenging masters from all disciplines, single-handedly confronting the top 10. Even when they unite, they are no match. The students are left in a state of astonishment. They are acutely aware that if Yitsong were to unleash that dragon, the tides of battle would undoubtedly shift. Yet, they did not anticipate that he would directly transform a balanced confrontation into one of overwhelming dominance. At present, The top awakened individuals from various factions are either dazed or injured, unable to continue the fight. As for the students, they are well aware of the formidable strength of Lan Dian and his companions. Anyone among them would be beyond their capacity to challenge. Yet, these individuals, when united, are being toyed with by Yitsong and his two beasts. What would be the outcome if they attempted to intervene? It is all too predictable. Lin Qingying, who has fallen among the crowd, wears a vacant expression. Thanks to the crowd's cushioning, she has not sustained severe injuries. However, the psychological blow she has endured far surpasses any physical harm. My 3 consecutive fireballs are silver-tier magical skills. To think they were devoured by that dragon. Lin Qingying is left in disbelief. Moreover, that fellow Yitsong has not even exerted himself against her. Instead, he deliberately allowed that dragon to toss her into the throng of onlookers. The mere thought of this fills Lin Qingying with a mix of embarrassment and fury. Lin Xuejia, your face is so flushed. Could it be that your blood is surging? A nearby student hastily attempts to curry favor. Meanwhile, the student who was knocked unconscious by Lin Qingying wears a blissful expression, thinking, being knocked out by a goddess is worth it for a lifetime. Get lost. Lin Qingying icily utters a single word. Her gaze shifts back to Yitsong on the stage, but this time, her eyes reflect a change. She does not like to owe anyone a favor. Since Song Lei owes you a debt of gratitude, I suppose I owe you one as well. Unbeknownst to Lin Qingying, who is lost in her thoughts, Yitsong remains oblivious. His command to Xiao Nai was simply to unleash its potential and achieve victory. The words Lin Qingying uttered, which seemed to shatter her image, did not cause her little admirer to despair, but rather fueled his excitement. This is precisely the wealthy and elegant senior he idolizes. On stage, Xiao Nai swoops down beside Yitsong with a triumphant roar. How was that? I performed splendidly, did I not? Praise me quickly. Seeing its demeanor, Yitsong chuckles and affectionately strokes Xiao Nai's dragon horn. The Deathwing's predecessor was a guardian of the earth, and as long as it has not fully evolved, its temper remains relatively mild. Clearly, I contributed more. Xiao Bai extends its front paw in protest. It had been the one protecting its master all along, while that mindless lizard charged recklessly. Naturally, since Xiao Bai put in extra effort this time, Yitsong decided to reward it with a medicinal bath. Wow! Xiao Bai's eyes gleam with excitement. Although unsure of what it entails, it knows it must be something extraordinary. Subsequently, it climbs onto Yitsong's neck and plants a kiss, leaving 2 clear bite marks. If it were to pull even a thread, Yitsong might not survive the encounter. Yitsong is left speechless. Could you not save it until after your transformation? At that moment, the instructor could no longer contain himself and leaped down from the platform to join Yitsong. Instructor, Yitsong quickly addressed him. He holds great respect for these frontline soldiers. The commander of the 3rd Division smiles and nods, circling around Xiao Nai, examining it from all angles while continually nodding. This is truly a divine creation. As a platinum-tier awakened individual, even standing next to Xiao Nai, he can feel the life energy emanating from it. If Xiao Nai were to grow to the level of a lord, or even a king, this single beast could turn the tide of a beast tide. My boy, would you be interested in joining our military? We have a dedicated Beastmaster unit in the east. The instructor extends an olive branch to Yitsong. Everyone below watches this scene with envious eyes, saliva nearly dripping. In this era, joining the military is no simple task. Without connections and strength, entry is impossible. Yet, now the commander of the 3rd Division is proactively inviting Yitsong to join. Thank you, Commander, for your kindness, but I prefer to enter the Magic Capital Academy. After a moment's contemplation, Yitsong politely declines. His current strength does not permit him to act recklessly. I respect your choice. The Magic Capital Academy is also a good place. However, it is not merely an academy, not just a simple academy. Naturally, you do not think that once you become an awakened individual, the academy will grant you a few more years to learn theoretical knowledge, do you? Once you enter the academy, you are no longer considered a student, but a warrior. All training will transition from theory to practical combat. Chapter 71. Are Yitsong Lei? Transitioning from theory to practical combat. Upon hearing this, Yitsong felt no panic. Instead, he experienced an undercurrent of excitement. After all, practical combat signifies battling against monsters, which means the opportunity to acquire more magic crystals. Furthermore, being in the academy is relatively safe. Observing Yitsong's unexpected delight, the commander of the 3rd Division grew increasingly fond of him, finding him more agreeable by the moment. In truth, he only intended to test Yitsong's interest in the military. If Yitsong had agreed, he would have been welcomed back after graduating from the Magic Capital. However, being too young at present, that was not feasible. Nevertheless, allowing him to experience the terror of a beast tide is indeed possible. Tomorrow, our 3rd Division will head to surrounding cities to intercept a level 1 beast tide, and at that time, All the members of the youth training camp will have the opportunity to participate. The mayor turned to address all the students. At this moment, the crowd was just beginning to recover from the fear instilled by Yi Song. Upon hearing that they would confront a level 1 beast tide the next day, some students were so frightened their legs went weak. Instructor, can we not go? My goodness, I am still only at the silver level. I would be nothing more than cannon fodder against a level 1 beast tide. Are we being summoned to serve as fodder? It's fine, you are cannon fodder. But the enemy's battle general level monsters are also cannon fodder. 1 cannon fodder for another is not a loss, and 2 bloods is a gain. Haha. I can't believe this. I am still young. My splendid talents have yet to be realized. Once I develop for a few years, won't I be able to casually slay battle general level monsters? I'm going. I have only heard about it on television. I have never seen what a level 1 beast tide looks like. Some students in the audience were visibly panicked, while the majority appeared invigorated, eager to directly engage in the war against the monsters. Is this not the scene they have longed for? They became awakened beings to stand on the front lines, slaying monsters and defending their honor. Now the opportunity lies before them. How could they not be excited? The quality of this cohort of students is quite impressive. I hope this year's new recruits are just as bold. The commander of the elemental camp generously praised. However, when you witness the beast tide on the front lines, do not be so frightened that you wet yourselves. The commander of the transformation camp doused the enthusiasm with cold water. Even well-trained soldiers often tremble at the sight of their first beast tide. How much more so for this group of fledgling students? Faced with the overwhelming sense of oppression, it is akin to dark clouds descending upon a city, threatening to obliterate it. Even he, in his youth, had to grit his teeth to suppress his inner fears. However, with these camp leaders present, there should be no significant issues. The 3rd division is renowned as the Dragon and Tiger Division because they have successfully halted level 1 beast tides and even participated in battles against level 2 beast tides. A mere level 1 beast tide is as simple as a daily meal. A level 1 beast tide is truly nothing to fear. And since you won't be personally involved in the battle, consider it a break from the rigorous life of the youth training camp. The instructor clasped his hands behind his back, wearing a facade of false cheer. The students below twitched their lips, yearning to voice their grievances. Is this how you enjoy a vacation? Oh dear, today feels so idle. How about seeking a first-rate beast tide for a little skirmish? Even the awakened diamond mirrors should not be treated so carelessly. However, the commander paid them no mind. It was settled. Tomorrow, not a single one of you shall be absent. Only through rigorous education can we cultivate outstanding recruits. Instantly, the expressions of the students below turned ashen. Some were merely contemplating fleeing with the train. Damn it, they came to the training camp for experience, but now they are being sent to the front lines. Oh, by the way, Yi Song, come to my room later. I have something to discuss with you. With that, the commander turned and departed. Below, over 100 individuals looked at Yi Song with envy. Their hopes for the training camp were merely to facilitate their future entry into the military. Yet, Yi Song had established a direct connection with the commander. This relationship was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, he would not start as a mere recruit in the military like the rest of them. After the commander left, Yi Song approached the defeated individuals, collecting points from each one. Points, 23,000. Points, 12,355. Points, 31,000. Truly, they were the top 10 of the training camp. Such abundant points. Yi Song sighed in admiration. The surrounding crowd looked on with envy, speechless. How could their points compare to his? It was likely that by the end of this year, Yi Song's points would surpass 100,000, a feat unprecedented in the history of the training camp. When we face the beast tide, we shall see who is superior. When it was Yang Jin's turn, he wore an expression of defiance, but still transferred his points to Yi Song. You are always welcome. But you had better bring some points along. I want to compete with the impoverished. Yi Song chuckled while shaking his head, turning away. It was impossible for him to merely observe the beast tide from the sidelines. With 500,000 moving about, could he simply stand by and watch? Yi Song could not restrain himself. Hey, you there, Yi. I am not Hey, nor am I Yi Hey. Yi Song instinctively responded. Turning around, he found Lin Qingying with a peculiar expression. Are you him? To be honest, Lin Qingying had never associated Song Lei with Yi Song before. The disparity between the two was simply too great. However, just moments ago, Yi Song had commanded that dragon, which had also exhibited lightning abilities. Furthermore, the higher the level of the beast, the stronger the abilities relayed to the host. This left Lin Qingying with doubts about the result she had never dared to envision. Who? Lin, the campus flower. There are too many onlookers. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Yi Song glanced around at the crowd and hurried away. In truth, it was merely an excuse to return and exchange points for items. Watching Yi Song's departing figure, Lin Qingying clenched her teeth. Her doubts vanished in an instant. How could such a character possibly beat Song Lei? Song Lei epitomized the standard model of a world hero in her mind. Powerful, authoritative, yet also possessing a sense of camaraderie. Lin Qingying continuously sought self-improvement, striving to be beside such a formidable figure. How could he possibly compare to Song Lei? Even if he possessed some strength, it was merely that. Lin Qingying observed Yi Tsong's retreating silhouette before turning to leave. The crowd around them exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Qingying's admirers were in a state of despair. Their goddess was gazing tenderly at another man. Furious, one of the admirers sank to the ground. No, my goddess. Yi Tsong remained oblivious to this, having returned to his room. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a surge of anticipation. He pressed the device on his wrist, and the points data immediately appeared. Student, Yi Tsong. Points, 134,000. This number of points far exceeded Yi Tsong's expectations. Even if he had taken half of these individuals' points, it would have sufficed for him to acquire Qiandu. In fact, the remaining funds would allow him to purchase a piece of dragon meat, perfectly offsetting Xiao Bai's 360-day natural growth period. Chapter 72, Do Not Eat Me. Purchase. Yi Tsong promptly tapped the purchase button. There was no reason for hesitation. These were necessities. Student Yi Tsong, purchasing 1 unit of Qiandu, and another piece of dragon meat, as I already have one on hand. Student Yi Tsong, purchasing 1 unit of dragon meat, 2 pieces of dragon meat. It was only fair that each of his 2 beasts received one. As their master, Yi Tsong had to ensure equitable treatment. Student Yi Tsong, spending 20,000 points to purchase dragon meat. Student Yi Tsong, spending 100,000 points to purchase Qiandu. Just after completing the purchase, the news immediately hit the headlines. Quite considerate, as if fearing others might be unaware. This feature was likely designed to stimulate competition among students. However, upon seeing this news, others could only feel envy. As for desire for competition, that was entirely out of the question. When the announcement of the dragon meat purchase was made, a wave of discussion erupted within the training camp. How enviable, spending 20,000 points on meat. How delightful. If I had over 100,000 points, I would certainly spend 20,000 on a piece of meat. What is so special about buying meat? One must invest those points in acquiring a set of refined level equipment. Tomorrow, facing the beast tide, it is essential to buy some armor. What armor? You won't be engaging directly with the beast tide. You'll merely be observing. I am truly amused. A bunch of individuals without points lamenting how to spend theirs. Go ahead and curse. Beyond these ordinary students, those whose points were taken by Yi Tsong were sullen. After all, it was their points being spent. How could they possibly feel good about it? Moreover, according to the rules of the training camp, the first place had the right to challenge anyone in the top 10. Although challengers could not be refused by those in higher ranks, the training camp had special regulations. Securing first place in the training camp granted the right to initiate an unavoidable duel challenge. This left them feeling quite anxious. They couldn't even accumulate points too recklessly. The more they hoarded, the greater their loss when robbed. As for confronting Yi Tsong, they hadn't even considered it. A group attack would merely result in their defeat, let alone a one-on-one duel. Just as their apprehension grew, Yi Tsong's purchase of Qiandu for 100,000 points shot to the top of the shopping mall. Student Yi Tsong spent 100,000 points to purchase Qiandu. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd in the training camp was momentarily stunned. This was followed by waves of confusion and shock. What on earth is this? Selling for such a high price? Spending 100,000 points on a single item? I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. I know. Qiandu is a medicinal bath that supplements the foundation of beasts. However, this type of medicinal bath is typically used on beasts that level up too quickly. Generally, only top-tier beast masters recontract with lower-level beasts can make use of it. Is that so? Those top-tier beast masters recontract with lower-level beasts, certainly having the experience to train them quickly. But what about Yi Tsong? Could it be that his beast training speed is already comparable to those seasoned beast masters? The crowd was filled with shock and confusion. Other awakened categories also had similar items. Yet, these were typically reserved for the offspring of affluent families. Not only were they expensive, but they were also scarce. Wasn't Yi Tsong an awakened individual of their generation? How could he possibly progress so rapidly? At this moment, the other students in the Beastmaster camp grew increasingly irate. They worked tirelessly to level up, while he had to exert effort to prevent himself from leveling up too quickly. What kind of logic was that? With such talent and diligence, were they to be left with no chance? Meanwhile, in the office with the commander, Kazi silently nodded upon receiving the news. It appeared that Yi Tsong was genuinely applying himself to the training of his beasts. If one has not actively sought knowledge in this area, it is quite difficult to conceive of purchasing Qiandu for the foundation of 1S Beast. The remaining funds were spent by Yitsong on various necessities, such as comfortable clothing and some obscure books on beast mastery, including titles that are not even available in the market. Additionally, he procured special tools required for concocting Qiandu. In less than 2 minutes, professionals delivered the items to Yitsong's doorstep. He promptly brought them inside and began to unpack. His 2 beasts curiously squatted beside him, eager to see what treasures he had acquired. Upon the sight of dragon meat, Xiao Nai's eyes sparkled. Was this not its favorite delicacy? Could it be that the master had bought it as a reward? Just as those thoughts crossed its mind, Yitsong casually tossed the dragon meat to Xiao Bai, who devoured it in a matter of moments, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Nai was momentarily bewildered, unaware of what had transpired, and felt a twinge of injustice. With a chuckle, Yitsong produced another piece from his pocket and tossed it to Xiao Nai, instantly dispelling its grievances. With a satisfying crunch, it swallowed the morsel whole, as if it did not even require chewing. In an instant, immense life energy coursed through both beasts, being absorbed by their bodies as they lay on the ground, unwilling to move. A single piece of dragon meat could potentially shorten the evolution period by 360 days. Xiao Bai would likely evolve in just a few days, while the energy absorbed from Qiandu would almost guarantee it. Xiao Nai, however, still had a long way to go. The life essence of the dragon was indeed lengthy. But this was not necessarily a disadvantage, as it indicated that its strength post-evolution would surpass that of an ordinary beast. Subsequently, Yitsong opened the Qiandu package, revealing a spiral glass vial filled with a green liquid. Following the instructions, he added water, faux Sichuan pepper, and salt, merely resembling the real ingredients. Once everything was prepared, he simmered the concoction on low heat for 30 minutes. Afterward, he carefully opened the spiral vial and poured its precious contents into the pot. This was a costly substance. Even a single drop could amount to millions, and he could not afford to waste it. Soon, a pot of Qiandu soup was simmering. Observing the bubbling concoction and its indescribable hue, Yitsong could not help but feel somewhat speechless. Were it not for the fact that it resembled the color described in the manual, he might have doubted its authenticity. Xiao Bai. At that moment, Xiao Bai was still languishing in its cozy nook, half asleep. Yitsong approached and tugged at its legs, lifting it and placing it atop the hot pot. The previously lethargic Xiao Bai suddenly began to struggle, filled with panic. Master, please don't eat me. My meat isn't tasty at all. If you must eat, choose it instead. It pleaded, pointing a claw towards Xiao Nai in the distance. Yitsong, Xiao Nai. Chapter 73. Yongjin. Must be the most dapper of all. After appealing to Xiao Bai's sensibilities, Yitsong finally managed to submerge the struggling creature into the pot. Initially, Xiao Bai was reluctant, but soon began to relish the experience, even inviting Yitsong to join it in the bubbling bath. However, this medicinal bath was brewed from various toxic creatures, and Yitsong feared his own body could not withstand it. Comfortably, Xiao Bai floated in the medicinal bath, feeling as though something within it had been replenished, its entire being at ease. The pot was not deep, and with Xiao Bai's light frame, it barely sank at all. Yitsong then turned his gaze to Xiao Nai. Data appeared before his eyes. Natural growth period, 2,298 days. This natural growth period was gradually decreasing as it consumed the dragon meat. Although the pace was slow, it was at least a sign of progress. Xiao Bai was experiencing the same phenomenon. I will take a look at the beast tide before returning. By then, the medicinal bath should have worked its magic, and it will likely evolve. Yitsong pondered briefly before opening the door and leaving his quarters. Minutes later, he knocked on the door of his superior's office. Come in. A resonant voice called from within. Yitsong entered, finding the room sparsely furnished, with only a desk and a chair. The 3rd Regiment's commander sat in that chair, while Instructor Ku Zi stood beside him, impeccably clad in military attire. Do you know why I called you? The commander asked directly. I assume it is due to the beast tide? Yitsong could think of no other reason. Clever. No need for me to elaborate on how a beast tide forms. Yitsong nodded. This was fundamental knowledge from his studies. The beast tide is categorized into 17 levels, with warning signals in cities ranging from white, green, blue, purple, red, gray to black. Notably, there has never been a recorded instance of a black alert. It stands as a testament to zero complaints. Currently, we are facing a level 1 beast tide, classified as white. This level 1 beast tide is primarily led by a coalition of Lord-level demons, with no more than 50 in total. This time, we are confronted by 3 Lord-level demons leading the tide. Each Lord-level demon commands roughly 100 ordinary demons and several dozen warrior demons. Even among the white beast tides, they are considered rather subpar. The commander remarked casually. Subpar? Yitsong dared not entertain such thoughts. If he were to face the beast tide alone, his only recourse would likely be to flee. Next, Ku Zi continued the commander's explanation. The target of this level 1 beast tide is a realm rich in energy. Such environments suitable for demons to thrive are typically formed from the spatial essence of beast masters who have achieved king level or higher after their demise. Once we have quelled the beast tide, we shall proceed to the location of this beast master's spatial essence and extract the source power of the realm. Upon hearing this, Yitsong suddenly recalled something. The source power of the beast master's space? He had previously encountered mentions of this secret realm while researching methods to enlarge a beast master's space online. He had not grasped its significance until now, realizing that it was akin to a Dao fruit left behind by other beast masters. If he could absorb the source power of the realm, although the realm would vanish, it would significantly enhance the size of his own beast master's space. It could even accelerate the recovery and growth rates of the beasts within. Yitsong had heard tales of a level A talent beast master whose space could reduce a beast's growth time by half. Moreover, a beast master could absorb from a secret realm multiple times. However, since locations containing such realms are either overrun by demons or utilized by humans for beast husbandry, they are exceedingly rare and costly. Now, with a secret realm laid before him, how could Yitsong not feel exhilarated? "Commander, may I have the secret realm? You audacious lad." The commander chuckled, shaking his head. Kuzi was equally taken aback, astonished by Yitsong's audacity. It is well known that the secret realm of a beast master is exceptionally precious. One could even classify it as a strategic asset. Even she, as a beast master, would hesitate to ask for such a treasure. "Of course, otherwise, why would I seek you out? But you must agree to one condition." The commander's expression suddenly turned serious. "What condition?" Yitsong inquired, somewhat puzzled. What conditions truly befit a monarch-level beast space? Unless absolutely necessary, one must never acquiesce to the invitations of any individual organization, regardless of the terms they propose. Yitsong pondered for a moment. This individual organization must refer to those underground factions. There have been reports of certain groups within Longhua that cruelly exploit awakened compatriots, and Yitsong recalls these instances vividly. As they pertain to matters of life and death, such organizations readily betray their own. Under no circumstances would Yitsong ever consider joining them. This baseless endeavor could be exchanged for another opportunity to absorb the secret realm's essence, an undeniable profit. Very well, then we, the three masters, shall assist you in seizing this source of power. Upon hearing Yitsong's words, the instructor's face lit up with joy. He understood that Yitsong was not one to be easily restrained, but he must not be allowed to align himself with the adversaries. The consequences of Yitsong joining an organization opposed to Longhua would be unimaginable. After conveying several matters, Yitsong turned to leave. Just like that, they gave it to him, because he found it hard to believe. That was the essence of the beast space. In a city, it could generate immeasurable benefits. For a beast master to directly absorb such power was an endeavor even the wealthiest would struggle to achieve. Which beast would willingly absorb its own source of power? Keeping it for profit would be far more gratifying. If only they could win him over, any price would be worth paying. The instructor's words were resolute. Observing this, Kuzi chose not to voice her concerns. They had indeed made a significant investment. She could only keep a closer watch on Yitsong when facing the beast tide the next day, lest he fall victim to a surprise attack from the fiends. That night, many students were restless and unable to sleep, envisioning the scenes they would witness during the beast tide. Only Yitsong and his two beasts enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following day, early in the morning, everyone gathered outside the Qing Sun camp, led personally by the instructor, a platinum-level awakened being. At this moment, a dozen vehicles remained parked at the camp. The target of the fiends was the city, while it was an outer city. Someone had to stand guard. Those with higher rankings and points could observe from a closer distance, while the weaker ones should keep their distance. We do not have the luxury of splitting our attention to protect too many people. Get in the vehicle. With a wave of the instructor's hand, countless figures surged towards the vehicles, quickly squeezing inside. No one complained about this arrangement. After the initial excitement, only a thread of tension remained in their hearts. Standing further away was not necessarily a disadvantage. Yitsong, however, sat in the first vehicle. Opposite him was Yang Jin, who had his arms crossed over his chest, fixated on Yitsong, already viewing him as a rival. As long as he performed better than Yitsong in confronting the beast tide, it would be a victory in its own right. Beasts can deal with humans, but they may not necessarily hunt down fiends. Watch closely. At that moment, Yang Jin, will undoubtedly be the most dazzling figure on the battlefield. Chapter 74. This is what we call a strategic retreat. Similarly, Lan Dian, sitting in the corner, shared the same thoughts. My lightning element has area damage. Does your beast possess any area skills? Even if it does, it cannot surpass the extent of my lightning element. As an elemental mage, he was the sole main force on the battlefield. When the time comes, he would show Yitsong what true bloodshed looked like. Although they had not yet arrived at their destination, this group of hotheads was already contemplating defiance. The instructor was well aware that he could not allow these individuals to merely stand by and watch them fight. That would be a denial and insult to their genius. Hence, he arranged for Kuzi to protect a few of them while also scouting for promising candidates. Meanwhile, Yitsong was already strategizing on how to seize more fiends. This time, he aimed to earn a hefty profit in magic crystals and points. Virum. The vehicles navigated the rugged mountain roads and soon reached the defensive fortress outside the city. This fortress was enveloped by steel walls, with mages positioned atop the walls to provide firepower. They even had numerous advanced weaponry, including cannons capable of firing at a remarkable rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, with absurdly large calibers. As soon as the vehicles arrived, the responsible soldiers immediately approached, saluting respectfully. Instructor Liu. Instructor Liu nodded in acknowledgement. Gazing into the distance of the fortress, he noticed numerous fiends lurking about. There was no time to waste. Let us take control of this area immediately. Understood. The guards promptly relinquished control of the location. To be honest, it was rare to encounter large-scale fiend attacks. They typically only dealt with 1 or 2 stray fiends, preventing them from breaching the defense and entering the city. It was best to leave such large-scale beast tides to the professionals. Who are these? The guard officer pointed at Yitsong and the others. Oh, they are students from the Eastern Qing Sun camp, here to assist us in repelling the beast tide. Kuzi replied. Just them? The guard officer was taken aback. You expect a group of students to halt a beast tide? Having trained new recruits to overcome their fear of fiends has been challenging enough. To throw a bunch of inexperienced students into the fray against a beast tide is ludicrous. Are you certain this won't leave them with psychological scars? Fear not, officer. We have undergone rigorous training. Lin Qingying's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She relished the atmosphere, dreaming of becoming the commander of a magical legion. Just be cautious, the guard officer remained skeptical. The beast tide is led by formidable commanders, while the fiends are organized and disciplined. They differ fundamentally from those scattered fiends. Oh, by the way, let those students in the vehicles stay back in the camp to observe from a distance, Kuzi added. The guard officer quickly nodded. This is the proper procedure, right? Students can observe in advance. Even rigorous training shouldn't be that extreme. Hearing the exchange between these individuals, the other students felt their dignity was insulted. Damn it. Why can they confront the fiends while I cannot? I refuse to accept this. That's a wealth of points waiting to be claimed. Wealth of points? They are risking their lives to confront this. Those points are not easily earned. True. I don't envy them either. I'm not brave enough to go down there. Watching from a distance is sufficient. Coward. No wonder you can't break into the top 50. Haha, my friend, this is not cowardice. This is what we call a strategic retreat. The student seemed momentarily at a loss for words. He swallowed hard, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Exactly. Since we can't go down, this is also a strategic retreat. Soon, under the guidance of the guard officer, the group of students was led to a viewing platform atop the city wall. Adjacent to the viewing platform was the fortress's mage team, responsible for providing firepower from above and intercepting flying creatures. Such teams typically included 2 transformation-type awakened beings to ensure the safety of the position. In large-scale wars, strategy is equally crucial. 3 Lord-level fiends, and this is just the known quantity. It seems this will not be easy to handle. A burly man with a scruffy beard, leading the mage team, took a puff from his cigarette. They were not a formal army like the 3 masters. They had never faced such spectacles before. The combined attack of 3 Lord-level fiends was already a grand scene for them. Meanwhile, Yitsong and the others had gathered at the base of the city tower. In a short while, I, along with 2 other battalion commanders, will be responsible for the frontal assault, while Yitsong and Yangjin will accompany Kuzi and several other instructors to manage the demons that have escaped to the right flank. The remaining personnel will cover the left flank. Soon, Commander Liu efficiently assigned the tasks. Yitsong, aware of his limitations, did not feign bravado, as he currently lacked the ability to confront the onslaught of the beast tide single-handedly. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon. What was once an empty plain suddenly became overrun with a multitude of demons. Steel centipedes, tree spirits, and red phosphorus eagles surged forth in droves. The variety of demons exceeded 3 types, indicating that the intelligence reports were erroneous. There were likely more than 3 Lord-level demons. Commander Liu's heart sank at this realization. Those stationed atop the city walls trembled at the sight of the formidable swarm of demons from their vantage point. They could see more clearly than Yitsong and the others. The sheer number of demons was overwhelming, a veritable sea of chaos. Among the students, one could hear the sounds of swallowed breaths. Is this truly a level 1 beast tide? I feel as though the entire citadel is quaking. Can a mere 70 or 80 people truly hold them off? Fear not. The 3rd Brigade boasts numerous awakened individuals of the Golden Realm, and Commander Lu himself is an awakened of the Platinum Realm. He has participated in multiple operations to thwart beast tides. With his command, there should be no issue. I hope so. If I were down there, I would undoubtedly be in a panic. Even from up here, the sight is astonishing. The students atop the platform were on high alert. Observing their reactions, the bearded man nearby was somewhat surprised. This group of students exhibited commendable composure, managing not to succumb to panic. However, as the officer mentioned, it seems they are from the entire Eastern Youth Training Camp. Indeed, they are exceptional talents. Below, Yitsong was brimming with excitement. Each of these demons is worth a fortune. When they arrive, how many magic crystals and points will Shao Nai earn with a single eruption of magma fire rain? It will be exhilarating. At that moment, Yitsong only regretted that the demons were moving too slowly, wasting precious time to augment his score. Yang Jin, though anxious, maintained a facade of calm, casting a smug glance at the slightly trembling Yitsong. In his heart, he mused, this guy must be terrified. After all, delicate beast tamers cannot be compared to our brawny combat specialists. Unbeknownst to him, Yitsong's excitement stemmed from witnessing such a massive gathering of demons for the first time. As the demons drew nearer, almost within reach of Commander Lu, the team remained still. Yitsong couldn't help but inquire, Instructor Ku, when do we strike? What? Are you unable to wait? Kuzi smiled. The horde of demons would first engage with Commander Lu's forces. Only a scant few would manage to breach our flank. However, this is merely the vanguard. Have you not noticed that none of the Lord-level demons have made an appearance? Upon hearing Kuzi's words, Yitsong nodded. He had already noted that the Lord demons were conspicuously absent, orchestrating the assault from an unknown location. If they did not show themselves, it was likely that Commander Lu, a powerhouse of the Platinum Realm, would refrain from intervening as a precaution against possible retreat. Yang Jin, standing behind them, began to sense something amiss. What does unable to wait mean? Wasn't Yitsong trembling due to anxiety like him? Yang Jin felt bewildered, only to realize he had misunderstood entirely. Yitsong was not anxious, but rather exhilarated, eager to engage the demons in battle. What a battle fanatic. Yang Jin found himself questioning his own strength. He mused that if it weren't for Instructor Ku's presence, Yitsong would have already charged forth. The disparity between individuals was staggering. In that moment, Yang Jin's confidence took another hit. Yet, amidst this setback, he experienced growth. The fear within him dissipated significantly due to Yitsong's influence. I shall claim half of those dozen demons. Yang Jin was resolute. He concentrated a tenfold amplification in his legs, the aura of his silver realm gently radiating from his body. He was determined to seize half of the demons from Yitsong to prove himself. Observing their performance, Kuzi nodded slightly before gesturing, causing a massive creature to materialize before them. Rather than a beast, it resembled a plant, a gigantic carnivorous flower, a Lord-level beast. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed Instructor Ku summon her beast. Xiaohua, you are to protect the students surrounding you and ensure they come to no harm. The enormous head of the carnivorous flower seemed to comprehend Kuzi's command. Nodding in acknowledgement, on the city walls, the onlookers were taken aback. Is that Instructor Ku's beast? Why is it a plant? You wouldn't understand. Do not underestimate it. This is a plant-type beast, exceedingly rare even among beasts, exclaimed one observer. Goodness, that carnivorous flower appears to be growing. It's nearly 3 meters tall, and it's still growing. I've heard that such beasts must be summoned in advance. The longer they remain in the ground, the stronger they become. Plant-type beast tamers possess unique methods to transfer their beasts' locations, but after relocation, they must start from scratch in terms of growth. This is simply extraordinary. With such a massive maw, what could it not consume? The crowd was in awe. Is this what a Lord-level beast tamer looks like? With a plant of such size planted at a defensive line, who could possibly breach it? If other beasts were also contracted as plants and positioned together, wouldn't that be invincible? At that moment, Yitsong was equally astonished. The carnivorous flower had grown to 5 meters tall. If it wished, it could swallow them all whole. Just then, the first wave of demons finally clashed with the vanguard. Hundreds of battle demons and regular demons surged toward the crowd. Among them, the battle demons were the largest and most conspicuous. Just as they were about to engage the team, the magical squad finally took action. Prepare to unleash the fireball barrage, commanded the elemental battalion leader. Boom. An array of fireballs erupted into a dazzling storm of flames, raining down upon the horde and obliterating a significant portion of them. Those who managed to survive were left scorched and writhing in agony, with only the massive battle demons able to withstand the onslaught. The remainder would be dealt with by the transformation specialists. Elemental talents excel in area damage, while transformation talents are adept in one-on-one combat. Some of the demons were clever, opting to attack from the flanks. Before long, A dozen wolf demons charged toward Yitsong. 1,000 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. They were finally upon him. Let me go first, Yang Jin shouted, his legs propelling him forward, creating a deep crater in the ground as he soared toward the wolf demons. In midair, he transferred his amplified power to his hands. He could already envision the spectacular moment of his fist shattering a wolf demon. The students atop the platform would surely cheer for his impressive display. Yet just then, a resounding roar echoed. A 3-meter-long dragon surged past him at several times the speed of sound. Shao Nai, leave none behind. We cannot allow them to claim any kills. The magic crystals and points at stake were far too valuable for Yitsong to relinquish without a fight. One must deliver a final blow. Roar. With a swift swipe, Shao Nai struck down. Thud. Mo Jing 6. The head of an ordinary wolf demon was sent soaring, under the assault of a battle general-level dragon. Even demons of the same rank could not withstand it, let alone the weaker ones. It was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Subsequently, Shao Nai utilized her speed to the utmost. With wings as blades, she glided through the bodies of several wolf demons in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. In that moment, she resembled a guillotine, severing the heads of numerous wolf demons in the blink of an eye. Mo Jing 19. Mo Jing 29. Mo Jing 13. The air still resonated with the sonic boom left in the wake of Shao Nai's razor-like passage. Yang Jin was left in a daze. Good grief. Must you be so ruthless? Not a single one left for me. Gritting his teeth, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a sneaky, burrowing mouse attempting to slip by. Yang Jin's eyes lit up. What an opportunity. It was time for me to showcase my prowess. With that thought, he charged forward, instantly reaching the burrowing mouse. This demon shall be mine, Yang Jin roared, releasing all the pent-up anger within him. At that moment, the burrowing mouse was nearly paralyzed with fear. Who would have thought that such a stealthy escape would end in capture? However, just as Yang Jin's fist was about to crash into its face, a thunderbolt arrow. With a tremendous roar, a lightning arrow shot forth, piercing through the ground squirrel. It left a black hole in its body, twitching and sparking with electricity. Mo Jing 16. Close call. Yitsong hurriedly placed a hand over his heart. That was nearly snatched away. At that moment, Yang Jin was utterly stunned. Can you act like a human? At the very least, leave me one. Chapter 76. The trial concludes. The beast tide strikes. Yang Jin glared at Yitsong with a fierce intensity. Damn it. Aren't you a beast master? Can you snatch my kills even without summoning your beasts? He was completely bewildered. He had assumed that while the dragon was hunting a few demons, he could seize a head for himself. Yet, he never anticipated that Yitsong had inherited the power of beast mastery himself, and seemingly in abundance. One strike was enough to pierce and annihilate a battle general-level demon. Kuzi was a bit taken aback by this scene as well. Instructor Ku, shall we advance another 100 meters? Yitsong suggested to Kuzi. At this moment, Kuzi found himself in a quandary. Their objective was to hold the flank, so moving seemed inappropriate. However, he had not expected Yitsong to slay demons with such ease, akin to a wolf encountering sheep, nearly desiring to charge into the demon horde. But the problem was, they were currently the ones under attack. What nonsense is this about advancing? Instructor Ku. Regardless, Colonel Lu's intention is for us to deal with the exposed demons on the flank. Wouldn't advancing allow us to better accomplish this task? Well, alright then. Just 100 meters. Under Yitsong's persistent persuasion, Kuzi ultimately acquiesced. She recalled her beasts and moved forward another 100 meters. Meanwhile, the battle on another flank was reaching a fever pitch. Hurry. A demon is about to escape. Those adept in transformation, go intercept it. Requesting support. Elementalists, make a move. This demon is quite resilient. Damn it. Come help me. This rhinoceros monster won't leave me alone. Get away from me. Don't come near. Instructor, save me. At this moment, the left flank was in a dire situation. Although they had more personnel on the left, their overall strength was uneven. And with the instructors and soldiers not engaging much, they quickly fell into disarray under the demon's assault. Nevertheless, they managed to hold on, relying on their numerical advantage. However, on the high platform, everyone observed the scene clearly. The left team was still in chaos, while the right began to advance. Damn, what is going on with that team? Why is their momentum so different from the left? Don't you remember? Yitsong seems to be in that team. He is slaughtering demons alongside that dragon, as if they were mere chickens. Goodness, the disparity is too immense. It appears that nearly all the demons on the right are being felled by Yitsong alone, and the instructor hasn't engaged much. Brother Yi is indeed impressive. If it were me, I would probably be routed. Can't we have a little more ambition? Isn't there an instructor present? You would at most get knocked down, not completely routed. Listening to the discussions, the mage team stationed as reinforcements also took note of that small team on the flank. Guarding the border does not mean being cut off from the world. They had heard of Yitsong. He is the dragon tamer from Qingfeng City? Hiss. It truly is a dragon. Even from this distance, it looks just like one. Damn, how can this beast move so swiftly? Are dragon-blooded beings truly this formidable? The mages were witnessing a dragon for the first time, all clinging to the edge of the city wall, curious to observe. Meanwhile, the commanders responsible for guarding the left flank felt a twinge of envy upon receiving information from the right side. They were on the left, needing to focus entirely on ensuring the safety of each student. The right team, with a dragon tamer present, was boldly pushing forward. It certainly made things much easier for the instructors. Just then, the central commanders relayed information. The beast tide is about to launch a full-scale assault. This series of messages reached all the commanders. At this moment, no one dared to jest. Everyone steeled themselves. The previous wave was merely a probing attack. The demons would soon initiate their main offensive. Rumble. Upon receiving the message, the earth trembled and mountains crumbled. A terrifying roar erupted from the ground ahead. With a swarm of demons charging forth, their numbers exponentially greater than before. Leading the charge were the thick-skinned, tough rhinoceros demons. A Lord-level rhinoceros monster, clad in heavy armor and brandishing a massive horn, surged forward with a horde of minions, resembling a tidal wave rushing towards the central forces. The sharp, knife-like horn aimed directly at them, instilling dread. Just then, a message arrived. Kuzi, a Lord-level demon has passed to your right. Their breakthrough point is on your side. Upon receiving this news, Kuzi furrowed his brow. With two students beside him, it was impossible to fend off the beast tide while ensuring their safety. However, sending them back now was clearly not an option. They would be reluctant to flee the battlefield on their first experience. Just then, the mage team on the left had already taken action. Fire array. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, bombarding the rhinoceros monsters. The previously fierce assault was instantaneously halted by this fiery mage team. This scene, resembling a rain of fire, left those on the city wall in awe, with many students' eyes filled with longing and shock. Even the commander of the fortress praised them repeatedly. This is indeed the mage team. You all need to learn from them in the future. Wow, this is incredibly impressive. To see so many mages gather and create such a spectacle. However, it seemed there was no mage team on the right side. How would they fend off the demon's onslaught? That is true. Even if Yi Tsang's summoned beast is a dragon, it cannot handle this situation, right? Please stop talking. This kind of scene would likely give even the instructors a headache, let alone the students. As everyone observed the battlefield on the right. Although the left had been halted by the mage team, the demons surging from the right, albeit slower, were far more numerous. They were much more challenging to deal with than the demons that had initially engaged on the left. Moreover, the Lord-level ones had yet to appear. At that moment, on the right battlefield, only the Beast Master Kuzi and the Amplification Instructor, along with a few Silver Realm awakened ones under their command, stood guard here. Oh, counting the students, the number increases by a few more. Meanwhile, a horde of monsters has already surged into this area. Yi Tsang's eyes gleamed with excitement. The denser the gathering of monsters, the higher the burn damage inflicted by Xiao Nai's skills. You few, stand behind me, and Instructor Ko. The support instructor instructed the others. However, Yi Tsang simultaneously proclaimed, heal me. I am ready to deal damage. Upon hearing this, the support instructor turned around with a look of astonishment at Yi Tsang. Huh? You want the support awakened one of the Golden Mirror to heal a student of the Silver Mirror? Surely you jest. Who do you think you are? Can you rival a magical ensemble? At that moment, Yang Jin seemed to have found an opportunity, stepping forward to pat Yi Tsang on the shoulder. Let it go? Brother Yi, I won't hold it against you for stealing over a dozen of my kills, but this situation is beyond our capacity to handle. Yang Jin's words held some truth. The battlefields on all sides had almost entirely been taken over by the instructors. What could a few Silver Realm students contribute? Yet Yi Tsang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching throng of monsters. Roar! A terrifying bellow echoed from the front. Kuzi furrowed her brows, lamenting the lack of collaboration with the Elemental Camp's commander. Otherwise, a few spells could have wiped out half of this number. Chapter 77. Should we still heal Yi Tsang? Go for it, Kuzi shouted. The commander of the Amplification Camp, also an awakened one at the Golden Realm, found dealing with such a level of beast tide relatively manageable, provided there were no Lord-level beasts. Moreover, with the amplification abilities, Kuzi's beast mastery would experience a significant enhancement, nearly equivalent to transcending a realm. A radiant glow enveloped the man-eating flower, its powers evidently amplified, its form instantly doubling in size. Whoosh! A long vine lashed out like a whip at the front of the beast tide. Thud! Dozens of battle-level monsters were instantly battered into a bloody mess, flying off in all directions. The gap between Lord-level and battle-level monsters was vast. However, the efficiency was too slow. Kuzi felt anxious. If any monsters slipped through, it would be embarrassing. But with the speed at which these monsters were replenishing, relying solely on her man-eating flower would be utterly insufficient. At that moment, a thunderous dragon roar resonated from behind. On. In the next instant, a massive fireball soared above the heads of the crowd, its scorching heat likely roasting the earth. Subsequently, the fireball, which had been suspended in the sky, fragmented into countless smaller meteors, raining down upon the cluster of monsters, covering a wide area. Lava fire rain. The terrifying attack struck the horde of monsters, instantly engulfing hundreds within. One meteor descended, directly smashing a battle-level monster's skull to pieces, igniting it instantly. The terrifying flames spread rapidly, growing ever more intense. Magic Crystal 16. Magic Crystal 27. Magic Crystal 39. At this moment, Yitsong's mind was flooded with prompts. The notifications erupted like a deluge, and the quantity of magic crystals soared. Yitsong was ecstatic. This was fantastic. He had truly come at the right time. Earning so many magic crystals would allow him to upgrade his skills and gain admission to the Magic Capital Academy easily. Roar. The anguished screams echoed through the sea of flames. The monsters, burned by the fire, were in excruciating agony. Instructor Kuzi and another support instructor stood there, stunned. Was this skill unleashed by that dragon? One might mistake it for a magical ensemble. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Kuzi, your student. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Kuzi was also dumbfounded. Logically, Yitsong was merely at the Silver Realm and could at most unleash battle-level skills. But this range, this damage, is this really a battle-level skill? This is practically on par with her Lord-level skills. Should I still heal him? The commander of the support camp felt indecisive. She was utterly convinced. In such a moment, one must not act on impulse. It is essential to allocate resources to the most capable individuals. With the multitude of monsters and Yitsong's impressive stature, he was clearly the most capable candidate. However, it felt rather peculiar to heal a young lad. But then again, such a skill could probably only be unleashed once, right? Kuzi responded. That does make sense. The support camp commander nodded. The higher the skill level of a beastmaster, the greater the expenditure upon release. For instance, a Lord-level beastmaster skill could likely only be unleashed once or twice in a single battle. However, the astonishing power of such an ability could completely sway the tide of battle with just one release. If it could be unleashed as freely as a standard skill, the consequences would be catastrophic. For someone of Yitsong's caliber, unleashing such a potent skill even once might be quite taxing. Meanwhile, the ground scorched by the lava fire rain continued to spew tongues of fire. This significantly impeded the advance of the monsters. Yet, under the command of the Lord-level monsters, the horde had no choice but to charge again. Roar. Following the iron-armored rhino, a pack of wolf demons emerged. The wolf demons moved with astonishing speed, quickly traversing the fiery terrain. However, just as the wolf demons dashed into the flames, Yitsong commanded, unleash. With that order, Shao Nai exhaled flames, launching 2 fireballs high into the sky. Following that, fire rained down. Boom, boom, bang. One meteor after another, even more densely packed than before, crashed down. Each impact created a deep crater in the ground, igniting even greater flames. A large number of wolf demons had no time to evade, crashing to the ground in an instant. Some were even burned alive by the searing flames on the ground. Magic Crystal 19. Magic Crystal 41. Magic Crystal 11. Another series of magic crystals were collected. Yitsong was in high spirits. He feared the monsters would simply linger at the back, unwilling to approach. The more they charged, the happier he became. Yang Jin, standing beside Yitsong, was utterly bewildered. What kind of monster was he trying to challenge before? This scale of area damage, unleashing 3 powerful skills in quick succession. Was this guy even human? Can his body withstand it? In reality, Yitsong's energy expenditure had barely dropped by 1. In just a few minutes, it would be replenished. After all, it was an upgraded initial skill. While its power was immense, its consumption and cooldown were still akin to that of the initial skill. Kuzi was just about to take action. However, upon seeing the sea of fire before her, she was stunned, and the support camp commander beside her was equally at a loss. Wasn't it said that high-level skills could only be unleashed once? It's outrageous enough to unleash 3 times in a row, and the last 2 were released simultaneously. This left both instructors without a chance to intervene. Meanwhile, the instructors from the left battlefield were also receiving information. How are things on your side? We have temporarily held back the monster's advance. Do you need us to send a few mages to assist? Why is there no response? The 2 were at a loss for words. No, we already have assistance. Upon hearing this, the elemental camp commander was somewhat dumbfounded. However, she thought little of it. Perhaps the fortress's team of mages had been dispatched to assist them? After all, The pressure on the right side appears to be significantly greater than what they are experiencing here. I shall refrain from further comments as I feel rather overwhelmed. The communicator was abruptly disconnected. The two gazed in disbelief at the roaring flames before them. In the brief moment it took to make a phone call, Yitsong unleashed two more waves of molten fire rain. Their worldviews had been utterly shattered, particularly for Kuzi, a beastmaster, who was acutely aware of the immense life energy required to cast such a powerful skill. Yet, Yitsong seemed to wield it as easily as one would drink water. Is this not somewhat disrespectful to the first law of beastmasters? Perhaps I should provide some support to Yitsong? Chapter 78. A single individual outmatching a mage core. Just as Xiao Nai prepared to continue unleashing her skills, a series of light waves suddenly enveloped her. Do not worry. This is my amplification ability, size amplification. The instructor of the amplification system announced. She proceeded to bestow the amplification ability upon Yitsong's beast. With this ability, the size of the beast would multiply, and its skills would also experience a significant increase in range. Thank you, instructor. Yitsong nodded appreciatively. He then released another wave of molten fire rain. Its area of effect noticeably larger than before. It had increased by at least 50%, yet the energy consumption was also considerably greater. This was to be expected, for an amplification ability that enhances the range of skills is inherently extraordinary. If there were no side effects, it would indeed be inconceivable. Why do I feel as though I am merely cannon fodder? Yang Jin suddenly felt as if his presence here was of little consequence. Yitsong, currently at the Silver Realm, was benefiting from the resources of the Golden Realm. This was truly astonishing. In a typical team configuration, amplification abilities are exceedingly rare. Many teams would vie for them. Thus, amplification users are often the lowest-ranked members of the group. However, here the roles were reversed, with Yitsong, the damage dealer, being the lowest-ranked individual. The magic crystals continued to flow in. Magic Crystal 16, Magic Crystal 7, Magic Crystal 35. The sensation of harvesting was indeed exhilarating. Coupled with the enhancements, the efficiency had noticeably increased. At this moment, Yitsong fully appreciated the significance of amplification abilities. If a team possessed an amplifier, their overall strength could increase by more than 50%. If the amplifier's talent were even stronger, it could potentially double that. Should I seek a healer? Yitsong pondered. Yet, that was not of paramount importance. The pressing issue was their current predicament. After the molten fire rain fell, it left behind a burning effect that persisted for a time, and they could only advance once that duration had elapsed. The battlefield had reached a boiling point. As time progressed, those on the city walls increasingly sensed something was amiss, particularly the leader of the Mage Corps, who noted that the right side team was pushing deeper and was now close to joining forces with the vanguard. Why do I feel as though there is also a mage team on the right side? Typically, there is only one mage team in a corps. Is it possible that Commander Lu can afford two mage teams? This right flank's firepower is quite formidable. In the span of a moment, they advanced several kilometers. They were becoming harder to discern. Goodness, this is a testament to the prowess of the Longhu army. The members of the fortress's mage corps were thoroughly impressed. They understood how challenging it was to contend with such a beast tide. Yet, amidst the relentless assault of the beasts, they were still able to push forward. What level of firepower must that be? It is pertinent to note that the side team was merely tasked with dealing with any stray demons. Thus, their strength configuration was undoubtedly inferior to that of the central force. Nevertheless, the demons had deliberately targeted the right side team, yet even so, they had been pushed back. The leader of the fortress's mage corps took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. It seems that our disparity with such a level of corps is insurmountable. What do you mean? The others asked, perplexed. This middle-aged leader had once been a genuine commander, now merely a retired figure, and his words commanded respect. Upon hearing someone prompt him, the mage leader opened up, pointing towards the battlefield with the end of his cigarette. Do you not see? This is all part of Commander Lu's strategy. The mage corps was divided into two groups, the smaller one on the left and the larger one on the right. But the larger mage corps remained inactive. They were hidden among the crowd. What does this imply? It signifies a feigned weakness, allowing the demons to believe that the right side was more vulnerable. Clearly, these demons fell for the ruse. They allocated the majority of their forces to the right side, only to be ambushed by the mage corps. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. Brilliant. As expected of the corps commander. He even accounted for the intelligence of the demons. Clearly, the demons were capable of discerning the situation. No wonder the left side struggled to hold their ground. The real mage corps had concealed itself among the right side ranks. Commander Lu's strategy is truly impressive. Even we were deceived. The battlefield resembled a strategic game. These demons clearly could not outmaneuver Commander Lu. This exemplifies the principle of using full force against a mere rabbit. The demons were left in disarray. allowing the students to witness the true nature of tactics. Remarkable. Everyone praised in unison. At this moment, they were utterly convinced. If they had previously felt that the Corps was somewhat presumptuous for bringing students into battle, they were now entirely won over. Meanwhile, Commander Lu was still in a state of bewilderment. As he turned his head, he caught sight of the side team. Did I not instruct them to remain on standby and not let any monsters slip through? Commander Lu was taken aback. If this continues, the vanguard team will be overtaken by the side team. How could they be so fierce? Commander Lu's eyes fell upon the dragon, its form shimmering with brilliance. Clearly, it had received assistance from the amplification system, resulting in an even larger and more conspicuous size. Moreover, the sky on the right side was showering down meteor rain, rendering it impossible to overlook. The dragon expelled a fireball from its mouth, which subsequently transformed into a rain of fire cascading down. Even a blind person could perceive this. Clearly, all of this was the work of Yi Tsong's beast. At this moment, Commander Lu's heart raced. One beast could rival 1,000 troops, even his entire mage corps. What will happen when Yi Tsong matures? It is known that the resources required to cultivate a mage corps are astronomical. Compared to nurturing a beast master, they are vastly more substantial. He now regretted his previous statements. Did I claim that with Yi Tsong's involvement, we could change the tide of war? It seems I was overly conservative. He alone could alter the course of a battle. This young man. I cannot shake the feeling that appointing him as deputy commander would be an injustice. Commander Lu found himself at a loss for words. He had initially hoped for Yi Tsong to join their third corps in the future. However, it now appeared that they were somewhat unworthy. Such a terrifying ability not only rendered the beast exceptionally formidable, but also unleashed wide-ranging destructive damage. Is the dragon truly this remarkable? The other battalion leaders within the corps had also taken note of Yi Tsong's performance. Goodness, this young man is extraordinary. One individual can stand in for an entire mage corps? It must be due to the enhancements. Otherwise, how could a warlord-level beast possess such an extensive skill range? Yet, it is not entirely implausible, for it is a legendary creature, unseen by anyone. That makes sense. It seems reasonable for him to be a bit extraordinary. As the crowd was astounded by Yi Tsong's astonishing ability to command beasts, a terrifying roar echoed from afar. The emergence of a lord-level demon was imminent. Chapter 79, Platinum Realm, Space Collapse. Upon hearing that dreadful sound, even Xiao Nai came to a halt. The primary concern was that Yi Tsong could not continue his relentless harvesting. In just a few short hours, he had unleashed the lava rain dozens of times. If this continued, he feared that once the beast tide was over, he would be dissected for research. A chilling roar erupted again. Several enormous monsters appeared on the horizon. A colossal rhinoceros, its entire body covered in gold, with horns forged from the same precious metal. A wolf demon with flowing fur, its body adorned with patterns and bone spikes. And finally, a towering figure clad in black armor, seated upon a skeletal warhorse, its stature comparable to a 3-story building. Their presence dwarfed the surrounding creatures and Yi Tsong's group, making them appear insignificant in comparison. Yi Tsong's expression turned grave. This was an entirely different level compared to the ironclad eagle he had encountered before. Was this the true essence of wild demons? Had he, in his previous state, faced any one of these three with all his might, he would have had no chance of victory. However, with the ability of endurance, and in the face of a great catastrophe, he might be able to take a gamble. Alas, Xiaobai was not present, rendering any such gamble impossible. Meanwhile, the nearby students swallowed hard, trembling in the presence of these lord-level demons. Only Yi Tsong remained somewhat composed, as he had previously slain lord-level demon beasts. At that moment, the eyes of the three monsters fell upon the central figure, Commander Lu. They sensed that he posed the greatest threat to them. A terrifying howl erupted. The skeletal warhorse charged forward, shaking the ground beneath with each thunderous step. Numerous demons were crushed underfoot, their bodies reduced to a bloody pulp. Commander Lu snorted coldly, a silver glint flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he soared into the air, plunging into the midst of the demon horde. The ground beneath him was littered with countless demons, ground into mush. Specialty type, spatial ability. The onlookers atop the city walls were astonished. Commander Lu's power was an exceedingly rare specialty type, and it was one of spatial abilities. As the clash began, the skeletal warhorse swung its massive sword toward Commander Lu. The sheer force of the enormous blade created a deafening explosion in the air, and before it struck, it had already created a deep crater in the ground. Should this blow connect, all would be turned to pulp. Yet, Commander Lu raised his left hand, halting the blade midair, causing it to tremble slightly. No matter how much strength the skeletal warhorse exerted, it could not advance another inch. A roar erupted from another golden rhinoceros and the wolf demon, both rushing towards him. The gigantic and sharp golden horn charged at Commander Lu. However, He merely raised his right hand and effortlessly blocked it. The golden rhinoceros, exhaling white steam, exerted all its might, causing the ground beneath to collapse. Yet it still could not penetrate. The sheer force of suppression left the onlookers in awe. Truly, a powerful being of the Platinum Realm, with seemingly little effort. He had thwarted the full assault of 2 Lord-level demons. At that moment, the wolf demon lunged forward. Seizing the opportunity while Commander Lu was occupied resisting the attacks of the other 2 demons, it snapped its jaws down. The crowd felt their hearts leap into their throats. Just as a student was about to shout, Commander Lu's eyes glimmered with silver light as he turned to face the wolf demon. Its massive jaws abruptly halted in midair, unable to advance an inch. One man, balancing 3 demons. Everyone present was astounded by the sight. The 3 demons, towering like 4 or 5-story buildings, surrounded Commander Lu, creating a stark visual contrast with his comparatively diminutive figure. Yet, even in this situation, the 3 demons were restrained by that small shadow. Was this the might of humanity as champions? The students were filled with fervor, their hearts racing with an overwhelming desire for strength. Even a Lord-level demon, capable of effortlessly obliterating a town, seemed utterly insignificant before a being of the Platinum Realm. This realization ignited a yearning within them. Even Yitsong felt the weight of the Platinum Realm's power. If he could attain the Platinum Realm, or even the Golden Realm, could he similarly deal with 3 Lord-level demons with such ease as Commander Lu? At that moment, Yitsong clenched his fists, filled with a longing for strength. He must become stronger. He could not afford to be powerless in the face of such calamities. Meanwhile, Yang Jin, still in shock, would surely be devastated if he knew Yitsong's thoughts. What do you mean by powerless? What am I then? Merely cannon fodder? Watch closely. Commander Lu is about to unleash his Platinum Realm abilities, exclaimed the nearby instructor, Kuzi. Just then, the air around them began to tremble. A terrifying pressure emanated from Commander Lu, causing the nearby demons to feel a primal fear, forcing them to prostrate themselves and remain motionless. However, this pressure was not directed at their comrades. It was solely released against the demons. The 3 demons sensed impending danger, and they struggled fiercely against the pressure. Yet, no matter how hard they fought or how loudly they roared, they could not move an inch. Commander Lu, amidst the 3 demons, wore a cold expression. He then raised one hand, claw-like towards the heavens. Terrifying energy began to coalesce, and coldly uttered words escaped his lips. Collapse. In the next instant, a minuscule black dot appeared in the sky. This black dot generated a massive gravitational pull, drawing countless demon warriors towards it, reducing them to fragments. The 3 Lord-level demons were also lifted off the ground. Amidst their terrified howls, they quickly perished. With a single gesture, he captured the expanding black dot before him and hurled it towards the horde of demons. As it carved a massive trench in its path, all surrounding demons were drawn into it. Once its mass reached its limit, it erupted. Boom! As Commander Lu clenched his fist, the distant black dot exploded instantaneously, creating an absolute domain with a diameter of hundreds of meters. When it dissipated, the area was left barren, devoid of all life, as everything was obliterated. The terrifying waves radiated outward, causing thousands of demons to vanish from existence. A vast expanse was cleared within the battlefield. Those on the city walls had the clearest view. Everyone stood in astonishment, gazing towards Commander Lu, their faces betraying their shock. Was this the power of a being of the Platinum Realm? Or perhaps this was merely a glimpse of the Platinum Realm's capabilities. Though this move was far from turning the tide of battle, it was certainly not something the demons could disregard. The awakened beings of the Platinum Realm were indeed terrifying. Some instructors might have grown accustomed to such displays, but the students were left in awe. Goodness, I thought an intercontinental missile had just detonated. The power was far greater than any missile, which could not even destroy a warrior-level demon. No wonder the instructors were so confident in leading them to confront the demons. They finally comprehended why the instructors dared to bring them, perceived as liabilities, into the fray against the beast tide. Once the leader of a beast tide fell, the entire horde would transition from order to chaos, drastically diminishing their combat effectiveness. In the face of a Platinum Realm champion, the leader-level demons were utterly defenseless. To Commander Lu, this beast tide must seem like child's play. He alone could halt it. Yet, his objective was not merely to stop the beast tide. Instead, the aim was to utterly vanquish several Lord-level monsters. No mercy should be shown. Training them was merely a secondary task. Thunderous roars echoed. As expected, upon the demise of a few leaders, their subordinates sensed the peril and turned to flee. However, this was a blatant opportunity for points, and Yitsong would not permit their escape. Chapter 80. The Surge of Thousands of Magic Crystals. Shao Nai, ensure not a single one escapes. Kill them all. You're just standing there. Why the rush? Damn it, it's finally my time to shine. At this moment, everyone sounded the clarion call for a counterattack, charging towards the horde of monsters. The battle-hardened monsters were already at a disadvantage against these students, and with their instinct to flee rather than retaliate, they were mercilessly hunted down. Yitsong and Xiao Nai plunged into the fray, unleashing skills that left a trail of monster corpses and causing the number of magic crystals to soar. Magic crystals, 19. Magic crystals, 17. Magic crystals, 19. They were also exceedingly helpful, eagerly snatching kills from the weakened foes, earning countless accolades from the instructors and fellow students. After several hours of fierce combat, the battle finally concluded, leaving a gruesome scene of monster carcasses behind. Yitsong eagerly checked his score and the number of magic crystals. Magic crystals, 26, 700. Points, 130. 400. Even Yitsong was taken aback by this figure. Over 20,000 magic crystals and 130,000 points. This far exceeded his expectations. One fiery rain from him would typically eliminate only dozens or hundreds. Yet, the sheer quantity of magic crystals indicated that he must have slain at least 1,000 monsters. It seemed that the number of monsters incinerated far surpassed those crushed directly. Yitsong discerned the reason. Though the burning damage was not as high as direct hits, its prolonged effect was significantly powerful. Moreover, the monsters, oblivious to their fate, charged forth, practically signing their death warrants. After driving the monsters away, everyone made their way back towards the citadel. At this moment, Colonel Liu approached Yitsong, commending him on his performance. With your capabilities, gaining admission to the Magic City Academy is well within your reach. Colonel Liu had witnessed Yitsong's actions vividly. It could be said that his contributions in this battle surpassed even those of an instructor. Thank you, Colonel Liu. Yitsong nodded in response, aware not to take his words too literally. The end of this conflict was primarily due to Colonel Liu's prior elimination of 3 Lord-level monsters. The subsequent monsters dared not continue their assault, and even if there were indeed more hidden behind, they were likely frightened away. At this moment, Yitsong understood the critical importance of top-tier combat power in determining the outcome of a battle. He pondered when he might reach such heights himself. After several minutes, everyone finally gathered atop the citadel. Applause erupted, praising the courage of these students. They also lauded Colonel Liu for his valor and wisdom. Colonel Liu, I was hasty. Your deceptive strategy truly exemplifies tactical brilliance, and your personal strength is formidable. Our city's magic team humbly bows to you. The head of the fortress's mage team approached to offer compliments. What deceptive strategy? Colonel Liu, though somewhat bewildered, maintained a smile in response. Not at all. The success of this battle is largely thanks to Student Yi. Without him, our right flank might have been overwhelmed. As he spoke, Colonel Liu gestured towards Yitsong, his face beaming with pride. The students erupted in cheers. Brother Yi is incredible. This is the path to military merit. Haha, I always knew Brother Yi could do it. If it were me, I would likely be paralyzed with fear. Truly, our beast-tamer camp's genius. Who dares to say otherwise? Exactly. Even if Brother Yi awakens other talents, he remains a genius. The members of the youth training camp were filled with admiration for Yitsong. Lan Dian and other aspiring challengers, too, finally conceded. They had witnessed his performance on the battlefield, and with Colonel Liu's endorsement, there was no room for doubt. Furthermore, Lan Dian felt his own performance was inadequate, primarily due to the presence of the mage team, which made him feel somewhat redundant. Conversely, Yitsong bore the pressure on the right flank and still managed to achieve remarkable results that caught the instructor's eye. Even without witnessing it firsthand, the evidence was clear. At this moment, however, the head of the fortress's mage team felt the discussions of military merit were somewhat frivolous. Military merit? To earn such recognition, one must significantly alter the tide of battle during a beast wave. Only then could one be deemed worthy of military merit, which would be recorded for future use. How could a mere student like Yitsong possibly earn military merit? Is it as easy as plucking a cabbage off the street? Just then, Colonel Liu spoke up. To encourage Student Yi for his contributions, I have decided to award him military merit. The students and camp leaders were stunned. Many of them had followed Colonel Liu for years and had scarcely received any military merit. Yet here was Yitsong, receiving it. Meanwhile, the head of the mage team was left in disbelief. This cannot be right. Colonel Liu, to earn military merit, one must at least achieve something significant during a beast wave. If you give it away casually, the subordinate leaders will surely object. He found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he had questioned how Yitsong could earn military merit, and now Colonel Liu had contradicted him? At this point, Kazi stepped forward to speak. I believe Student Yi is indeed deserving of military merit, as I was right beside him. Had it not been for him, the right flank would likely have been breached, creating a gap that would have drastically affected the battlefield's dynamics. My friends can attest to this. The auxiliary camp leader nodded in agreement. having witnessed Yitsong's extraordinary feats firsthand. Yet, upon hearing these words, the head of the mage team grew increasingly perplexed. This doesn't add up. Wasn't it the mage team hidden by Colonel Liu that prevented the breach on the right? What connection does this student Yitsong have? The gathered crowd could only see the countless fiery rains falling, unaware of who had unleashed them. Moreover, the duration of that fiery rain could only be sustained by a mage team. If one person had cast it, they would surely have been drained. Could it be that Yitsong is somehow related to Colonel Liu, leading to this favoritism? If that were the case, he thought it best to remain silent. The head of the mage team pondered deeply. Colonel Liu, wasn't he at your mage team that held back the beast wave on the right? He voiced his doubts. The assembled students nodded in agreement. While Yitsong made substantial contributions, the primary firepower must have come from the mage team. They looked questioningly at Colonel Liu. At that moment, Colonel Liu seemed to realize they had misunderstood something. Chapter 81. The Benefits of the Secret Realm. That mage team was not one I had deployed. Furthermore, I cannot afford to maintain so many mage teams. The area damage was solely due to Yitsong's beast-taming skills. Colonel Liu spoke these words with remarkable composure. The revelation struck like a thunderclap upon the hearts of all present. The students in the training camp were utterly bewildered. They had anticipated that Yi Ge might possess impressive skills, but they never imagined he could be this extraordinary. Was that torrential rain of fire truly unleashed by him? Incredible. The potency of such a skill ranks among the elite, even within the realm of battle generals, does it not? Indeed. That particular move could undoubtedly secure a position within the top 10 of battle general skills, perhaps even the top 3. This defies logic. If a skill inflicts such immense damage, its consumption must surely be exorbitant. How could he unleash it so many times in succession? Do not inquire further. Simply accept that he is a genius. Confusion filled their hearts as they confronted the inexplicable. The leader of the fortress's mage corps was equally astounded. Are you saying that the firestorm just now was conjured by this young man? He gaped in astonishment at Yitsong beside him. At the onset of battle, having recognized him as a dragon tamer, he had placed him in a role just below that of an instructor. However, he had not anticipated that he could influence the course of the battle. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. With so many witnesses, he was compelled to believe. After a considerable pause, the leader of the mage corps finally accepted this reality in his heart. His gaze towards Yitsong had already transformed. He realized that a beast tamer of such caliber would surely stir a tempest in the world once he matured. It was akin to witnessing a destined star of war standing before him. Yitsong, on behalf of the Fortress Mage Corps, I extend my sincerest apologies. To make amends for my earlier thoughtlessness and disdain, I hereby entrust you with the complete management of this beast-taming secret realm. The leader of the Mage Corps spoke decisively. He no longer regarded Yitsong as merely a student, but rather as an equal or even superior. Someone worthy of his utmost efforts to cultivate. According to his knowledge, no one in history had ever achieved military merit at the silver rank. By doing so, he was essentially seeking to curry favor. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the various camp leaders brightened with joy. Originally, this secret realm would have been shared with the fortress. If they could secure it entirely, the benefits would be immense. And all of this was thanks to Yitsong. I shall escort you to the secret realm at once. The leader of the Mage Corps wasted no time, guiding the group toward the secret realm within the city. The remaining students returned to the training camp by vehicle. Meanwhile, Lan Dian, who was part of the returning convoy, felt yet another blow to his pride. He had initially thought his lackluster performance was merely due to the presence of a magical core, which made his skills seem somewhat redundant. However, he had not anticipated that Yitsong alone could rival the onslaught of an entire magical core. What manner of human cannon is this? No, it is a dragon-shaped cannon. While the damage dealt by the skills was comprehensible, the fact that he could unleash them repeatedly was beyond his understanding. Lan Dian was utterly dumbfounded. He prided himself on being able to cast silver rank magic 4 to 5 times in quick succession, considering it a mark of genius. Yet Yitsong had seemingly cast at least 20 times. Is he even human? At this moment, Yitsong, Chief Instructor Liu, and Kuzi followed the leader of the fortress corps to the rear mountain. Before them stood 2 colossal stone statues, and at the center of these statues lay an enigmatic portal. Upon seeing the portal, Chief Instructor Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Kuzi looked somewhat envious. This is a secret realm untouched by demons. Once inside, one can absorb its essence, the leader of the Mage Corps explained. Most secret realms in this world have either been invaded by demons or occupied by humans for profit. Gaining access typically requires exorbitant payment or the expulsion of the demons, both of which are no simple tasks. Hence, a realm as pristine as this one is truly rare. It is no wonder that the 3 of them felt a surge of desire at this moment. Kuzi turned to Yitsong and inquired, "What is the level of your beast-taming talent?" At this point, everyone's interest was piqued. Song must possess a high talent level to have contracted a giant dragon, correct? However, Song merely shook his head, casually uttering 2 words, level. I knew your talent level would be impressive. So, what level do you expect to absorb this? Kuzi exclaimed. The expressions of the other 2 grew grim. What a joke. Level is merely 1 tier above level. With such a beast-taming talent, can you truly contract a giant dragon? Is it possible that the giant dragon is your pet? I am not joking. I indeed possess level beast-taming talent. If you do not believe me, you may verify it. Song replied calmly. Observing that he did not appear to be jesting, their eyes gradually widened in astonishment. They had previously only heard of a dragon tamer from Qingfeng City, but had not concerned themselves with his talent level. After all, what did it matter? Anyone capable of contracting a giant dragon must have an impressively high talent level. However, they were indeed taken aback to learn that Song possessed level talent. What an anomaly! If level talent is already so formidable, would not a higher level allow for the contracting of several totems? You have truly come to the right place with this secret realm. If your beast taming space is too low a level, you cannot contract a 3rd beast. Kuzi stated earnestly. Song was equally startled. It was the first time he had encountered such a perspective. This was understandable. Who would invest so much to contract numerous beasts if their beast-taming talent level was excessively low? Only Song could be an exception. By absorbing this secret realm, you can enhance the capacity of your beast-taming space, thereby increasing its ability to harbor spiritual energy. Placing beasts within the beast-taming space can shorten their growth period. And there are no side effects. Kuzi explained to Song. This is precisely why everyone coveted it so eagerly. The beast-taming space restores itself as long as the beast-tamer rests, and placing beasts within can expedite their growth. Is this not akin to a perpetual ATM? Not to mention the potential to elevate talent levels and even expand the beast-taming space. And there is still 1,000 poisons left. What? Song was astonished. He had not anticipated that the effects of the secret realm would be so powerful. Recently, he had been troubled by the limited size of his beast-taming space. And now it seemed that his concerns were about to be alleviated. The others observed his reaction, rendered somewhat speechless. He certainly had not expressed any worries about his low talent level. Yet, just as he encountered a problem, a complementary enhancement arrived. Such luck is simply unparalleled. Thank you all. Song expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm, eagerly stepping into the portal before him. Were it not for the assistance of these individuals, he could not fathom how much time and money he would need to invest to attain a ready-made secret realm. He might even have been unable to contract a 3rd beast due to issues related to his beast-taming space. Chapter 82. The Fire Dragon Feedback Energy. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, there was no sensation of vertigo. It felt as though he had merely opened a door. On one side of the door lay the outside world, and on the other side, the interior, presenting 2 starkly contrasting scenes. Before Song floated a pale blue orb. Is this the source of the beast-taming space's power? Song mused. Had this realm been occupied by demons, he would have encountered an entirely different sight upon entry. However, at present, it was a land without a master. Anyone who arrived was the master. Approaching, Song extended his hand towards the pale blue orb. Instantly, an intangible voice resonated from all directions within the secret realm. You have passed the first phase of the secret realm, preparing to transmit you to the final phase. At that moment, a series of vivid images flashed through Song's mind. Fragmented sounds echoed in his mind. Lin Chong, a master of beast-taming talent. I have warned you, Lin Chong, not to provoke the scions of those noble families. And now look what has happened. Beast-tamer Lin Chong, you are destined to become a royal-level beast-tamer. I have finally unraveled the method to extract the essence from beast flesh. If you follow my approach, success is inevitable. Should I fail, they will not adopt my technique. Memories and images flashed before Song's eyes. In a mere few minutes, Song grasped everything. This was a secret realm left behind by a royal-level beast-tamer, transformed from his beast space, naturally infused with his obsessions and memories. Moreover, this beast-tamer had once researched an innovative method for extracting the essence from beast flesh, but ultimately failed. The reason was simple. His opponent was the son of the district chief. Yet Song discerned that this was an exceptionally advanced method. The extracted essence energy was several times stronger than what is currently available in the market. Once this method is revealed, the benefits will be unprecedented. Now that this belongs to me, worry not. I shall surely elevate it to greatness. Song's expression was grave, yet his words carried a hint of bravado. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. If the reward for the first trial was so outrageous, what could the second trial possibly be? Furthermore, this was a master-level beast-taming talent within a royal-level beast-tamer space. Once absorbed, to what extent could his own beast space expand? Could his talent also be upgraded? Just as Song pondered these thoughts, The scenery before him shifted once more. A diamond-shaped object hovered in front of him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yitsong grasped it in his hand. In the next instant, a cold mechanical voice resonated. Detection indicates the host is absorbing the beast space. Commencing absorption of the beast space. Absorption successful. Talent level upgraded from level to level beast tamer talent. The system has activated? Yitsong was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by delight. A tremendous surge of life energy was flooding into his body. Additionally, the previously modest beast space within him was continuously expanding. In just a few minutes, it transformed from the size of a room to that of a villa. The vast life energy surged to augment this realm. Previously, with two beasts in the space, it felt somewhat cramped. Now, each could have its own room. The system possesses such capabilities? Yitsong felt rather pleased. Is the gratitude system perhaps here to repay me? This ability is undeniably extraordinary. If absorbing beast spaces can elevate one's beast taming talent level, does that not suggest I could potentially raise my beast space to the level of a divine entity? Such a prospect is utterly abnormal. Other beast tamers cannot achieve complete absorption of their beast spaces, let alone elevate their talent levels. Yet Yitsong not only managed to absorb it completely, but could also enhance his own beast taming talent level. The more beast space essence he absorbed in the future, the faster his beast space would grow, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Yitsong was filled with exhilaration. In that instant, the final memories of the original owner surged forth. The threat of demons was escalating. I must find the totem. The city has been invaded by demons, but fortunately, I seem to have uncovered some clues regarding the totem. Totem. Only the totem can save humanity. The last memory was exceedingly blurry. At this point, the original owner appeared nearly deranged, almost mad. He incessantly shouted the words totem. The sound caused Yitsong a headache, and shaking his head, the surrounding images finally faded. Meanwhile, the original secret realm had long since vanished, leaving only two stone pillars standing there, isolated and forlorn. How did it go? How was the absorption? As others saw Yitsong appear, they hurriedly approached him. It went well. My beast space has expanded a bit, and my talent has improved some. Hearing Yitsong's words, they finally sighed in relief. That's good. There have been instances where beast tamers and the original owners of their beast spaces were incompatible, leading to backlash. To enhance the beast space and talent is already commendable. Indeed, as your beast taming talent increases, the growth rate of beasts within the beast space will also accelerate. They seemed quite satisfied with this outcome. Yitsong glanced at them, the words he was about to speak caught in his throat. Would they be shocked if they knew he had completely absorbed the entire beast space? Subsequently, they returned to the fortress, where a vehicle remained for their use. However, before leaving, Yitsong had one more task to attend to. Xiao Nai. After obtaining consent from the others, Yitsong summoned Xiao Nai back to the original battlefield. Release your Fire Dragon Legion. Roar. Upon receiving Yitsong's command, Xiao Nai let out a fierce roar, and 5 basketball-sized little fire dragons materialized in the air. Attack. Yitsong pointed at a demon's corpse. Howl. The commanded little fire dragons immediately pounced, igniting the demon's body, which soon turned to ash. At this moment, the 5 little fire dragons had grown considerably larger. Return and try again. Yitsong's eyes brightened as he continued issuing orders. The 5 little fire dragons flew back to Xiao Nai's side, burrowing beneath her scales, and all the life energy was fed back into her body. Natural growth period, 1970 days. Indeed, it has decreased. It was previously 1972 days. Yitsong was ecstatic. Although Xiao Nai had consumed dragon meat, the feedback time from dragon meat is definitely not that swift. This implies that if the little fire dragons can burn off life energy and return to Xiao Nai, they can provide feedback once more. Thus, there exists a method to shorten Xiao Nai's growth period. With this realization, Yitsong eagerly surveyed the battlefield littered with demon corpses. Where else could there be more demons than on a battlefield? Chapter 83, Skill Upgrade. Natural growth period, 1,670 days. It seems this is the limit. There is no way to absorb more in a short time. Yitsong felt relatively satisfied. At least he had reduced the time by nearly a year. Come back. After recalling Xiao Nai back into the beast space, Yitsong made his way back toward the city. He was curious how they would react upon seeing a significant reduction in the number of demons here. After all, these were blatant resources. A single demon corpse could sell for thousands. How? At this moment, Xiao Nai sensed the expansion of the beast space and felt quite pleased. Finally, there was no worry about growing too large and breaking the confines. Additionally, an invisible life energy was replenishing Xiao Nai within the beast space. Her growth rate was now increased by 15 times. This was also a function of the master-level beast taming talent. The higher the talent level, the faster the beasts grow while residing in the beast space. However, Yi-Song was a silver-level beast tamer. Beasts cannot remain in the beast space indefinitely. Otherwise, they would inevitably suffer. It is essential to allow some relaxation. 10 minutes later, Instructor Ku Zi and Mayor Lu were already waiting at the fortress's entrance. Upon seeing Yi-Song arrive, they exchanged nods and activated the vehicle. They then set off toward the training camp. Take care, Sai. Is yet another powerful figure about to rise in our Dragon Nation? The head of the Fortress Mage Corps reflected as he watched the vehicle disappear into the distance. Sensing an omen, Yi Kangji is poised to become the first titled Beastmaster of Longhua. Indeed, while the Blue Star is home to formidable figures across various domains, a titled Beastmaster has yet to emerge. The reason is straightforward. No beast has attained the Imperial level, save for the legendary totems, which have long faded into the annals of history. Currently, the most elite Beastmasters can only contend with titled powers by contracting multiple disaster-level beasts. Some renowned Beastmasters have even managed to contract 3 disaster-level beasts, and through their cooperation, they can rival certain titled powers. It is easy to imagine the spectacle should Yi-Song's beast truly evolve to the Imperial level. This is precisely why the talent for beast mastery is revered as the strongest late-game aptitude. The emergence of Yi-Song has sparked a glimmer of hope. Soon, the vehicle returned to the Qingshuan camp, where all the students had gathered in the square. To reward their courage in confronting the beast tide, Commander Lu granted everyone a 2-day respite. For these last 2 days, they were no longer required to train at the camp and could engage in leisure activities. However, upon returning to Qingfeng City, they would soon need to participate in the examination for Modu, leaving everyone feeling somewhat anxious. I plan to apply to Chuanda University. What about you? Aren't you taking the Modu exam? Why back down so quickly? What do you mean by backing down? It's called having self-awareness. Do you even understand? Moreover, Chuanda is also a prestigious university. What is there to be ashamed of? While this reasoning held some merit, it did not conceal the cowardice in their words. It's not that I don't want to take the exam. There are simply too many geniuses registering for Modu this year. Aside from our eastern region, other areas have also established training camps. If your ranking doesn't reach the top 100, gaining admission to Modu is utterly impossible. Discussions ensued among the crowd. In their entire training camp of 3,000 to 4,000 individuals, only the top 100 could qualify for Modu, and even that was merely a chance. Not to mention, the entire Longhua has numerous training camps, along with many powerful individuals who did not enter these camps. To gain entry into Modu, one must at least be on par with Yigu to claim certainty. Envying gazes turned toward the direction of Yi-Song's dormitory. Yi-Song had established military merit in this battle. Achieving such an accolade at a young age alone could warrant exceptional admission to Modu. Additionally, as the only Dragon Beast Master, he would likely be sought after by several universities. Meanwhile, in Yi-Song's room, he examined his resources. Magic crystals, 26,700. Points, 130,400. He contemplated how to allocate his expenditures. Magic crystals would certainly be used to upgrade skills, but he needed to decide whose skills to enhance. Lost in thought, Yi-Song realized he possessed enough magic crystals to elevate many minor skills to their peak. His gaze shifted to Xiao Bai's psychic abilities. Would upgrading this ability ultimately transform it into spatial capabilities? He had previously witnessed Mayor Lu wielding platinum-level spatial skills, which were immensely powerful, akin to divine prowess, exactly what Yi-Song desired. Regardless, he decided to upgrade first, given the abundance of magic crystals. At that moment, Xiao Bai lay in the bathtub, having absorbed most of the essence, with only a few days remaining in its growth period before another evolution. With that thought, Yi-Song opened Xiao Bai's panel. Small poison spider. Gender, female. Level, early battle general. Natural growth period, 3 days. Potential, imperial level. Skills, silk manipulation 20-030. Venom gland 20-030. Psychic poison trap 20-030. Endurance 1-0-100. Identification 1-0-100. Poison synthesis 6-0-100. The system upgraded all initial skills to their highest level. All initial skills have been successfully upgraded to the maximum level. Total magic crystals consumed, 2,700. Silk manipulation, 20 upgraded to 50. Strength increased by 300. Venom gland, 20 upgraded to 50. Power increased by 300. Psychic poison trap, 20 upgraded to dream illusion 50. Psychic strength increased by 300. Having spent only 2,700, Yi-Song felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. The skill, now upgraded to dream illusion, could temporarily induce hallucinations in enemies. The enhanced description indicated an increase in psychic strength, which would not only help Yi-Song resist psychic attacks, but also instill a glimmer of hope regarding his awakening spatial abilities. He intended to upgrade all initial skills to their maximum level for the optimal benefit. With that, Yi Tsang proceeded to elevate all of Xiao Nai's initial skills to their highest tier as well. All initial skills have been successfully upgraded to the maximum level. Total magic crystals consumed, 2,700. Thunder Call, 20 upgraded to Thunder Armor 50. You cannot kill the storm. High Elemental Affinity, 20 upgraded to Child of Elements 50. Elemental Perception and Recovery ability increased by 300. Eye of Analysis, 20 upgraded to Eye of Restoration 50. Detecting Flaws, no longer missing characters. Chapter 84, Evolution. The Grim Reaper's Scythe. Magic Crystals, 21,300. Sigh, why is there so much wealth? Yi Tsang lamented, feeling the rare burden of having too much money. Previously, he could never spend it all, and now he found himself with an abundance. Regardless, he resolved to continue upgrading. Fill everything to the brim. Yi Tsang then examined Xiao Nai's skills, prioritizing output capabilities. Skills, Cataclysm 50, Thunder Armor 50, Child of Elements 50, Eye of Restoration 50, Guardian of the Earth 1, 0, 100. Black Dragon Legion 5, 0, 100. He decided to upgrade the Black Dragon Legion first, his eyes brightening. The potency of this skill must be substantial. Once upgraded, the Battle General level skill would reach the power of a lord, perfectly sufficient for Yi Tsang to engage in challenges beyond his rank. The total cost amounted to 30,000 magic crystals. Yi Tsang gasped, instantly feeling the pressure. This was so exorbitant. It seemed he would have to challenge the beast tide a few more times. Yi Tsang fervently wished for the demons to act recklessly so that he could gain experience. Otherwise, this amount of magic crystals would be far from adequate. However, such reckless thoughts appeared as folly to others. The beast tide? What constitutes a disaster? Everyone else seemed eager to avoid it, while Yi Tsang marched toward disaster. Regardless, he urged for the upgrades to proceed. Black Dragon Legion 5 upgraded to Black Dragon Legion 42. Added 45 Flame Wormlings. 2 Twilight Wormlings. Total magic crystals consumed, 19,600. Remaining magic crystals, 1,700. In an instant, Xiao Nai felt an explosion of energy within her. As she flapped her wings, the flames beneath her scales blazed more fiercely. Once the skill activated, the resulting scene would be cataclysmic. This skill approached the Lord level and should not be released in such a setting. Otherwise, she might be held accountable for damages, and that would be troublesome. With 130,000 points, he could purchase a few items. This sum appeared significantly larger than the 20,000 magic crystals, but in reality, it could yield fewer enhancements. After all, it was system currency, inherently more valuable than what was provided at the training camp. After a few minutes, Yi Tsang purchased 6 pieces of dragon meat and used the remaining points to acquire some spiritual fruits. After all, as a beastmaster, it is essential for him to level up. Soon, Yi Tsang sat cross-legged on the ground, consuming a spirit fruit. An overwhelming surge of energy rushed into his body, and then 3 energy orbs appeared above his thunder and fire energy springs. At this moment, his energy springs had become vast like an ocean, with a total of 6 energy orbs swirling within. Next, he merely needed to await the saturation of energy within the springs, at which point he could fuse the 6 orbs to form a star chart, thus stepping into the golden realm. Of course, this was just the simplest form of a star chart. Typically, an awakened individual entering the golden realm would have only 3 stars constituting the most basic star chart. Yet, Yi Tsang possessed 6 stars. A star chart constructed upon the foundation of 6 stars would undoubtedly be more formidable and far more challenging to control than one with 3 stars. He must possess sufficient confidence and experience for Yi Tsang to launch his assault. In the late silver phase, Yi Tsang's eyes sparkled as he rose to stretch his arms. He felt an inexhaustible power surging forth, and now, his physical prowess could surpass that of many adept martial artists in novels. However, as a beastmaster, his strength naturally could not compare to those martial artists. Is Xiao Bai awake? Yi Tsang hurried over to tap the still dormant Xiao Bai in the barrel. At that moment, Xiao Bai slowly opened its eyes, climbing out of the barrel, its body evidently covered in a thin film. Yi Tsang stepped forward to peel off the molted skin, causing Xiao Bai to appear even more resplendent, as if it had just emerged anew. Shifting his gaze to inspect its form, Yi Tsang was taken aback, followed by elation. It was about to evolve again. Now, Xiao Bai's evolution timer had returned to 0. Soon, under Yi Tsang's guidance, Xiao Bai cocooned itself and returned to the Beastmaster space. The energy within the evolved Beastmaster space was more abundant, significantly shortening the time required to break free from the cocoon. What would the next evolutionary form be? It seemed to be the Scythe of Death. Yi Tsang pondered. Once evolved into the Scythe of Death, Xiao Bai's claws would transform into scythes. The attack power of these scythes would be extraordinarily terrifying. Once struck, the victim would be obliterated and corroded. It was a true trump card, a lethal strike. In his heart, Yi Song began to anticipate this transformation. After a period of indulgence, he felt a profound emptiness within his body. Yi Song stepped outside to take a stroll around the training camp. Along the way, Lan Dian and Yang Jin, among others, regarded him with solemn expressions. Why did it feel as though Yi Song's aura had grown more terrifying? Damn, I really want to know what school this guy is applying to. I absolutely cannot end up at the same university as him. Otherwise, I would be doomed. The crowd was contemplating, convinced that with Yi Song's strength, gaining admission to Shengde was undoubtedly within reach. However, the Magic Capital Academy seemed to be of similar caliber to Shengde. Which one should he choose? Naturally, Yi Song was oblivious to their thoughts, unaware that their petty concerns would leave him in fits of laughter. Yi Song, just as he was walking, a cool voice called out from behind. The speaker was Lin Qingying, her expression seemingly complex. Remembering Lei Tian's warning, she hesitated for a long time before finally grasping the edge of her clothing and speaking. I apologize, I underestimated you, but I will definitely strive to catch up with your pace. With that thought, Lin Qingying lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed ahead. However, Yi Song had long since disappeared from sight. Lin Qingying was momentarily stunned, feeling a pang of grievance. This guy? How could he be so inconsiderate? Couldn't he wait for me a moment? Meanwhile, Yi Song had already left while she hesitated, gently shaking his head from a distance. Alas, sometimes being an idol to countless girls can be quite burdensome. 2 days swiftly passed. This day marked the conclusion of the Eastern training camp. Countless students stood outside the camp, pledging their oaths. I will continuously grow stronger, protecting humanity, until forever. The long and monotonous oath finally came to an end. Before their departure, the instructor specifically patted Yi Song on the shoulder. You must be cautious when you return. Several academies have called me over the past few days, expressing their desire to recruit you, including that Magic Academy. When you return to Qingfeng City, the situation will surely be similar. You must keep your eyes peeled and not enroll in the wrong school. Understood. Yi Song nodded. This instructor Lu had shown him kindness, not only allowing him to witness the brutality of war, but also enabling him to gain immense benefits during this beast tide. Without this beast tide, it would have taken years to accumulate 2,000 magic crystals. If given the opportunity, Yi Song would also like to join the military. Perhaps they would meet again in the future. With these thoughts, Yi Song boarded the vehicle for his return journey. Chapter 85. The Invitation from the Magic Academy. Qingfeng City. Airport. The airport was bustling with activity at that moment. Waves of media and onlookers held their phones and cameras aimed at the exit, live streaming and taking photographs. This was the day when students from the training camp returned, as well as the day to reveal the final rankings of the camp. If students from their city achieved first place, they would receive substantial national rewards, bringing fortune to all of Qingfeng City. Not only would the tourism industry benefit, but various projects would also receive investments. Although it was merely a small training camp, its influence could spread nationwide. However, in previous years, Qingfeng City's training camp had been fortunate to have one student in the top 10, and they did not dare to expect more. But this year was different. Qingfeng City had an abundance of talents, so claiming first place was not out of the question, especially with Yi Song, the Dragon Master, in the mix. This was also the reason for everyone's heightened anticipation. Look, even the head of the Zhou family, the head of the Lin family, and even the president of the Magic Association, Lei Tian, along with several other prominent figures who were only seen on television, are here. Of course, their descendants have all attended the training camp, and besides, the rankings of this competition concern the entire Qingfeng City. Even the mayor has arrived. Indeed, even first and second-tier celebrities can only play a supporting role in such an event. Naturally, how could a celebrity compare to an endlessly promising awakened genius? It sounds ridiculous to even place them in the same category. Speaking of which, some had previously claimed that Yi Song could only excel in Qingfeng City, but would falter in the training camp. Now, I eagerly await Yi Song's return to slap them in the face. Exactly. To secure first place in Qingfeng City and not expect to be in the top 10 at the training camp would be unreasonable, wouldn't it? At the front of the crowd, Lei Tian stood, surrounded by an open space. People maintained a distance of hundreds of meters from him, eager to avoid any potential trouble. After all, he was the foundation of Qingfeng City, the only Diamond Realm mage stationed there. In terms of both strength and authority, he stood at the pinnacle. I wonder what rank Yi Song achieved this time. Lei Tian took a deep breath. He held a fair amount of confidence in Yi Song's potential. However, the awakening of talents in other cities occurred earlier. Additionally, the strength of beast-taming required time to settle, unlike other talents that could be rapidly enhanced. Nevertheless, achieving a spot in the top 10 should be reasonable, right? Lei Tian set a goal he believed to be quite lofty. President Lei certainly has great faith in Yi Song, the head of the Lin family remarked with a smile, equally confident in his daughter. Although his innate talent may not be extraordinary, his unwavering character is unparalleled. How does his daughter compare to this exceptional dragon master? A competitive spirit arose within the heart of the Lin family patriarch. Meanwhile, representatives from various prestigious academies eagerly awaited at the airport, clutching forms and gazing excitedly at the exit, ready to pounce upon the students like hungry wolves. However, they had not forgotten their primary target, Yi Song. To contract a dragon is a feat they had yet to witness. Such talent speaks for itself. Even without an examination, a university would willingly open its doors to him, eager to recruit him. The significance of dragons cannot be overstated. Finally, after a considerable wait, the students from Qingfeng City emerged from the terminal. The first to step forward was Deng Xian. Deng Xian, how did Qingfeng City perform in this youth training program? Someone quickly thrust a microphone in his direction. Deng Xian merely smiled. The results are quite good, he replied before departing. At that moment, the crowd's anxiety eased. If Deng Xian said so, their performance in the competition must indeed be commendable. Deng Xian, what rankings did the three of you achieve? We should all be in the top 10. Deng Xian calmly responded. After all, in their first ranking, all three had indeed placed in the top 10. Furthermore, they had participated in the Beast Tide competition, so the gap in performance would likely not be too vast. Moreover, with the remarkable Yi Song among them, Deng Xian felt his confidence wavering. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, and smiles adorned the faces of Qingfeng City's higher-ups. Look, this is the performance expected from a major city in the top 10. Sending 3 students, and still securing a spot in the top 3. Who can compare? Indeed, but if we're speaking of the top 10, that likely means there are no top 3 rankings left. A top 10 ranking is impressive enough. This is a genius ranking for all cities in the East. True. Even for a dragon master, claiming the top spot before fully maturing is no simple task. Isn't that stating the obvious? Beast masters are acknowledged as the most challenging profession to nurture. If one is formidable in the early stages, they can remain invincible later on. Who wouldn't desire to awaken their beast mastery talent? Wishing for it is futile. Most talent is still a matter of chance. Just as the crowd engaged in discussion, Yi Song and Lin Qingying descended from the plane, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Wow, they're here. Especially Yi Song. The moment he stepped off the aircraft, numerous academies at the nearby railing extended invitations to him. Yi Song, join our academy. While we may not be a top-tier institution, we can offer you the best conditions. I am a professor from Chuan University. If you join us, we are willing to provide you with your basic needs for free. Even the food for your beasts will be covered. I am a professor from Modu. I will double the conditions offered by the Chuan University professor. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Onlookers, students, and spectators alike were filled with envy. If only my son would learn from them. Look at how the academies are vying for him. Exactly, they don't even put in the effort, and now they want to cling to others for support. My goodness, to cover all the food for beasts, how much would that cost? Isn't Chuan University a top university? Why are so many students fighting to get in? Only to now offer backdoor deals. Of course, did you not see how the Modu Academy came in? What did you expect? In addition to the parents, some students felt their eyes turn red with envy. After years of arduous study, all for the chance to attend their dream academy. Yet now it felt as though their unattainable goddess was begging for acceptance. It left them with mixed feelings. Meanwhile, Deng Xian and Lin Qingying found themselves momentarily overlooked, both at a loss for words. Damn it, we may not be the best, but we are at least minor talents. Is it really appropriate to ignore us like this? Chapter 86, 100,000 points for first place. Upon hearing the Chuan University professor's offer to cover all beast food expenses, Yi Song's interest was piqued. After all, even if he went to Modu University, they wouldn't provide food. His 2 beasts incurred considerable costs. However, upon hearing that Modu was willing to offer double the conditions, Yi Song became invigorated. In just a few steps, he approached the professor. Seeing the opportunity, the professor's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pulled out his credentials, which read, Modu Academy Lifetime Professor, when you. To ensure clarity, Yi Song confirmed multiple times. It was neither Modu University nor Modu Academy, before finally accepting the professor's card. Remember to contact me in a couple of days when the semester starts. Professor Wen Yu, sporting an explosive hairstyle, waved at Yi Song, his face beaming with joy. Onlookers shook their heads and sighed, but there was little they could do. The benefits offered by Modu Academy were simply too enticing. With this realization, the crowd turned their attention back to the remaining 2. Since their primary target had slipped away, acquiring another talent would suffice. However, Deng Xian and Lin Qingying walked away with dark expressions, feeling utterly disregarded. How frustrating it was. Given their abilities, which university couldn't they gain admission to? Was it necessary for them to be so picky? Yet, in comparison to Yi Song, it was evident they fell short. Soon, Lei Tian approached Yi Song. By the way, Yi Song, what ranking did you achieve in the youth training program? Do you have a rough idea? Upon hearing this, Yi Song suddenly recalled something. President Lei, you must still have a silver-level lightning skill book, right? Yi Song looked at Lei Tian. While he could study on his own at the library, the skills available for free were hardly impressive. Purchasing one would be prohibitively expensive. A silver-level skill book could easily cost over $1 million. And he currently had just over 10 million, which was meant for living expenses. Seeing Yi Song's expression, Lei Tian understood what he was thinking. However, even if Yi Song hadn't spoken up, he intended to share it. With his hands behind his back, Lei Tian replied, I actually do have a silver-level lightning skill, and it is quite powerful among silver-level skills. You should be ranked first, barring any surprises. Yi Song responded immediately. Upon hearing this, despite his prior suspicions, Lei Tian's heart raced. His expression could no longer maintain its calm demeanor. He had thought Yi Song would merely place in the top 30. Although he had mentioned Yi Song might make it into the top 10, there was certainly an element of exaggeration. He preferred to set high expectations for the younger generation. However, first place was indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, Yi Song had no reason to deceive him, as the list would be published online within hours of the training camp's conclusion. Just wait, I left that skill book at my old home. I'll go get it for you, Lei Tian stated. While he frequently used the silver-level skill to defeat minor foes, teaching it without the skill book would be challenging. Upon hearing this, Yi Song eagerly nodded. A few hours later, the results of the youth training camp were released online, instantly creating a sensation. Eastern Youth Training Camp. First place, Yi Song, 230,000 points. Southern Youth Training Camp. First place, Diao, 63,000 points. Northern Youth Training Camp. First place, Kujun, 73,000 points. Western Youth Training Camp. First place, Dinglishing, 52,000 points. Upon viewing this list, one can easily comprehend the uproar it has caused. Yi Song, though tied for first place with other trainees from various academies, astonishingly amassed an incredible score exceeding 3 to 4 times that of his peers, reaching a staggering 230,000. The entire online community erupted in fervent discussions about him. This individual named Yi Song, if memory serves correctly, is a dragon master who previously gained considerable attention in the news. My goodness, such a score seems utterly absurd. Even if he were to outscore all others in the training camp, such a high total would still be unfathomable, wouldn't it? Indeed, moreover, the second-place contender from the Eastern Training Camp, known as Yang Jin, has a score exceeding 120,000, significantly higher than most, yet still relegated to second place. Goodness, isn't he from the illustrious Yang family of the Magic City? In any other training camp, he would undoubtedly secure first place. Yet he coincidentally finds himself competing against that prodigious talent. What terrible misfortune! Truly, absurd fruits grow from absurd trees. The netizens were somewhat perplexed. How on earth did Yi Song accumulate such a vast number of points? Clearly, they were unaware that the students from the Eastern Training Camp had previously faced a beast tide, thus their scores were comparatively inflated. Lei Tian, upon receiving this news, felt an even greater shock. Those who previously claimed Yi Song could never secure the top spot in the training camp had fallen silent. Does this score not speak for itself? Not to mention the rankings of previous years. Even the top scorer from those years would pale in comparison. If this is not true strength, then what constitutes true strength? It seems this young man, now in the Magic City, will not remain idle. Lei Tian reached a decisive conclusion. With such a scoring system, to claim no one wishes to challenge him would be a falsehood. Surely, upon arriving in the Magic City, challengers from other training camps would pursue him relentlessly to prove their own worth. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, at the Yang residence, Yang Jin lamented to his father. I swear, it's not that I lack ability. It's simply that Yi Song is too extraordinary. He felt utterly foolish, originally intending to demonstrate his own prowess. He ended up being ridiculed by his friends, who now mockingly dubbed him Yang II. At that moment, Yang Jin found himself before his father, on the verge of tears. Enough of your excuses. I shall send you to a specialized institution far superior to the academies in the Magic City. Upon hearing his father's words, Yang Jin sighed heavily. He had certainly heard of this institution. However, referring to it as such was somewhat misleading. After all, they had already entered university, and what remained was merely practical experience. There was no learning involved. Nevertheless, this was for the best. Had he continued at the Magic City Academy and encountered Yi Song again, he feared his resolve would shatter. Finally, 3 swift days passed, leading to the day of enrollment at various universities. At this juncture, Lei Tian's silver-level lightning skill book was delivered to Yi Song. The title, Locking God Chain, sounded exceptionally impressive. Yi Song's eyes sparkled as he tucked the skill book into his bag. At this moment, Xiaobai remained in deep slumber, soon to complete its evolution. Yitsong stepped out, only to discover that the eccentric old man was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Yitsong emerge, Wenyu hurriedly waved him over. In the car, Yitsong found himself seated in Wenyu's top-tier Lulang Hongguang, racing down the expressway. Despite the fact that Wenyu was an elder, Yitsong couldn't help but marvel at the speed. They had already reached 120 kilometers h. Professor Wen, are you not concerned about receiving a speeding ticket? Yitsong questioned, somewhat doubtful about whether it was legal for an elderly man to drive so fast. Professor Wen glanced at him and, with a spirited demeanor, replied, do not let my youthful appearance deceive you. I am over 30. You can rest assured about my driving skills and experience. We will certainly arrive at the school today. With a press of the accelerator, the car surged forward with a roar, resonating with an exhilarating sense of speed, as if it might disassemble at any moment. Yitsong felt somewhat bemused. Setting aside the absurdity of being driven by a 30-something professor at such high speeds, the direction they were heading also seemed questionable. The road sign clearly indicated that they were approaching Litong. Surely, there couldn't be any issues, could there? After verifying Professor Wen's credentials online, Yitsong dismissed his doubts. Soon, the vehicle entered a service area. The weather was sweltering, and a few tourists were enjoying ice cream. As this vehicle sped into the service area, with an elderly driver at the helm and a somewhat handsome young man beside him, onlookers paused in curiosity. However, their astonishment was only just beginning. As soon as the vehicle halted, a deafening sound erupted from above. The wind swept down, instantly clearing debris from the ground and causing the tourists' ice creams to tumble. Yet, they were far too stunned to concern themselves with the fallen treats, their expressions indicating sheer disbelief as they gazed skyward. A helicopter. A helicopter had appeared at the service area. With its sleek lines and dark exterior, it was none other than the P-10, one of the world's top 10 armed helicopters. Incredible, a military enthusiast exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could never have anticipated witnessing such a military aircraft during a leisurely trip. This experience was worth a lifetime. Yet, his voice was drowned out by the roar of the helicopter's blades. Only after the elderly man and the young one boarded the helicopter did the onlookers regain their composure. What is happening? Could that old man be the Black-Robe Shiro? And the young lad, the Urban Dragon King? Are they preparing to return to the city with 100,000 brothers? The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Not only were they baffled, but Yitsong also found himself speechless. How about this for a spectacle? Were it not for the principal's suggestion, I would never have had the chance to board this. Professor Wen gazed at Yitsong with envy. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Back in my day, I had to beg the principal just for a chance to ride. Today, he was fortunate to accompany Yitsong. Even the pilot operating the helicopter grew intrigued. Is this the Dragon Master? He looks quite young. Indeed, not only is he young, but he has also achieved military honors on the battlefield. Professor Wen began to boast, adopting a somewhat sycophantic demeanor. Upon hearing this, the pilot's expression reflected an increased respect for Yitsong. As a soldier, achieving military honors is a significant goal, and for Yitsong to reach such heights at a young age was commendable, qualifying him for their academy. Meanwhile, Yitsong, feeling somewhat bored on the helicopter, picked up the skill book that Lei Tian had entrusted to him. With his eye of analysis ability, he quickly committed the skill to memory. However, at that moment, his skill had already upgraded. The eye of analysis had transformed into the eye of restoration. Instantly, a line of text materialized before him. Locking God Chain contains 39 flaws and 12 points for optimization. It can indeed be repaired. Yitsong felt a surge of joy. The skill book provided by Lei Tian was undoubtedly among the finest in the lightning category. And to still possess flaws and points for optimization at this level showcased the formidable nature of the Eye of Restoration. Yitsong focused his gaze, and the flaws and optimization points began to shift on the page. After reviewing the skill book once more, he felt an overwhelming sense of clarity. Previously, the skill merely transformed lightning into chains to ensnare enemies from a distance. Now, one can attach a weapon to the end of a chain, such as affixing the Lei Ting Long Zhua to the chain's terminus, thereby creating the Lei Long Go Zhua. This enhances its power several-fold. Moreover, the speed of releasing the formation has become notably smoother. Impressive. Upgrading to the rank of Zhanjiang already exhibits such formidable strength. I wonder what extraordinary skill would emerge if I were to invest 100,000 Mo Jing to elevate it to the rank of Lingzhu. Yitsong's heart raced at the thought. Some spells at the diamond level, once unleashed, could indeed bring about world-ending devastation. What could the eye abilities at the same level evolve into? If one continuously upgrades their skills, wouldn't any casual spell cast in the future be capable of apocalyptic destruction? Never mind, I won't think about it. 100,000 Mo Jing is not something I can acquire in a short time. Yitsong calmed himself. The key now is to ascertain what he can acquire from the Mo Du Shui Fu to enhance his strength. Beyond that, the expansion of his horizons within the academy is of utmost importance. With this in mind, Yitsong settled back, reclining and closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Professor Wen glanced at him and chose not to elaborate further. After all, training in the Qing Sun Ing must be quite demanding, and a moment's rest is beneficial. Finally, after several hours, the helicopter arrived at Mo Du. This bustling city, with its towering skyscrapers, resembled a forest of steel. Even the instructors at the nearby martial arts schools were formidable figures of the Golden Realm. Even the aunties serving meals at the Mo Du Shui Fu were awakened beings of the Silver Realm. However, upon reaching Mo Du, the helicopter did not descend. Instead, it flew toward the back mountain. At that moment, on the summit of the back mountain of Mo Du Shui Fu, Yang Jin shouldered his pack and arrived at the grand entrance of the illustrious campus. Refreshing, Yang Jin inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling. His gaze burned with intensity. The Two-Tongue Shui Yuan, just a mountain apart from Mo Du Shui Fu. Yet, it is the most prestigious academy in the Dragon Kingdom, shrouded in obscurity. To gain entry into this institution, one must possess extraordinary strength and talent, as well as a lineage and connections that are taken into account. According to Yang Jin's knowledge, the top talents from the Qing Sun Ing are all enrolled in this Two-Tongue Shui Yuan. This indeed presents a challenge. Observing the bustling students within the campus, Yang Jin smirked. As long as he was not in the same school as that fellow Yitsong, it was all good. Just as Yang Jin pondered this, the sun in the distance seemed to be momentarily obscured, and a tremendous noise surged from afar. Chapter 88. Is your blood boiling? When Yang Jin turned his head, an exaggeratedly armed helicopter soared overhead, directly landing within the academy grounds. Who was making such a grand entrance? Yang Jin was taken aback. The students of Two-Tongue Shui Yuan, which family among them is not a renowned giant on the international stage. Even exceptionally talented students from foreign schools come here seeking fame. To flaunt so boldly in front of this crowd, do they not fear retribution? No matter. I should first locate my class. Yang Jin shook his head and stepped into the campus. The grand entrance of Two-Tongue Shui Yuan mirrored its name. Sturdy trees stood majestically on either side, their branches grotesquely muscular, arching above to form a doorway. Clearly, a significant investment. At this moment, the armed helicopter landed on the campus's exclusive helipad. Isn't this Mo Du Shui Fu? What is the meaning of Two-Tongue Shui Yuan? As soon as he disembarked, Yitsong inquired. He had naturally noticed the large characters hanging by the academy's entrance. Curse it, had I known, I would have had that plaque removed. Wen Yu's face fell in regret. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh, realizing he had inadvertently spoken out of turn. He quickly turned to Yitsong, hastily explaining, rest assured, the treatment you receive will be nothing short of exceptional. Moreover, most of the students at our Two-Tongue Shui Yuan are beast-tamers. In terms of faculty and resources, we are in no way inferior to any other school. In fact, we might even surpass them. Yitsong did not doubt this. The students within the academy indeed possessed formidable strength, far surpassing those he encountered at Mo Du Shui Fu. Then how did you obtain your professor's credentials from Mo Du? I taught computer science at Mo Du Shui Fu. Have I not been promoted? Besides, I never claimed to be from Mo Du Shui Fu. So I did not deceive you, right? At that moment, when you appeared harmless and amiable, if it were not illegal to summon beasts casually in the city, Yitsong would have summoned Xiao Nai to experience the thrill of soaring at 10,000 meters over Mo Du, sensing a hint of danger. When you spoke again, our school and Mo Du Shui Fu are part of the same district. Although Mo Du Shui Fu students cannot ascend the mountain, you are free to visit Mo Du Shui Fu anytime. Although you are merely joining one school, you can experience the scenery of two. Some first-tier academies are indeed interconnected. However, the school before him was exceedingly concealed. Perhaps it was due to the majority of the students being beast-tamers, which rendered it less known. In any case, let us first meet the principal, and then I will take you to the beast-tamer class. All right. Yitsong nodded. He was also eager to see what sort of person the principal was, one capable of summoning an armed helicopter. The campus was vast, and after following Wen Yu for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the principal's office building. Knock, knock, knock. Wen Yu rapped on the door. Come in. A male voice called from within. Upon opening the door, the two entered the office. A bespectacled principal, exuding the demeanor of a discipline committee chair, sat behind the desk. Beside him, a silver-haired cat girl served tea. However, in comparison to her human form, she resembled a cat more closely. This was quite common. Many beast tamers have contracts with semi-human forms of beasts. However, it is rare for beast tamers to form such contracts early on, primarily due to the rarity and high talent required for such beasts. If your beast space level is insufficient, forming a contract could easily lead to backlash, or even an inability to contain the beast. The moment the principal saw Yi Song, his eyes lit up, and he hurried forward. You must be student Yi. I am Li Sheng, the principal of Tu Tung Shui Yuan. Upon hearing this name, a flash of recognition crossed Yi Song's mind, recalling a past news article. A disaster-level beast tamer. The strongest beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom, Li Sheng. He once single-handedly thwarted a level 3 beast tide heading toward a city. A man undeniably strong. Standing at the pinnacle of awakened beings in this world. And now, this diamond-level beast tamer, who had been elusive for years, stood before him. You are Li Sheng? Yi Song blurted out instinctively. Li Sheng did not mind being addressed by his first name. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively. That was all in the past. I cannot compare to your youth now. This statement effectively acknowledged that he was indeed the disaster-level beast tamer. It was rumored that a disaster-level beast could obliterate an entire human city. This implies that if the person before him so wished, releasing his beast could bring about the destruction of the entire MOD. However, since Lei Tian recommended you to me, I believe you should join our Tu Tung Shui Yuan. Our academy has cultivated the most elite beast tamers in the world, and our goal is to seek the legendary beasts with imperial-level talent, the Tu Ting creatures. Tu Ting creatures are ancient beings that once guarded humanity and were revered by them. They are the only beings willing to contract with humans at the imperial level. As long as one can form a pact with such a creature, one can become the most formidable beast master in the world, thus bringing an end to the reign of demons. What do you think? Are you not filled with fervor upon hearing this? Li Sheng gazed at Yi Song, who, at that moment, remained unfazed. His interest in totemic creatures was not particularly strong, as he already possessed 2 emperor-level beasts. Why should he endure the struggle to seek more? Let us proceed to the Beast Master class, where you can test your beast's aptitude alongside your classmates. With so much dragon blood in your beast, it should at least be of disaster level, correct? Li Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. If Longhua could produce another disaster-level beast master, it would be yet another pillar of strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Song hesitated. Should he disclose that his beasts were of emperor-level talent, and both of them at that? After a moment's thought, he decided against it, suspecting that Li Sheng would not believe him. After all, the man had dedicated his life to finding totemic creatures and had yet to succeed, only to find another emperor-level beast instead. It would be hard not to question his own existence. Without further hesitation, the principal turned and exited the room, with Yi Song promptly following. Soon, Yi Song found himself in the tiered classroom of the Beastmaster class, where a considerable number of students had already gathered. From the aura they emanated, Yi Song could sense that over half of them were awakened beings of the Golden Realm. It was worth noting that even in their training camp, individuals of the Golden Realm were exceedingly rare, considering it encompassed the entire eastern region. Yet here, in this modest class, more than half were at that level. However, Yi Song soon spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 89, Lighthouse Nation, Archangel, Yuan Tong. At that moment, the latter also noticed Yi Song and waved eagerly. The others in the class looked on with curiosity as Yi Song and the principal entered together. Without hesitation, Yi Song approached Yuan Tong. Wow, Brother Yi, I knew you would come. This place is called the Totemic Academy, but in reality, it is the Beast Master Department of the Magic Capital Academy. All rules and competitions within the academy are to be conducted in conjunction with the Magic Capital Academy below. Yuan Tong quickly shared the information he had gathered with Yi Song. Though part of the same institution, the Beastmaster Department was solely under the jurisdiction of Principal Li Sheng. Yi Song nodded in acknowledgement. The individuals here are far superior to those down below. Did you see that blonde girl at the front? She is a Beastmaster from the Lighthouse Nation. I have heard that the beast she contracted is half human, half divine. I wonder if it's true. Yuan Tong was visibly excited to see Yi Song. He had considered himself one of the top 3 talents in the Eastern training camp. Yet here, he felt somewhat diminished. Upon hearing Yuan Tong's words, Yi Song turned his gaze towards the Lighthouse Nation's Beastmaster, who left an impression akin to that of a graceful swan. Nearby, students maintained a respectful distance, seemingly hesitant to approach her. Such scenes unfolded frequently within the class. All right, students. When you clapped his hands while Principal Li stood beside him, observing, I will first outline the Academy's rules. In 1 month, there will be a ranking friendship match for new students, conducted alongside students from the Magic Capital Academy. Those who fail will have to withdraw of their own accord. Once you enter the Academy, you will no longer be students, but hunters. Who will you hunt? Demons, beast tides, half-beasts. You will hunt all entities that disrupt social order. Following this, you may visit the Academy's bounty hall to accept bounty tasks, with successful completion yielding rewards. Of course, every student must meet a monthly task completion quota. Failure to do so will result in expulsion. After Wenyu's announcement, some students began to whisper among themselves. Yuan Tong leaned closer to Yi Song. Having previously visited the bounty hall and possessing some understanding of the tasks, The rewards were substantial, yet the challenges were equally formidable. Can we skip the pleasantries? Yitsong remarked, somewhat exasperated. The verbosity was truly enlightening. I assure you, if these tasks were to spread beyond these walls, countless individuals would vie for the opportunity to enter. Remaining within the academy to accept tasks and earn rewards is undoubtedly the quickest means of advancement. These foreign students and the offspring of domestic magnates were certainly aware that entering here was to gain access to the bounty hall's rewards. Only then did Yitsong begin to feel a flicker of interest. With the resources and connections of these entrepreneurs, what could they not acquire? Yet despite this, they still scrambled to place their children in the Totemic Academy, a branch of the Magic Capital Academy, or rather, the Beastmaster Department. The Academy even provided accommodations for students from other departments within the Beastmaster section, underscoring the allure of these rewards. Now let us proceed to test your beast's aptitude level, when you announced, bringing an apparatus to the stage. By pricking the beast's skin to draw blood and allowing it to flow into the device, its life energy would reveal its aptitude level. One by one, Beastmasters stepped forward, their beast's aptitude levels predominantly around the Lord level, which was already quite impressive. Among them were even several with King-level aptitude. Compared to those from the Eastern training camp, they were indeed far superior. Then it was the turn of the blonde girl from the Lighthouse Nation. As she approached the stage, Yitsong finally beheld her visage, a flawless face, more exquisite than a marble sculpture, her figure perfectly contoured. Her youthful form, clad in elegant attire, was accentuated by delicate high-heeled shoes, enhancing her stature. Everyone held their breath in awe. What a stunning beauty. She appeared to hail from a noble lineage, further piquing everyone's interest. Hello everyone, my name is Sufiana. My father is a philanthropist, and you may call me Suafei or Anna. This is my beast. Sufiana introduced herself in fluent Chinese before summoning her beast. With a burst of golden radiance, a divine light cascaded over the audience. First emerged a pair of wings, pure as a morning mist, followed by an even more perfect feminine form and face. She appeared almost godlike. Yet the upper half of her face was adorned with a golden mask, which could not diminish her divine brilliance. Even though Yitsong had anticipated this, the sight still left the crowd in shock. It was indeed a half-human, half-divine entity. At this moment, Yuan Tong clutched Yitsong's arm tightly, oblivious to his own excitement. An angel, brother Yi. Yitsong supported his forehead with one hand, feeling somewhat speechless. While he was taken aback, it did not astonish him to the same degree as the others. After all, no matter how high the angel's level, it could not surpass his own beasts. He was merely surprised that even such a transcendent being could be contracted. It likely evolved from a certain life form, with subsequent generations being born in this form. Or perhaps it had always existed in this manner. Yitsong speculated that the former was more plausible. Nevertheless, he could still sense a tremendous life force emanating from that divine radiance. As a drop of golden blood fell, a mechanical voice resonated in the ears of all present. Disaster level. The crowd was struck with astonishment. The disaster level was now the highest achievable rank for contracted beasts worldwide. Yet, Li Sheng, the disaster level beastmaster, did not appear particularly pleased. After all, Sufiana was a beastmaster from the Lighthouse Nation and would ultimately return to her homeland. Should she grow stronger in the future, perhaps it will become a formidable adversary to the Dragon Kingdom. Yitsong, it is your turn. The principal beckoned to Yitsong, placing the last glimmer of hope upon his shoulders. You must certainly be of catastrophic caliber. Otherwise, where would my principal hide his aging face? Yuan Tong also gazed at Yitsong with excitement, eager to discern the level of his talent. After all, he is a legendary dragon. His level cannot possibly be too low, can it? The other students, too, became intrigued as Yitsong entered the classroom alongside the principal and Professor One. Even Sophie's beautiful eyes were fixed upon Yitsong, observing him with keen interest. Yitsong did not shy away. With a mere gesture, a colossal dragon, its scales as dark as night and golden vertical pupils gleaming, materialized within the classroom. Roar! Xiaonai lazily stretched. Fortunately, as a beastmaster class, the space was ample. Upon witnessing Yitsong's beast summon, Sophie seemed to have recognized him, her curiosity igniting to its peak. You are the Dragon Master of the Dragon Kingdom? He is the Dragon Master from Qingfeng City. My goodness, it is indeed a giant dragon. I previously thought it was merely a lizard. At this rate, I begin to doubt whether it is a purebred giant dragon. It resembles the legends so closely. It must be, with such an appearance, it must be of at least catastrophic caliber. The class fixated fervently on Xiaonai, yet they dared not stare too long. Locking eyes with those golden pupils for an extended period instilled a feeling of impending surrender. Chapter 90, Imperial Level Talent, The Peril of Half-Beasts. Xiaonai, do not move. Allow me to draw some blood. Yitsong took a needle and approached Xiaonai. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally drew a trickle of crimson blood. Xiao Nai felt nothing. Such a degree of injury was utterly inconsequential to it. As Yitsong dripped the blood onto the instrument, the students craned their necks to observe. Professor Wen and Principal Li Sheng also watched with great interest. Sophie, with her bright, animated eyes, leaned closer. Finally, after a few minutes, the test results emerged. Imperial level. Those three bold characters appeared on the device. In an instant, the atmosphere within the classroom became stifling. Professor Wen even slapped the machine twice, seemingly wishing to erase those three words. Yet, they remained steadfast, unmoving. A series of question marks floated in the minds of those present. Imperial level? What a jest. The beasts that can be contracted are supposed to be at most catastrophic, right? The students were dumbfounded, and even Professor Wen and Principal Li Sheng were left bewildered. Sophie, standing nearby, covered her mouth with her delicate right hand, unable to believe her eyes. For it was globally acknowledged that the highest level of beast one could contract was catastrophic. Even her own catastrophic beast had cost her family a fortune to acquire. Yet, this individual from the Dragon Kingdom had indeed contracted an imperial-level beast? Did this not imply that he could truly alter the plight of humanity? Become the most formidable beast master? In that moment, Sophie's gaze towards Yitsong transformed entirely. The students and Yuan Tong were equally astonished. Wow, is history about to be made? It truly is an imperial-level beast. This is a genuine dragon. My goodness, I can hardly contain myself. It is simply astonishing. Quick, take a picture. This is utterly phenomenal. Who claimed that giant dragons were merely catastrophic beasts? Catastrophic levels are nothing. We have directly contracted an imperial-level beast. The students erupted in euphoria. They had long heard of Yitsong's illustrious name, the champion of the Eastern Youth Training Camp, outshining students from other prominent training camps. He had even contracted a legendary mythical dragon, and this creature was of imperial-level talent. This. Professor Wen stammered as he pointed at Yitsong's beast, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, fixated on the dragon beside him. Never expecting it to be a creature of imperial-level caliber, akin to a totem. Principal Li Sheng was equally exhilarated. He felt an overwhelming urge to stand atop a mountain and roar. Was this not the totemic creature he had fervently sought? An imperial-level creature that humans could contract, right before his very eyes. Yet, he had been foolishly searching for gold and silver elsewhere, oblivious to the treasure before him. At that moment, Principal Li Sheng was on the verge of tears, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a diamond-level beast master. Yitsong, what about your second beast? Upon hearing Principal Li Sheng's inquiry, Yitsong shook his head. It is still in the process of evolving. So that is the case. Principal Li Sheng attempted to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he addressed the crowd, saying, "This matter must not be leaked. Everyone must delete any videos they have taken." Upon hearing this, although reluctant, the crowd complied. After all, he was a diamond-level beastmaster, and he was their principal. The strongest beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. Yitsong, however, was indifferent. Yet, Principal Li Sheng, having risen from the bottom, was acutely aware of the perils of this world. Beyond the demons, the cities also concealed some half-beasts. They were cunning and relied on devouring their kin to awaken their innate powers, thus enhancing their own strength. Each year, countless prodigies fell victim to their hands, numbering in the hundreds. When Principal Li Sheng ascended from the lower ranks, he had once been overly arrogant and was pursued by these beings. He had merely been fortunate enough to evade capture time and time again, growing to his current stature, yet the half-beasts still eluded him. The reasons behind this were intricate. Although these half-beasts harmed their kin, they harbored an equally profound hatred for the demons. They even lurked among the populace, possessing untold resources and formidable strength. While the association rushed to eliminate them, yet found no means to do so. Once the crowd had deleted the videos, Principal Li Sheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew. By the way, remember to return in a month when it's time for the new students' competition. Principal Li Sheng instructed Yitsong. He was determined to report this matter to the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, to secure benefits for Yitsong. He also aimed to ensure his protection, knowing that in this world, there is no such thing as a wall that does not let the wind through. This matter would undoubtedly leak. Yitsong nodded. As Principal Li Sheng departed, the classroom erupted in excitement. Yuan Tong hurried over, exclaiming, "Yigu, you are incredible. An imperial-level talent. Damn, I truly underestimated you. I thought catastrophic was already outrageous, but you pulled off an imperial level." Meanwhile, Sophie approached Yitsong, her petite legs moving gracefully. "Yitsong, may I invite you to join me in accepting a mission?" Sophie looked at Yitsong, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Those students who had initially planned to invite Sophie now hesitated, gazing at Yitsong with envy and jealousy. He has only just arrived, and has already captured the heart of a beauty? Being an Imperial-level Beast Master is indeed exhilarating. At that moment, Yuan Tong stealthily nudged Yi Tsang. However, to his surprise, Yi Tsang declined. Perhaps it would be better, Sophie. As I prefer to act alone, Yi Tsang replied politely. In truth, he feared others would encroach upon his experience. Sophie's eyes betrayed her disappointment. Very well. Observing Yi Tsang's demeanor, the surrounding crowd shook their heads. Truly unaware of the fortune they possessed, Yi Tsang disregarded them, striding purposefully towards the reward hall. That was the place to earn experience and bring himself closer to becoming an Imperial-level Beast Master. Moreover, these individuals are awakened beings of the Golden Realm. If I fail to attain the Golden Realm within a month and subsequently participate in the new student trials, the outcome is all too predictable. Not only would I fail to receive any rewards, but I would also be subjected to a thorough beating. The headlines at that time would declare that I, as a Dragon Master, do not live up to my title. Furthermore, I must compete in the all-round Beast Master title contest held by the Dragon Kingdom. Victory in this grand competition would grant me access to the coveted dragon meat and resource allocations. That would truly ensure a life free from worries about food and drink. Upon contemplating this, Yi Tsang suddenly remembered that he had yet to apply to the school for the reward associated with being the top scorer in the Eastern Youth Training Camp. Logically, securing the first position in the Eastern Youth Training Camp would allow me to request funding from my school upon entering the university. After completing my current tasks, I shall visit the principal's office. Yi Tsang stroked his chin, devising a plan for himself. Chapter 91. The Powerful Awakened Beings. Meanwhile, after Yi Tsang headed to the Bounty Hall, at the Mingzhu Tower of the Demon City, in the projection conference room, dozens of figures were seated around a long table. Apart from the disaster-level Beast Master Li Sheng, Lei Tian and numerous Diamond-level awakened beings had gathered from around the globe to participate in this meeting. The top 10 Diamond-level awakened beings in the country were all present. Li Sheng, is what you have said truly credible? Inquired an elderly man with a blurred visage. His voice hoarse. It had been several years since a Diamond-level meeting was convened. Could you bear the consequences of summoning us without the emergence of a level 5 beast tide? The voice was aged, and the majority present were elders, while Lei Tian and a few others were regarded as the younger generation. These elder Diamond-level awakened beings held considerable power and naturally harbored reservations towards the newly joined members. However, their reprimands would be limited to mere verbal admonitions, avoiding any fundamental errors. After all, the current objective was to devise adequate strategies in anticipation of the next wave of level 5 beast tides. There was no time for internal strife. Indeed, it is true. I am willing to guarantee it with my status as a council member. Li Sheng replied solemnly. The level 5 beast tide, occurring once in a century, could strike at any moment. At such a critical juncture of life and death, how could he casually gather the Diamond-level awakened beings stationed in various regions? The council members' expressions shifted. There were only 13 council members, 3 of whom were held by titled powerhouses. They represented the highest combat strength of various associations. The willingness to relinquish this position was a clear indication that Li Sheng was not jesting. Upon realizing this, the shock on everyone's faces intensified. An Emperor-level Beast Master. This shattered their understanding of Beast Masters. For a Beast Master to contract a disaster-level beast was already a testament to their exceptional talent. The implications of being able to contract an Emperor-level beast were immense. Where is he? What species of beast is it? An anxious voice inquired. The assembly fell silent, eagerly awaiting Li Sheng's response. This was also their question. Although there were Emperor-level demons and beasts in the external world, humanity had never contracted such beings due to their inherent arrogance. Only the totemic beings that once protected humanity thousands of years ago were willing to form contracts. If they could ascertain the species of such a being, they might cultivate another Emperor-level Beast Master. Dragon, Li Sheng replied. The room immediately filled with gasps of astonishment. They had considered every possibility, yet never imagined it would be a legendary creature, one that did not even exist in the real world. A dragon was willing to form a contract. The talent of this individual must be extraordinary. They must expedite his cultivation. Perhaps he could reach disaster level before the arrival of the level 5 beast tide. Impossible. The century mark is fast approaching, and the demons at the borders are already restless. There is little time left for him to advance. Yet, he must be protected. Even if the beast tide arrives early, he must be sent to the safest location. It would be better to provide resources and allow him to grow freely. The attendees immediately began to discuss this matter, abandoning their earlier calm demeanor. To them, Yi Tsang represented a once-in-a-century opportunity. An emperor-level existence would require 3 titled powerhouses to contend with. If Yi Tsang truly could grow to that level, he alone would be capable of opposing emperor-level beasts. Enough, cease your bickering. A voice thundered. The assembly instantly halted their discussions. The speaker was Lei Tian. Have you ever encountered a genius who could rise to our current status while being nurtured in captivity? Lei Tian surveyed the crowd. The others exchanged glances, realizing their recklessness. This information was too significant. Their desire to protect Yi Tsang had led them to consider extreme measures. I propose we allow him to grow freely. Should he encounter significant danger, we shall intervene. Moreover, he must receive the same support as other prodigies, Lei Tian stated calmly. From a distance, Li Sheng cast a grateful glance toward him. It was unexpected for the usually hot-tempered Lei Tian to proactively advocate for Yi Tsang's interests. After thorough discussion, the assembly reached a consensus on Lei Tian's proposal. However, the condition was that none of them could intervene in any way that might excessively disrupt Yi Tsang. After all, a diamond-level awakened being's casual appearance could easily expose Yi Tsang's existence. Aside from demons, the half-beasts would not allow him to survive. All right, the meeting is adjourned. With that, Lei Tian vanished from the room, maintaining his decisive demeanor. Although the others were displeased at being commanded by him, they could not remain idle and thus departed. Li Sheng sighed in relief. This was likely the best outcome. They had secured the attention and protection of the influential figures for Yi Tsang, placing him in a prominent position, even if there were half-beasts among the council members. Taking action now would be tantamount to admitting the existence of their infiltrators within the highest assembly. It is well known that the upper echelons are fiercely protective of their own. Yi Tsang had now been positioned in a critically significant role. Should anyone dare to act recklessly, those powerful figures would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eradicate the threat. Ding dong. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted the moment. Li Sheng retrieved it from his pocket. Upon inspecting the message, he discovered it was a private communication from several association presidents expressing their intent to covertly provide resources to support Yi Tsang. They even made an exception to preemptively request the resource reward for achieving first place in the youth training camp. However, some additional resources would only be granted if Yi Tsang secured a certain ranking in the upcoming new student competition at the Demon City Academy. Talent does not equate to strength. This adage holds true at all times. These old-timers were indeed restless. Yi Tsang, you must perform well at the Demon City Academy. These influential figures are observing you from the shadows. If your performance falters, the resources may vanish, Li Sheng remarked, shaking his head. He harbored considerable trust in Yi Tsang. Although he remained at the Silver Realm, his potential would undoubtedly shine in the upcoming new student competition a month hence. Achieving first place was not out of the realm of possibility. Everything hinged on the new student-friendly exchange competition at the Demon City Academy in a month. At the back mountain of the Demon City Academy, in the bounty hall of the Totem Academy, Yi Tsang was perusing the bounties displayed on the wall, completely unaware of the undercurrents swirling around him. Help Aunt Wong from the happy community find her lost kitten, 50 points. I spent 5 yuan to buy the Beastmaster Glory account, and I hope professionals can help me retrieve it, 60 points. Offering a substantial reward for a child, 30 points. Chapter 92, The Reappearance of the Secret Realm. What are these absurd tasks? Yi Tsang gazed in bewilderment at the missions displayed on the bounty wall. What do they think we are, just freshly graduated college students? They even have us chasing after cats and dogs. With this thought in mind, Yi Tsang logged onto the Mo Academy website on his phone to check the requirements for item exchanges. Kaiku Sports Shoes, 100 points. Complete Furniture Set, 1,000 points. These prices seemed quite reasonable. Such branded shoes would cost at least 1,000 outside, and a full set of furniture would amount to tens of thousands. At Mo Academy, one could redeem these by completing just a couple of high-paying tasks. This exemplifies the disparity. Yi Tsang realized that the items available for exchange here were nearly free compared to their prices outside. Moreover, it appeared that many students were eager to accept these tasks. After all, unlike him, who had spent all his funds on enhancing his beast, other students entered Mo Academy to earn money and lead better lives. Each person has their own aspirations, and the school does not impose any constraints. Yet, Yi Tsang felt an underlying sense of urgency. He needed to enhance his strength quickly to avoid falling into a difficult situation later on. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, he entered the food interface for beast nourishment, setting the points to over 10,000 and the level to gold realm and below. Instantly, 2 items appeared. Dragon meat, 20,000 points. Essence of 10,000 beasts, 50,000 points. The prices seemed comparable to those in the training camp, yet the difficulty of obtaining points here was significantly lower. Yi Tsang stroked his chin thoughtfully. The essence of 10,000 beasts is used for beasts at the Lord Realm and is far superior to dragon meat. Just 1 vial can reduce the growth period by 3 years without any side effects. Truly astonishing. Such essence is virtually unseen in the outside world. Even dragon meat is a rarity, let alone the essence of 10,000 beasts. This is where the benefits of the bounty hall come to light. As long as one has enough points, anything can be exchanged here. However, redeeming a vial of essence of 10,000 beasts would require hundreds of high-paying tasks. And how long would that take? Just as Yi-Song pondered this, a voice with a slight accent called out from behind, "Yi classmate, we meet again." Yi-Song turned to see Suafei, clad in the academy's distinctive uniform, exuding a youthful charm. The moment she entered the bounty hall, she immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Is she Sufiana from the Beastmaster class? How beautiful. It must be her excellent genetic lineage. I heard both her parents are awakeners at the Diamond Realm and hold considerable status in the Lighthouse Nation. By the way, who is that person in front of her? I don't think I've seen him before. You don't know? That's Yi-Song. Oh my goodness. Now that you mention it, I remember. He is the top student from the Eastern training camp. The crowd looked at Yi-Song with envy. They too wished to converse with Suafei, but alas. She belonged to a noble family, and they felt they had no chance. Amidst the crowd, one person's expression darkened to the extreme. It was Yang Jin. Damn it. Am I foolish? I traveled so far, and Yi-Song managed to catch up? But it's also my father's fault for not telling me that Totem Academy and MO2 are in the same place. Isn't this blatant deception? Yang Jin, are you also interested? Don't worry. Big brother has needs. My little brothers will go teach that guy a lesson. What's just a Silver Realm Awakener compared to our Yang Jin? The surrounding transformation-type Awakeners began to jeer, rolling up their sleeves, ready to confront Yi-Song. All of them rather simple-minded. Under the training of his family, Yang Jin had already reached the Gold Realm and held considerable prestige among transformation-type Awakeners. After all, without Yi-Song, his point ranking should have been first among all the training camps. Coupled with the Yang family's reputation in MO2, he naturally became the leader of the transformation-type students. As he saw the fools around him prepared to court disaster, Yang Jin panicked. Stop. If you dare to trouble Yi-Song, I will be the first to deal with you. At that moment, Yang Jin's eyes reddened. If you want to seek death, don't drag me into it. Even though he had reached the Gold Realm, his strength was not yet stable. If he were to confront Yi-Song, who would dominate whom was still uncertain. Huh, big brother? The crowd was baffled. Why was Yang Jin reacting this way? Is this Yi-Song perhaps his long-lost brother? Otherwise, why are his eyes so red, pleading with them not to cause trouble? Surely this person isn't his biological father, right? They don't seem to differ much in age. He is merely a Silver Realm Awakener. It should be a straightforward match for a gold to defeat a silver. In any case, they decided to back off. With that, Yang Jin hurriedly found a secluded spot to slip away, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Yi-Song, these are all ordinary tasks. The higher-level tasks are over there. Suafei pointed with her delicate finger towards the interior of the bounty hall. Thank you, Yi-Song replied, glancing at her with some confusion. He had just arrived at the bounty hall. How did Suafei also know he was looking at the wrong bounty? However, Yi-Song didn't dwell on it. There were many individuals coming to the bounty hall to accept tasks, so it could just be coincidence. As Yi-Song moved further away, Suafei's gaze followed his figure, her mind racing with thoughts. If it were him, perhaps he could assist me. Meanwhile, Yi-Song arrived at the task acceptance area. A board displayed the levels of tasks from top to bottom. Among them, only tasks below level had bounty listings, while those above had none at all. Clearly, no high-level tasks had yet emerged. Furthermore, the rewards for tasks at different levels were exceedingly high, significantly more than those previously encountered. Completing a single-level task could yield tens of thousands of points. Yi-Song felt a surge of excitement within. This was certainly preferable to chasing after cats and dogs. His gaze immediately landed on one of the level tasks. Level Team Bounty. Conquer the Golden Realm Secret Realm. Location, outskirts of MO2. Breaking into the Secret Realm. Reward points range from 16 million. Current teams, 16. Click to expand. A level task has 16 teams challenging it. With this thought, Yi-Song expanded the details, noticing that most of the teams comprised professional hunters, while there were relatively few from the academy. After all, a Golden Realm Secret Realm typically required Awakeners at the late Gold stage to pass through. Moreover, Yi-Song had previously experienced the benefits of Secret Realms. This was his first time entering an occupied Secret Realm. If I can conquer it, not only will I gain the Secret Realm's essence to enhance the size and growth rate of my beast space, but I will also reap a substantial reward. Yi-Song ceased his contemplation. This is it, he declared, accepting the task. Student Yi-Song, task acceptance successful. Status updated to in progress. Naturally, the quantity of level tasks was quite scarce. This was the only Secret Realm task he had encountered. However, considering it was a Golden Realm task, he would need to gather a few individuals to form a team, especially requiring a tank to absorb damage. Just as Yi-Song was mulling this over, he suddenly spotted a sneaky figure attempting to slip out of the bounty hall entrance. Yi-Song's eyes brightened instantly.